Chapter 541. Song Yi finally let Bao Song into his home. Although he wasn't sure why Bao Song had come to see him, it wouldn't be a problem to offer him a treat. He asked, "Would you like a drink?" Bao Song replied, "No, mineral water will be fine." Song Yi saw that Bao Song wasn't sweating, so he thought for a moment and offered him a bottle of room-temperature mineral water. Bao Song took it without hesitation, not rushing to drink, but simply holding it in his hand. After Song Yi sat down across from him, Bao Song got straight to the point and asked, "I'm visiting you today primarily to ask what you know about the drowning death of your friend Feng Jinglei 3 years ago?" Song Yi was about to unscrew the cap on his bottle of mineral water when he froze at these words. He raised his head and stared directly at Bao Song. "Why are you asking this?" In high school, the atmosphere in Mingda Class 3, where he'd been, wasn't exactly a good one. Although they were in the same classroom, everyone was like a separate puzzle piece, never quite fitting together. Even if they were forced together, it still looked awkward and jarring, causing great annoyance to the homeroom teacher. Song Yi didn't know Bao Song well. If Bao Song hadn't been sitting in the first seat upon entering the classroom, visible every time he entered and left, he wouldn't have remembered his face at all. Bao Song was clearly prepared for Song Yi's vigilance. He pulled a laptop from his backpack, opened a document, and turned it over to Song Yi. "My sister is a police officer," Bao Song said frankly. "She was recently assigned to a case. While reviewing the surveillance footage from the neighborhood where the crime occurred, she stumbled upon several hidden videos. My sister found evidence related to the accident in those videos." Song Yi stood up almost immediately. He wanted to rush over to Bao Song, grab him by the collar, and demand that he hand over the videos. That must be the evidence he longed for. With it, Guan Xingzhou and the others would receive the punishment they deserved, but before he could take a step, he caught Bao Song's eye again. He was familiar with that expression. He'd seen it many times on Feng Jinglei's parents' faces. Song Yi sat down again dejectedly. "As evidence, aren't those strong enough?" Bao Song nodded slowly. "There's no sound on the surveillance footage, and it was nighttime, so the footage is blurry. I used some technical processing to barely improve the footage, but it only proves that those people were Guan Xingzhou and the others. From the video, they went to the scenic lake with Feng Jinglei. Combined with Feng Jinglei's autopsy report, it can be confirmed that Feng Jinglei was already dead when they returned. In other words, they most likely witnessed Feng Jinglei's drowning. But this was only speculation. Without further evidence, it couldn't be confirmed." Song Yi remained silent. Bao Song's words alone were enough to reignite his anger. What exactly Guan Xingzhou and the others had done was still unknown to them, but Song Yi knew clearly that no matter what methods they used, they had murdered Feng Jinglei. "I can." Song Yi clenched his fists. "What can I do?" He was furious, but perhaps after all these years, hatred could no longer destroy his sanity. Song Yi wasn't known for his intellect, but he knew that Bao Song's contact with him meant he could be of use. Bao Song looked at Song Yi with great relief. He hadn't had much contact with Song Yi in high school, and it was only after his sister, Bao Rujian, contacted him that he gathered any information about him. Song Yi's past suggested a simple, straightforward personality, sincere, though a bit impulsive and prone to impulsiveness. After meeting him today, Song Yi's reaction was much better than he expected. At least, he was listening, and seemed able to take direction. The thought of direction briefly froze Bao Song. Who would direct? He didn't have the ability to direct. Gathering intelligence would be more appropriate. He quickly collected his thoughts and said seriously, "My sister has investigated what happened back then, and she also believes Guan Xingzhou and the others are serious suspects, but a thorough investigation is difficult. Guan Xingzhou and the others were in another city, after all, and Bao Rujian couldn't reach them for the time being. I'm helping with the investigation right now. If possible, I appreciate additional manpower," Bao Song said. Bao Rujian decided to use these videos as a potential breakthrough. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, shortly after Feng Jinglei's death, the security guard at the old villa complex suddenly became extravagant with his spending. This easily led to the suspicion that he had been paid by Guan Xingzhou and others for hiding the videos. Furthermore, less than 6 months later, the security guard, drunk at night, was struck and killed by a truck while jaywalking. The driver and the security guard's family settled the matter privately, paying a substantial sum of money. In this case, the police were unable to intervene. However, Bao Rujian suspected that the traffic accident was also deliberately planned. The siblings had to balance work and school, and were truly overwhelmed. When Bao Song found Song Yi, he remembered that he was a classmate and had a close relationship with Feng Jinglei, so he thought of giving it a try. Getting help would be ideal, but if not, forget it, it would be quite dangerous. I help you, Song Yi said without hesitation. The long wait was nearly wearing him down. If he continued, he didn't know whether he would be crushed by the hopelessness of life first, or if he would be unable to resist and act impulsively. At least now, a new possibility presented itself to him. He no longer wanted to live in self-denial. He clearly could do it. Stop dwelling on the what-ifs. He could now turn all his hypotheses into concrete actions. Bao Song smiled instantly and extended his hand towards Song Yi. Then it's a pleasure to work with you. Song Yi squeezed his hand back tightly, then realized that his grip strength had diminished considerably after so long he hadn't exercised. He didn't have many strengths, so if he could only think of one, he needed to recover his physical condition. After they separated, Bao Song suddenly thought and added, "Don't worry, my sister won't let you do anything dangerous, and she asked my colleagues to look out for your family's safety." Song Yi was stunned for a moment, then nodded in surprise. "Thank you." Bao Song waved his hand. "Don't be so polite. From today on, we're colleagues on the same investigation team." They would work together to uncover evidence of Guan Xingzhou and his men's crimes, and send those criminals to their rightful place. Bao Song pulled his laptop from his backpack and pulled up the basic information on Guan Xingzhou and the others, showing it to Song Yi. "According to my sister, it's best to find someone among these people as a breakthrough point. Actually, I already have a candidate, but I also like to consider your opinion." Song Yi's gaze slid across the photos on the screen, finally stopping on one. Without hesitation, he reached out and pointed to the photo labeled Zhao Wuyo. "Choose him." Bao Song laughed. "You think the same as I do. Why did you choose him?" Song Yi shook his head. "I don't know. I just felt like he was the most suitable the moment I saw him." Bao Song stroked his chin. "To be honest, I chose him based on my intuition, but judging by his information, he's definitely a good fit." The two began discussing the future investigation, and Song Yi's expression was filled with fighting spirit. The notes on his phone were likely to be filled with new entries, enough to completely overwhelm the nightmare records. He had no time to dwell on his emotions. More important things awaited him. "Hello, Song Yi. Your story continues." Chapter 542. The police are still investigating the case of Zhao Wuyo and Guan Xingzhou, but it's no longer connected to Gu Qinghuan. While no one expected Zhao Wuyo's hot pot meal to have such consequences, this will allow both sides to move forward quickly. Zhao Wuyo is easily swayed by his emotions, not to mention he's not as thoughtful as Guan Xingzhou. Without Guan Xingzhou's guidance, Zhao Wuyo couldn't hide his true intentions when the police questioned him with the evidence they had uncovered. He contributed both money and effort to this gambling scheme, leaving the most evidence. In addition, to mitigate his guilt, he confessed readily, revealing a wealth of evidence the police hadn't uncovered. It's unclear if the wealthy second generations and Guan Xingzhou, still in the hospital, will be enraged upon learning of this. Given their personalities, they undoubtedly tried desperately to drag Zhao Wuyo into the situation and produce more evidence. The thugs in Class 3 applauded upon learning of this. "Well done, wonderfully done, terrifically done. Summer vacation had only been over for a month, and we hadn't expected to see such a spectacular spectacle." Everyone felt that the days had been truly enriching. Gu Qinghuan added another completion to her file notebook, feeling incredibly satisfied. With only the last academic year left, there were only 7 people left to complete the task. Just looking at the numbers on both sides syncing up, her efficiency was truly remarkable. "System, it seems my host sometimes has a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder." She was calculating the remaining days of summer vacation, debating when to start cramming, when a new message in the class group chat caught her attention. "Ouyang Wushuang. Interview video Ouyang Wushuang. Tianji is on TV." It's called TV, but it's actually just a local TV reporter at a comic convention randomly interviewing a cosplayer, and they happened to catch Murong Tianju. This time, Murong Tianju cosplayed a male character, looking and posing in his military uniform. During the interview, Murong Tianju was already nervous, and he had to hold back his words for the camera. His face was practically etched with fear, forming a stark contrast to his character's arrogant and unruly personality. The comments section was filled with ha ha ha, showering him with affection. "Murong Tianjiao, don't mention it. It's become a dark history." "Gu Qinghuan, what's the big deal about being on TV? What's the big deal about a dark history? I'm used to it." As the person in the class with the most TV appearances and the most dark history, Gu Qinghuan was fearless. Her words actually comforted Murong Tianju a little. "Yeah, compared to the class monitor, I'm nothing." "Qingyu, That sounds really mean, ha ha ha. Jiang Chu Chu. I taken screenshots of every time you would draw a message. Qin Yu. Sushingha, as the saying goes, the pot calling the kettle black. No one took the matter seriously, but 2 days later, Gu Qinghuan received an urgent call from Ouyang Wushuang. Class monitor, can you get through to Tianjiao? Gu Qinghuan was a little surprised. Wait a minute, I call her first. She hung up and tried calling Murong Tianjiao, but the voice prompt said, the subscriber you dialed is powered off. She called Ouyang Wushuang again. I heard her phone is turned off. What about you? Me too. Ouyang Wushuang's tone was filled with anxiety. She hasn't replied to my messages since the day before yesterday. I called her multiple times yesterday, but her phone was always turned off. That's obviously not right. Although Murong Tianjiao rarely spoke in the class group, he and Ouyang Wushuang chatted privately quite a bit. Now, not replying for days, and having no access to her phone, was completely out of character. Have you contacted her parents? Gu Qinghuan asked. No, I don't have their contact information. Ouyang Wushuang replied that it was rare for parents to proactively share their contact information with their children's classmates, as happened with Gu Qinghuan's family. Gu Qinghuan first went to his class teacher, Chen Zilan, to get the phone numbers for Murong Tianjiao's parents. Chen Zilan almost flipped through his phone's address book, but then realized something was wrong. Why do you want Murong's parents' number? He was almost being led around by his own monitor again. Chen Zilan reflected seriously. Gu Qinghuan briefly explained the situation, and Chen Zilan thought for a moment. I can send you the number, but wait until I notify you. I contact them first. Having the teacher, an adult, come forward would definitely be more effective, so Gu Qinghuan waited patiently. Chen Zilan pondered for a moment, then came up with a reason to call Murong Tianjiao's father, Tang Shunning. The call connected quickly, and Chen Zilan immediately asked, Mr. Tang? Teacher Chen? Tang Shunning had saved Chen Zilan's number, and asked enthusiastically, what can I do for you? Chen Zilan simply explained that he was conducting a brief follow-up visit with a few parents, following the assignment from the previous parent-teacher meeting. Tang Shunning answered each question one by one. By the way, Chen Zilan asked casually, is Murong home right now? I'd like to ask her a few questions too. This? Tang Shunning hesitated. Chen Zilan's composure suddenly flared, but he feigned composure. Isn't she home? She's home, of course, Tang Shunning said awkwardly. But Tianjia's been grounded by her mother for the past 3 days, and I can't intervene. How about you, Teacher Chen? Call me back in a few days. He spoke calmly, but Chen Zilan was horrified. How could a parent ground their child right now? No, Mr. Tang, grounding a child is not okay. Chen Zilan pleaded earnestly. Tang Shunning was unconcerned. It's only 3 days. She'd be out tomorrow. They just take her phone away and keep her in her room. A nanny will deliver all 3 meals. Chen Zilan pleaded again and again, but Tang Shunning ignored his words. He figured if he continued, Tang Shunning would get annoyed, so he reluctantly ended the call. Gu Qinghuan waited a long time before finally receiving a call from Chen Zilan. After hearing what he said, her eyes widened. Solitary confinement? What's the point of depriving someone of their freedom? To demonstrate a parent's absolute control over their child, she took a deep breath, calming herself. Why solitary confinement? Chen Zilan said. It seems Murong was on TV, and her mother saw it and felt humiliated. Gu Qinghuan immediately thought of the previous video in the group chat. She wanted to say something, but restrained herself. Thank you, teacher, for your help. At least we know what happened. Chen Zilan felt bad. He hadn't succeeded in persuading her, so what had he done to help? This was just a matter of family education, and as a teacher, he had limited scope for intervention. If a parent complained, it would be even more difficult to deal with. If you want to do something, Chen Zilan said, and you're caught, just say it's a mission I assigned you. Gu Qinghuan was stunned for a moment, then laughed again. Teacher, you guessed I was going to cause trouble? Chen Zilan held his forehead with his hand. What do you mean by cause trouble? Can you say something nice? Don't worry, I take care of it, and we won't be caught. Gu Qinghuan said confidently, you don't even need to intervene, teacher. We can definitely handle it. She said it lightly, and Chen Zilan's heart eased. He gave Gu Qinghuan all the instructions, asking her to report any situation promptly, before ending the call. Gu Qinghuan put away her phone, full of fighting spirit. Okay, let's get to work. Chapter 543. Gu Qinghuan turned to tell Ouyang Wushuang the news she had received from Chen Zilan. To Gu Qinghuan's surprise, Ouyang Wushuang accepted Murong Tianjiao's detention quite easily. Ouyang Wushuang. Solitary confinement. How should I put it? Should I say it fits my impression of her mother? Gu Qinghuan, do you know Murong Tianjiao's mother? Oh Yang Wushuang, not really, I only heard about her from Tianjiao. Murong Tianjiao's mother was Murong Shui. Judging by her name, she looked more like a character from a martial arts novel than Murong Tianjiao. She disliked her own name because she had a younger brother named Murong Yang. The Murong family had their own company, which had been passed down for generations. Before her brother was born, Murong Shui had always believed she would be the heir to the company. Unexpectedly, when she returned home for winter break from college, she discovered she had a younger brother named Yang. Oh, the sun, how beautiful it sounds. The sun shines, and the snow melts. At the New Year's Eve dinner table, his father chuckled as he told his relatives that Murong Yang would inherit the company, and his older sister, Murong Shui, would assist him. Murong Shui threw down her chopsticks and left, never to return home. Starting with the Daiso project, she gradually developed her own company and brand. In contrast, Murong Yang was pampered by his family from childhood. He didn't even finish high school, let alone take over the company. Now, the Murong family is desperately trying to maintain their relationship with Murong Shui. So proud and ambitious, Murong Shui is even more demanding of her own children. Tang Shunning, a keen fan of martial arts novels, had initially considered Tianju as a candidate, and Murong Shui immediately took a liking to him. However, contrary to Murong Shui's expectations, Murong Tianju wasn't strong or dazzling. She felt suffocated by her mother's high-pressure education. No matter how hard she tried, she only received comments like "you can do better," or "I already did this, and that when I was your age." The more nervous she became, the more difficult it became to study. Even the name Tianju became a form of oppression. By the time of her first junior high school final exam, Murong Shui looked at Murong Tianjia's report card and the results of his various interest classes, and with a single sentence, "I won't hold any more expectations for you," she completely gave up on his education. For the young Murong Tianjiao, this didn't mean relief, it only brought on the pain and emptiness of being abandoned by his family. Thankfully, at that time, Murong Tianju found anime as a spiritual haven. Gu Qinghuan. So why would she feel embarrassed by Tianjiao? Since she doesn't care about the child anymore, then whether the child is good or bad is none of her business. What's there to be ashamed of? Besides, with an unexpected interview like this, only a few people can remain calm without any experience, right? Yang Wushuang didn't respond, clearly unable to understand Murong Shui's train of thought. Gu Qinghuan rubbed his temples, deciding not to dwell on it. Forget it, let's not think about that. Let's focus on what we need to do. Tang Shunning said it's only 3 days of confinement. If we count from the day before yesterday, today is already the 3rd day, and it ends tomorrow. Yang Wushuang, squad leader, I want to visit Tianji's home. Can you come with me tomorrow? Despite her sharp tongue online, Yang Wushuang breaks into a cold sweat when meeting strangers in person. It took a lot of determination for Yang Wushuang to even say something like "I'm going to Murong Tianjia's home." Gu Qinghuan agreed immediately. Okay, I go with you. Do you know where her home is? Yang Wushuang, I know. I went there to help her when her family was away. The two of them agreed to meet outside Murong Tianjia's residential complex the next morning. The complex had security, and Gu Qinghuan had only been there 2 or 3 times, so the security guard didn't remember her. Fortunately, Yang Wushuang had been there enough times that the security guard recognized her and registered them before letting them in. The residences here weren't single-family villas, but large flats. When Gu Qinghuan came before, Murong Tianju had contacted the management staff in advance, allowing her to go directly to the Murong residence's building and floor, accompanied by a staff member. This time, however, that wasn't possible. To prevent the management staff from contacting Murong Shui and Tang Shunning to confirm the situation, they simply said Murong Tianju would meet them downstairs and declined the staff's offer of escort. Gu Qinghuan was about to ask if they could only observe from downstairs when she saw Yang Wushuang pull a door card from her pocket. When did she give you the door card? Gu Qinghuan was surprised. It was before the comic convention, as seen in that video. Her clothes arrived too late, and she had to stay up all night to get them sized. I came to help, and she gave me a duplicate door card, but I forgot to return it when I left, Yang Wushuang replied. The day after the comic convention, Murong Tianjiao's mother and father returned. Murong Tianji was busy welcoming them, so he naturally didn't have time to ask Yang Wushuang for the door card. Yang Wushuang had contacted Murong Tianji to return her key card, which was perfectly useful right now. Gu Qinghuan pondered, is this considered trespassing? If caught, wouldn't it implicate the management? The situation wasn't serious enough, so it was best to avoid escalating the impact. Ouyang Wushuang thought about it, and the two of them sat down on the small garden porch downstairs. He first tried calling Murong Tianju. This time, there was no power-off tone, but the phone rang for a long time with no answer, eventually switching to a user busy, please try again later tone. Undeterred, Ouyang Wushuang called again. The second time, after more than a dozen rings, he finally heard a hello. Just as Ouyang Wushuang was about to be happy that Murong Tianjiao had finally answered, he noticed something was wrong. Tianjiao, did you just cry? Her voice was nasal, and not as clear as usual, but rather raspy. Murong Tianjiao paused and managed to say, no, I'm fine. Tianjiao, Ouyang Wushuang, using speakerphone so Gu Qinghuan could hear, interrupted, Wushuang, I, and the teacher are all very worried about you. You haven't replied in a while. Wushuang contacted me, and I went to the teacher. He asked your father, and learned you were in solitary confinement. Persuasion proved ineffective, so he asked me to find out about your situation. Wushuang and I are downstairs from your house right now. Are you really okay? Murong Tianju was silent for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was clearly filled with tears, and her words were incoherent. I'm not okay. My clothes, my wig, and all the props. Mom, I'm not okay. I'm so sad. She couldn't continue, and a fragile sob came over the speaker. Gu Qinghuan and Ouyang Wushuang exchanged glances, and the latter decisively pulled out her door card. What are you still hesitating about? Go! We be right to you. Chapter 544. Gu Qinghuan and Ouyang Wushuang had never felt the elevator ascend so slowly. When it finally stopped and the doors opened, Murong Tianjiao, having heard the noise, had already opened his front door and stood at the entrance, watching them. Ouyang Wushuang ran over without hesitation, hugged her tightly, and shouted, it's okay. The squad leader and I are here. It's okay. She was shorter than Murong Tianjiao, so as he held her, he pressed against her, his chin unable to reach her shoulder, resting only on her collarbone. As Murong Tianjiao held her, she sank into his embrace, her breathing becoming a little difficult. Despite this, she clung to him tightly, as if transferring all her strength to him. The arrival of her friend allowed Murong Tianjiao to unleash his emotions without restraint. She stood there at the entrance, her face wrinkled with tears, her voice hoarse. Gu Qinghuan walked over and gently patted her back. Without saying much, he simply repeated, we're here, we be with you. Though Murong Tianjiao's words were unclear on the phone, Gu Qinghuan and Ouyang Wushuang could tell from his fragmented words that Murong Shui had likely destroyed all of Murong Tianjiao's cosplay costumes and props. This wasn't just material destruction, it was also emotional devastation. She had destroyed Murong Tianjiao's long-held hobby and her spiritual support. It was also a disparagement and torture for Murong Tianjiao herself. Murong Tianjiao cried for a long time before slowly subsiding. Ouyang Wushuang's upper body was a gray t-shirt, now soaked with tears, leaving a large patch of the gray fabric stained black, making it stand out. The door remained open, and the cold air from the air conditioner continued to bleed out, a mixture of cold and heat that made people feel uncomfortable. Gu Qinghuan and Ouyang Wushuang supported Murong Tianjiao into the house, and immediately noticed the scattered rags and props at the door. Thrown might not be the right word, as several large bags were still placed at the door, containing some unremoved fabric. Gu Qinghuan guessed that Murong Tianjiao's costumes and props had been placed in these bags and thrown away, but before they were thrown away, she had snatched them back and squatted at the door to inspect the items. As for their condition, even an outsider like Gu Qinghuan could tell that none of the clothes were wearable. Murong Tianjiao wasn't a professional costume maker. She sourced her cosplay costumes online or had them custom made by professionals in the industry. Price aside, these costumes and props carried the joy of every cosplay performance, and she carefully stored them away in her warehouse. Now, to have them destroyed like this is a complete violation of her love and passion. Murong Tianjiao had cried enough, and her emotions were slowly calming. She looked at the floor with a bewildered look, chuckling self-deprecatingly. Actually, when I was cleaning up, I was quite impressed by her. She actually had the time to ruin every single piece. Now I'm just thankful that Fang Wanfu's Matilda costume, designed by him, is his work, so he's the one who keeps it. If that dress is ruined, I really won't be able to face him. Gu Qinghuan cupped her face, staring into her tear-stained eyes. He said earnestly, if Fang Wanfu were here, he'd be more likely to stand up for you than to feel bad for his own design. You know he's got a sharp tongue. Who knows what kind of scolding he'd give your mother. Even after Murong Shui had done something like this, Gu Qinghuan had no regard for her elders. More important than that was Murong Tianjiao. She just wanted her friend to feel better. Hearing Gu Qinghuan's words, Murong Tianjiao paused, then thought of Fan Wanfu's exasperated face, and couldn't help but laugh. Ouyang Wuxuang breathed a sigh of relief. She was glad he could still laugh. She'd been worried Murong Tianjiao was bottled up, suffocating, and what would happen? At least she'd find someone online to argue with, but Murong Tianjiao was a real stickler. Had Gu Qinghuan not been involved in the controversy surrounding Mika, Murong Tianjiao's counterattack might not have been so forceful. The pain Murong Tianjiao felt for her mother seemed to escape from her throat with this laugh, and her mood lightened considerably. She wiped away the remaining tears in her eyes and whispered, "Thank you for your concern. Why should I thank you for something like that? We're not friends anymore." Ouyang Wuxuang deliberately put on an angry face. "Okay, let's pack these things up first and talk later." She knew very well that these things were irreparable, and that seeing them again would only make Murong Tianjiao even more upset. It would be better to put them away for now. Gu Qinghuan helped Murong Tianjiao sit on the sofa and poured her a glass of water, so she could replenish her lost fluids. Then, she and Ouyang Wuxuang began to pack up. As they picked up the items one by one, Gu Qinghuan noticed that some small pieces, like belts and other accessories, were still intact. She asked Murong Tianjiao, "Should we keep these?" Murong Tianjiao clutched the glass of water and asked cautiously, "Can we? If my mom sees it again, she'll..." Before she finished the rest of her sentence, Gu Qinghuan understood her meaning. She asked, "Do you still want to cosplay?" Murong Tianjiao fell silent. "Can you delete your social media accounts, give up your yearning for that world, stop being any character, and live as the real Murong Tianjiao?" Gu Qinghuan asked again. Murong Tianjiao tightened his fingers and pursed his lips. She opened her mouth and uttered hoarsely, "I don't want to. Not can't, but don't want to." Although she had always seen various online criticisms, people who didn't understand why she and others with similar interests had such an interest in cosplay, but Murong Tianjiao couldn't let go of this passion. She yearned for the worlds depicted in anime. By cosplaying as a character, she felt as if she could enter that world and live another life. Those characters were like untouchable stars, gleaming and beckoning her to run. And cosplay was the ladder to those stars. Even if no one was around, she still wanted to climb. Murong Tianjiao suddenly felt relieved. Yes, she could have just laughed off the online criticism, so why couldn't she have the same attitude towards her mother? In fact, her mother's behavior was even more extreme, destroying her belongings. Murong Tianjiao took a deep breath, feeling calmer. "I want to keep everything I can use." She put down her water cup and joined the packing. Although her fingers trembled slightly as she picked up the damaged items, she was able to do it herself. This corsage can be removed, these pants can be mended, and this shirt can be saved for a battle-damaged photo. She rambled on. They could still be used. Her treasures could find new value in another form and continue to accompany her. Her hands grew steadier, her eyes brighter. She didn't want to lose to such a blow. This was her passion. Chapter 545. The three of them worked together, finally finishing sorting all the items on the floor. Murong Tianjiao calmly placed the completely unusable items in a bag, intending to discard them later. As for the still usable items, she would carefully store them and use them after processing. Gu Qinghuan said, "You can ask Fan Wanfu if he's interested in helping." Murong Tianjiao thought about it and agreed. She was slow at these tasks, and Fan Wanfu wouldn't need them, as he become quite skilled now. But she suspected Gu Qinghuan would still want to hear Fan Wanfu's curse words. After all, she was her mother, the one who raised her. She wouldn't say harsh words, but Fan Wanfu wasn't sure. She decided to skip the topic for now, picked up the bag of usable items, and returned to her room with Gu Qinghuan and Ouyang Wuxuang. As soon as he entered Murong Tianjiao's bedroom, Ouyang Wuxuang frowned fiercely. "Did your mother mess with your room?" Originally, Murong Tianjiao's desk was filled with anime merchandise, like acrylic standees and clay figurines, but now it was all gone. If even the merchandise had been lost, Ouyang Wuxuang felt he would start cursing. Murong Tianjiao shook his head. "Before I was put in solitary confinement, she scolded me during dinner, so I went back to my room and put all the merchandise away. She put me in solitary confinement after dinner. After I came out, I checked and the box containing the merchandise hadn't been touched. She probably hadn't entered my room." Gu Qinghuan wondered if Murong Shui hadn't even known about the merchandise, and had simply looked around after entering and then left. But this was just speculation. There was no need to speak out now. It would only make Murong Tianjiao more upset. By now, Murong Tianjiao's emotions had completely calmed down. The three of them sat on the floor and began to seriously discuss the confinement issue. Ouyang Wushwang spoke first. Did your mother really confine you and forbid you from cosplaying because she thought your performance during the interview was embarrassing? It's true she did, but she didn't explicitly say so. Murong Tianjia shook his head. She broke your things like that, and that's still not enough? Ouyang Wushwang's eyes widened. No, if she really forbade me to do that, she would have said it directly, Murong Tianjia said. Just like Murong Shui had said without hesitation that she was giving up on her, completely disregarding her feelings and ability to bear it. Is that just pure dislike? Ouyang Wushwang found it baffling. Or maybe she's taking her anger out on you. Gu Qinghuan speculated, perhaps your mother believes that as long as you're not a cosplayer, you won't go to comic conventions, let alone be interviewed? If that's the case, isn't that too convoluted? Ouyang Wushwang wanted to roll her eyes. Murong Shui didn't explicitly state her reason, so the three of them guessed in vain. They simply skipped the matter and began to imagine what to do next. Anyway, I continue to cosplay. I won't give up. Murong Tianjia was resolute. But actually, I was planning to stop after this summer and focus on preparing for the college entrance exam. Murong Tianjia had a university she wanted to attend, so she wouldn't neglect her studies for her hobby. However, precisely because of this, she wanted to attend a few more comic conventions during her final summer vacation, for a final revelry. I didn't expect something like this to happen now. All future plans will probably be cancelled. Hearing her say this, Ouyang Wushwang felt regretful. You were clearly looking forward to the only show next week, and even wanted to be in the official group photo. Murong Tianjia gave a wry smile, and said nothing. If Gu Qinghuan and Ouyang Wushwang hadn't come today, she would have gone to the only show at all costs, to prove her determination to her mother. But after hearing Gu Qinghuan's words, Murong Tianjia felt that there was no need to prove anything. Whether it was her mother or the people online, if they liked her, they liked her. She just had to do what she wanted. In her current situation, it would be too rushed to make it to the only show, whether it meant buying new clothes or adjusting her appearance. Even if she did make it, it would be a stretch. She didn't want to approach her hobby with a perfunctory attitude or hasty determination. When she touched the stars, she could be covered in wounds, but she couldn't fail to see them clearly. If she did, even the stars would cry. Gu Qinghuan patted Murong Tianjia on the back again. It's great that you feel that way. But how are you going to get along with your mother from now on? At this point, Murong Tianjia fell silent. Then let's start with the analysis, Gu Qinghuan said, changing her tone to a gentler one. Have you ever been put in solitary confinement before? Murong Tianjia nodded. When I was little, I was put in solitary confinement for not studying well. I cried the first few times, but then... She paused. I got used to it. Ouyang Wushwang clutched her head and screamed, Don't get used to it. This is mental abuse. What kind of poisonous parenting is this? Although it was the first time she had heard of poisonous parenting, Gu Qinghuan could understand the meaning of the term literally. I agree with Wushwang, Gu Qinghuan said. But let's continue. Are you often put in solitary confinement now? This time, Murong Tianjia shook his head. No, it's actually been a long time since I was last put in solitary confinement. The last time. I think it was in the first year of junior high. Anyway, after the final exams, my mom said she didn't expect anything from me, and I haven't been put in solitary confinement since. Did she suddenly put you in solitary confinement again this time? Was it really just because she saw your performance during the interview? Gu Qinghuan questioned. If she didn't have expectations of you, she would have skipped the video after watching it, right? After all, it was a press interview, and there were questions from the reporter before it. Those few seconds were enough time for Murong Shui to skip the video. Gu Qinghuan didn't think Murong Shui would suddenly become curious. If she truly cared about her reputation, she would have paid attention when Mur Tianjia caused a heated discussion about Mika. Ouyang Wushwang crossed his arms, pondering. What you said makes sense, squad leader. So, is there some other reason that makes her feel ashamed? Yes, Gu Qinghuan nodded emphatically, but we don't know yet. I have two theories. The first is the evaluation of others. For example, someone recognized Tianjia and took the opportunity to mock your mother, saying she didn't raise her child well, which made your mother feel ashamed. The second is her own evaluation. How do you explain that? Ouyang Wushwang asked, confused. Doesn't she care about Tianjia? What's she evaluating? Gu Qinghuan replied, she's not evaluating Tianjia, but she's comparing him to someone else. Ouyang Wushwang immediately understood. Someone else's child. That's right, that's right. Gu Qinghuan said. As for which theory it is, I personally lean towards the first one. After all, the second theory is still based on Murong Shui's continued interest in Murong Tianjia, which seems a bit unreasonable. If it's the first one, Murong Tianjia muttered, there's no way to avoid it. Cosplaying will inevitably be photographed, and there's no guarantee it won't be seen by acquaintances. As for whether someone will send the photos to Murong Shui, she couldn't stop them. How do you plan to deal with this? Gu Qinghuan looked at Murong Tianjia. While she could offer advice, she wanted to hear Murong Tianjia's thoughts first. Chapter 546. If it were the Murong Tianjia of the past, she would probably have cowardly wondered, if only she could train herself and perform better in similar situations, she wouldn't embarrass her mother. She hoped to make her mother proud, that when she mentioned her to others, she would proudly say, "This is my daughter." But after meeting so many people and experiencing so many things in Class 3, Murong Tianjia began to wonder if this was really the right thing to do. She should strive for excellence for herself, not just to avoid embarrassing someone. Because other people's demands are endless. Today they ask her to achieve a certain ranking on the test, tomorrow they ask her to win a certain award, and the day after tomorrow they only be more demanding. She wasn't a genius like Su Lin and Yu Xian. She didn't have such exceptional talent. If she wanted to make progress, she would have to put in more effort, and there was no guarantee of permanent improvement. So, should she choose to go from being open to being covert, quietly pursuing her hobbies, since she was going to temporarily halt her activities for the college entrance exam, should she lie to her mother, saying she'd given up cosplay, and would be the good daughter she wanted her to be? After she finished the college entrance exam and went to her dream university, her mother would be far away and unable to care for her. That wouldn't work either. She wasn't yet self-sufficient, and even after attending university, she would still need her family's support for tuition and living expenses. Perhaps she could earn money by taking commissions, working as a makeup artist, or trimming fake hair, but that also carried the risk of her family finding out. Knowing Murong Shui well, Murong Tianjia might storm the university and demand she drop out. Ultimately, both approaches avoid the real conflict. Namely, Murong Shui herself. Murong Tianjia recounted his thought process, leaving Ouyang Wushwang bewildered. So troublesome. That's how it is when it comes to family conflicts. Gu Qinghuan explained that, having interacted with so many people and encountered many family conflicts, intervening was difficult. Murong Tianjia picked at her nails and said nervously, "I want to truly solve the problem. Although I'm not sure if cosplay can be a lifelong hobby, that's not the point. Today she destroyed my clothes and props and put me in solitary confinement. Tomorrow she might change my major and university choices, preventing me from choosing my desired major. Everything from now on will be controlled by her. I don't want this." She mustered her courage, looked into Gu Qinghuan's eyes, and spoke word by word, "I am myself, not a puppet controlled by my mother." Gu Qinghuan curled her lips and leaned in for another hug. "That's great that you think that way." Ouyang Wushwang clapped his hands. "So cool." Murong Tianjia felt a little embarrassed by the compliment. She scratched her cheek and trailed off. "Well, what should I do? I feel like I should start with my mother, but I don't know how. It's remarkable that you thought of changing your mother." Gu Qinghuan continued to praise. If Murong Tianjia's focus remains on changing himself, that's a problem. The problem now isn't Murong Tianjia, but Murong Shui. Whoever made the mistake should correct it. Gu Qinghuan said, "I think we should first find out why your mother reacted so strongly this time. How is your father treating you?" The topic suddenly turned to Tang shunning, and Murong Tianjia was stunned for a moment before reacting. "My father is a somewhat famous painter. He often travels for field trips, so he's rarely home and doesn't pay much attention to me. If I talk to him in advance, he adjusts his schedule to accommodate me. For example, he's attending this parent-teacher meeting, and he's taken me out on my birthdays before. However, if my mother asks anything of me, he unconditionally side with her." Ouyang Wushwang rolled her eyes. "Unconditionally? So even when you were put in solitary confinement, he didn't stop it and sided with your mother, telling you to be obedient?" Murong Tianjia didn't respond. After all, he was her father, and she had experienced his love before, but at times like this, it was truly heartbreaking. Gu Qinghuan rubbed his temple. "At least we can communicate. Why don't you go find your father and ask him about what happened?" Murong Tianjia thought about it. As his partner, there was a high chance his father would find out. "Okay, I asked my father." Murong Tianjia nodded. Gu Qinghuan warned, "Be careful when communicating. Don't let on that you're trying to deal with your mother. Just say you want to know where you went wrong and want to correct it." Murong Tianjia was amused and wanted to laugh. "Squad leader, you're asking me to lie. What do you mean by lying?" Gu Qinghuan said seriously. "It's just a legal means to achieve a goal. And you do want to correct your mistakes, you're just asking your mother to do it. Murong Tianju and Ouyang Wushwang looked at her silently. Is this taking her words out of context? Regardless, with a breakthrough, Murong Tianjia knew what to do, and she felt motivated. Seeing that it was getting late, she stood up and prepared to see Gu Qinghuan and Ouyang Wushwang off. Her parents were out today, but the babysitter would be back soon. If the babysitter saw them and told her mother something, she might think she was being led astray by her friends, which would be even more troublesome. Gu Qinghuan and Ouyang Wushwang understood Murong Tianjia's concerns and quickly left. Before leaving, Gu Qinghuan reminded Murong Tianju to put some trash in the bag to cushion the spill, otherwise any missing items might be discovered. Ouyang Wushwang interjected, "It seems you, class monitor, have plenty of experience battling parents." Gu Qinghuan chuckled. Trash bags are incredibly revealing, aren't they? When she was little, she had cavities and was restricted from eating candy. She ate them secretly, stuffing the wrappers into the back of the trash can afterward. But Wang Jian still found out. But don't share this experience, it damaged her image. Ouyang Wushwang also returned the door card to Murong Tianjia. If anything happens again, you must tell me, and the class monitor. If not, just post it in the class group. Mer Tianjia looked at her. Can you proactively post messages in the class group? Ouyang Wushwang was speechless. Joining in on someone else's conversation was fine, but starting something on her own to attract everyone's attention. It was terrifying. She felt like she'd stay on the input screen for 10 minutes before clearing it. But she gritted her teeth at Murong Tianjiao saying yes. So can you. Anyway, don't keep it to yourself. If you have any questions, remember to come to us. It's summer vacation, and I'm free. Just send me a message and I come right over. Murong Tianji teased her, you're so funny when you try to be so stubborn. Ouyang Wushwang screamed, do you really have to ruin such a good atmosphere? I already taken out my courage badge, but where's your friendship badge? Murong Tianji hugged her, okay, I definitely ask you for help if I have any questions. Ouyang Wushwang muttered, you better keep your word, and then reluctantly said goodbye to Murong Tianjiao and left with Gu Qinghuan. Standing downstairs, she couldn't help but glance back at the floor where Murong's family lived. Still worried? Gu Qinghuan asked. Ouyang Wushwang nodded emphatically, very worried, but I have to trust her. Believe in her good friend, she can definitely overcome such difficulties. Chapter 547. Murong Tianju waited until the afternoon for Tang Shunning to return, while Murong Shui was still at the office. The nanny had already thrown away the garbage bags by the door. Tang Shunning had seen them piled up when she left that morning, but now that they were gone, the room seemed emptier. He hesitated for a moment, then decided he should comfort Murong Tianjiao. He walked over to her room and knocked. Tianjiao, how are you? Murong Tianju had heard the door open and close earlier, and knowing it was Tang Shunning, she was trying to adjust her facial expression. But it didn't really matter whether she adjusted or not. Normally, at home, her expression didn't change much. She opened the door, didn't look at Tang Shunning's face, and simply lowered her head and said, I'm fine. Fortunately, her appearance already seemed quite dejected to Tang Shunning. He adopted a soothing tone, don't be sad. Your mother is doing this for your own good. The college entrance exam is coming up soon. It's better to focus on your studies. Murong Tianju remained silent. Tang Shunning had clearly told him after the parent-teacher conference that she would focus on her studies during her senior year. It now seemed that Tang Shunning hadn't taken her words to heart. She pursed her lips and, for now, went along with it. I know. I study hard. Tang Shunning nodded with satisfaction, feeling that her daughter was very sensible. That's right. When you go to college or get a job, you can have fun all you want. For a moment, Murong Tianju wanted to retort. Who knew how her mother would intervene then? Thankfully she held back. Refuting would only fall into her father's logic. She had her own things to do. Murong Tianju took a deep breath and asked, Dad, do you know where Mom saw that video? Tang Shunning didn't think much of it, and casually said, in the family group chat, Murong Yang posted it. Murong Shui refused to acknowledge her brother, so naturally, the terms brother-in-law and uncle wouldn't appear in their family. They just addressed Murong Yang by his first name. Murong Tianjia's heart sank. So, Murong Yang used my video to mock her in front of Mom? Murong Shui's rivals had once used Murong Yang to discredit her, accusing her of condoning her brother's misdeeds, which had caused a public opinion crisis at the company. After finally overcoming that public opinion crisis, Murong Shui tightened her control over Murong Yang. Whoever he associated with, she would find someone to deal with him. Over time, no one dared to approach Murong Yang. His outside entertainment options met with resistance everywhere, and Murong Yang wandered around, finally settling on a life of idleness at home, spending his days either playing games or watching videos. Tang Shuning sighed. Yeah, you don't know. He was really harsh. But could she be blamed? Shouldn't the anger her mother felt at Murong Yang be directed at him? Why was she taking it out on her? Murong Tianjiao gritted his teeth and finally said, I understand. Dad, can you let me see what Murong Yang said? Tang Shuning thought the child might be worried about her, so she said, I pass it on to you later, but don't mention it to your mother, or she'd be mad at me. Murong Tianjiao hummed, and Tang Shuning, having finished comforting the child, returned to her room. After a while, Murong Tianjiao received the chat log forwarded by Tang Shuning. Murong Yang had indeed been very harsh, and he had said quite a lot. Look who this is. Isn't this President Murong's daughter? I didn't expect the daughter of a big CEO to be out and about dressed like this. You look down on men so much, but judging by the way your daughter dresses, she actually wants to be a man. That's how she behaves. That's it? Is she really your daughter? Murong Tianjiao didn't know how Murong Shui responded, but those words were truly hurtful. She put down her phone, covered her face for a long moment before recovering. She silently told Gu Qinghuan and Ouyang Wushuang what she had learned. Ouyang Wushuang's reply came quickly. This person relies on a septic tank for 3 meals a day, right? And that was just the beginning. She cursed for several minutes, never repeating a word. It was truly brilliant. Murong Tianjia's mood brightened when he saw this, and he comforted her. Don't be angry, I don't take it to heart. She was actually still a little sad, but she'd be fine soon. Ouyang Wushuang forced herself to suppress her venom. Even if he said that, if your mother doesn't confront him, what's the point of bullying you? Gu Qinghuan saw the news then. Judging from what she said, maybe Tianjiao's mother is concerned about her dressing up as a male character? Since Murong Shui didn't care about Murong Tianjiao, that was the only remaining possibility. Ouyang Wushuang, I give up. Cosplaying as a man doesn't mean you want to be a man. Your liking for a character isn't based on gender, it's based on personality. Ouyang Wushuang. Besides, can the three-dimensional world stop plagiarizing the two-dimensional world? Murong Tianjiao breathed a sigh of relief. If that was the real reason, then she knew what to do. Murong Tianjiao, I'm planning to find an opportunity to talk to my mother. Gu Qinghuan, do you need a simulated conversation? I can act like your mother. Ouyang Wushuang, no, squad leader, you can't do that. Murong Tianjiao also felt that it wasn't possible, but the problem wasn't Gu Qinghuan. It was the thought that she was impersonating Gu Qinghuan that made her less nervous. Murong Tianjiao, I simulated myself. If I'm unsure, I ask you for help. Ouyang Wushuang, okay. Gu Qinghuan waited a moment, and when Murong Tianjiao stopped talking, she flipped back through the previous chat log, focusing on Murong Yang's words. She felt her judgment was correct, but to Murong Shui, no matter how much Murong Yang cursed, it was no more than a dog barking, right? Is that really all? Is there something else missing? She looked at Murong Yang's profile picture and group name, then searched on several short video platforms. They really used the same name, Gu Qinghuan sighed. Thankfully, Murong Yang didn't set up a group profile, and Tang Shuning hadn't added Murong Yang as a friend, much less set a note for him. The identity was confirmed because Murong Yang had liked a video of Murong Tianjiao being interviewed. However, the likeness wasn't of the official video, but rather someone else's cosplay critique. Gu Qinghuan clicked on it, and found Murong Yang's comment in the comments section, which was similar to his post in the family group. However, at the end of this comment, there was another sentence. He's so useless, no wonder he wants to find another one. Gu Qinghuan's gaze lingered on this sentence for a long time, and he finally quietly took a screenshot. Chapter 548. Bai Han had been enjoying a comfortable month. With the Gaokao over, he could finally relax a bit. Not to mention, Xia He, out of some kind-hearted gesture, said he had enough time to work after entering university, so she didn't assign him a job, allowing him to relax this summer. But after a month of pure rest, it gradually became boring. He was just wondering if he should find something to do when his phone rang. For a moment, Bai Han thought Xia He had changed her mind and was going to crush him with work. To his surprise, he picked up the phone and saw it was Gu Qinghuan calling. He answered, Gu Qinghuan? What's up? Gu Qinghuan greeted, Hello, Senior Bai. Congratulations on getting into your dream university. After the Gaokao, Bai Han only attended his classmates' graduation banquet. It wasn't a grand banquet, just a meal together. The student union also held a simple farewell ceremony for Bai Han before the end of the semester. As for Xia He, who graduated with him, he already vanished. It wasn't that everyone didn't want to celebrate for him, It was simply impossible to catch him. Xia He himself didn't care. His chairmanship had long since been handed over to Xu, and he didn't hold much affection for Mingda. By Hanshan's college entrance exam scores, and the university he'd been accepted to had already spread throughout Mingda. Gu Qinghuan had only sent him a congratulatory message the day he learned about it, and today, when he called, he just casually offered his congratulations. Bai Hanshan smiled and said, "No need to be so polite. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Gu Qinghuan didn't mince words either, getting straight to the point. "I like to ask, Senior Bai, if you can find out about other charitable organizations." Bai Hanshan served as vice chairman of the board of directors of the charitable foundation run by Xia He. When preparing a birthday gift for Xia He, Gu Qinghuan had sought Bai Hanshan's help in contacting a donor willing to write to her. Bai Hanshan pondered, "Are you looking to check on a certain company's donations, or a specific donor?" This conversation was incredibly efficient, Gu Qinghuan thought to herself, then said, "I want to know if someone has a donor." She didn't directly name a name, but Bai Hanshan knew this might involve someone close to her. She didn't want to disclose their privacy until she had a clear answer. Bai Hanshan replied, "I can find out. I can assure you that I only investigate that person and the donor, and won't interfere with anything else." "Thank you very much." Gu Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief. This was just her speculation after all. If there wasn't any, it would be fine. But if there was, then having someone familiar investigate would inevitably lead to awkwardness or embarrassment for Murong Tianjiao. A stranger like Bai Hanshan would treat the investigation as purely work, paying little attention. Murong Tianjiao would be relieved if he knew about it. Gu Qinghuan gave Murong Shue's name. After Bai Hanshan confirmed her identity, he said he would send her the results of the investigation as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Bai Hanshan stood up. It had been a while since he'd done any serious work, and he was a little excited. With Bai Hanshan's efficiency, Gu Qinghuan received a detailed report that evening. After reading only 2 pages, Gu Qinghuan's suspicions were confirmed. Murong Shui had been selectively providing financial aid to needy students 4 years ago. 4 years ago, that is. When Murong Tianjiao started his 8th year of middle school. After the first-year final exams, having given up hope on Murong Tianjiao, had he shifted his hopes to other children? Gu Qinghuan's eyes grew cold, but he continued reading in silence. According to the report, Murong Shui had sponsored a total of 5 students in those 4 years. The oldest student had already graduated from university, and was currently interning at Murong Shui's company. The youngest student was the same age as Murong Tianjiao, and was also in his 2nd year of high school. The recipients were carefully selected, so naturally their academic performance was better than the last, but their family circumstances were worse than the last. The youngest student was even an orphan. For the first 2 years, before Murong Tianjiao entered high school, Murong Shui had very little contact with these recipients, at most through phone calls and letters. However, in the past 2 years, Murong Shui's relationship with the youngest student, Wang Xiaoqiao, has gradually become closer. Murong Shui not only helped Wang Xiaoqiao change her name to Wang Ying when she started high school, but she also met with her every month, taking her shopping for groceries, and even dining with her. Wang Ying's high school was also in the city, but far from Mingda. Murong Shui bought a house near the high school and let Wang Ying live there, hiring a nanny to take care of her daily life. Gu Qinghuan read it several times, unable to believe what she was seeing. It's true that Murong Shui was free to do whatever she wanted and spend time with whomever she wanted, but to Murong Tianjiao, what did this mean? Has Murong Shui ever treated Murong Tianjiao this way? What would Murong Tianjiao think if she knew of Wang Ying's existence and the way she was treated? Gu Qinghuan, to be honest, I'm leaning towards having Tianjiao sever ties with his family. The system remained silent. Murong Tianjiao's mission progress, though exceeding 50%, was still the lowest among the remaining 7 targets. Family affection was a difficult hurdle for her to overcome. Despite her mother's strict demands from a young age, Murong Tianjiao had also received praise. She always wanted to please her. Even though Murong Shui no longer held high expectations of her, she had never been unfairly treated. Furthermore, with her father as a buffer, from an outsider's perspective, the Murong family seemed quite harmonious. However, this was all because Murong Tianjiao was unaware of Wang Ying's existence. If Murong Tianjiao discovered this, it would be a devastating blow to her. Gu Qinghuan put the report down, sat cross-legged on the bed, folded his arms, and pondered deeply. Finally he said, "We can't tell Tianjiao about this yet." At her current state of mind, Murong Tianjiao couldn't bear such a truth. She needed something stronger to sustain her, rather than the pain of the maternal love she had never received. Friendship, hobbies, ideals. All of these are fine, But the most important thing must be her own strong heart. Gu Qinghwan took a deep breath, but couldn't help but let out a strange wow-wow cry, scaring Xiaoxi so much that he ran over from the living room to see what she was doing. How could there be such a mother? This is too much. Simply severing ties doesn't seem enough. Is there no way to make Murong Shui feel the pain Murong Tianju has felt? She got out of bed and ran to Gu Haiyan. Mom, is there any way to make a mother who doesn't love her daughter feel the pain her daughter has been feeling? Gu Haiyan sighed after hearing her words. Are you reading those novels where my whole family will regret my death again? Gu Qinghwan choked. So, Murong Tianju's situation really does seem quite similar. Chapter 549. Seeing Gu Qinghwan choke, Gu Haiyan simply assumed she hit the nail on the head, and shook her head. This kind of story is pure torture for its own sake. If they didn't care when they were alive, how could they regret it after they die? Gu Qinghwan came to her senses and corrected herself. I'm not reading a novel. But it's almost the same. Not a novel? Gu Haiyan was puzzled. From her perspective, she couldn't imagine a parent like Murong Shui in real life. Anyway, it's not about making that mother regret something, Gu Qinghwan emphasized. It's about making her experience the same level of pain. That's simple, Gu Haiyan said calmly. Whatever she cares about, she'd lose it. Gu Qinghwan thought to herself that her mastermind gene must have come from her mother. Gu Haiyan could tell at a glance that Gu Qinghwan wasn't up to no good. She reached out and gently tapped Gu Qinghwan's forehead before continuing, You emphasize the mother who doesn't love her daughter. Doesn't that mean the daughter's suffering stems from a desire for her mother's love? Gu Qinghwan covered her forehead. She doesn't crave it anymore. Well, maybe there's still some lingering love. Murong Tianju certainly wasn't completely disappointed in Murong Shui yet. After all, she was her biological mother. Murong Shui wasn't always mentally abusing her. She had experienced maternal love as a child, so those little moments of sweetness were even more unforgettable in the face of the bitterness of today. Gu Haiyan said, in this situation, it's best to first help your daughter realize that she shouldn't continue to pursue a maternal love that doesn't exist. I find a way. Gu Qinghwan nodded. Gu Haiyan couldn't help but glance at her a second time. It seemed to be true. This parent was going too far. She pondered more seriously. What does that mother care about? Career success? Her own reputation? Gu Qinghwan pondered. That sounds difficult to deal with. Gu Haiyan shook her head. So she's a very capable person? On this point, Gu Qinghwan wouldn't lie. Yes, she's a very remarkable person. Facing discrimination and injustice from others, she achieved success through her own efforts. However, her daughter isn't as capable as she is. Gu Haiyan thought for a moment, then said slowly, Then I think she's just trying to prove through her daughter that her choice was the right one. Gu Qinghwan fell into deep thought. It could be said that before raising Murong Tianjiao, Murong Shui had never made a mistake. Of course, Gu Qinghwan wasn't saying that Murong Tianjiao's existence was a mistake. Rather, in Murong Shui's eyes, Murong Tianjiao's incompetence meant that she herself had made a mistake. Her educational philosophy was flawed. Her methods were wrong, and perhaps even her marriage and her family were wrong. Most people wouldn't think so extreme, but Murong Shui wasn't necessarily. She would abandon her daughter simply because she didn't meet her expectations, instead choosing to sponsor another child as an heir, even pouring her maternal love on them. Gu Qinghwan suspected that wasn't really maternal love, just another approach Murong Shui took. With Murong Tianjiao, she chose to be a strict mother, and failed. At least Murong Shui felt she had failed. So this time, she chose to be a gentle mother. Gu Qinghwan truly found this outrageous. Children aren't just lumps of clay that can be molded and shaped as desired, not to mention that different children inherently possess different talents. If that's the case, Gu Qinghwan asked, wouldn't discovering she's wrong again be the biggest blow to her? That's a bit difficult. At least from the information by Han Tan gave Gu Qinghwan, Wang Ying is a very outstanding child. Murong Shui's financial support and companionship have indeed deepened Wang Ying's admiration and yearning for her. The other 4 children are also shining in their respective fields. This is only natural. They were chosen by Murong Shui because of their outstanding performance. And most children, who have been assisted by others, and have pulled themselves out of the quagmire, have a grateful heart. And there's another point. In Murong Shui's eyes, if the recipients of her support were inherently bad, she would have likely discarded them long ago. Gu Qinghwan began to worry, and Gu Haiyan pressed her brow again. Don't get stuck in a dead end. Gu Haiyan didn't know what was going on, but seeing her daughter so distressed, she naturally wanted to help. Don't try to prove whether her choice was right or wrong. Instead, fundamentally challenge her behavior. Gu Haiyan said slowly. Why should she justify her choice? And to whom? Gu Qinghuan suddenly understood. She gave Gu Haiyan a big hug and ran off happily. I understand. Thanks, Mom. Gu Haiyan smiled, hugged her back, and went back to reading. Gu Qinghuan returned to her room and began to think about countermeasures. Murong Shui was the one who truly sought recognition, both for her career and her family, including the child she considered her own continuation. This understanding also explained why she hated her parents and brother so much, yet remained in the family chat, listening to Murong Yang's nonsense. Only when those people knew she was doing well, begged her, and bore witness to their misfortunes did she feel her efforts were meaningful. It was precisely because of this that Murong Yang's disparagement of her infuriated Murong Shui, and she even took her anger out on Murong Tianju. Who was he? A piece of trash. What right did he have to dictate to her? Just because she had a daughter like that, she was being belittled by the very people she despised. However, whether Murong Shui truly believed this was impossible to say, we would have to find out later. The most urgent task was to calm Murong Tianju, and then lay the groundwork for her to gradually discover that Murong Shui had chosen a different heir. This process will undoubtedly be painful, but as long as Murong Tianju can get through it, he'd be able to completely break free from his mother's constraints and take control of his life. Gu Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief and decisively opened the chat box with Murong Tianjiao. Gu Qinghuan, have you contacted Fan Wanfu? Murong Tianjiao, not yet. I don't know how to start. Although Murong Tianju and Fan Wanfu had communicated quite a bit during their filming, she had barely spoken to him since the shoot. She hadn't maintained their relationship properly, only speaking up when she needed his help. Wasn't she treating Fan Wanfu like free labor? Would he be angry? Just thinking about it, Murong Tianjiao lost the courage to even open the chat box. Gu Qinghuan, take a picture of the damaged clothes and post it on your moments, making it visible only to Fan Wanfu, with the caption I don't know what to do anymore. Gu Qinghuan could go to Fan Wanfu, but considering the future, it would be better for Murong Tianju to practice her communication skills. She wasn't expected to proactively ask for help right away. A subtle approach like this would be fine. Murong Tianju. Murong Tianjiao, that hook is too direct. However, for Murong Tianjiao, who wasn't good at taking the initiative, this was indeed a good idea. If Fan Wanfu didn't reply, she could take it as a rejection. If he did, she could then decide whether to ask for his help based on Fan Wanfu's attitude. By making it visible only to Fan Wanfu, Murong Tianjiao wouldn't have to worry about others seeing it. She nervously posted to her moments, unsure when Fan Wanfu would see it. Should she try to figure it out on her own? Just as Murong Tianjiao was thinking this, her phone suddenly rang. Fan Wanfu called directly. God damn it. Who ruined your clothes like that? I'm going to cut that thing off. Chapter 550. Facts have proven that even the straightest hook will be bitten by Fan Wanfu. Murong Tianjiao was frantic answering the phone, and Fan Wanfu's loud question frightened her, leaving her speechless. She subconsciously said, No, I didn't break it. Of course I know you didn't break it. How could you bear to break it? Fan Wanfu had never imagined that he had frightened Murong Tianjiao. In his mind, since Murong Tianjiao had helped him, she was his good friend. Even if they didn't keep in touch, good friends were still good friends. There was no need for such formality. Fan Wanfu's words, how could you bear to break it, pierced Murong Tianjiao's heart, and her eyes felt sore and hot again. Murong Tianjiao lowered her head, rubbed her eyes with her free hand, and whispered, My mother broke it. Fan Wanfu shut up. He wasn't good at handling other people's family conflicts. Then again, he has a mother who supports his hobbies. Compared to him, wouldn't Murong Tianjiao be even more upset? Fan Wanfu suddenly felt awkward and stammered, Don't be upset. I looked at the photos. Those clothes can still be salvaged. Do you need my help? Murong Tianjiao's mind suddenly filled with playing together emojis, and she nearly burst out laughing. She struggled to hold it in, but managed to hold it in, saying honestly, Actually, I wanted to ask you for help, but I didn't dare. I always felt like I was taking advantage of you. Oh, what's the big deal? Don't be so polite between friends. Fan Wanfu didn't take the trivial matter seriously at all. Besides, this is a great opportunity to practice. Giving old or damaged clothes a new lease of life is a true test of a designer's abilities. Murong Tianjiao was nearly moved to tears. She worried Fan Wanfu would doubt her intentions, but Fan Wanfu treated her like a good friend, suggesting she had underestimated their friendship. She thanked him sincerely. Thank you for your willingness to help me. You're welcome. I'll be home all summer. Whenever you're free, just bring the clothes over, Fan Wanfu said. Looking at the photos on her social media feed, the clothes were quite a lot. Fang Wenfu didn't want to run around with a huge bag of clothes. It would be more convenient to have Murong Tianju deliver them directly. Although she could have ordered express delivery, Fang Wenfu wasn't sure what Murong Tianju's requirements would be. It would be better to go through the details in person, one by one. Murong Tianjiao had also thought of this. She and Fang Wenfu agreed on a time and ended the call. She stared at her phone absent-mindedly. She had previously assumed her only friends were those she shared online. After entering high school, she met Ouyang Wushuang, drawn by their names, and discovered they shared similar interests, finally making her first real-life friend. As she gradually integrated into the atmosphere of Class 3, she became friends with everyone else, participating in various activities as one of the class's Zao members. Now, she's making friends outside of Class 3. It turns out it wasn't that difficult. She lay dozing on the edge of her bed for a moment before remembering to tell Gu Qinghuan and quickly sending her a message. Murong Tianjiao, Fang Wenfu, and I have an appointment. I deliver the clothes the day after tomorrow. Gu Qinghuan, so fast. Can't the fish in the pond learn from Fang Wenfu? Murong Tianji was amused. She replied seriously, although Fang Wenfu probably doesn't need anything, he helped me, and I want to thank him. Squad leader, do you have any suggestions? Gu Qinghuan, thank you. Easy. Just help him try on his designs. Murong Tianju suddenly realized that she didn't know Fang Wenfu's preferences. Instead of racking her brains to come up with a gift, she could just model for him. That would be a perfect match for her professional skills. Gu Qinghuan, also, you can write down the repair requirements for each piece of clothing on a note, and pin it to the clothes with a safety pin. This will make it easier for Fang Wenfu. Murong Tianjiao, I see. I get to it right away. With a clear plan, Murong Tianju felt motivated. She laid out the clothes one by one on the bed, carefully writing down her needs, pinning them, folding them, and putting them in a bag, sorting them one by one. Busy time always flies by. Murong Tianju remembers to avoid being discovered by Murong Shui and Tang Shuning, so she always sorts when they're not home. The next morning, Murong Tianju had planned to finish sorting the remaining clothes after the two of them left, but then she heard Murong Shui say, I pick you up for lunch today. Afterward, you can go to the nearby mall with me and buy some clothes. Murong Tianju felt a little uncomfortable with this, but when was the last time she and her mother went out to eat together? It had been so long that she couldn't remember. Was she saying she was going clothes shopping because she had just ruined hers and wanted to make amends? This kind of compensation was meaningless, and Murong Tianju didn't need new clothes. However, thinking that this was a concession from her mother, she couldn't help but harbor a glimmer of hope. Does this mean that there's still a possibility of communication between her and her mother? Murong Shui looked at Murong Tianjiao, who had remained silent. Why aren't you answering? I understand, Murong Tianju replied. In reality, the answer didn't mean much. Murong Shui wasn't asking for Murong Tianjia's opinion. She used only affirmative sentences, more like an order. However, since the order had been given, someone had to obey it, so an answer was necessary. If she didn't answer, Murong Shui would scold Murong Tianjiao. Since it would waste time, and she'd be scolded, it would be better to just agree. Getting the answer she wanted, Murong Shui nodded slightly, finished breakfast, and went to work. Murong Tianju hurriedly sorted out the remaining clothes, finally packing them all before Murong Shui arrived to pick her up. Tomorrow was the day she had agreed to meet Fang Wenfu, so she couldn't delay. Murong Shui sent her a message, come down. Murong Tianju took the elevator to the underground parking lot, where Murong Shui was already waiting for her. Most bosses prefer to have a driver, but Murong Shui was different. Unless it was a business meeting, she would drive herself for most trips. In Murong Shui's words, she loved the feeling of holding the steering wheel in her own hands. She could go wherever she wanted and change her destination at will. However, when Murong Shui was driving, Murong Tianjiao had to sit in the passenger seat. She didn't want to be her daughter's driver. Murong Tianju got in and buckled up. She felt the seat was a little forward, squeezing her legs, so she thought about adjusting it. While she was adjusting, Murong Shui glanced sideways at her. What's wrong? It's not very comfortable. The space is a bit cramped, Murong Tianju explained. Murong Shui looked away thoughtfully, then said calmly, you're taller. Murong Tianju didn't understand what she meant, but Murong Shui had already stepped on the accelerator. Worried that any further words would disturb Murong Shui's driving, she kept quiet. Chapter 551. The car slowly drove into the mall's basement. Murong Tianju was still a little confused as she got out. Although she hadn't eaten out with Murong Shui many times, she had the impression that Murong Shui didn't like restaurants in malls like this. Rather than dining with others in the public areas, Murong Shui preferred the privacy and quiet of a private room. Murong Tianjiao couldn't help but ask, "Want to eat here?" She asked casually, but Murong Shui frowned and her tone became stern. "Is there something wrong here? It seems you had such a good life that you don't even look down on places like this." Murong Tianji was stunned and said hastily, "That's not what I meant." Before she finished her words, Murong Shui had already stepped forward and walked out, completely unconcerned about her explanation. Murong Tianji could only shut up and silently follow Murong Shui's steps. It was lunchtime, and the mall was bustling with people. The floor they were on was the dining area, and with every shop they passed, they could smell the aroma of food. Murong Tianji followed Murong Shui, and as they walked, the waiter stuffed his arms with flyers. In such a crowded environment, Murong Tianji was already nervous, and when the flyers were thrust upon him, his hands and feet froze, leaving him with no choice but to accept them. Murong Shui turned to see her holding a pile of colorful flyers, her expression visibly displeased. She said coldly, "You're just going to take the flyers someone gives you? You can't refuse them?" Murong Tianji pursed his lips. She opened her mouth, wanting to retort, but no words came out. Murong Shui, seeing her expressionless, felt even more disappointed. She shook her head and sighed, "How could I have a daughter like you?" These words shattered Murong Tianji's vision, nearly blurring it out. She clutched the flyer tightly, the hard-coated paper cutting into her palms, seemingly severing every inch of her flesh. "Don't take your mother's words to heart. Don't grieve over someone who doesn't love you." Even though she told herself so, being told so publicly by the person who was supposed to be closest to her still pained Murong Tianji. Her lips trembled as she managed to utter the words, "I don't think it's a big deal." She spoke so vaguely and softly that Murong Shui couldn't hear clearly. "What did you say?" Honestly, just opening her mouth had taken up most of Murong Tianjia's courage. Hearing Murong Shui's words, she felt as if her spine had been ripped out, unable to stand. But then she thought of Ouyang Wishuang, Gu Qinghuan, Fang Wanfu, her friends, and a sudden surge of strength surged within her. "I say!" Murong Tianjia raised her voice. "Catching a few flyers is nothing. I'm not catching a bomb." A few people passing by were drawn to her words, and burst into laughter, finding this girl's words amusing. But to Murong Shui's ears, this laughter sounded like mockery. Her eyes gleamed with anger. "What are you, Tianjiao?" A figure passed Murong Shui and pounced on Murong Tianjiao, greeting him warmly and cheerfully. "Good afternoon. Are you coming out for lunch too?" The familiar voice helped Murong Tianjia's faltering courage regain its composure. "Squad leader," she said, unaware that her voice was tinged with tears. "Good afternoon." Taking advantage of Murong Shui's blind spot, Gu Qinghuan patted Murong Tianjia's back firmly and whispered quickly, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." She loosened her grip, plucked the crumpled flyers from Murong Tianjia's palm, and then took his hand. Murong Shui was furious at the girl, who had suddenly appeared and interrupted her, but she still had to maintain her image in front of the other children. The two emotions collided, causing her expression to become odd. "Are you Tianjia's friend?" Gu Qinghuan turned and said to Murong Shui with a gentle smile, "Hello, auntie. I'm a classmate of Tianjia's. My name is Gu Qinghuan." She then looked behind Murong Shui and said, "This is Bai Hans Han, a senior from our school. He graduated this year." Bai Hans Han then approached and greeted her politely yet coolly, "Hello." Gu Qinghuan had asked Bai Hans Han for help before, so she naturally wanted to repay him. She invited him out for dinner, using the group buy coupon she had snagged. Unexpectedly, while waiting to buy drinks, she saw Murong Shui and Murong Tianjiao approaching. Gu Qinghuan was about to greet them when she heard Murong Shui's scolding of Murong Tianjiao. From a friend's perspective, perhaps she should have stepped in to help, but noticing Murong Tianjiao's courage to confront her, she paused. Simply protecting Murong Tianji won't help him grow. The current situation is fine. So, just as Murong Shui was about to say something even more outrageous, Gu Qinghuan ran over. Murong Shui didn't know Bai Hans Han, but the latter had handled so many affairs, and his demeanor didn't seem like a recent high school graduate at all. The name Gu Qinghuan also sounded familiar to her. She vaguely remembered Tang Shunning mentioning that she was the monitor of Murong Tianjiao's class, and seemed quite popular. "Hello," Murong Shui replied somewhat stiffly. "Are you guys out for dinner?" "Yes, I didn't expect to run into Tianjiao." "What a coincidence." Gu Qinghuan said, "Auntie, are you Tianjiao's mother?" "Yes." Murong Shui nodded slightly. "Oh," Gu Qinghuan blinked. "I really can't tell." Bai Hans Han wanted to grin, but held it back. The phrase "can't tell" was quite amusing. Murong Shui felt something was off about this. Was it that she was too young to look like a mother, or that she and Murong Tianju didn't look like mother and daughter? Or perhaps her actions didn't seem like those of a mother? She looked at Gu Qinghuan's innocent expression and concluded she was overthinking it. By the way, I just heard Tianju talking about leaflets and bombs. What's going on? Gu Qinghuan asked. Murong Shui had already put the matter behind her, but Gu Qinghuan's mention of it ignited her anger. She said unhappily, "It's just those flyers the clerks pushed through. She's so grown up, and she can't resist these junk ads. How outrageous." Noticing a tightening in her grip, Gu Qinghuan secretly gave Murong Tianju a firm squeeze back, then said, bewilderedly, "It's not a big deal, is it?" She looked up at Murong Shui and said sincerely, "Annie, I think it's best not to get angry about such a small matter. There are so many things that go wrong in life. If you keep getting angry, it's not good for your health." Bai Han pinched his hand to stifle a smile. This was completely implying that Murong Shui was being petty and making a mountain out of a molehill, wasn't it? Chapter 552. Murong Shui's face was already turning slightly grim. She could have dismissed the first incident as overthinking, but she couldn't let it go the second time. But she wasn't familiar with Gu Qinghuan, so she couldn't rashly accuse her. What if that was just Gu Qinghuan's way of speaking? The girl might not have meant to accuse her, but simply wasn't very articulate, leading to misunderstandings. Some parents would have scolded her outright, but Murong Shui, who prided herself on being an excellent parent, how could she possibly do something so uncultured? In her opinion, she could only say with a forced smile, "Thank you for your concern and reminder." Gu Qinghuan knew better. If Murong Shui truly didn't understand her hidden meaning, it would be a waste of time. She had to let her know that she had done it on purpose. Murong Tianju looked at Gu Qinghuan with some uneasiness. While Murong Shui wouldn't retaliate against her over such a small matter, she felt a little sorry for Gu Qinghuan, as her class monitor's good impression among the parents might be affected. Gu Qinghuan didn't care. Even if someone she didn't care about treated her like a demon, she wouldn't consider herself any less vulnerable. Bai Han spoke at the right moment. "Annie, are you guys out for lunch too?" "Yes." Compared to Gu Qinghuan, who constantly bullied her, Murong Shui preferred answering Bai Han's question. "In that case, how about joining us?" Bai Han suggested. He had looked up Murong Shui's profile and, naturally, her photos, and by now, he had matched her with the profile. Based solely on Murong Shui's attitude toward Murong Tianju, Bai Han didn't believe she brought him out for lunch simply to spend time with her daughter. Out of sympathy for Murong Tianju, Bai Han wanted to ask, regardless of whether Murong Shui would agree or not. Gu Qinghuan mentally gave Bai Han a thumbs up and contemplated returning the group by coupon. Murong Shui instinctively wanted to refuse, but then something occurred to her and she reluctantly nodded. "That's fine. With more people, we can try a few more dishes." Before Murong Tianju noticed the problem, Gu Qinghuan had already frowned. "When would you try more dishes?" "Usually you do so when you're unfamiliar with a restaurant and want to give an unbiased review." "But what's the point of an unbiased review? If the food isn't good, you can just skip it next time, or order something you don't like next time." "Yes, it's all for next time." Bai Han had a similar thought, but his expression remained unchanged. "Andy, which restaurant do you want to go to?" "It's a Sichuan restaurant just up ahead," Murong Shui said, continuing to walk forward. Bai Han walked beside Murong Shui, while Gu Qinghuan and Murong Tianju lagged behind a few steps, speaking in hushed voices. "Did you choose that restaurant?" Gu Qinghuan asked. Murong Tianju shook her head. "My mom only said she'd take me out for lunch today, nothing else." After a pause, she added somewhat dejectedly, "I don't eat spicy food." She wasn't good with spicy food to begin with, and after becoming a cosplayer, she paid more attention to her skin care. She rarely ate spicy food, fearing it would affect her makeup if she broke out. "It's okay. We order some non-spicy dishes later," Gu Qinghuan reassured her. Murong Tianju hummed. Maybe mom was craving Sichuan food. But this contradicted her earlier assumption. She had thought Murong Shui had accompanied her out to apologize and make peace with her. Now it seemed she had been overly sentimental. After all, if someone wanted to be nice to her, how could he not even understand her preferences? Murong Tianju fell silent, and Gu Qinghuan, holding her hand, remained silent. At this moment, Murong Tianju must have been swirling with thoughts. She needed to slowly sort them out so she could become calmer, more rational, and more prepared to face the future. The four of them arrived at the Sichuan restaurant. The waiter approached them and asked eagerly, "Hello, how many people are there?" "4," Murong Shui replied, "A seat by the window." Okay, please follow me. The waiter led the four to their requested seats. Murong Tianju and Murong Shui sat on the same side, while Gu Qinghuan and Bai Han sat on the other side. Although Murong Tianju felt a little nervous sitting next to Murong Shui, he felt reassured when he could see Gu Qinghuan's face across from him. Gu Qinghuan scanned the QR code on the table and quickly prepared to order. No matter how busy or tedious her schedule was, it couldn't affect her 3 meals a day. Rather, it was more important to eat well during such times. Want some garlic spare ribs? The abalone chicken feet look good too. The sweet and sour pork seems to be in a tomato sauce. A whole crispy beggar's chicken, please. They don't have large chickens here. Murong Shui also scanned the code and ordered without hesitation, leaving no room for negotiation or asking the other 3 people's plans. Mao Shui Wang, braised roast duck, and a cooked and drunken lobster, she said. Bai Han ordered a bunch of red bean wine. It's always better to drink something cool and refreshing in the summer. Gu Qinghuan ultimately only ordered beggar's chicken and garlic spare ribs. Together with Murong Shui's 3 dishes, 5 dishes for 4 people was just right. Besides, the braised roast duck and the drunken prawns shouldn't be too spicy, so Murong Tianjia could handle them. After ordering, Murong Shui paid the bill directly. Noticing this, Gu Qinghuan said, "Auntie, please show me your payment code." We split the bill. Today's meal was supposed to be her treat to Bai Han, but with this situation, the original intention of the treat had vanished. She would find another opportunity to express her gratitude. For now, even though Murong Shui would most likely refuse, she had to make her point clear. Murong Shui glanced at her. No need. I wouldn't ask a child for money. Gu Qinghuan didn't press her. She politely said, "Thank you, Auntie," and ended the conversation. The dishes arrived one by one. To be fair, they tasted quite good. Aside from the maoxuang, Chinese blood curd, the others weren't spicy, and Murong Tianjia could eat them. The only problem was that Murong Shui said nothing and simply ate quietly. In comparison, Gu Qinghuan was much more casual. She chatted about everything, as if Bai Han and Murong Tianju were the only ones at the table. One moment she asked Bai Han what he was doing. The next she discussed the latest hit movies with Murong Tianjia. Luckily, Murong Tianjia thought, if it were just her and Murong Shui, this meal would have been incredibly depressing. Would Murong Shui engage in conversation? No. Not only did her mother not speak to her, she didn't even respond to Gu Qinghuan's questions. It seemed as if Murong Shui had come out just for this meal. If that was the case, why bring her along? Murong Tianju was feeling a bit lost when he heard the sound of someone putting down their chopsticks beside him. She turned around and saw Murong Shui wiping her mouth with a tissue. She asked calmly, "Are you done? We still need to go clothes shopping." "Let's go." Murong Tianju still had a piece of steaming roast duck between his chopsticks. She shook her head. "I'm still eating." Murong Shui glanced at the time on her watch. "I give you 10 more minutes." "Auntie," Gu Qinghuan asked, "do you have any other plans after you take Tianjia clothes shopping?" Even so, Gu Qinghuan had already vaguely guessed Murong Shui's intentions. Chapter 553. If Murong Shui didn't have other plans, she wouldn't be so obsessed with time. Gu Qinghuan said, "If you have any business arrangements, why don't you go ahead? I can go clothes shopping with Tianjia later." Her thoughts were actually somewhat similar to Murong Tianjia's. Since Murong Shui wanted Murong Tianju to obey her, she probably wanted to arrange his outfit. She had to make him remember what kind of clothes she liked, or what she thought Murong Tianju should wear. Bringing her daughter clothes shopping was for this very purpose. If Murong Tianju chose something she didn't like, she would immediately reject it. After repeated rejections, Murong Tianjia naturally knew what to do. As long as Murong Shui urged him with "don't waste time," or "I have other plans," he would no longer be able to obey. Gu Qinghuan, of course, disagreed with this approach. It would be better for her and Murong Tianju to go clothes shopping together, and Murong Shui could go wherever she wanted. But this time, Gu Qinghuan had a rare miscalculation. She still underestimated Murong Shui. After hearing what Gu Qinghuan said, Murong Shui looked over at her, paused for a moment, and suddenly asked, "How tall are you?" Gu Qinghuan didn't react. "What? You're shorter than Tianjiao, so your height might be more suitable." Murong Shui said, "I see you finished eating. Why don't you come with me to pick out some clothes?" Gu Qinghuan paused for several seconds before realizing the implication of Murong Shui's words. She raised her voice, a rare occurrence, discarding all honorifics. "Aren't you going to buy clothes for Tianjiao?" Murong Tianjiao's chopsticks slipped from her hand, clattering against the dishes. She stared blankly at Murong Shui, who sat beside her, feeling a strangeness she had never felt before. Recalling it now, Murong Shui had indeed only said she was buying clothes, not for her. The question was, who was Murong Shui buying clothes for? Someone shorter than her. She suddenly remembered Murong Shui's words, "You're taller," when they were riding in the car earlier. So, had that person ridden in Murong Shui's car before? Evidently. She hadn't ridden in Murong Shui's car in years. Murong Tianjiao's fingers trembled, and the color drained from her cheeks. She stood up suddenly, and ran out quickly but unsteadily. "Tianjiao?" Gu Qingwan called out, but she didn't even look back. Gu Qingwan quickly said to Bai Han, "Senior Bai, wait here," and ran after Murong Tianjiao. Murong Shui rubbed her temples, feeling a slight headache. "It's not like I'm not buying this child." "Ms. Murong," Bai Han said in a cold and distant tone. "Which one is just a byproduct for you?" Suddenly Murong Shui lowered her hand and glanced at Bai Han. The boy, who had previously given the impression of being gentle and polite, instantly withdrew his warm demeanor towards his friend, leaving only a cold and serious expression. In terms of her current responsibilities, and the people she interacted with, Murong Shui couldn't reach the same level as Bai Han. What she sensed from Bai Han was the obvious oppression of someone in a higher position. Murong Shui's nerves tensed. "What do you mean?" "Literally," Bai Han said calmly. "You can value Wang Ying, but that doesn't mean you can belittle Murong Tianjiao." Murong Shui's expression changed. "How do you know Xiaoying? Who are you?" Bai Han didn't respond, simply staring at Murong Shui silently. She felt uneasy, glaring at him fiercely, then picked up her bag and hurried away. Bai Han remained seated. After all, Gu Qingwan had told him to wait. The food on the table hadn't been finished, still wafting its fragrance. Bai Han sighed in frustration. Given Gu Qingwan's personality, she certainly wouldn't want to waste anything. He beckoned to the waiter, who had been watching them from the beginning. "Please bring some takeout boxes. Take the rest." "Okay, is there anything else you need?" the waiter asked. Bai Han scanned the QR code. "1 serving of mango pudding with sago. I enjoy it here." Gu Qingwan was sure to bring Murong Tianjiao back with her. As for him, he could just wait here. The mango pudding with sago arrived quickly, the bright yellow mango in the round bowl looking like a sun. Yet the midday summer sun was far more glaring and bright. At least Murong Tianjiao felt the heat from the sun overhead burning her whole body. If only she were a snowman, Murong Tianjiao thought. If she were, she would melt into a puddle in this scorching heat. It wouldn't be long before the puddle dried up, leaving no trace. She wanted to escape far away, to a world without Murong Shui. But such a world didn't exist. She couldn't run any longer, so she slid down to the ground, holding onto a roadside tree. She gasped for breath and began coughing again, tears streaming down her face. The sunlight, fragmented by the leaves, bathed her in tiny specks of light, yet the vast majority of her body remained shrouded in shadow. "Tianjiao?" Gu Qingwan finally caught up. She placed one hand on her waist, the other on her chest. She hunched over and panted for a few breaths. Once her breathing became a little easier, she came to help Murong Tianjiao. Murong Tianjiao was completely exhausted, and Gu Qingwan had to grab him and pull him up from the ground. "Squad leader," Murong Tianjiao's voice trembled. "Am I really her child?" She was actually beginning to accept that Murong Shui didn't love her. She also knew that many parents simply couldn't love their own children. But why, while not loving her, could Murong Shui love other children? She can let other children ride in her car, buy them clothes. I was looking forward to this today. I really was looking forward to it. She sobbed, hugging Gu Qingwan's shoulders, her whole body shaking with tears. She was clearly Murong Shui's daughter, so why had she become a substitute for the ideal daughter? The sun was still scorching, the temperature high, but the tears falling on her shoulders burned even hotter. Gu Qingwan hugged Murong Tianjiao tightly. "You are her child, but she is not your mother. Tianjiao, she made a mistake. Don't feel bad for her mistakes, and don't blame yourself for her. You can be many things. A friend, a cosplayer beloved by fans, a dream chaser. You don't need to be constrained by the identity of her ideal daughter, nor do you need to look up to that lofty maternal love." Lofty. The word touched Murong Tianjiao's heart. Yes, unlike her dreams and hobbies, that kind of maternal love was truly unattainable. So what meaning did maternal love hold for her? It was but a fleeting illusion, trying to touch it would be a futile effort. She no longer wanted Murong Shui's maternal love. Chapter 554. When Gu Qingwan returned to the Sichuan restaurant with Murong Tianjiao, he checked at the door to make sure Murong Shui had left before returning to his seat with Murong Tianjiao. Seeing the neatly stacked takeout boxes on the table, Gu Qinghuan rubbed the back of his head. Senior Bai, you packed everything. Bai Han nodded. You're definitely not going to let a table full of food go to waste, are you? Of course. It's not like the food offended anyone. Gu Qinghuan picked out the roast duck from the box. Tianjiao, do you want to take the roast duck home? I see you really like it. Of all the dishes on the table, Murong Tianjiu had indeed picked up the roast duck the most. Murong Tianjiu nodded gently and, without hesitation, quietly accepted the box containing the roast duck. Senior Bai, do you want to take one? Gu Qinghuan asked again. Bai Han picked up each dish about the same number of times, and Gu Qinghuan couldn't tell which one he liked best. I don't need that. Bai Han finished speaking, then turned to Murong Tianjiu. Are you okay now? Murong Tianjiu whispered. I adjusted. Since she's not a good mother, there's no need for me to seek her love. That's great, Bai Han nodded slightly. So, would you like to know more about the person your mother cherishes? Murong Tianjiu was stunned for a moment, then realized something and turned sharply to look at Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan clasped her hands together and bowed her head in apology. I'm so sorry. I had some suspicions, so I asked Senior Bai to check on your mother. I had originally wanted to wait a while, find a suitable time for you to discover it yourself, but I didn't expect your mother to do what she did today. Although Bai Han hadn't discussed this with Gu Qinghuan understood. Now was indeed a good time to speak out. Murong Tianjia's opinion of Murong Shui was currently at its lowest, so knowing the truth would make her calmest. Simply put, Murong Shui was already in this state, and no matter how bizarre she acted, it wouldn't hurt Murong Tianjiu. However, investigating her mother without Murong Tianjia's permission, even if it was for her own good, was still rude, and an apology was due. It's okay. Murong Tianjiu shook her head and took Gu Qinghuan's hand. She said seriously, because I know, squad leader, you're truly doing this for my own good. Murong Tianjiu could imagine why Gu Qinghuan hadn't asked Jiang Chu and Yu Xian, who she knew better, or Bao Qingsong, for help. She wanted to protect Murong Tianjia's privacy among those she knew better. Everyone was a good person, and would definitely help Murong Tianjiu, but she wasn't an outgoing person. Having her shameful family history known to so many people, even close friends, would have made her feel embarrassed and ashamed. Her monitor tried her best to protect her, but her mother only hurt her without a care. Gu Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief. It would be great if you could forgive me. Now, would you like to hear about the other girl? Murong Tianjiu nodded and stood up again. Let's talk somewhere else. Lunchtime is almost over at this restaurant, and I'd like to find a quieter place to talk. Gu Qinghuan immediately said, well, I know a small shop around here. It's less crowded and has a nice atmosphere. I take you there. She led Murong Tianjiu and Bai Han out of the mall and wandered the nearby streets, finally stopping at a small shop in an alley. It was a bookstore, small and quiet. A fenced-off flower bed at the entrance housed a few clumps of zephyrants. While there weren't many flowers at the moment, the leaves were a vibrant green. After entering the bookstore, a ginger cat nestled in a small nest on the counter opened its eyes, glanced at the group, then closed them again and resumed its slumber. The young man behind the counter stood up, instinctively wanting to say welcome. He barely uttered a word when he caught sight of Gu Qinghuan's face, and smiled faintly. Little Gu, long time no see. Is anyone back there? Gu Qinghuan pointed toward the back of the bookstore. The young man shook his head. No one's here. If you want some, go ahead. By the way, they have shaved ice right now, but only strawberry and chocolate. Tianjiao Senior Bai, would you like some? Gu Qinghuan gestured. The bowls of her shaved ice are the size of a regular rice bowl, and they taste delicious. Then I have the chocolate one. Gu Qinghuan said it was delicious, so Murong Tianjiu had to try it. Bai Han remained calm. I have the strawberry one. Although he had just finished a serving of jelly, another bowl of shaved ice wouldn't be a problem. I have the chocolate one too. Gu Qinghuan turned to look at the young man. Then he replied, 2 chocolate ones, 1 strawberry one. You guys go to the back. I put up a do not disturb sign for you after I delivered the shaved ice. Gu Qinghuan pulled Murong Tianjiu along, past the bookshelves emitting a faint scent of camphor, toward the back of the bookstore. The back of the bookstore held a hidden gem, a glass room containing several rocking chairs and a small table. The ceiling of the glass room was covered in ivy, so it wasn't too hot. However, Gu Qinghuan quickly turned on the floor-standing air conditioner inside the glass room and lay down in a rocking chair. Comfortable. Murong Tianjiu looked up at the vast greenery, the glimmer of bright sunshine, and the cool air from the air conditioner, feeling her mood gradually relax. She imitated Gu Qinghuan, sat down in the rocking chair, and smiled slowly. It's indeed very comfortable. Bai Han was already considering whether to add a few rocking chairs to the company. The three of them enjoyed the tranquility of the city for a while. After the young man finished serving the shaved ice and closed the glass door, Bai Han finally took his bowl of strawberry shaved ice and ate it, saying, "Are you ready to listen?" Murong Tianju stared at the chocolate shaved ice in her hand, scooped a large spoonful with a spoon, and put it into her mouth. The coldness made her squint her eyes, and then she exhaled a breath of cold air. "Please tell me." Bai Han then told her about Murong Xue's sponsorship of students, and briefly introduced the basic information of several students. Although Bai Han's account was devoid of any emotional bias, only Wang Ying's name had been changed. Murong Tianjiao immediately realized that Wang Ying was probably the daughter that Murong Xue was satisfied with. "No wonder," Murong Tianjiao said slowly, "that girl really meets her needs." Bai Han was pleased with her statement. The word "meet her needs" was very suitable for Murong Xue. He asked slowly, "Do you hate Wang Ying?" Murong Tianjiao thought for a moment, then calmly said, "To say I'm not envious would be a lie. She rarely received maternal love, while Wang Ying received so much. How could she not envy her? But that was my mother's choice. Wang Ying is simply repaying her sponsor with her performance." The one who failed as a mother was Murong Xue. To Wang Ying, Murong Xue was a very good sponsor, so it was only natural that she respected and loved her. Murong Tianju didn't think Wang Ying would actively try to seize the identity of her daughter. After all, Murong Xue wouldn't mention her unexpected daughter to anyone. Wang Ying most likely didn't know about her situation, so what reason did she have to hate her? She and Wang Ying were no match, and she didn't want to beg for Murong Xue's maternal love anymore. In fact, after hearing about Wang Ying's situation, Murong Tianju felt relieved. So this was the kind of daughter Murong Xue wanted. Then, she truly couldn't do it. It was like the dust had settled and she could finally give up. Chapter 555. Hearing Murong Tianjiao's words, Bai Han felt even more satisfied. Although he felt pained by his mother's actions, Murong Tianju didn't vent his anger on Wang Ying. Instead, he viewed the situation rationally, and even maintained empathy for Wang Ying. Murong Tianju was a good child, so Bai Han couldn't help but act a bit like an elder. The so-called elder's attitude meant he couldn't bear to see a good child suffer. He leaned back in the rocking chair, took another spoonful of shaved ice, and abruptly said, "Do you want revenge?" Murong Tianju was stunned. Bai Han continued, "Anyway, I want revenge. Your mother's behavior really upsets me. She doesn't respect you, and she doesn't really respect Wang Ying or the other recipients of her sponsorship. She's just seeking self-gratification. Even if her actions did help those people, it can't offset the harm she's caused you. You have the right, and the right to seek revenge against her." Murong Tianju was stunned. "But revenge? Don't you think that word sounds too serious?" Bai Han asked. Murong Tianju nodded. Her dislike for Murong Xue was one thing, but asking her to attack her own mother was a bit of an exaggeration. "Your definition of revenge is too narrow," Bai Han said. "If your mother doesn't think you're great, then you're showing off your excellence. Isn't that the perfect way to mock her?" He added, "Of course, your goal in becoming great isn't to impress her, she's just a byproduct." Gu Qinghuan nodded repeatedly. Hadn't Murong Xue considered Murong Tianju a byproduct just to buy clothes for Wang Ying? So why didn't Murong Tianju show off to her too? Seeing Gu Qinghuan's eyes light up, Murong Tianjiao couldn't help but curl his lips. She tried to imagine the expression Murong Xue, who always claimed she had no expectations of her, would have on her face if she saw her achieve success. It was truly refreshing. Murong Tianju said seriously, "I think this is good advice, but I wouldn't do it deliberately. I just want to live my life well. As for whether she pay attention to me in the future, or feel ironic about my good life, that's her business. I don't care. Well, I have another suggestion." Bai Han's reaction was exactly what Murong Tianju had expected, and he wasn't the least bit discouraged. The thought of such a good child being forced to this point by her own mother only intensified Bai Han's desire to get involved. "What's your suggestion?" Gu Qinghuan asked. She found it quite pleasant to occasionally receive advice from others. "According to my research, Wang Ying is indeed an excellent sponsor. She doesn't feel special just because she receives more attention," Bai Han said. Bai Han didn't elaborate on the specifics. He didn't want Murong Tianju to associate what he heard with himself, thinking that if she did the same thing, she might also gain some favor. Such a thought would be completely wrong. Wang Ying's approach was effective because it was based on Murong Xue's already strong satisfaction with her, similar to loving someone and loving their dog. As for Murong Tianju, he would probably only feel resentment towards the rest of the family. Bai Han said, What do you think someone like that would do if they learned that their sponsor treated her better than their own daughter? Murong Tianju was stunned and asked hesitantly, will she side with me? I'm not sure, but we can try, Bai Hanzhan said. If Wang Ying and Murong Shui had a disagreement over this, Bai Hanzhan felt it would actually be a good thing. It meant that Wang Ying and Murong Shui already had a conflict of opinion. If Wang Ying recognized Murong Shui's problem earlier, before they became deeply bonded, it would make their separation easier. As for whether Wang Ying would lose her financial support, there was no need to worry. Bai Hanzhan could afford to support her himself. It could be considered an early investment in talent. Even if she couldn't use it, given Wang Ying's personality, she would remember the favor. It was a win-win situation. This time, Murong Tianju took a longer time to think about it, and finally nodded solemnly, I think this method of revenge is acceptable. Her thinking wasn't as rational as Bai Hanzhan's. She simply felt that Murong Shui might exert the same pressure on Wang Ying. Class 3 is packed with talented individuals, each with their own distinct personalities. Or perhaps it's more accurate to say that the more talented they are, the more they tend to have their own unique thoughts and approaches. But that's not what Murong Shui wants. She wants a puppet whose every move aligns with her own. Just as Murong Tianju was trapped by maternal love, Wang Ying might be trapped by a sense of gratitude. She doesn't want Wang Ying to become the next Murong Tianjiao. Very good. Bai Hanzhan sat up straight and placed the empty bowl and spoon on the small table. Since you agree, I have someone approach Wang Ying. Wait! Murong Tianju called out subconsciously, but when Bai Hanzhan's gaze met her, she felt a little nervous again. She mustered her courage and asked, can I contact Wang Ying myself? Gu Qinghuan was a little surprised, but she simply said encouragingly, give it a try. If you want to do it, then go for it. Murong Tianju nodded emphatically. Because of Murong Shui, she had always been accustomed to not expressing her own ideas, always waiting. She didn't want to continue like this. Her friends had always been quietly helping her, so, regardless of whether or not she could achieve the desired results, she wanted to do something on her own, rather than constantly relying on her friends. Bai Hanzhan also agreed with Murong Tianju's approach. As Murong Shui's daughter, this status would give Wang Ying more trust, making it easier to approach her. Gu Qinghuan sent Murong Tianju Wang Ying's basic information, including her address, school, and summer job location. It was up to Murong Tianju to decide how to approach her. In fact, Murong Tianju's first reaction after receiving the information was to ask Gu Qinghuan what to do. For everyone in Class 3, when it came to socializing, Gu Qinghuan was the first person they thought of. If our squad leader wanted to build a good relationship with anyone, it would be easy, but Murong Tianju held back. She needed to think for herself first. If she really couldn't do it, she could always ask Gu Qinghuan for help. She carefully reviewed the information, and the more she read, the more she felt that Wang Ying was truly a remarkable girl. Self-reliant, optimistic, cheerful, excellent academically, and empathetic. A completely different type from her. But this wasn't the daughter Murong Shui had nurtured. Murong Shui had simply discovered a rough stone being polished. With her discerning eye, she could naturally see what kind of crystal clear, pure rough stone it would yield. So she took over the polishing work, and planned what she would eventually carve into the rough stone. But would Murong Shui consider the rough stone own thoughts? Murong Tianjiao looked at the column that listed Wang Ying's work location, tracing the words with her finger. She wanted to know what the rough stone thought. Chapter 556. For Wang Xiaoqiao, life was an endless test. Growing up in an orphanage, she knew from the moment she became conscious that if she wanted to achieve something, she had to work hard with her own hands. By helping the aunts and uncles at the orphanage, she could earn the candies the children coveted. She traded candy for pencils, erasers, draft paper, and more opportunities to read. Without family, she could only rely on herself. Studying was undoubtedly the most effective path to advancement within her reach. Given the awards she received throughout her childhood, she was always front and center during interviews at the orphanage. But that didn't mean she had priority for adoption. As a child, she was too sensible to believe that other children needed families more than she did, so she gave them the opportunity. As she grew older, adoption became even more difficult. But now, Wang Xiaoqiao no longer cared about having family. Rather than wasting time feeling bad about this, it would be better to do more tests. Wang Xiaoqiao had completed all of her junior high school courses by the 7th grade. She hadn't skipped a grade, nor had she demonstrated absolute prowess on the exams. Firstly, junior high school was still compulsory education. If she had skipped a grade and gone to high school, she wouldn't have had the money to attend. While excellent grades could secure her a suitable school and free admission, high school living expenses presented another challenge. Mingda was the only private school in the city that offered additional living expenses, but Wang Xiaoqiao had compared her own abilities and concluded that admission to Mingda wasn't a sure thing. One wrong step would wipe out her chances, so she preferred stability over high risk, high reward. Secondly, her junior high school wasn't known for its positive atmosphere. As an orphan, she consistently held the top spot, making her a target for other students. Wang Xiaoqiao wanted a stable learning environment. She preferred occasional progress awards to the top 3 awards, and earned some extra income by ghostwriting homework. Just as she was saving money and deciding which high school to attend, someone appeared before her. Murong Shui, a woman with a rather impressive name, became her sponsor. When they first met, Murong Shui put down her test papers and said to Wang Xiaoqiao calmly, "Show your true ability and finish these papers now. Whatever score you can get, I give you 100 times that amount in money." Wang Xiaoqiao looked down at the test papers on the table. 100 points equals 10,000 yuan? Murong Shui replied, "Yes." The total score on the paper was roughly the same as the written score for the city's high school entrance exam. That day, Wang Xiaoqiao earned over 60,000 yuan. This more than covered her high school tuition for the next 3 years, and was more than enough for her living expenses. Wang Xiaoqiao became one of Murong Shui's sponsors. Because Murong Shui treated her well, often taking her out to dinner, and attending her parent-teacher conferences, no one at school dared to bully her. However, Wang Xiaoqiao didn't stop trying to improve her grades immediately. Instead, she made incremental progress each time, rising to the top of her grade within 2 semesters. When Murong Shui asked about it, she simply replied, "If I show it too obviously, people will inevitably gossip about me behind my back. Besides, this can also be seen as the result of your support, auntie." Murong Shui was even more pleased with her, feeling she was a worldly wise child. After the high school entrance exam, Murong Shui helped Wang Xiaoqiao change her name from Xiaoqiao, meaning helpless, to Ying, meaning intelligent. Of course, Wang Ying didn't like the name Xiaoqiao, but everyone in the orphanage had been given names by the director at random when registering their files, and she couldn't change it. The problem was, she didn't really like the name Wang Ying either. When Murong Shui asked her what name she wanted to change to, she said she wanted to be called Wang Ying. She didn't want to be a grass, crawling to the ground, bent by the wind. She wanted to soar high, to make the vast sky her domain. Murong Shui listened to her and praised her ambition. But then she said, "But that name is too sharp. Let's call her Wang Ying, Ying for smart." Wang Ying didn't say much at the time, just smiled at Murong Shui and said, "Okay, auntie." And so, her name was decided. In her heart, she was still an eagle, just shackled. Although Wang Ying now had a considerable savings thanks to her initial investment of over 60,000 yuan, she still worked part-time during the summer vacation. She had been helping out at this small shop since elementary school. The owner at the time was a grandmother. One day, while hiding from the rain outside the shop, she was sneezing from the cold. The grandmother gave her an old cotton-padded jacket and a freshly fried shredded radish pancake. From that day on, Wang Ying would come over to help the grandmother clean the shop and maintain order when it was crowded. The grandmother would give her leftover snacks. Later, Grandma passed away, and her daughter, divorced and living in another city, returned home and set up a small shop with her child. Wang Ying, who had already started junior high school, only came to help during the winter and summer holidays, earning a nominal fee. It had been a sunny day, but in the afternoon, a sudden downpour began. Everyone was rushing about, while Wang Ying sat in the shop, looking at the drizzle under the eaves and yawning lazily. The son of the current owner, An Zhang, sat across from Wang Ying, noisily piling up blocks into a small mountain, even stuffing them into his mouth when Wang wasn't paying attention. After Wang Ying patiently tried to stop him for the 3rd time, she heard the shop door open. She turned around, calling out welcome, and saw a girl about her own age standing at the door. The rain had come suddenly, and the wind was strong. Despite holding an umbrella, the girl's trouser legs and sleeves were still stained with water. The water droplets from her folding umbrella formed a nearly continuous line. She shook it repeatedly before leaning it against the wall outside the door. She stamped her feet on the doormat before entering. "What would you like to eat?" Wang Ying asked, handing over a packet of tissues. The owner's grandmother originally ran a snack bar, selling rice balls and soy milk in the morning and various fried pies in the afternoon, primarily catering to students. After Aunt Zhang took over, she converted it into a fried chicken restaurant and even added a beverage cabinet to sell drinks. Business is booming. Murong Tianjia took the tissue, said thank you, and then looked at the menu posted inside. "I like, boneless fried chicken with garlic soy sauce. Oh, no rice cakes, by the way. Okay, do you want to eat here or take away? Wang Ying asked again. Let's eat here. Murong Tianjiao found a seat against the wall and sat down. And Zhang had left by then, but Wang Ying had already learned how to make the chicken after working there for so long. She immediately went to the counter and started frying boneless chicken. During a break, Wang Ying glanced up at Murong Tianjiao. Perhaps because he was too nervous, Murong Tianjiao wasn't checking his phone like other customers while waiting. Wang Ying averted her gaze and continued to watch the chicken frying in the pan intently. Daughter and mother, they looked nothing alike. Chapter 557. Wang Ying knew Murong Shui had a daughter, but she didn't know her name. She had only heard Murong Shui mention her daughter once during a casual conversation. In Murong Shui's description, Murong Tianjiao was a very useless daughter. She was mediocre in all the interest classes she attended. She seemed to have some talent at first, but over time, her incompetence became apparent, and her results were only mediocre. Even her studies were the same. While she might be excellent, further improvement was always difficult. Wang Ying had no intention of comparing herself to that girl. She simply changed the subject and shifted it to herself. She knew this wasn't a good idea. Murong Shui might even see her daughter as a failure compared to her. But sometimes, Wang Ying wanted to ask, how many times had Murong Shui tried? Or rather, how many times had Murong Tianjiao tried to cooperate with Murong Shui? Human energy is limited. A jack of all trades like Leonardo da Vinci is rare in human history. Why did Murong Shui believe her child could be perfect in every aspect? Wang Ying believed in her own excellence, but that was because she only needed to work hard at her studies. If she were to learn any musical instrument or compete in any sport, her performance would surely be abysmal. She felt deeply sorry for the daughter she had never met and whose name she didn't know. At least according to Murong Shui, if her daughter had focused her energy on one or two skills, she would have achieved greater success. It was Murong Shui's greed and overzealous pursuits that destroyed her daughter's ambition. The reason Wang Ying recognized Murong Tianjiao right now was simple. 2 days ago, when Murong Shui took her to a Sichuan restaurant, the waiter's reaction seemed a little strange. Wang Ying took advantage of Murong Shui's time in the bathroom to touch up her makeup and asked the waiter about the situation. While it's not good to discuss guests without permission, a serious incident involving a brawl and splashing of hot pot at a hot pot restaurant occurred in this city some time ago. Therefore, during the summer vacation, the relevant departments have stepped up their supervision of restaurants, and the waiters have also been on high alert. Gu Qinghuan's screams caught the waiters' attention, and one of them immediately turned on their phone to record the subsequent events, leaving a deep impression on them. So, when they saw Murong Shui again, the waiter recalled the incident. Wang Ying saw the waiter's video and remembered Murong Tianjiao's hasty escape in it. Although Murong Tianjiao had changed her clothes, Wang Ying still recognized her. Murong Tianjiao actually looked somewhat like Murong Shui, their eyes being very similar, for example. However, Murong Shui's gaze was stern and sharp, while Murong Tianjiao wasn't used to meeting eyes, her gaze always evasive. Their temperaments were completely different. Or was it because of her mother that her daughter became like this? Wang Ying thought this as she placed the golden, crispy fried chicken and fries in a wicker basket lined with oil-absorbing paper, along with a small dish of garlic soy sauce, in front of Murong Tianjiao. I didn't order fries, Murong Tianjiao said, puzzled. Since you didn't want the rice cakes, I get fries instead. Wang Ying took off her apron and sat down across from Murong Tianjiao. If you don't want to eat, I can still. She looked directly at Murong Tianjiao. You came to see me, perhaps to talk? Nice to meet you. I met Murong's daughter, Wang Ying. Murong Tianjiao's eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly calmed down and replied seriously, nice to meet you. I'm Murong Tianjiao. Tianjiao. Wang Ying repeated the name, her lips curling. Just from the name, she could sense the pressure Murong Tianjiao had endured growing up. But for Murong Tianjiao, having Wang Ying mention his name was deeply embarrassing. She tugged awkwardly at the plastic wrapping of her disposable gloves. Well, I know, that name doesn't suit me. No, Wang Ying retorted immediately. I think it's a very handsome name. Wang Ying believed that Tianjiao and Ying were equally handsome. Murong Tianjiao was stunned for a moment, then smiled at Wang Ying. Thank you. This little incident helped ease the tension between them. Murong Tianjiao opened the package, put on disposable gloves, and slowly said as he ate, I just learned about you a few days ago and wanted to meet you. Wang Ying waited patiently for her to continue. Murong Tianjiao finished the fried chicken in her hand, and then slowly said, I've given up on getting love from my mother. Now that she has an ideal daughter, she won't spend any more time on me. In that case, I should focus my energy on what I want to do. Compared to her, those who treat me well are more worthy of my attention. Wang Ying thought for a moment, scanned the code to pay for a bottle of Coke, and then took out 2 paper cups and poured the Coke into them. She raised one of the glasses and said to Murong Tianjiao, "In that case, why not celebrate?" Murong Tianjiao listened to the sizzling sound of bubbles, raised his other glass, and clinked it with Wang Ying's. Then, "Cheers?" "Cheers." Wang Ying took a swig of her Coke. Murong Tianjiao put down her paper cup, thinking that Wang Ying's personality was completely different from what she had expected. She continued, "I came to you to find out if you would side with Mother and become her heir." After that, she quickly added, "I'm not challenging you, nor do I harbor any ill will. It's just that, from my past experiences, Mother always tries to control others. If you're limited by this, I want to help you, and I also want to get revenge on Mother." Wang Ying couldn't help but laugh, and Murong Tianjiao was suddenly embarrassed and didn't know what to say next. "It seems you're not good at communicating with people," Wang Ying said, picking up a French fry and shoving it into her mouth without even dipping it in sauce. "You tell everything honestly, which makes you easily give your heart, but also easily hurt." She swallowed the fry and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I never intended to be her puppet." From the moment Murong Shui rejected the name she had chosen for her, Wang Ying knew she and Murong Shui were not on the same page. If she had her own ideas about her name, why did she ask her? And if she didn't use it, that was fine, but why would she make negative comments? She was grateful for Murong Shui's financial support, but it wasn't enough for her to pluck out her beak and claws. Wang Ying wiped her hands with a tissue and reached out to Murong Tianjiao. "I will safely complete my studies with her help, and after repaying her fully, I will leave her completely. In the meantime, if you need any help, please feel free to contact me. Of course, I will also seek your help when necessary." All of Wang Ying's efforts so far have been directed towards making her life better. It was the same now. She needed to gather strength to break free from the shackles, which was why she was working with Murong Tianjiao. As for the feeling of revenge, a little bit, right? It couldn't be helped. Murong Tianjiao's appearance reminded her of her younger sisters in the orphanage. Thinking of her pitiful and lovely sister, being bullied so badly by her unscrupulous parents, how could she not lend a hand? Murong Tianjiao was surprised and delighted. He shook Wang Ying's hand and nodded vigorously. "I will help you." Wang Ying smiled and said, "Then I'd be happy to help you from now on." Chapter 558. After listening to the conversation between Murong Tianjiao and Wang Ying, Gu Qinghuan could only sigh. Thankfully, Wang Ying was a good person. Given Murong Tianjiao's conversational skills, if Wang Ying had ulterior motives, things could easily go wrong. However, this also aligned with Bai Hanshan's original findings. Given Wang Ying's intelligence, even if she wouldn't cooperate with Murong Tianjiao, she wouldn't become her enemy. After all, there was a very realistic scenario. If something happened, Murong Shui would definitely side with Wang Ying. In that case, even if Murong Tianjiao disliked Wang Ying and harbored hatred towards her, Wang Ying could easily leverage Murong Shui's power to fight back. To put it bluntly, Murong Tianjiao was no match for Wang Ying. Of course, Gu Qinghuan didn't share her feelings with Murong Tianjiao, because she had already tried very hard. Just having a conversation with a stranger, unaccompanied, was a considerable challenge for Murong Tianjiao. She had summoned her utmost courage and achieved positive results, so there was no need to be overly critical. By accumulating successful experiences, one will have more courage to face the next challenge. So, I leave the thought of teaching Murong Tianjiao to do better for later. For now, of course, we must celebrate the successful conclusion of the negotiation. Ha! Ouyang Wushwang took a long sip of soda. When she set the glass down, the ice cubes in the glass clashed with each other, making a crisp sound. She wiped her mouth, feeling incredibly refreshed. "I didn't expect that girl wouldn't like your mother's actions either. If your mother knew you formed an alliance with her, she'd be furious, right?" Ouyang Wushwang had previously restrained himself somewhat out of consideration for Murong Tianjiao's feelings. Now that Murong Tianjiao no longer cared about Murong Shui, why should he bother with her? This was a celebration banquet. What was wrong with her saying a few words? Gu Qinghuan, Murong Tianjiao, and Ouyang Wushwang were currently sitting in a buffet restaurant. Gu Qinghuan brought a small cake, specifically requesting candles, lit it, and placed it in front of Murong Tianjiao. To celebrate, you have to eat cake, after all. Murong Tianjiao was at a loss for words, but he still made a wish. Gu Qinghuan and Ouyang Wushwang whispered to each other, "What do you think she wished for?" "I guess it was that she would become successful in the future, while her mother, destitute and forced to ask her for help, beggars herself for a few hundred yuan in alimony every month." Gu Qinghuan looked at Ouyang Wushwang with admiration, you use so many idioms. Ouyang Wuxiang gloated. I got nearly 10 more points on my Chinese composition for the final exam than usual thanks to memorizing the material Su Xinghe posted in the group chat. Ouyang Wuxiang's knowledge and logic were actually quite impressive, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to hold her own against so many people online. It's just that her writing habits aren't great. For example, in her argumentative essays, she often stray off track, sounding like she was just arguing. She's currently working hard to improve. Murong Tianju listened to their conversation and blew out the candles with a hint of amusement. My wish is... Stop! Gu Qinghuan and Ouyang Wuxiang said in unison. Don't say it. It won't work if you say it. Gu Qinghuan said. Ouyang Wuxiang raised a finger solemnly. Don't set a flag for yourself. Murong Tianju decisively shut up and calmly ate his cake. She didn't want to waste her wishes on Murong Shui. She wanted to become braver and more outstanding. She didn't need to be an extrovert, as long as she could achieve her dreams and walk with her friends. Gu Qinghuan lifted the lid of the pot, took out the steamed seafood, divided it into 3 portions, and began to eat. As she ate, she asked, Tianjiao, what are your plans from now on? Wang Ying and I are friends now, but to avoid my mother noticing anything unusual, we won't be in touch often unless there's an emergency, Murong Tianju said. I plan to temporarily store my cosplay costumes and props at Fang Wanfu's house. I already discussed this with him. Fang Wanfu's personal studio had already been built, and there were still many rooms available. It would be a piece of cake for Murong Tianju to store his belongings. Murong Tianju also paid for his labor, and actively promoted Fang Wanfu. If anyone in the industry wanted custom costumes, Murong Tianju would recommend Fang Wanfu. For Fang Wanfu, cosplay costumes, while difficult to create, are also challenging. They allow for more experimentation with materials, which can inspire more inspiration than everyday clothing. During my senior year, I focus on my studies, but I still attend 2 comic conventions as a tourist during National Day and winter vacation. These 2 conventions are purely for relaxation. Murong Tianju doesn't intend to overwork himself. After all, intense study requires a healthy dose of rest. During the summer after the college entrance exam, I rent an apartment near my university and move my belongings there bit by bit. That being said, Murong Tianjiao didn't actually have much to move. All the things she tried as a child to please Murong Shui would be left behind. Renting an apartment? You have to ask for more money then, Ouyang Wuxiang said, as a matter of course. The Murong family wasn't broke, so why shouldn't I ask? The money should be paid by my family, Murong Tianjia hummed. Don't worry about that, actually. My dad gives me pocket money every month. My mom doesn't give it to me on her own, but she give it to me if I ask. Although Murong Shui would always look at her with a look that said, how can you be so embarrassed to ask for money like this? When she asked for money, Murong Tianjia didn't care anymore. As for college, Murong Tianjia thought seriously, I probably won't contact my family. Murong Shui and Tang Shunning knew her aspirations. It was the city and major Murong Tianju had dreamed of since junior high, so she told them about it long ago. However, the 2 of them didn't care. Murong Shui simply said, whatever you want. Tang Shunning asked a little more about the local climate and food habits. And that was that. Murong Tianju didn't expect them to suddenly realize her importance after she left home, dramatically start missing her kindness, and wishing she would come back. That would only make her feel sick. Maybe he'd text her or call her during her university winter and summer vacations, asking if she was coming back. Then she could simply answer no, and given Murong Shui's personality, she'd probably just say okay and hang up. It didn't matter. Murong Tianjiao had already learned that maternal love wasn't a necessity in life. She could fill her heart with more beautiful things. For example, the friends who were by her side right now. Murong Tianjiao thought about it and smiled again. She raised her glass to Gu Qinghuan and Ouyang Wuxiang. Let's toast. Wang Ying and I have already toasted, and I'd like to toast you too. Gu Qinghuan and Ouyang Wuxiang looked at each other and clinked their glasses. Of course we have to toast. Murong Tianjiao's mission progress has reached 75%, confirmed mission completed. Chapter 559. Murong Tianju hadn't intended to wake up, but she did. The absurdity of opening her eyes again, having thought her consciousness was gone forever, made her even doubt whether she was still alive on Earth. Was she really still Murong Tianjiao? Had she died in her original world and been transported to another? She had imagined this dream many times before, like the time travel in novels and anime, where she could be reborn in a world with magical powers. Sadly, she heard a familiar voice. As the medical staff examined her, Murong Tianju wondered bewilderedly, how could she fail? She had clearly made so many preparations, choosing a death method that would not cause trouble to others, and even left a suicide note. Why couldn't she even do something like die properly? She lay in bed in a daze, unwilling to answer the doctor's questions. Although she could hear voices, she couldn't register the words. When she was tired, she let herself drift off to sleep, then awoke naturally, thinking nothing, just lying in bed staring at the ceiling. The lights in the room flickered on and off and on again. Perhaps 2 or 3 days passed before someone arrived at Murong Tianjiao's bedside. The person said, "Murong Tianjiao, do you know who I am?" In truth, Murong Tianjiao didn't hear her, but her next words set his ears ringing. She said, "I am Wang Ying, the heir your mother, Murong Shui, arbitrarily designated." "Oh, perhaps you're more familiar with the name Wang Ying?" Murong Tianjiao was certainly familiar with this name. She had previously suffered severe cyberbullying because of Mika. She had mustered up the courage to attend a comic convention, only to be attacked by an unknown user and subjected to widespread ridicule and laughter. Her real information was also exposed, and her phone was flooded with harassing calls, spam messages, and unpleasant friend requests. She was ultimately forced to seek help from Murong Shui. She was then slapped hard by Murong Shui, who coldly said, "When will you let me stop worrying?" She clutched her stinging, burning cheek, stammering, unable to utter a single word. In the end, Murong Shui took action, hiring a lawyer to sue her. She also used a combination of persuasion and intimidation to obtain the account of the contributor from the toilet. After identifying Mika as the contributor, Murong Shui went directly to Mika's home and threatened her parents to discipline her. The situation ultimately ended with Mika publicly apologizing on social media. The whole incident ended in a desolate and hopeless state. Murong Tianjiao looked at Mika, who bowed and apologized, and wondered bewilderedly, why had it turned out like this? She had simply not attended the comic convention with Mika because of a disagreement. Why had Mika treated her like this? Was Mika wrong? Or were those who cyberbullied her wrong? Or, was she wrong? Perhaps, she was wrong, because Murong Shui had said so. After that, Murong Tianjiao developed serious mental problems, and had to drop out of Mingda. She stopped cosplaying. Even seeing photos of other cosplayers would bring back the mocking comments about her, and she was so terrified that she couldn't face the camera anymore. She stopped going out and became a stay-at-home, staying in her room every day. Thankfully, despite her incompetent appearance, Murong Shui and Tang Shuning didn't say anything. Even though she knew it was because her parents had no expectations of her, and that it wasn't difficult for them to keep a useless person at home, Murong Tianjiao still felt content as long as she could still live in this family. Until one day, she overheard Murong Shui talking on the phone. Murong Shui addressed the person on the other end as Xiaoying. Murong Tianjiao was still thinking about how neither the Murong nor the Tang family seemed to have anyone named Xiaoying when she heard Murong Shui say, "I wish you were my biological daughter." Murong Tianjiao felt like she was falling into an icy cave. She tiptoed back to her room and tentatively searched for Murong Shui's name. She had never done this before because her mother was so dazzling. Seeing Murong Shui's news only made her realize more clearly how incompetent she was, and what a useless daughter she was. Thus, she easily learned from news reports that Murong Shui sponsored several outstanding students, one of whom was named Wang Ying. The company had invested considerable effort in publicity and public relations, so Murong Tianjiao easily learned a lot about Wang Ying. The more she compared them, the more frightened she became. It was only natural that Murong Shui would be attracted to such an outstanding person, but she couldn't. This was the last thing she had, and she couldn't afford to lose her identity as a daughter. Murong Tianjiao tried to cheer herself up, making various efforts. Sadly, she failed. As she met Murong Shui's cold gaze for the last time, Murong Tianjiao wondered, what was the point of living? There was nothing. She couldn't find it. She couldn't meet her mother's expectations, nor could she establish any goals or ideals. Continuing with such a life would be meaningless. But it turned out she was a worthless person who couldn't even commit suicide. Murong Tianjiao moved his eyes and stared blankly at Wang Ying, who stood beside the bed. "Have you become your mother's daughter?" Wang Ying's eyebrows rose. "Of course not. I don't want anything to do with that woman." To Murong Tianjiao, this statement was simply a fantasy. Wang Ying ignored Murong Tianjiao's shocked expression and continued, "She is so controlling. I've been planning for a while now, leaving her behind and going it alone once I gained enough power. How ridiculous. She even asked me to hand over the patent to her. Do you know how much other companies are offering? I have no interest in her company at all. The people wanting to invest in me line up from our lab building to the school gate. As for now, she's probably fretting over the company's difficulties, and cursing me out for being ungrateful, right? Wang Ying reached out and gently stroked the top of Murong Tianjia's head. But how could I possibly trust her? My own daughter has been in the hospital for so many days. Has she even come to see me? If I hadn't had someone watching over you, you'd be a pile of ashes by now, not to mention listening to me tell jokes about your mother. Murong Tianjia struggled to get up, but he had no strength left. He could only barely grasp the hem of Wang Ying's clothes. Why did you save me? Because I don't want you to die. Wang Ying withdrew his hand. To be honest, you and I have no connection at all. I only heard about you once from Murong Shui. But I actually saw you once, the day you left the Murong family. It was raining heavily that day. Murong Tianjiu stood shivering outside a convenience store, outside the community, taking shelter from the rain. Wang Ying happened to pass by. She had been on her way to discuss volunteering with Murong Shui. Murong Tianjia's hair was soaking wet from the rain, but she simply stood under the eaves, tucking her arms together as best she could, keeping them small to avoid any water droplets falling into the store. The owner offered her a towel, which she accepted with trepidation, nodding and bowing repeatedly, even carefully wiping herself. She was like a sensible younger sister, Wang Ying thought. She couldn't help but feel pity for her sister, who had grown up in an orphanage. Wang Ying forcefully grasped Murong Tianjia's outstretched hand. Go ahead and commit suicide. If I can save you once, I can save you a second time, a third time. Until you give up. Murong Tianjia looked at her in bewilderment. She couldn't understand why Wang Ying would do this. Although I don't want a mother, I want a sister, Wang Ying said. Since you can't find the meaning of living, why not become my sister? Murong Tianjia couldn't understand Wang Ying's words, but she had said, wanting. Do you need me? Murong Tianjia looked at Wang Ying expectantly. Even though she was incompetent, could she be needed? I do, Wang Ying replied simply. It was like clay being molded into the shape of a bird. Murong Tianjia suddenly realized she had wings to flutter. She had only ever been a useless daughter. How could she be a sister? She didn't know, but she wanted to give it a try. Although she didn't know what the future held, at least for now, she wanted to live. Hello, Murong Tianjia. Your story continues. Chapter 560. This summer vacation was truly eventful for Gu Qinghuan. After completing 2 missions in a row, Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but boast, I'm awesome. The system was even more thrilled. Of the 21 mission targets, 15 had been completed in 2 years. What an achievement! Their host was so remarkable, they deserved to be praised profusely. Despite all the praise, Gu Qinghuan also had a tiring 2 months of summer vacation. Thankfully, after Murong Tianjia's mission was completed, nothing happened to anyone in Class 3 for the rest of the time, allowing Gu Qinghuan to enjoy the rest of her vacation peacefully. It wasn't until a week before school started that Gu Qinghuan gathered her notes from various subjects and reviewed them roughly. She even asked students with good grades in each subject for help with reviewing some key points she had forgotten. By the time school started, Gu Qinghuan was fully prepared for her final year. On the first day of school, Gu Qinghuan had just gotten out of his car when he saw Fan Ziren, who had also just arrived at the school gate. He raised his hand and greeted him. Fan Ziren, good morning. Good morning, class monitor. Fan Ziren replied. After the summer vacation, he had noticeably lost weight, his skin had darkened, but his expression looked much more capable. You been setting up the stall with Lucy Yuan all summer? Gu Qinghuan said goodbye to Gu Haiyan before walking over to Fan Ziren and chatting with him as they walked inside. I don't set up the stall every day. Sometimes I need a break, Fan Ziren said. But old Lu does every day. He says business is good during the summer vacation, and he wants to take advantage of it to make some extra money. Of course, I also advised him to eat slowly. If he overworks himself, it's not worth it. He's been thinking about hiring someone to help with odd jobs lately. Gu Qinghuan nodded. Fan Ziren is pretty reliable now, isn't he? Just as the two reached the entrance to the teaching building, they heard a commotion coming from up ahead. This was the senior year building, and today was the first day of school. Although many people were eager to get out, they didn't want to be lectured by their homeroom teacher for being late. Most passers-by simply slowed their pace, listened briefly, glanced briefly, and then left. This way, there wasn't a crowd, and Gu Qinghuan was able to see who was arguing. There were 2 students, 1 boy and 1 girl. Gu Qinghuan didn't recognize the boy, but he did recognize the girl. It was Ai Ning's childhood sweetheart. He Ming. Ai Ning's pursuit of his childhood sweetheart hadn't been going smoothly. He had initially tried to get He Ming to understand the potential of childhood sweetheart relationships by recommending them novels about childhood sweethearts. It worked fine at first, but after reading too many, He Ming said, I'm tired of it. Upon learning this, Yao Shaili could only shake her head and sigh, silently wishing Ai Ning good luck. Ai Ning had gotten used to it over the years. If things didn't work out once, there was always another chance. He was almost in his 3rd year of high school, so it was better to focus on his studies than on a relationship. His grades were slightly lower than Ming's, and since they had chosen the same subjects, he would have to work harder to improve his grades if he wanted to get into the same university. So, Ai Ning had been taking tutoring classes this summer. His mother, Ai Wan, could see through her son's subtle thoughts, but she didn't point them out, simply hiring him a good tutor. Regardless of whether Ai Ning could successfully convey his feelings and achieve the desired results, it was always right for him to improve himself. Gu Qinghwan often ran into Ai Ning and Ming in the school cafeteria, chatting from time to time, so she and Ming had a good relationship. The boy currently arguing with Ming was a newcomer to Gu Qinghwan, but judging by the 3 white stripes on the cuffs of his uniform, he was likely a senior like them. Seeing the boy reaching out to grab Ming's wrist, seemingly determined to hold on, Gu Qinghwan charged forward and struck the boy's arm with a palm strike. The boy's arm suddenly felt numb, and he let go. Gu Qinghwan stood in front of Ming, staring at him warily. Just talk. Why are you hitting me? Gu Qinghwan. Ming's eyes lit up instantly, feeling relieved that someone was coming to help. The boy propped his numb arm with his free hand and looked at Gu Qinghwan, a bit bewildered. Who are you? This question has nothing to do with me stopping you. Gu Qinghwan finished, then turned to look at Ming. Is he pestering you? If it bothers you, I call the disciplinary department. Ming hesitated. Not really. He wanted to repay me, but I don't think it's necessary. Repay a favor? Gu Qinghwan was puzzled. You saved him? Hearing this, the boy suddenly became confident. Yes, I just wanted to repay a favor, not to pester me. Repaying a favor doesn't require stopping someone in front of the teaching building, Gu Qinghwan said coldly. And there's no need to resort to violence. The boy was speechless. Gu Qinghwan didn't continue to criticize him. She simply checked the time. Class is almost time. Let's go back to the classroom. We can sit down and talk during lunch break. The last class this morning was an elective, and after it ended, Ai Ning would definitely go to the cafeteria with Ming. That way, even if the boys came over, she'd be there with him, so there was no need to worry about him doing anything. Ming agreed with Gu Qinghwan. That's right, let's talk about it after lunch. I'm in a hurry to get to morning self-study. The boy watched Ming leave with a sullen look, not even glancing at Gu Qinghwan. Fan Ziren then approached. Class monitor, is that girl the one who often eats lunch with Ai Ning? Fan Ziren had seen Ai Ning and Ming in the cafeteria a few times, but he wouldn't go over and start a fight. He only asked about the situation later out of curiosity. Ai Ning was too embarrassed to speak directly, so Fan Ziren didn't ask any further questions, treating it as a little secret between friends. He didn't step forward earlier, partly because he was slow to react, and partly because the boys seemed okay after Gu Qinghwan rushed over, so there was no need to worry about any danger. Fan Ziren then hid behind and recorded the incident on video. Fan Ziren had helped Lu Xiyu and shoot a lot of short videos during the summer vacation, and he could vouch for his own excellent videos. Gu Qinghwan nodded. Let's go to class and tell Ai Ning if he knows anything about that boy. But when they arrived at the classroom, they realized Ai Ning hadn't even arrived yet. Gu Qinghwan was puzzled. Isn't Ai Ning late for the first day of school? Su Xinghe interrupted. He's stuck in traffic. The road that Lao Ai usually takes was hit by a pileup this morning, and it's rush hour, so it's still blocked. Gu Qinghwan glanced at the class chat and saw Ai Ning had posted a picture of the traffic jam. It looked like it would take at least half an hour to get there. Ai Ning, traffic jam on the first day of school. It's fate that I'm late. Gu Qinghwan, did you report it to the teacher? Ai Ning, I did. The teacher told me to be careful. Gu Qinghwan thought about it, and decided it would be best to tell Ai Ning about Ming's situation in person after she arrived at school. If she told him now, Ai Ning might be worried and rush over. The traffic was still jammed, making it unsafe. She had already delayed until noon, so Ai Ning would definitely make it in time. She also reminded Fan Ziren, who nodded repeatedly, I understand. I tell him after old Ai arrives. Gu Qinghwan ignored her and returned to her seat, beginning the first morning self-study session of the new semester. Chapter 561. Morning self-study was almost over when Ai Ning hurried to class. He sat down inside, first day of school. What kind of luck is this? Xin Jianwei, who sat in front of him, handed him his notes. Here are the notes the teacher gave me about the new semester. I give them to you to copy. Ai Ning thanked him, and by the time he finished copying, the bell rang. Fan Ziren, who couldn't wait any longer, darted over to Ai Ning's desk. I have something important to tell you. What is it? Ai Ning asked, puzzled. The class monitor and I ran into your childhood sweetheart in front of the teaching building this morning, Fan Ziren replied. Did you run into Ah Ming? So what? Ai Ning was just wondering when Gu Qinghuan came over and added, we saw a senior boy grabbing her and saying he wanted to repay her. He didn't look like a bad guy, but his attitude wasn't very friendly. I stepped forward to stop him and told him to talk to He Ming in detail at noon. A senior boy? Ai Ning scratched the back of his head. He knew a few of He Ming's classmates who were close, but the idea of repaying a favor was a bit baffling. Fan Ziren slapped his forehead, pulled out the video from his phone, and showed it to Ai Ning. Ai Ning finished watching it and shook her head firmly. I never seen this boy before. He's probably not her classmate. Mingda has a small student population, and if you run into someone you know in the cafeteria, those who are close friends will usually say hello. Ai Ning had gotten to know many of He Ming's classmates that way. However, this was the first time he had seen the boy in the video. Thinking of this, Ai Ning frowned even deeper as she looked at the boy in the video. If he hadn't been delayed by the car accident that morning, he would have immediately jumped to Ah Ming's defense. Luckily, Gu Qinghuan was there, otherwise, judging by that boy's demeanor, who knows what he would have done. Gu Qinghuan pondered. So what's your impression of repaying a favor? That boy said He Ming saved his life. He Ming must have told you about such a big deal? Her words resonated with Ai Ning. Now that you mention it, she did help someone recently. It was quite dramatic, but it wasn't life-saving. According to Ai Ning, during summer vacation, He Ming and her family went to the beach and encountered a boy who had been knocked over by a wave and had his swimming trunk swept away. He Ming didn't know his condition at the time, but seeing him splashing in the water without moving, she assumed he had a cramp, so she swam over to help. The boy backed away in fear, screaming and telling her not to go any closer. He Ming stopped swimming towards him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He hesitantly asked if she could find a man to come over. Although somewhat puzzled, He Ming complied, finding a seemingly approachable young man on the beach and asking him to check on the boy. The young man readily agreed, swam over to the boy, and quickly returned to shore, buying a pair of swimming trunks and taking them with him. He Ming immediately understood, and when the boy finally returned to shore, he thanked her. Of course, He Ming didn't take this trivial matter seriously. She just found it a little amusing and mentioned it to Ai Ning. Not to mention Gu Qinghuan, Xin Jianwei, Yao Shaili, and Xie Xiangxue, who were all listening intently, were all confused. Is this considered a life-saving favor? Ai Ning's eyes widened. Are you all listening? The three girls sitting in front of, behind, and to her right quickly sat up straight, pretending to mind their own business. There was nothing they could do. The desks were right there, so they could hear even if they didn't want to. Su Xinghe, to Ai Ning's left, also silently raised his hand. I'm listening too. Gu Qinghuan rubbed his temple. If the boy was barely able to swim at the time, it would have been quite critical. Anyway, that's not the point. Whether it was a life-saving favor or not is up to the boy to decide. Think about it, the person's opinion is what matters most. Ai Ning said, I go check on Ah Ming at noon. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to He Ming to confirm if the boy was the one He Ming had mentioned. A moment later, He Ming's reply arrived. Yes, it's him. I didn't recognize him at first glance. He said it himself. With Ai Ning by his side, Gu Qinghuan felt that at least he didn't have to worry about the boy making advances again. Although Gu Qinghuan had some doubts about whether this incident, happening on the first day of school, was related to Ai Ning's mission, her relationship with He Ming wasn't particularly close, and it felt a bit out of place compared to the past. She pondered for a few seconds and then said to Ai Ning, when you talk to that boy, remember to focus on the key point. His goal is to repay a favor, so ask him how he wants to repay you. If his offer isn't too exaggerated, then agree to it. Continuing to pester him will only complicate a simple matter. Ai Ning felt that Gu Qinghuan's words made sense. The boy gave off the impression that he was determined to achieve his goal. The more He Ming refused, the more he'd probably want to repay her, so he might as well just accept it. Another thought struck him, and he asked, by the way, could that boy have transferred from out of town specifically to repay a favor? Xin Jianwei couldn't help but interject. He's already in his third year of high school, and he's transferring for something like this? I asked President He. Gu Qinghuan was a little skeptical, but luckily, it was easy to confirm. Just send He Xuerong a message. He Xuerong's reply came quickly. Have you met that kid from the Yin family? Gu Qinghuan. He really is a transfer student. He Shuirong. Yes, Yin Changming, the youngest son of the Yin family. He's quite favored and a decent person, but how should I put it? He's a bit too stubborn. Anyway, I just don't get along with him. For He Shuirong to say something like we don't get along, it seemed this boy named Yin Changming was quite troublesome. Gu Qinghuan. Then do you know why he came to Mingda? He Shuirong. He said he met a girl during summer vacation and fell in love with her at first sight, so he came here. Gu Qinghuan's expression was subtle. It wasn't that she didn't believe in love at first sight, but the premise of love at first sight was a bit unbelievable. Ai Ning observed Gu Qinghuan's expression. Is there a problem? Nothing. Gu Qinghuan shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind. The boy's name is Yin Changming, and he did transfer here specifically for Yiming. Ai Ning scratched his ear. Did the class monitor emphasize the words for Yiming? President, he said Yin Changming is very stubborn. When you talk, try to be accommodating to him, Gu Qinghuan said. This time, Ai Ning nodded decisively. Although Gu Qinghuan had said stubborn, in his opinion, transferring here specifically to repay a favor wasn't stubborn at all, it was pure paranoia. Thinking of this, Ai Ning felt a little worried. Ah Ming had only been kind enough to help, yet she run into someone like this. He turned around and went to borrow some equipment. As a member of the third squad, how could he not bring a recorder at a time like this? If Yin Changming started to get aggressive, he have evidence. Gu Qinghuan had given Ai Ning a heads up, and she felt a little more at ease. If it were the old Ai Ning, there might still be a chance of conflict. After all these past 2 years, Ai Ning had become much more stable, and her personality wasn't as gloomy and reserved as before. For now, let's just let go and see how Ai Ning handles things on her own. Chapter 562. The last 2 classes of the morning were electives, perfect for changing classrooms during the break. When Ai Ning arrived at the classroom, He Ming was already there and greeted him. Were you stuck in traffic this morning? Ai Ning had posted this on his WeChat moments, so not surprisingly, He Ming also knew about it. He nodded and said, yes, otherwise, I would have been able to help you this morning when that man named Yin Changming was harassing you. When he mentioned it, He Ming suddenly remembered, it's not a big deal, don't take it personally. Anyway, you know his name, don't you? Well, our class monitor asked for me, Ai Ning said, a little surprised. He's almost asking you for a favor, and he hasn't told you his name yet. He Ming thought about it, and said awkwardly, I think he did, but I forgot. Ai Ning. I felt a small sympathy for Yin Changming. He Ming spread her hands and said, I was busy memorizing my lessons. Being suddenly stopped by a stranger was already a waste of time, so I just wanted to leave. Not to mention that he immediately asked for repayment. It was so strange. Who would care? Hearing her say this, Ai Ning felt relieved. No matter what Yin Changming was thinking, He Ming had never understood. Although he was also a victim, wasn't it a good thing at this time? Ai Ning and He Ming agreed that he and she would go meet Yin Changming at noon. He Ming naturally had no objection. If something like that happened this morning happened again, having someone by her side would make it easier to take action. Not to mention that the person accompanying her was her childhood friend, which made her feel even more at ease. When get out of class was over, as they left the teaching building, they saw Yin Changming in the crowd. To be fair, Yin Changming's appearance was quite striking. He was tall, thin, fair-skinned, with a dimple on one cheek and relatively soft features. He gave off the impression of a precious young master who grew up in a honeypot. But there were plenty of good-looking men in Mingda. Besides, Ji Tianxiu's acting skills were impressive, and he could play any role. When he played a demon on a variety show, Ji Tianxiu was responsible for lust, and many people online were mesmerized by him. Ai Ning also played the jealous demon at the time. He Ming, not wanting to miss her childhood sweetheart's performance, watched the other demons as well. In He Ming's eyes, no matter how good-looking Yin Changming was, he was nothing compared to Ji Tianxiu's portrayal. He Ming quietly tugged at Ai Ning's arm. How about we take advantage of the crowd now and run away? Why bother discussing gratitude during lunchtime? He Ming just wanted to finish her lunch in peace and rest. Ai Ning was actually quite tempted by the suggestion, but after thinking it over, he said seriously, no, delaying won't solve the problem. And didn't you already have an agreement? He Ming thought about it and agreed. So she and Ai Ning walked over to Yin Changming. Yin Changming was quite pleased to see He Ming, but then he noticed Ai Ning beside her. His eyes widened, and he blurted out, you have a boyfriend? He Ming had been stern, wanting to cut the Gordian knot, but Yin Changming's words nearly choked her. Huh? In comparison, Ai Ning nearly had a heart attack. The secret he kept hidden for so many years was revealed just like that? But that wasn't the point. The point was that he could perfectly predict He Ming's response. Sure enough, He Ming realized what was going on, and immediately said, "He's not my boyfriend. He's my childhood sweetheart, Ai Ning. He's here to see you with me." Ai Ning, heartbroken. But he had been prepared, stubbornly maintaining an unmoved expression. "Don't waste your time. We're here to deal with your problem." When He Ming explained that Ai Ning wasn't her boyfriend, Yan Changming's mood visibly brightened. He obediently followed the two of them to the cafeteria. After learning about Mingda's cafeteria, he offered to treat them, inviting them to the second floor and requesting a small private room. He had actually wanted to go to the third floor, but reservations were generally required there, and it was too late now, so he had to give up. Ai Ning discussed it with He Ming and agreed to Yan Changming's treat. This way, he could use the treat as an excuse to decline Yan Changming's offer of gratitude. The three of them sat in a small private room, waiting for their food to be served, when He Ming preemptively asked, "Why are you repaying me? I didn't do you any favors. I just called someone over. I didn't buy the replacement swim trunks, so why don't you repay the person who bought them for you?" Yan Changming immediately replied, "I also repaid that person. Those swim trunks were 30 yuan a pair, and I gave him 3,000 yuan and a banner." 3,000 yuan wasn't a big deal, and Ai Ning was more shocked by the banner. He Ming's mouth dropped open. "You even gave me a banner? What did it say?" She was genuinely curious about what a banner could say. Yan Changming gloated, "Giving me pants in the sea and saving me from the shore." Ai Ning really couldn't hold it back this time. Her forehead was pressed against the table, and her shoulders were shaking with laughter. He Ming hadn't even considered holding back, and she was practically bursting into tears. She wondered what that kind-hearted person felt when he received the banner. Yan Changming slapped the table. "Is it really that funny? I've been thinking about those two lines for a long time." Ai Ning clutched her stomach and looked up at Yan Changming with a look of care. "It's good, really. Ha ha." He Ming wiped her tears with a tissue, and after catching her breath, she said, "Please don't give me a banner." Yan Changming waved his hands repeatedly. "No, that won't do. A banner isn't enough to express my feelings for you." Ai Ning suddenly stopped laughing and stared at Yan Changming. The latter looked at He Ming with a burning gaze, her eyes brimming with affection. "When I saw you in the sea, I knew you were different from other girls. The girls I known since childhood would shy away in a situation like this, but you were different. You didn't take me seriously at all. You simply asked what happened and asked for help. And then you didn't ask me for anything in return. You just left. I think you're truly unique. So I want to get to know you better. Is that okay?" Ai Ning turned to look at He Ming, who also looked back, a question mark practically forming above her head. Ai Ning coughed twice and cleared his throat. "Well, Yan Changming, is it possible that you just don't know enough girls?" He Ming nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "That's right. How could this be considered unique?" Yan Changming counted on his fingers and shook his head seriously. "I have over a dozen female friends I regularly interact with. That's quite a lot." "It's not the number, it's the type," Ai Ning said patiently. "A dozen girls might sound like a lot, but if they're people who can get along well, they naturally share similar personalities. Considering Yan Changming's situation, perhaps others are deliberately treating him this way, or perhaps girls with this personality type are easily attracted to him." Yan Changming thought Ai Ning had a point, but he remained firm. "You may be right, but for me, He Ming is the only one who's different." Ai Ning was convinced. Well, he had finally seen Yan Changming's stubbornness. Chapter 563. He Ming had no interest in Yan Changming at all. Even hearing him say something resembling a confession, let alone a heartbeat, she didn't even feel curious. She lacked romantic instincts to begin with, otherwise, Ai Ning wouldn't have worried for so many years. Despite Yan Changming's stubbornness, she only said with a lack of interest, "When you say that, I just feel looked down upon. You want to pursue me simply because my attitude towards you seems different to you, rather than being moved by my experiences, personality, or ideals. That's too superficial." Just then, the waiter arrived. He Ming grabbed her set meal and said to Ai Ning, "Come on, Ai Ning, let's go eat outside." Yan Changming was a little anxious. "That's not what I meant. At least in my opinion, the message you conveyed is very unpleasant." He Ming said, "Consider this lunch today as a token of your gratitude. I accept it. I hope you won't come after me again, or I contact the disciplinary department." Ai Ning swiftly picked up her set meal, politely said to Yan Changming, "Thank you for the lunch," and followed He Ming out of the private room. There was also a public dining area on the second floor of the cafeteria. He Ming found a seat farther away from the private room, and Ai Ning sat across from her. After dinner, let's go to the mini-mart. I treat you to chocolate-covered ice cream, Ai Ning said. He Ming finally put her unhappiness aside, and quickly held up 2 fingers. I want 2. 1 today, 1 tomorrow. Okay. Ai Ning agreed immediately. He Ming's mood improved a bit. Picking up her chopsticks, she grumbled as she ate, that guy is so short-sighted. I thought he said he wanted to pursue me because he saw something in me, but this is all he got? Ai Ning nodded repeatedly, picking up the bell peppers from He Ming's plate. Although bell peppers aren't spicy, He Ming doesn't like them, so Ai Ning usually handles them. I'm now wondering if those girls he calls the same are just trying to act that way because they're afraid of him getting caught up with them. He Ming pondered. It's possible. Ai Ning thought it was possible. As for whether Yan Changming could tell the girls' acting skills, that was obviously difficult. He Ming said, a bit more bored, let's not talk about him anymore. It's a waste of time. Now that he's transferred here, he soon realized that what he sees as unique about me isn't really that big of a deal. The girls at Mingda are incredibly talented. Class 3 alone is packed with hidden gems. Ai Ning was about to nod, but stopped herself and shook her head. That's not true. Huh? He Ming stared at him blankly, not understanding what he was saying. What I mean is, Ming, you said you're nothing special, but that's not true, Ai Ning said. You're also very unique, it's just that Yan Changming is blind. He Ming paused for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. She put down her chopsticks, stood up, and reached across the table to pat Ai Ning on the shoulder. My childhood sweetheart really still has my side. But you never used to praise me like that. You changed now. She withdrew her hand, feeling rather emotional. Ai Ning coughed uncomfortably. He wanted to compliment He Ming in the same way before, but he'd been too embarrassed to say it out loud. He desperately wanted He Ming to know his feelings, but fearing rejection kept him from expressing them openly. Of course, things were different now. Not to mention that next to him sat Su Xinghe, the supposed love-brain classmate from Class 3, whose outlook on love was so healthy it could put many people off for several lifetimes. Furthermore, under Gu Qinghuan's influence, everyone in Class 3 had made significant progress in self-expression over the past 2 years. Then there was the idiots. It can't be helped. The class monitor has been receiving so many direct hits that he's learned how to play them himself. Now, Ai Ning could compliment He Ming casually. Or rather, he reflected deeply and realized he should have done so long ago. The person he liked was inherently so outstanding that was what attracted him. So why was he embarrassed to say it? The two of them happily finished their lunch, and He Ming didn't take Yan Changming's little incident seriously. After leaving the cafeteria, Ai Ning and He Ming went to the small supermarket and bought her favorite ice cream. The weather in September was still quite hot, and a cold ice cream after dinner was so refreshing. He Ming happily said goodbye to Ai Ning with the ice cream and returned to her own classroom. Ai Ning also headed for Class 3, and as soon as she entered, Su Xinghe grabbed her and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come on, tell me what happened. Ai Ning's resistance was futile, so she could only honestly recount her lunchtime experience. Even though he had recorded the conversation, playing it back would be too time-consuming, and the situation wasn't serious, a brief explanation would be quicker. After listening, Su Xinghe rubbed his chin and grumbled, this Yan Changming is so dull. He seems like he was spoiled by his family. Ai Ning agreed, I thought so too. Maybe he has older siblings, or perhaps even older relatives who care about him. But I thought you'd be furious if you knew he had ulterior motives for He Ming, Su Xinghe said. Ai Ning countered, would you be angry if someone confessed their feelings to Yin Shisheng? Su Xinghe was stunned, then shook his head decisively, no. He raised his chin proudly, if someone else likes the girl I like, doesn't that mean she's amazing? Why should I be angry? After saying this, Su Xinghe scratched his head again, I'd still be a little upset. I feel like someone else got there first. Also, I need to come up with a new and memorable way to confess my feelings. I don't want to have to compete with anyone else. Ai Ning held his forehead. He had underestimated Su Xinghe's love-mindedness. He held Su Xinghe's shoulder, pulling him back from his thoughts. Before, I'd probably be furious. I'm Ah Ming's childhood sweetheart. I'd been with her for so many years, so how could anyone else confess their love? But now, I don't think so. Rather, it's too arrogant. He and He Ming had indeed been together for many years, so what? So what? As childhood sweethearts, did that mean he could stop others from confessing their love to her? No, he couldn't harbor such arrogant thoughts just because he and Ming had been together the longest. The choice was Ming's. In that respect, he, like Yan Changming, was the chosen one. If he truly wanted to be Ming's chosen one, he shouldn't stop others from liking her, nor should he, under the guise of jealousy or possessiveness, cut off her from contact with others. He didn't have the qualifications to do so, and he shouldn't restrict Ming's freedom. What Ning wanted was that when he stood with others, no matter how many others there were, Ming would firmly move towards him. To do this, he had to prove himself the best, the one most suitable for Ming. Su Xinghe gave Ning a thumbs up. Very good, you're a qualified love-brained person. He put his arm around Ning's shoulders and said seriously, next time someone calls me love-brained, you have to speak up for me. Ning pushed Su Xinghe's arm away, her expression sincere. That won't do. It's better for you to keep that title. I won't compete with you for it. Su Xinghe's eyes widened. This is too much. How can this person have no sense of camaraderie at all? Chapter 564. Like Ning, Ming was pulled over by several familiar classmates upon returning to class, and asked what happened at lunch. The Mingda cafeteria was small, so Ming expected to be seen by classmates going upstairs with Ning and a stranger. Ming waved her hand. It's really no big deal. That boy was outrageous. How outrageous? The classmate asked curiously. Ming briefly recounted her encounter with Yan Changming, including their experiences today, and concluded, anyway, I don't want to be associated with someone like that. However, she didn't mention any names, mainly because, after such a short while, she had barely remembered Yan Changming's name. Was it Yan Changming or Yan Changming? Oh, it doesn't matter. What's so good about remembering the name of someone you don't plan to see again? Several classmates generally agreed with Ming's opinion. Only one, Duan Shishir, seemed quite interested. Why? Doesn't it sound dramatic? Just meeting on the beach is hilarious. Ming looked at her with an indescribable expression. What's so funny about it? He's just a nuisance to me. Duan Shishir curled her lips. He came all this way to get here. Can't you be nice to him? He paid a huge price, so I have to pay him back? Ming felt even more baffled. I didn't ask him to come here. I don't owe him anything. Duan Shishir was about to say something, but Ming, no longer interested in discussing the topic, adjusted her desk and chair, and prepared for a nap. She and Duan Shishir had a normal relationship. Their grades were similar in their freshman year, so he often came to her for answers. After the second year of high school, they chose different subjects, and their interactions became less frequent. Ming's most vivid memory of Duan Shishir occurred during her freshman year. After an exam, Duan Shishir asked her to review her answers. She couldn't quite remember what she had chosen, and had vaguely given an answer. Duan Shishir, upon hearing this, remarked on her how could she get such a simple question wrong, when the correct answer was clearly another. But when the test papers were handed out, Duan Shishir discovered that Ming hadn't gotten any wrong, and she became furious, believing that Ming had deliberately given the wrong answer in an attempt to secretly outperform her. Ming explained that she had simply misremembered, but Duan Shishir refused to believe her, and even accused her of being petty in front of other students. At that time, Ming considered Duan Shishir overly competitive, and even a bit paranoid, and they maintained only a minimal relationship as classmates. She and Duan Shishir sat very close, and there was nothing she could do if they were overheard. She couldn't just avoid him, could she? Then Duan Shishir would accuse her of looking down on her. Ming didn't take it to heart. Her high school life would be over in just 1 year, so there was no need to cultivate a good relationship with someone she didn't like. At this moment, she felt a little envious of Ning. Comparatively, the atmosphere in Class 3 was much better. Each of the 3 core subjects had a top student, making it easy to ask questions when she didn't understand them. Forget it, instead of envying them, it was better to work hard. Ming shook her head secretly, and decided to take a good nap. After a good rest, she would face the afternoon classes in good shape. However, for Duan Shishir, Ming's calmness was not a good thing. She returned to her seat, and glanced at Ming with some reluctance. Seeing that Ming had fallen asleep, she gritted her teeth. Why did all the good things happen to Ming? To be able to transfer to Mingda in her senior year, she either had excellent grades and didn't care about the change of environment, or she was spoiled by her family and didn't care what she learned. Ming went to the beach during summer vacation and met someone like that, and he fell in love with her at first sight. Calling others outrageous, wasn't she really just showing off? Duan Shishir absent-mindedly browsed the Mingda forum for a while, when she came across a post that resembled a missing person notice. An idea struck her. She immediately went to Mingda's confession wall, and wrote a post from a casual perspective, hoping to find someone. She also had a problem with Yiming about this. She said she wasn't interested in that person and kept their name secret. Was she really just trying to keep it a secret? Was she just gloating about having someone pursuing her? What a shame. The information Yiming revealed during her bragging was enough for her to find the person. Duan Shishir quickly finished the post and happily pressed send. With a buzz, Bao Song's phone vibrated. He opened the chat window and checked the submissions to his confession wall. Entering his senior year, he began looking for someone to hand over his confession wall account to. So today, he'd been searching for active freshmen on the forum, and now he was chatting with 3 of them simultaneously. He glanced at the submissions. At first glance, they seemed normal. It's normal to be curious about or attracted to new faces. However, after Bao Song read them more carefully, he felt something was amiss in the descriptions. If one were to meet a stranger in the cafeteria and want to get to know them for some reason, then the focus of trying to find the person should be on their appearance and attire. This submission, however, makes no mention of these matters, instead emphasizing the 2 people traveling with it. The emphasis on the woman in the 2 is somewhat subjective, with phrases like seemingly aloof. Although this subjective tone isn't overt, reading the entire article still conveys a sense of rejection from the author. Unsure if it was his own imagination, Bao Song turned and called out, "Sally. What's wrong?" Yao Sally was engrossed in her book, and didn't even look up when Bao Song called her. Bao Song copied the submission into his phone's notes, edited some parts, and kept only the main narrative. He then showed it to Yao Shaili. "What do you think of the novel I'm reading?" Yao Shaili reluctantly put down her book and took Bao Song's phone. She quickly read through it, then rubbed her chin. "A mystery novel? The person speaking is the murderer?" This statement doesn't sound like the words of an eyewitness. It's more like someone who listened to someone else's account and then assumed they were there, speaking from an eyewitness perspective. Bao Song nodded repeatedly. "I think so too. There must be a key point. For example, if a class monitor ran into someone they wanted to get to know in the cafeteria, they would definitely remember what they ordered." Yao Shaili thought it made sense. "Also, I feel like, even though the speaker didn't mention the girl's name, he should have known her. The emotional tone in the description is too obvious. I think he probably disliked her." Hearing her, Bao Song felt relieved. It wasn't his illusion. He was about to thank her and consider whether to reject the submission when Yao Shaili said, "Come to think of it, this paragraph seems more and more familiar the more I read it." Yao Shaili didn't know it was a genuine submission, and thought it was from a novel she read before. But after much thought, she couldn't connect the text to any particular novel, so she had to give up her memory. Bao Song was enlightened and quickly realized, isn't this exactly what happened to Ai Ning this afternoon? Ahem, actually, he overheard Ai Ning and Su Xing chatting. It's fair to say that everyone in Class 3 has mastered this skill of multitasking. It's just that Bao Song's impression of Yiming was a very friendly girl, so he didn't quite match her with the girl described in the submission. Thinking of this, Bao Song suddenly lost his composure. What nonsense is the submitter talking about? Could it be someone with a grudge against Yiming? Chapter 565. Although he had doubts about the identity of the contributor, Bao Song had to remain impartial as this was a confession wall. So he simply replied, "Excuse me, classmate, could you please be more detailed in your submission? Please focus on the student you're looking for." Duan Shishir looked at the confession wall, and found the final weighty line a bit jarring. Isn't her submission detailed enough? It's just a confession wall. Why didn't you post it immediately? What's the point of dithering? Even though he thought so, who knows who's behind Mingda's confession wall? If they're not easy to deal with, it'd be troublesome. Duan Shishir made some revisions, but worried about getting rejected for being too long, so he ended up deleting a lot of the content about Yiming. This time, Bao Song saw that the submission was much more normal, so he reluctantly queued it up and posted it. He marked this submission as a high-profile one, and checked the comments section from time to time. Bao Song considered telling Ai Ning about this, but he had no idea who the contributor was, or why, and rashly passing it on wouldn't have much of an effect. He'd better wait and see. There was still time to pass it on once there was a clearer outcome. After all, it was the first day of school, and the forums were very active. Bao Song's confession wall post initially attracted a lot of attention from the freshmen, and then the students started trying to get him back. He would transfer in during his senior year. This piece of information alone was enough to expose Yan Changming's identity. Sure enough, someone soon revealed Yan Changming's class. Although I didn't go to the cafeteria today, there's only one new transfer student in the senior year. You can look for him in class 11. Friendly reminder, he's certainly good looking, but just look at his face. He's not suitable for dating. Yin Changming had just transferred here, and was completely unknown at Mingda. Even if his classmates suspected he had a prominent family background, they couldn't be sure. Therefore, they didn't reveal his name directly to avoid future trouble. Now that the answer was out, no one paid attention, and the comment section was quite quiet. Of course, for Duan Shishir, this was enough. Knowing Yin Changming's class, wouldn't it be easy to find him? But lunch break was almost over, and Duan Shishir didn't have time to go to class 11. Angrily, she decided to look for him during recess tomorrow. She had to get home quickly after school. She had tutoring waiting. When Duan Shishir got home, she immediately noticed the extra shoes by the entrance. They were her size, but not her favorite style or color. She knew who they belonged to. She instinctively fell silent, then quickly regained her normal expression to avoid her father's criticism of her expression. Before she reached the living room, Duan Shishir heard laughter. As she approached, the laughter stopped. Sitting on the sofa, surrounded by her mother and father, was her twin sister, Duan Xiaoguang. Although twins, Duan Shishir and Duan Xiaoguang didn't look alike. Duan Xiaoguang skipped a grade as a child, took the college entrance exam 2 years ago, and was accepted into a prestigious program at a top-tier university. In Duan Shishir's eyes, her older sister lived a rather glamorous life. Pampered at home by her parents and praised by others, she seemed like a complete ugly duckling in comparison. Dad, who had been cheerful, immediately frowned upon seeing Duan Shishir and said, "Why didn't you call for help when you came back? Didn't you see your sister?" Duan Shishir tried to curl her lips, but she forced herself to hold it back. She reluctantly said, "Sister, you're back?" "My return was so sudden, it's normal." Shishir wasn't expecting it. Duan Xiaoguang smiled and said, "It's almost time to go. Shishir, please give me a ride." Duan Shishir was even more reluctant, but noticing her parents' gaze, she put down her school bag and followed Duan Xiaoguang out. She had thought she would take the family car to take Duan Xiaoguang to the high-speed rail station, but Duan Xiaoguang said no. She had called a ride, and Duan Shishir would just drop her off at the entrance of the community. That was fine. Duan Shishir didn't want to waste too much time. Her tutor would be back after dinner. She walked silently behind Duan Xiaoguang. Duan Xiaoguang suddenly turned and looked at her. "Don't you want to come with me?" Duan Shishir lingered as she approached Duan Xiaoguang. Duan Xiaoguang smiled, slowed his pace, and said as they walked, "I'm back to give Mom a birthday present. You can buy her a bouquet of flowers later. She'd be happy to receive it." Duan Xiaoguang's school started early this semester, but his school was in a neighboring city, making transportation very convenient. And since he had no classes this afternoon, she had returned. Duan Shishir grumbled inwardly, "Why is Duan Xiaoguang being so attentive? Wouldn't it be enough to just have a birthday present delivered? He come all this way just for something like this." When she got home, Mom and Dad would scold her for being naive again. As for Duan Xiaoguang's suggestion of buying flowers, Duan Shishir didn't want to buy them at all. Flowers would wither and rot soon, a waste of her allowance. "Shishir, you're a senior this year. Take the textbooks, notes, and exercise books in my locker if you need them. If you have any questions, you can message me and I get back to you," Duan Xiaoguang continued. Duan Shishir listened absent-mindedly. It wasn't the first day she'd known Duan Xiaoguang was a good student. She'd gone through her study materials before, but her mother caught her and told her not to mess with her sister's things. If she was so generous, why didn't she tell me earlier? She'd been scolded by her mother for nothing, and now she didn't want it anymore. As they were talking, the two of them had already reached the gate of the residential complex, but the ride hadn't arrived yet. Duan Xiaoguang stood by the roadside and continued to talk to Duan Shishir. "After next year's college entrance exam, you can apply to any university you want, even if it's far away." Duan Shishir curled her lips inwardly. Why would she want to go somewhere far away? If she were far away from home, whatever happened, Mom and Dad would only think of Duan Xiaoguang, and they would look down on her even more. She said a perfunctory "I understand," but she was thinking, "I wouldn't do that." The ride arrived. Duan Xiaoguang confirmed the license plate number, got in, and waved goodbye to Duan Shishir again. Duan Shishir gave a reluctant wave and prepared to go home. Glancing at the flower shop in front of the residential complex, she hesitated for a moment before picking out a few carnations and asking the owner to wrap them for her. Duan Xiaoguang had already given a gift, so if she didn't give anything, her mother would definitely be even more dissatisfied. There weren't many gifts to buy near the neighborhood, and ordering flash delivery would be a waste of time, so she decided to just send flowers. When Duan Shishir returned home with a bouquet, her mother smiled a rare smile, though her words were still somewhat sarcastic. "I thought you forgot." Duan Shishir remained silent. The more she talked at a time like this, the more mistakes she made. It was better to just give the flowers. Her mother took the flowers. The bouquet wasn't large, so it didn't need to be unwrapped, it could just go into the vase. She took a few photos of the vase, and happily posted them on her WeChat moments, showing others the love from her daughters. Duan Shishir stared at the vase for a moment, and couldn't help but ask, "Did we have this vase at home before?" Dad smiled and replied, "It's a gift your sister brought back today. She said she made it herself, while working in a school club. Such craftsmanship is worthy of my daughter." No wonder Duan Xiaowang asked her to buy flowers. Duan Shishir suddenly realized, but just as she was thinking that Duan Xiaowang had done her a favor, she heard her father's next words. "But the flowers you bought aren't very good. They don't really match the vase. Try to cultivate your taste next time." Dad's tone was casual. Duan Shishir stared at the vase. The flowers she had given were clearly beautiful. It wasn't her fault for taste. Chapter 566. The next day, Duan Shishir took advantage of the break to pass by the entrance of Class 11 several times. There were many people walking back and forth in the corridor, and Duan Shishir didn't stand out. She quickly determined who she was looking for. After all, new transfer students would most likely sit in the back row. After all, after 2 years, everyone's seats were fixed, and no existing student would give up theirs without special reasons. Plus, He Ming had mentioned Yan Changming's good looks during her description, making it even easier for Duan Shishir to identify the candidate. Watching Yan Changming leave the classroom, Duan Shishir immediately stopped him as he reached the corner of the stairs. "Classmate, I have something to talk to you about." Yan Changming looked at Duan Shishir in surprise. "Who are you?" "I'm He Ming's classmate," Duan Shishir replied. Yan Changming's eyes suddenly lit up, and his attitude became much friendlier. "What's up?" "Nothing much. I just heard He Ming tell me about you yesterday, and I'm curious, so I wanted to get to know you," Duan Shishir said. She was about to explain her purpose when Yan Changming raised his hands to his chest, took a step back, and said warily, "Although He Ming isn't interested in me, I'm not interested in anyone else either. Don't try to get your hands on me." Duan Shishir almost gasped, her fists clenched. "Does this person think they're so universally lovable? How conceited," she said expressionlessly. "I never even seen you before today. How could I possibly fall in love with someone I never met?" Yan Changming felt this made sense, and he lowered his hands. "Then why did you come to me? I think it's quite difficult for you to transfer here just to meet someone you fell in love with at first sight." "I wanted to help bring you two together," Duan Shishir replied. Yan Changming scratched his cheek sheepishly. "It wasn't that difficult, actually. I just told my family, and they helped me transfer here." He Ming and her family were visiting a private beach, where the guests were all relatives and friends of the host family. Just asking the host family would tell them about He Ming's family situation. Duan Shishir felt she needed to get some blood pressure medication if she wanted to continue chatting with Yan Changming. Just hearing it, one could tell how pampered Yan Changming was at home. He had everything he wanted, everything he wanted. In comparison, she was at home. Duan Shishir pinched her palm with her fingernails, regaining her composure and forcing the conversation back. "Don't interrupt. I just wanted to ask if you need my help." Yan Changming nodded repeatedly, but just as he was about to agree, he said hesitantly, "Why would you help me?" Yan Changming was still heartbroken after being rejected by He Ming yesterday. He hadn't figured out what to do next, and was feeling depressed. He had always had a smooth life, and had never met a girl as unsympathetic as He Ming. He was at a loss for words. Now, a stranger suddenly appeared, offering to match him with He Ming. Yan Changming didn't think it would be easy. Oh, Duan Shishir had thought of this excuse last night, and spoke it with remarkable ease. "Because I like He Ming's childhood sweetheart, but he likes He Ming, so I don't stand a chance. As soon as He Ming finds someone she likes, her childhood sweetheart will probably give up on her, and it'd be much easier for me to pursue her." This was, of course, a lie. Duan Shishir didn't like Ai Ning. After all, Ai Ning's grades were worse than He Ming's. Even if she wanted a boyfriend, she had to find one with better grades than He Ming. Yan Changming didn't know the truth, but he was convinced by Duan Shishir's words, and he was a little nervous. "Does the childhood sweetheart you're talking about look like this?" He described Ai Ning's appearance, and Duan Shishir nodded, "Yes." Over the past 2 years, Duan Shishir had run into He Ming and Ai Ning in the cafeteria quite often. Of course, she remembered Ai Ning's appearance and the care she always showed He Ming. She was sure Ai Ning liked He Ming, but judging by He Ming's expression, she hadn't realized it at all. Duan Shishir wouldn't remind her, of course. Sometimes, she felt that life was so unfair. He Ming had such a wonderful childhood sweetheart, while she only had an older sister who had always been better than her, which made her constantly criticized by her parents. Yin Changming slapped his thigh. She said she wasn't her boyfriend. Isn't this almost a deal? He suddenly felt uneasy. Would his words have made He Ming realize that Ai Ning liked her? But considering He Ming's unhesitating response, it seemed the childhood sweetheart had never confessed his feelings to her. Do you know her name? Yin Changming asked. Ai Ning. Duan Shishir had heard He Ming call Ai Ning by that name before, and since their names together formed Lemon, the impression was quite vivid. After finding out which Ning it was, Yin Changming's face wrinkled into a bitter gourd. These were childhood sweethearts from their mother's generation. Even the name was agreed upon. After pondering for a moment, he agreed to Duan Shishir's request. Okay, add me. The two of them added each other as friends. Duan Shishir was very pleased, feeling Yin Changming was truly easy to fool. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, revealing a transfer from Yin Changming. Duan Shishir was stunned. What are you doing? Of course I'm paying you for doing this for me. I give it to you, including the information fee for that childhood sweetheart. Yin Changming put his phone away. Keep going. You definitely get some benefits. Returning to her seat, Duan Shishir was still a little disoriented. She hadn't wanted to accept the money, but Yin Changming was firm, saying he suspected her of ulterior motives if she didn't. To gain their trust, Duan Shishir had no choice but to accept. But she hadn't expected it to be a whopping 5,000. She had known Yin Changming for less than half an hour. How could he be so easily deceived? No, she hadn't lied to Yin Changming. She did want to bring him and He Ming together, but she had no interest in Ai Ning, so that didn't matter much. The 5,000 yuan seemed like a hot potato. Duan Shishir pondered over it, deciding to just ignore it for now and leave it in her WeChat account. Her main purpose in bringing Yin Changming and He Ming together was simple. If He Ming were to fall in love, she wouldn't be able to focus on her studies. If Ai Ning and Yin Changming argued again, the situation would become even more chaotic. Then, He Ming's good days would be over. And who would she be able to boast about? Although Duan Shishir and He Ming weren't currently in competition, He Ming had been her biggest annoyance since she enrolled at Mingda. Seeing He Ming suffer a setback was a delight. While the break wasn't over yet, Duan Shishir diligently recalled some information about He Ming, such as her usual snacks and the club she joined. Duan Shishir figured that if Yin Changming could make good use of this information, he could gradually gain He Ming's favor. Words, like spreading vines and branches of ivy, gradually filled the screen, and with the press of the send button, they spread across another person's phone screen. Bao Song surveyed the contents on his phone screen, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Yesterday, feeling somewhat uneasy, he personally checked the user who had submitted the post to him, and was surprised by their past extreme comments. This user rarely posted, but she would reply to many, mostly on topics related to discrimination. The user's own comments revealed a strong bias. Even when contradicted, she wouldn't admit she misunderstood, and at most, she would simply stop replying. Bao Song traced her replies, and from the clues revealed within, he gradually narrowed down the user to Duan Shishir, a classmate of He Ming's. Just as he was debating whether to tell Ai Ning about this person, the confession wall account received a new post. Hello, confession for someone. Duan Shishir from class 30 of senior high school likes Ai Ning from class 3 of senior high school. Bao Song, huh? Chapter 567. Bao Song rubbed his eyes, feeling that the submissions he received in the past 2 days, since school started, were getting increasingly outrageous. Yesterday, Duan Shishir fabricated a fake submission, and today's was even more outrageous. It was a confession wall, yes, but how could one submit a post to help someone else confess their love? Confessing one's love in front of everyone was inherently audacious. Bao Song carefully reviewed even confessions submitted by individuals to avoid any negative consequences, let alone those posted on behalf of others. If such a submission were actually posted, anyone could post a who likes who post. It would be the same as spreading rumors. Bao Song took a deep breath and reaffirmed his previous attitude. We don't accept submissions that claim someone else's love. After sending the message, Bao Song suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, this user's name is Changming? He just met someone named Changming the other day. What a coincidence, right? It took a few minutes for the other party to reply. Why? Bao Song. Because I can't verify what you're saying. If you're lying, posting this submission will cause serious trouble for the two people mentioned. Changming, oh, that makes sense. Bao Song was about to breathe a sigh of relief when the other party sent another message. Changming, then I send one myself. I want to apologize to Yi Ming from class 30. My confession was inappropriate and caused her trouble and inconvenience. I'm very sorry. Bao Song's breath was blocked. He felt like he hadn't had a good start to the semester. Bao Song, excuse me, who are you? Changming, I'm Yin Changming from class 31. He had actually encountered this. Bao Song slapped his forehead. Bao Song, your submission, naming someone by name, will only exacerbate his troubles. After posting this, Bao Song found it ridiculous. This is a confession wall, not a private forum. Why does it sound like a counseling session? Yin Changming, really? I just want to show my sincerity. Bao Song replied with a smiley emoji, leaving Yin Changming to figure it out for himself. Luckily, Yin Changming, though clueless, understood Bao Song's expression and didn't bother to scold him. He pondered for a moment. Then I leave Ming's name out, okay? Didn't Duan Shishir say he wanted to match him and Ming? Once the submission is posted, let Duan Shishir show it to Ming. Wouldn't Ming know? Unfortunately, he had originally wanted to match Duan Shishir and Ming, but he hadn't expected the confession wall to have such strict requirements. Bao Song, I don't recommend that either. Posting this kind of message will only incite curiosity and escalate the situation. Bao Song hasn't yet investigated Yin Changming's identity, but he must have been quite capable of transferring so easily. Who knows if someone will take advantage of him and accuse Ming of being ungrateful. Yin Changming didn't ask for the reason this time, probably assuming it was his fault after being repeatedly rejected by the confession wall. Yin Changming, then what should I do best? Bao Song closed his eyes. He really wasn't a private person. Just then, the bell rang, and Bao Song typed quickly, "Sorry, class is in session. I get back to you when I have time." After sending the message, he quickly turned off his phone and shoved it into the hollow of his desk. If this didn't involve Aining, he wouldn't have been so patient. As for how to deal with Yin Changming, as the saying goes in class 3, if you're undecided, ask the monitor. After class, Bao Song dragged Gu Qinghuan to the small garden outside the classroom and, in a matter of minutes, explained the situation completely, waiting for instructions. Gu Qinghuan rubbed his temples. Before offering a solution, he couldn't help but sigh. This situation is truly confusing. I just met Yin Changming yesterday morning, and now he was already thinking about confessing on someone else's behalf. Not only did this inexplicably involve Aining, but Yin Changming was also planning to apologize to Ming through the confession wall. The pace was so fast that Gu Qinghuan was having trouble keeping up. After some thought, she decided to first address the issue with Bao Song's confession wall. The person behind the confession wall was Bao Song. Most people in class 3 didn't know this, but Gu Qinghuan had long since learned about it through the student union. She said, rather than letting Ming see his sincerity, Yin Changming should first understand what his problem is, right? Bao Song shook his head. I don't want to be his personal confidant anymore. He was busy looking for the next person to take over the confession wall, so how could he have time for this? Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but laugh. It looked like Bao Song was getting irritated by Yin Changming's private messages. She explained, you don't need to deal with it. Just have him submit this as a submission, and other students will naturally show him how to do it. Bao Song suddenly realized that he had been so confused by this matter that he had almost forgotten his original job as the confession wall. Gu Qinghuan's words immediately gave Bao Song a clear idea of what to do. He figured that if he could just have Yin Changming conceal his and Ming's situation, explain the situation from Yin Changming's perspective, submit a submission expressing his hope that everyone would tell him what to do, that would be it. Bao Song could have foreseen the furor that would ensue in the comments section, but that was a good thing. A young master with Yin Changming's personality deserved a little hardship before realizing his mistakes. More importantly, Gu Qinghuan could see that this kind of open submission was a real possibility. With the class monitor taking action, no one could resist persuasion. Gu Qinghuan knew from Bao Song's expression that he had an idea, so he didn't question it. The break was too short. After just a few words, the bell rang, and Gu Qinghuan and Bao Song returned to the classroom to continue their lesson. When the class ended, it was lunchtime. Bao Song asked Ji Tianxiao to bring him some food, and then he began to offer his advice to Yin Changming. Yin Changming's reply was quite quick, and the punctuation alone showed that he was deeply touched. Thank you for your advice. I know what to do. After Ji Tianxiao brought the food back, Bao Song and Ji Tianxiao chatted while they ate. As they were almost done, Yin Changming's new submission arrived. To Bao Song's surprise, he assumed he'd have to revise this submission again, but it read quite smoothly. Combined with what he learned from Aining, he hadn't concealed anything. Although Yin Changming's pedantic temper was evident between the lines, Others would simply assume he had a problem with his thinking and no ill intentions. Of course, that didn't mean he wouldn't be criticized. Even though Mingda's students all came from well-off families, Yin Changming was a rare exception, and the criticism would only intensify. Bao Song. Okay, submission received. We'll post it later. Bao Song didn't have many submissions at the moment, so he posted them all. He placed Yin Changming's submission last, giving it the highest priority. The first few submissions were normal. Everyone read and commented normally. But when they got to the last one, they were caught off guard by a surprising revelation. Students, okay, you wait here, right? Then we be polite. Gu Qinghuan had set a reminder for the confession wall at noon, and she saw it right after Bao Song finished posting. She didn't rush to reply, but first read the other comments. As expected, everyone agreed that Yin Changming's relentless pursuit only puts immense pressure on the person he loves. You don't really think you're that affectionate, do you? Putting myself in a girl's perspective is terrifying. Being constantly worried about by a stranger who helped me so easily makes me really worried about my safety. While Yandere characters are captivating in anime, it's so unrealistic. Chapter 568. Yin Changming wasn't one to hold back. He'd been planning to reveal his identity, but now, seeing everyone's outcry so bluntly, he wasn't angry, but simply responded to every comment. I don't think I'm very affectionate. I never intended to hurt her, and I would never do such a thing. I'm definitely not a Yandere. As everyone continued to rant, Yin Changming's replies, each one more outspoken than the last, calmed down after their outbursts. They began to think this young master was rather foolish. I always feel like this classmate gives me a strong sense of déjà vu. Especially the brainlessness, right? Honestly, it reminds me of the old-school idol drama male protagonists, who are destined for a happy-go-lucky relationship. Great, finally someone said what I was thinking. Classmate, times are changing. Can you also improve? Gu Qinghuan burst into laughter. After finally calming down, she moved her finger and began to comment. Gu Qinghuan, you said you fell in love with her at first sight, which is why you came after her and confessed your feelings. So what exactly was your purpose? Was it to let her know you liked her, or to be able to be with someone you loved? Yin Changming had indeed noticed this comment. After all, compared to the others, Gu Qinghuan's tone was much gentler. He paused from replying to the others' comments and stared thoughtfully at Gu Qinghuan's message. Purpose? Yin Changming pondered for a few minutes, shocked to realize he hadn't considered the follow-up. He met someone by chance, and their personality was unique. He was intrigued, and even after returning home, he couldn't forget them. So he wanted to get to know them better. And so he came. This daring and adventurous nature isn't necessarily bad, but his lack of tact has caused Ming significant trouble, which is a serious problem. Yin Changming pondered for a moment, then replied to Gu Qinghuan word by word. She already knows I like her and rejected me, but I think she misunderstood me. I don't want to leave a bad impression on someone I like, and just leave like that. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers started cursing again. Who cares? You brought this upon yourself. She hates you. I said she hates you. Hello, did you see that? Gu Qinghuan continued. So, you're not currently angry because she doesn't like you, you're just upset about being misunderstood. Or perhaps, you're still harboring the hope that, if she knew I was a good person, maybe she'd like me? Yin Changming stared at Gu Qinghuan's reply, nodding repeatedly even though he couldn't see. Yes, that's exactly what he thought. How could this guy guess so accurately? Yin Changming, right. The onlookers were already somewhat stunned. Perhaps this guy was truly an idiot. Didn't he feel the slightest bit insulted? Gu Qinghuan rubbed her chin. After asking this question, she had a better grasp of Yin Changming's psychology. His self-esteem was indeed damaged by Ming's rejection, but his curiosity about her, and even his current new environment, made that ego overshadowed. Precisely because Yin Changming had always had a smooth life, he lacked a sense of frustration. Therefore, when he experienced defeat at the hands of Ming, he was so persistent in seeking an answer. He felt his existence was being denied, and only by finding affirmation from those who denied him could his world return to normal. But there's no right or wrong in this matter. Ultimately, everyone is an individual, and everyone is a different person in the eyes of others. What Yin Changming needs isn't Ming's affection, but a healthy self that doesn't need to be influenced by others. However, he does have many flaws, and he needs to be made aware of them and correct them. Otherwise, what will happen to her mission? Gu Qinghuan can confirm that AI Ning's mission is definitely related to Yin Changming and Duan Shishir. She flexed her fingers, her thoughts clearing up, making her reply much easier. Gu Qinghuan, I suggest you make a table. How do you see yourself? Why do you think so? How does she see you? And why? For each question, please list specific examples as your answer. Then, by comparing these examples, you understand the differences between your and her perceptions. That's it for now. Once you sorted it out, if you still have questions, please send me a private message. After sending her reply, Gu Qinghuan put her phone aside and settled comfortably into her human kennel. How could she spend her entire lunch break playing the role of a tree hole? She needed to conserve her energy so she could better face her afternoon classes. The comment section was stunned by Gu Qinghuan's reply. Oh my god, what have I done? Am I receiving psychological counseling? This is a typical example of empathy. As long as the author can objectively analyze the issue, they should know where their own problem lies. I think it would be best if each party in the conflict filled in their own section, then exchanged theirs. The author is so honest, he should be able to complete the other party's section, right? As everyone chatted, they decided it wasn't appropriate to discuss the issue below Yin Changming's submission, so they simply started a spin-off thread on the forum. Some were couples, some were friends, and there were children and parents, students and teachers. Templates were everywhere. Some people started arguing while filling out their forms. That's not what I meant back then. You were clearly the one who did it first. But after the arguments and discussions, many misunderstandings were resolved. Yin Changming didn't check the forum. He diligently wrote down questions in his draft notebook, writing more and more. He didn't actually write much about He Ming. After all, he didn't know her well enough, and that's when he realized how arrogant he was. If he didn't even understand He Ming, how could he expect her to understand him? So, Yin Changming shifted his focus to self-analysis. With his energy, completing the form would probably take quite a while. Meanwhile, Duan Shishir was also filling out the form. She had also seen Yin Changming's submission, but she hadn't left a comment in the comments section. When she deciphered the content of the submission, Duan Shishir was so furious she practically ran to class 11. She just wanted to grab Yin Changming and shake the water out of his head. What was he thinking? Could it be that his hobby was being scolded? Duan Shishir continued to browse the comments section, simply to see how others would scold Yin Changming to vent her frustration. Then, she saw Gu Qinghuan's reply. At first, she thought it was amazing how patient this person was with Yin Changming. He was truly good-tempered. But seeing the list Gu Qinghuan had mentioned, she felt a little itchy. She filled out a form about her family, not to resolve the conflict, but simply to see just how far her family had gone. The results were as she expected. All of Mom and Dad's kindness went to her sister, Duan Xiaoguang, leaving her with very little. The problem was, Duan Xiaoguang wasn't like that. Duan Shishir held her pen, staring blankly at the grids drawn on the worksheet. The grid for Duan Xiaoguang was filled with specific examples. This was only what she remembered, something she even written down as a grudge. For example, on her mother's birthday, Duan Xiaoguang had given her a vase. Objectively speaking, the gift was for her mother, and had nothing to do with Duan Shishir, so she didn't need to worry about it. But Duan Xiaoguang had reminded her to send the flowers, and the subsequent criticism was directed at her by her parents. Duan Xiaoguang himself hadn't criticized her. And all the disparagement she heard came from her parents. While the converse was true, all the praise came from Duan Xiaoguang. She only complained about her poor academic performance. But Duan Xiaoguang would point out that her desk was always clean and tidy, and that when they went shopping together, she always picked fresh and delicious fruit. In contrast, her impression of Duan Xiaoguang, and the example she cited, seemed unfounded. Duan Shishir abruptly slammed her notebook shut, and slumped over the table in silence. How could Duan Xiaoguang be good? He had to be bad, just as bad as his mom and dad. If not, what difference would there be between her, who hated Duan Xiaoguang, and her mom and dad, who hated her? Chapter 569. Duan Shishir hadn't slept all afternoon. She lay on the table with her eyes closed, trying to clear her mind of the chaotic thoughts. But it didn't work. Instead, she pondered even more. She recalled when she was little. Because they were twins, Mom and Dad always bought 2 copies of everything. She and Duan Xiaoguang dressed identically, even buying the same balloons at the park. When did it all change? She couldn't remember, and there was no need to think about it. Tracing the source wouldn't change the situation. Mom and Dad's gaze only followed her excellent, dazzling sister. In comparison, she always received only criticism and belittlement. But the words in the notebook sketched out another figure. It was like climbing a mountain. She had thought Duan Xiaoguang was in the lead, with Mom and Dad trailing behind, occasionally turning back to scold her, telling her to climb faster and not waste time. She was so tired and didn't want to climb anymore. Mom and Dad wouldn't be watching her anyway. If she just misstepped a step, she could easily drift in another direction. She didn't want to reach the ethereal mountaintop. She only wanted to rest in this small pavilion halfway up the mountain, though she didn't know whether the pavilion or the broken cliff awaited her in the other direction. Until now, she suddenly realized she wasn't climbing a mountain. Duan Xiaoguang wasn't in the lead, and neither were her mother and father. Those two people were merely planting trees. Her mother and father had planted Duan Xiaoguang in the best spot, giving her the best care, but they left her in the scorching sun, refused to water her, and even scolded her for her slow growth. Only Duan Xiaoguang, striving to grow taller, hoping to cast a shadow for her with his branches. Duan Shishir was distracted during her afternoon classes. She wondered if she was overthinking it, wondering if Duan Xiaoguang wasn't such a good person, or why he wouldn't defend her in front of her parents. Then she remembered that, long ago, Duan Xiaoguang had defended her, only for her parents to praise him for his understanding and urge her to learn from him. Angrily, she pushed him away and locked herself in her room. Over time, Duan Xiaoguang's interactions with her became silent and unspoken, almost taking it for granted. But how could she have seen through this? If it weren't for Yan Changming's messy post, if it weren't for the student, who was a psychologist in the comments section, how could she have overcome the years of grievance and resentment and faced Duan Xiaoguang's outstretched hand on her? Duan Shishir finally made it to the end of school. On the way home, she found Duan Xiaoguang on WeChat, whose messages she had set to Do Not Disturb. After much hesitation, she sent him the template she had compiled from the forum about family members. Over the course of the afternoon, the template had undergone another update, this time even including FAQs. Duan Shishir felt awkward after posting, and while she was debating whether to withdraw it, Duan Xiaoguang had already sent a reply, "What's wrong?" Duan Shishir, almost reflexively, adopted an aggressive attitude. "Don't worry, just fill it out." She regretted it immediately after posting and frantically tried to withdraw it, but as she did, Duan Xiaoguang's reply appeared on the screen. "Okay." So, all that remained in the chat box were Duan Xiaoguang's solitary "What's wrong?" and "Okay," which made Duan Shishir feel a little uneasy. After a long pause, she finally added, "Everyone's filling it out, so I thought I'd ask you to do it." Duan Xiaoguang, "Okay, I do it." Duan Xiaoguang didn't send any new messages, and Duan Shishir breathed a sigh of relief, staring blankly at her phone. Even when she had Do Not Disturb on, Duan Xiaoguang had been sending her messages, seemingly reminding her of the city's weather changes and asking her to be prepared. But she had never read them before, and now that she saw them, it made her feel even more irritated. Why was Duan Xiaoguang such a good person? Only realizing this now made her seem even more heartless. Duan Shishir returned home with a heavy heart. The tutor would be coming tonight, but her parents were both away, each busy with their own activities. That was just as well. Duan Shishir only felt annoyed when she saw her parents now. Since her parents were away, the dinner the nanny prepared was filled with Duan Shishir's favorite dishes, and no one would judge her dining etiquette or criticize her for not eating onions or garlic. Although she was worried about how Duan Xiaoguang would fill out the forms, Duan Shishir tried to focus on her tutoring. While filling out the forms at noon, she noticed that Duan Xiaoguang kept reminding her that she could go to a university farther away. She had always thought that Duan Xiaoguang's words were meant to drive her away, but now it seemed that he might just want her to get away from this terrible family. She didn't have a particular major in mind, anywhere would be fine, but she had to keep up the grades. After finally finishing the day's tutoring, Duan Shishir felt dizzy and lay in bed for a while, lost in thought. However, when she saw the new message from Duan Xiaoguang, she sat up abruptly and stared at the words on the screen. Duan Xiaoguang filled out the form sincerely, not entirely praising her, but also pointing out some of her shortcomings. For example, she always tended to be negative about things, constantly making bad assumptions, and unable to respond normally to others' kindness. But Duan Xiaoguang didn't say it was Duan Shishir's fault. She was simply thinking about how to better communicate with Duan Shishir next time. After all, her sister wasn't smart at all, wasn't she completely omnipotent? Duan Shishir thought. What's the point of just dwelling on it? She was always thinking about her, yet hesitant, afraid to act freely. How could that be considered smart? Duan Shishir knew it was all because she was too stupid. She could never understand Duan Xiaoguang's good intentions, clinging to her mother and father's judgments, trapped in words that only brought her pain. She called Duan Xiaoguang's voicemail, and the person on the other end picked up almost immediately, asking nervously, "What's wrong? Did I fill it out incorrectly?" Duan Xiaoguang seemed to be constantly asking what's wrong. Duan Shishir thought, and this alone showed how much he cared about her opinion. "No, there's nothing wrong," Duan Shishir said slowly. I just want to chat with you, sister. She had a lot to say, like how Duan Xiaoguang actually viewed his parents. And, for example, had Duan Xiaoguang really only received praise and support from them? Duan Qixer began to doubt whether her parents would truly treat their two children with such diametrically opposed attitudes. Could those compliments also conceal an attempt to control Duan Xiaoguang? Duan Xiaoguang was silent for a long moment before her soft voice came through the receiver. Okay, I'd love to talk to you, too. Let's start with Mom and Dad's attitudes. Are you willing to listen? At this point, her sister was still asking for her opinion, and Duan Qixer felt like sighing. But at the same time, her nose felt a little sore. Okay, go ahead. I listen. If I get angry and hang up, you must call back, Duan Qixer said. She no longer wanted to hide in her room and cry alone. Chapter 570. Gu Qinghuan waited from afternoon to evening, but received no private message from Yan Changming, leaving her perplexed. She assumed Yan Changming would complete the form, analyze his problems, and then seek her advice. This young master, while stubborn, was honest enough not to deny his problems. Luckily, she wasn't the type to fret over such matters. Her mission was, after all, Ai Ning, so she simply needed to keep an eye on her. Compared to her calm private message, the Class 3 group chat was much busier. Gu Qinghuan replied to Yan Changming on the forum using anonymous mode. While others could send her private messages, they wouldn't know her username. The students in Class 3 were very interested in the post on the confession wall, and browsed the various templates in the various threads. But there weren't many problems to solve. The students were more focused on something else. Xian, I always felt that anonymous psychologist looks familiar. Jiang Chuchu, yeah, what do you think? At Gu Qinghuan Ning Xiaolan, anonymous users are so hard to guess, aren't they? At Gu Qinghuan Qinyu, ha ha ha. Gu Qinghuan held his forehead, thinking that being too familiar wasn't a good thing. Gu Qinghuan, it's me. Song Yi, as expected of my sister? One single move can set the forum on fire. The boys devoured this melon, contentedly. Oh, she's our class monitor, so impressive. Ai Ning saw the submission after school, and he immediately recognized it as related to Yiming. Yan Changming, using the username Changming, was also active in the comments section, making it even more certain. He had originally disliked Yan Changming's self-righteous post, but after reading his comments, he decided it was too time-consuming to argue with such a fool. Now that Gu Qinghuan had stepped in to calm Yan Changming down, Ai Ning felt relieved. He thought for a moment, and forwarded the post to Yiming, primarily to reassure her. With Gu Qinghuan's help analyzing the situation, Yan Changming's mindset should shift. While there was no guarantee of the extent of Yan Changming's change, letting Yiming take a look at the post and understand the situation would at least give her a sense of Yan Changming's dynamics, and give her a rough idea of what was going on. Yiming's reply took over 10 minutes, and the content surprised Ai Ning. That form looks interesting. Let's try filling it out. Mei was as carefree as ever, and Ai Ning didn't know what to say. Never mind, it was a good thing she was so relaxed. If Yiming were truly distressed by Yan Changming's situation, Ai Ning would be worried. Yiming, but actually writing it down feels a bit endless. Let's limit ourselves to a few questions. You write about my opinion of me, and I write about yours. Ai Ning replied okay, and Yiming enthusiastically began selecting questions, eventually settling on the theme of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Yiming, that's it. Write about your favorite, most annoying, saddest, and happiest memories of each other. Let's see if we have a rapport. Ai Ning's gaze lingered on the word favorite for a long moment before replying. Let's send our answers together in half an hour. Yiming made a wry face. Half an hour might not be enough. I have to do my homework first. Ai Ning, then how about this? After we finish writing, we schedule an email to be sent to each other's inbox at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, so they can see it when they wake up. Yiming, great idea. Thumbs up, Yiming. Then I get back to my homework. Looking forward to tomorrow morning. Ai Ning put her phone aside and focused on her homework. He longed to express his feelings, but at this crucial moment in his senior year, if he wanted to be with Yiming in the future, he'd have to work even harder to keep up with her. After finishing his homework, he filled out the form carefully. Yiming didn't have much homework today, so she threw herself into the form, resting the pen cap against her cheek, racking her brains to recall memories of Ai Ning. Now she felt a little regretful. After more than a decade of living together, if every memory was a grain of sand, she and Ai Ning would have an entire beach. Sorting through them would be too difficult. Happiest moments? There were many, like building a secret base together, playing a newly released game together, celebrating birthdays together. He Ming thought about it, and decided that this multiple-choice question was too painful. In the end, she wrote down a memory of celebrating together after the high school entrance exam results came out. Before the exam, she and Ai Ning had agreed to take the Mingda exam together, but Ai Ning felt she hadn't performed well. She left the exam room with a gloomy face, and the more she reviewed the answers, the more uncertain she felt. Ai Ning was very anxious during that time, but despite this, he tried hard to control his anxiety when facing He Ming, not letting it show. Thankfully, when the results came out, Ai Ning met Mingda's required score and could attend Mingda with her. On its own, this incident might not have been as joyful as the fun, but He Ming will always remember the way Ai Ning's eyes lit up after finding out her scores. When he turned to look at her, the joy in his eyes was so great that it seemed to turn into stars and rise to the sky. Great! I can continue to be with you. That's what Ai Ning said. Just writing about this incident brings a smile to He Ming's face. As for the saddest moment, it had to be when Ai Ning first learned what a scumbag his biological father was. Because his mother, Ai Wan, was always busy, Ai Ning didn't have much time to spend with her. He was already feeling a little lost, and he didn't expect others to gossip about him. After learning about his biological father's condition, he mistakenly believed that Ai Wan hated him for inheriting her genes, and heartbroken, he hid away in his and He Ming's secret base. When He Ming found him, he had cried himself to death and had fallen asleep on the floor. The tear marks on his face, the soaked sleeves, and the red, swollen eyes all spoke of Ai Ning's grief. At that moment, He Ming felt that she had to stay with Ai Ning. Although she couldn't comfort him well, she was her childhood sweetheart. She would watch over Ai Ning carefully, and tell him over and over again that he would never become like his biological father. The most infuriating moment was definitely her 15th birthday. She already planned to go to the amusement park with Ai Ning that day, but he was unexpectedly late. After finally arriving late, he was completely distracted, but none of that really mattered. The main point was, Ai Ning had a high fever. After getting off the whitewater raft, she wanted to wipe the water off Ai Ning, but she couldn't tell how hot he was even through his clothes. She was so frightened that she dragged him to the hospital. This guy, even on in-4 drip, apologized to her for ruining her birthday, which infuriated He Ming to no end. Between his health and her birthday, was the latter more important? It had to be the former. After Ai Ning recovered, He Ming ignored him for a full 2 weeks, only until Ai Ning promised she wouldn't do it again. He Ming finally calmed down. After writing those 3, only the last one, I like you most, remained. He Ming was about to write Ai Ning's name, but as soon as the pen touched the paper, she paused with a belated realization. Wait, this feels a little weird. She put down her pen and reread what she just written, her eyes widening. How was this any different from those childhood sweetheart romance novels she read? Or rather, how was this any different from actually having a relationship? He Ming covered her face and rolled over on the bed. Help! How was she going to send this form to Ai Ning? How was she going to face him tomorrow? Chapter 571. The next morning, upon arriving at class, Gu Qinghuan noticed Ai Ning looking absent-minded. Reflecting on Yin Changming's post on the wall yesterday, she walked over and asked, Are you still worried about Yin Changming? Hearing Gu Qinghuan's voice, Ai Ning came to her senses and shook her head. No, I'm thinking about something else. As for what it was, Ai Ning didn't say. Instead, she changed the subject and asked, Class monitor, did Yin Changming contact you yesterday? Gu Qinghuan spread her hands and said, No, he hasn't sent me a private message yet, so I don't know what's going on. If he did contact you, could you tell me if there's any progress? Ai Ning asked. If it's about He Ming, of course I'd tell you. Gu Qinghuan answered readily. If Yin Changming was still targeting He Ming, or had any ulterior motives, telling Ai Ning would provide some added security. However, if Yin Changming was simply asking Gu Qinghuan for help, Gu Qinghuan would protect his privacy. Ai Ning's expression calmed down a bit. Seeing he wasn't about to explain his absent-mindedness, Gu Qinghuan didn't ask any further questions and returned to his seat. Ai Ning sat down and took out his phone to check again. Still, there was nothing in his email. He had dutifully sent his copy of the form as promised, but He Ming's hadn't arrived. He received no response to his WeChat inquiries. So Ai Ning made a special trip to Class 10 that morning to ask He Ming's classmates if she had arrived. The classmates nodded repeatedly. He Ming is here. I saw her just now. Hey, why is she gone now? However, Ai Ning was also at He Ming's seat and saw her water cup, confirming her arrival at school. He also passed by Class 11 and confirmed that Yin Changming was in the classroom, ruling out the possibility that He Ming was being bothered by Yan Changming. Morning self-study was about to begin, and Ai Ning couldn't afford to stay any longer, so he returned to his own class. He didn't know why He Ming had suddenly ignored him. Fortunately, the next class was a co-curricular, and since they were in the same class, they would see each other. He would then ask why. Even in class 30, He Ming waited until Ai Ning left before emerging from under her desk. She peered furtively at the window and the door, finally carefully climbing back into her chair. The classmate who had been talking to Ai Ning turned around and saw this, amused. "Why are you hiding here? Ai Ning was looking for you just now." "She's just avoiding Ai Ning," He Ming screamed in her mind. Thinking of this, He Ming felt guilty again. Last night, she said she wanted to play a form-filling game with Ai Ning, but she only filled out 3/4 of it. She couldn't finish the remaining favorite, and hadn't sent it to Ai Ning this morning. Seeing Ai Ning's inquiry on her phone, He Ming felt even more helpless, and could only play dumb. The important thing was, she received the form Ai Ning had filled out. For Ai Ning, the happiest thing was getting into Mingda, and being able to continue attending the same school as He Ming. Although they were assigned to different classes, they had the same elective courses after the division, so they were together again. He felt this was not only happiness, but also luck. As for the angriest moment, it was when he learned that Yan Changming was harassing He Ming. That day, just seeing Yan Changming filled Ai Ning with such rage that she wanted to throw him into the sea. The saddest memory, just as He Ming imagined, was when Ai Ning learned her biological father was a scumbag. However, Ai Ning didn't dwell on the memory. He had indeed been saddened by it, but now he had let it go. At the same time, he was grateful for He Ming's companionship during this time. This was also his favorite. "I'm so useless. It took me so long to figure it out. It was always you, Ming, who comforted and encouraged me during this time. I'd be more useful in the future, protecting Mom and you." God knows how He Ming's hands trembled when she saw this. She almost smashed her phone. Is she overthinking it? She's overthinking it. Ever since she discovered the strangeness last night, her mind hasn't been right. The plots from those romance novels she read kept popping up in her mind. She couldn't think clearly. If she did, she'd think this one would apply to her and Ai Ning, and so would that one. She couldn't help but wonder if Ai Ning had been deliberately recommending those childhood sweetheart novels to her. No, she couldn't think about it anymore. She had to study. He Ming forced herself to focus on her textbook. As for how to face Ai Ning in the next class, there's always a way out. If all else fails, just pretend she'd forgotten. However, when morning self-study ended, He Ming lingered, refusing to go to her elective class. She had forgotten something crucial. How could childhood sweethearts not know each other well? Ai Ning would know instantly that she was lying. What would she do if her lie was exposed? Was she supposed to tell Ai Ning that after filling out the form, she suspected their friendship had soured? He Ming was walking away with a heavy heart when she suddenly heard someone calling out, "He Ming!" "Huh?" She responded instinctively, then turned and saw Yan Changming's face. She jumped aside in shock and blurted out, "Stay away from me." Only after she had said this did He Ming notice something was wrong with Yan Changming's expression. She examined him carefully, and came to a conclusion. Why were his eyes so swollen like frogs? Noticing He Ming's gaze, Yan Changming raised his hand to shield his eyes, and muffled his voice. "Can you please stop staring at me?" He Ming wasn't in the mood to argue. She was still worried about how to face Ai Ning. "What's up?" Yan Changming said, "I want to have lunch with you, and your childhood sweetheart. I have something to tell you." "Don't worry, I'm not going to bother you this time." He Ming glanced at him doubtfully, then thought for a moment and said, "I need to discuss this with him, and give you an answer." We talked during the main break. Recess was only 10 minutes long, and He Ming had been dawdling for so long. If she didn't get to her co-curricular class, she'd be late. "Okay," Yan Changming agreed readily. "During break, I'm going to look for someone from your class too." With that, he hurried off, leaving He Ming bewildered. Who from class 10 was Yan Changming looking for? Distracted by Yan Changming's invitation, He Ming wasn't as nervous as before. Upon seeing Ai Ning, she quickly announced, "Yan Changming just looked for me." She spoke with such confidence, like she was complaining. After bringing this up, Ai Ning would definitely forget about the form she hadn't sent or the WeChat message she hadn't replied to. As she expected, Ai Ning's original intention slipped away upon hearing these words. He hurriedly asked, "What did that guy want to say to you?" "He said he wanted to treat us to lunch again and talk about something." He Ming replied, "Do you want to go?" "Yes, of course." Ai Ning quickly made a decision. "Should we bring our class monitor along?" He Ming's expression was a little ambiguous. AI Ning's suggestion made Gu Qinghwan seem like some kind of human cheat. However, thinking back to the previous forum post, He Ming felt it was necessary. That tone was so recognizable. That was how Gu Qinghwan had instructed AI Ning back then. The psychologist must be her. Then ask your class monitor, He Ming said. By the way, Yin Changming also said he wants to find someone from our class, but I don't know who it is. After she finished speaking, the bell rang. AI Ning wanted to ask more questions, but she could only return to her seat and wait for class to begin. A few minutes into the class, AI Ning belatedly realized that he'd forgotten to ask He Ming why she hadn't sent him the form or replied to his messages. Also, had He Ming seen the form he filled out, he couldn't help but glance over at He Ming, who was diligently taking notes. AI Ning averted his gaze. Forget it, he asked about these things later. Right now, Yin Changming's invitation was more important. Chapter 572. Upon learning that Yin Changming had sent another invitation, Gu Qinghwan couldn't help but pick up her phone and check her forum account. She still hadn't received a private message. Did Yin Changming skip the contact and plan to solve the problem on his own? If that was the case, Gu Qinghwan would really have to go to the cafeteria with AI Ning and He Ming. She really doubted Yin Changming's personality would complicate the situation. That all her efforts would be in vain. As for AI Ning's claim that Yin Changming is looking for someone from class 10, Gu Qinghwan recalled what Bao Qingsong had told her before, and guessed that person was probably Duan Shishir. Yin Changming said Duan Shishir liked AI Ning, but Gu Qinghwan didn't believe it at all. Judging from the submissions Bao Qingsong had received, Duan Shishir's focus wasn't on AI Ning at all, not like someone he loved. While it's possible he was deliberately avoiding suspicion, if Duan Shishir had truly hidden his feelings for so long, why would he have rashly told Yin Changming, a recent transfer student? Thinking about it, Gu Qinghwan decided it was a good idea to gather everyone together so they could ask questions in person. So, during the break, Gu Qinghwan and AI Ning went to class 10 to check in with He Ming and Yin Changming. The distance between class 3 and class 10 was naturally farther than the distance between class 11 and class 10. Before Gu Qinghwan and AI Ning reached class 10's door, and had just climbed the stairs, they saw 3 people standing at the landing. He Ming stood aside, looking at Yin Changming and Duan Shishir in confusion. The latter two were whispering to each other. Notably, Yin Changming and Duan Shishir's eyes were swollen like frogs. Gu Qinghwan waved at He Ming as a greeting. Who is that girl? Duan Shishir, a classmate of ours. I don't know when she met Yin Changming. He Ming scratched her cheek. Duan Shishir's seat was slightly behind her. That morning, she had been too busy avoiding AI Ning to notice Duan Shishir. It wasn't until Yin Changming came looking for her that she realized Duan Shishir's eyes were also severely swollen. Noticing AI Ning and Gu Qinghwan, Yin Changming ended his conversation with Duan Shishir. He still remembered Gu Qinghwan's knife-like attack, and seeing her now, he couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. He shrank back, saying, "Why are you here? I didn't do anything to He Ming this time." Gu Qinghwan had considered this before coming, and decided to take the initiative. Ignoring Yin Changming's question, she asked directly, "You're the Changming from the forum, right?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Yin Changming wasn't surprised to be recognized. Gu Qinghwan had witnessed him harassing He Ming on the first day of school. With just the submission and his username, it was easy to spot him. "I suggest you fill out the form, and send me a private message if you have any questions." "You haven't sent me a private message yet, so have you sorted things out?" Gu Qinghwan said. Yin Changming was stunned for a few seconds before reacting, his mouth hanging open. That anonymous user was you? Duan Shishir, a Mingda native, had heard a lot about Gu Qinghwan over the past 2 years. He wasn't surprised to learn she was the psychologist. Should I say she's worthy of being the legendary Class 3 monitor? Duan Shishir's face was blank. Gu Qinghwan nodded, then emphasized, "Are you sure you don't need counseling?" Yin Changming scratched the back of his head. "It's not that I don't need it, but I feel like I need to finish what I need to do first before asking you." "So what do you want to do now?" Gu Qinghwan asked. Yin Changming looked at He Ming and said honestly, "If she wants to apologize, I won't bother her anymore." Gu Qinghwan hadn't expected such a positive response. She looked at He Ming and asked, "Would you like to attend this lunch?" He Ming studied Yin Changming's expression and nodded. "I think he's telling the truth. Let's go." "Can I go?" Gu Qinghwan pointed at herself. "If you say anything stupid again, I can be there to help." Yin Changming didn't seem angry at the stupid part. He nodded quickly, "Okay, okay." Duan Shishir couldn't stand this idiot, and turned away, rolling his eyes. Unexpectedly, Yin Changming said, "I was thinking of inviting Duan Shishir, but she said she..." Duan Shishir quickly interrupted Yin Changming, Shut up. I tell it myself. Yin Changming uttered an "oh" and shut up. Duan Shishir took a deep breath and said sternly, I have something to apologize to you too. We discuss it at lunch. He Ming and Ai Ning exchanged glances, each confirming the other's intentions through eye contact. He Ming nodded decisively, okay, then the 5 of us will have lunch together today. Seeing her agreement, Yin Changming relaxed a bit and said excitedly, this time, I booked a private room on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. We can have a good lunch. Gu Qinghuan silently gave him a thumbs up. If nothing else, the food on the 3rd floor was worth a visit. After making arrangements, Yin Changming happily returned to his class. Duan Shishir glanced at He Ming hesitantly, then decided to wait until noon before leaving. Gu Qinghuan had been about to call Ai Ning, but seeing him staring at He Ming, guessing he had some plans, she said, then I go back first. I have to change classrooms for next class. Okay, class monitor, you go first, Ai Ning said immediately. By the time He Ming realized what was happening, she and Ai Ning were the only ones left at the stairwell. He Ming's mind went off in alarm. Well, I have to change classrooms for next class too. Even if you change, you have to go to the same classroom as me. Ai Ning stared at her. He had come with everything he needed for next class, intending to take this opportunity to ask her questions. Upon hearing this, He Ming knew Ai Ning had noticed something was wrong with her. She dejectedly said, well, it's my fault. I said I fill out the form, but I stood you up. You forgot to fill it out? Ai Ning asked. If you didn't, then you didn't. Why are you feeling guilty? I'm not going to eat you. He Ming thought her guilt wasn't just about forgetting. She remained silent, and Ai Ning mistakenly assumed she agreed. She comforted her, okay, I can probably guess what you're going to fill out anyway. Your happiest and saddest memories are probably the same as mine, right? But what's most infuriating to you is definitely going to the amusement park with you despite having a high fever. Ai Ning grimaced. You ignored me for 17 days. I really thought you were breaking up with me. Of course not, He Ming couldn't help but interrupt. I was angry because you weren't taking care of yourself. She was thinking about how she and Ai Ning would be lifelong friends. What would she do if something happened to her? The mere thought brought tears to her eyes. Ai Ning echoed, I know, it was my fault. I've taken good care of myself since then. Look at me now, I'm so healthy. But what did you write in about your favorite thing? The whole set of dolls we collected after 5 weeks of going to the arcade? Or was it the firefly habitat we found when we snuck out at night at summer camp together as kids? As he reminisced, he watched He Ming's expression, trying to confirm the answer. Unfortunately, this time, He Ming's answer wasn't so easy to guess. He Ming thought, since they both had the same answers for happiest and saddest, why not consider that favorite might also be the same? She also loved the time she spent with Ai Ning, or rather, she couldn't be without Ai Ning. He Ming yelled at Ai Ning, you're so stupid. Can't it be the same? Ai Ning thanked her for her company, and she was grateful for her companionship too. Let things change, He Ming thought. She wanted to be with Ai Ning forever. Chapter 573. After the morning classes ended, Gu Qinghuan and Ai Ning went to the front of the teaching building to reunite with He Ming, Duan Shishir, and Yin Changming, happily heading to the 3rd floor cafeteria. The group of 5 looked quite lively. Gu Qinghuan, the only person present who had been to the 3rd floor cafeteria, walked at the front, leading the way, followed by Yin Changming, the host. Duan Shishir seemed to be deliberately avoiding He Ming, walking side by side with Yin Changming. Ai Ning and He Ming were the last 2 in the group, chatting quite happily. Learning that He Ming had seen his form, and only omitted it because she forgot, Ai Ning felt much more at ease, as long as she wasn't ignoring him. As for He Ming's attitude, it was even more natural. Since they already acknowledged each other, what was there to worry about? After all these years of being together, their relationship had been no different from a couple's, so now it was just a matter of breaking the window paper. She and Ai Ning should get along as they pleased, just being happy is all that matters. Gu Qinghuan glanced back twice midway, mainly to make sure no one was left behind. Seeing the 4 of them getting along surprisingly well, she felt this mission was truly easy. Arriving at the cafeteria's 3rd floor, the waiter ushered the 5 people into a private room and presented menus for them to order. Yin Changming, wealthy and generous, was about to wave his hand, all the dishes. Are you going to take away what you can't finish? Take the takeout box back to class? Duan Shishir glared at him immediately. Although the Duan family wasn't poor, Duan Shishir had been raised with strict discipline. If he showed any picky eating or wasted food, his mother would reprimand him, so he was very sensitive to such behavior. Yin Changming's neck shrank. He could understand what He Ming had said earlier. The girls at Mingda were so fierce, The 5 of them simply ordered a few dishes, 2 of which were based on the number of people, presumably to avoid waste. Before the dishes were served, Gu Qinghuan took over as host. She cleared her throat and said, "Today's meal is mainly for Yan Changming and Duan Shishir. They want to apologize to Yiming, is that right?" Yan Changming nodded vigorously. Duan Shishir hesitated, then said, "My apology is not only to Yiming, but also to Ai Ning." Ai Ning looked puzzled. What was his relationship with Duan Shishir? He hadn't even known Duan Shishir before today. Gu Qinghuan thought of Yan Changming's submission on his behalf, and vaguely guessed something. She continued to host. "So who of you two will speak first?" "I go first." Duan Shishir gritted her teeth. If she hadn't approached Yan Changming wouldn't have posted on the confession wall. She needed to explain first. She glanced up at Yiming, then quickly lowered her head. Out of jealousy, after learning about Yan Changming's existence, I approached him, hoping to bring him together. "What?" Ai Ning blurted out. What on earth was she thinking? Duan Shishir's nerves immediately tensed up at this remark, and her speech quickened considerably. "It's my fault. I thought Yiming mentioned Yan Changming to show off to others that she had a suitor. I always been inferior to her. I envied her for having such a wonderful childhood sweetheart, better grades than me, and a family." Thinking of family, she pinched her palm again before continuing. "I thought that if Yiming and Yan Changming got together, the relationship would affect her, and she wouldn't be as outstanding as she once was." Gu Qinghuan rubbed her chin. People always envy what they don't have. Judging from Duan Shishir's words, she seemed to lack normal, or even positive, interpersonal relationships. Whether it was friendship, family, or love, she must have longed for someone to soothe her heart. When she'd spoken to Yan Changming before, Duan Shishir had managed to remain indifferent. Now, facing Ai Ning, the real subject, she felt quite embarrassed. Unfortunately, having spoken, Duan Shishir wouldn't allow herself to escape. She gritted her teeth and said, "I even told Yan Changming that I did this because I like Ai Ning and want to break you up." "Huh?" This time, it was Yiming who cried out in surprise. Ai Ning and Yiming looked at each other and sighed in unison. What a close call. They almost gotten caught up in a love affair they were completely unaware of. Gu Qinghuan asked, "Have you come to your senses now? You shouldn't have done that, so you're here to apologize to Yiming and Ai Ning?" Duan Shishir nodded, then looked at Gu Qinghuan again. "Thank you also for your suggestions on the forum. That forum was very useful. At least it showed me that there are people who support me." After that, Duan Shishir stood up, walked over to Yiming and Ai Ning, and bowed deeply to each of them. She remained bent over, staring at the backs of her feet. Her voice was a little muffled. "Although my actions didn't actually cause much of a problem, if it weren't for Gu Qinghuan's form, I would have certainly done something far worse. By then, it would be too late to undo what happened, and it would have caused you great harm. My sister said you can't excuse yourself just because it didn't happen. Indulging in a fluke mentality will only ruin you sooner or later. Therefore, I must apologize for my behavior this time. I know my actions were excessive, and it's understandable that you don't forgive me." Yiming suddenly interrupted her. "Will you do this again?" Duan Shishir instinctively raised her head, met Yiming's gaze, and shook her head vigorously. "No. That's all right." Yiming waved her hand graciously. "I think you acknowledged your mistakes and corrected them, and you honestly admitted your feelings to us. Your attitude is very sincere. I'm willing to accept your apology, so I forgive you." Ai Ning thought for a few seconds and said, "My thoughts are similar to Yiming's. As long as you recognize your mistakes and don't make them again, I'm willing to forgive you." He hadn't been greatly affected to begin with. He was more worried about Yiming than himself. Now that Yan Changming had given up on pursuing Yiming, and Duan Shishir couldn't do anything on her own, there was even less to worry about. Duan Shishir looked at the two of them, and her nose suddenly felt a little sore. Although she knew how despicable her behavior was after talking with Duan Xiaoguang, receiving their forgiveness was a different experience. She nodded solemnly. "I will never make this mistake again." Gu Qinghuan walked over, took Duan Shishir's arm, and walked her back to her seat. "Okay, it's a good thing we can talk it out." Just then, a waiter arrived with a food cart, giving everyone a break to calm down. After the waiter left, Yan Changming couldn't wait to speak. "Before I apologize, I'd like to." What's your name?" He turned his gaze to Gu Qinghuan, his question quite sincere. "Gu Qinghuan." Ai Ning, Yiming, and Duan Shishir said in unison. Yan Changming said, "Oh," and raised his glass to Gu Qinghuan, which contained grape sparkling water. He said, "Thank you, Gu Qinghuan, for your form. It made me realize how much I relied on my family in the past, and how much trouble I caused them. My family all said they wanted to express their gratitude to you. I had been planning to deal with Yiming's matter before returning to you, but now that we met, I wanted to thank you first. Gu Qinghuan was a bit curious, but since the focus of today's conversation was Yiming, she simply raised her lychee ice brew and clinked glasses with it, accepting his gratitude. Yin Changming took a sip of his grape sparkling water and quickly turned to Yiming, his tone more sincere. I realize how much trouble my actions have caused you. I realize how naive, impulsive, reckless, and self-righteous I was. He rattled off a string of derogatory words, concluding, "These are all things my family said about me." The other 4 people present, this idiot has a pretty good memory. Chapter 574. Yin Changming's form-filling process was a roller coaster of twists and turns. He had originally intended to fill out only the forms for himself and Yiming. Since he didn't know Yiming very well, he started with Yiming's impressions of him and examples. The reason was simple. It was short. If it weren't for the fact that the psychologist on the forum had a point, Yin Changming would never have done such a thing. On regular exams, he only answered multiple choice and true or false questions. He didn't want to write anything longer than 50 words, except for typing on his phone. As he continued filling in the forms, Yin Changming's mentality collapsed. Not only did Yiming have a negative impression of him, but she also had examples to prove it, and these were examples that didn't constitute misunderstandings. Yin Changming had no way of defending himself. How reckless. He even lose his swimming trunks swimming in the ocean. He was so obsessed with face that he suffered. He knew that if he had approached someone of the same sex, even if they saw him in an embarrassing way, since they didn't know each other, there would be no shame, but he was too embarrassed to stay in the water for so long. He invaded her privacy. He approached Yiming without permission. He was self-righteous. He said he wanted to repay a favor, but it turned out that the other person was just being gracious, and he shamelessly wanted to take advantage of Yiming by offering himself. And so on and so forth. Gu Qinghuan had a point. Although Yin Changming had many shortcomings, he could face his problems objectively as long as there were no external factors interfering. Unfortunately, Yin Changming was easily influenced by his emotions. In the past, he had been surrounded by many people who flattered him, which made him even more arrogant and impulsive, and he started to act recklessly when his mind was hot. After transferring to Mingda, the group of friends drawn to his family background were gone. He was left alone, and the setbacks he faced helped him calm down and reflect. Yin Changming, just completing Yiming's impressions and examples of him, fell into a deep state of self-loathing, wondering, why am I so bad? And I wasn't like this before. Just as he was struggling with this, the Yin family's regular nightly video call came. As the Yin family's most favored youngest, even if the Yin family allowed him to transfer to Mingda at his own request, they couldn't possibly move their business to this city. Not to mention that the Jiang family is in the open, and the Xia family is also in the shadows. Recently, thanks to the relationship between He Xuerong and Xia He, the He family has gradually expanded some of their industrial chain here. The territory is so small, and it's hard to mess with anyone. It's better to honestly manage their own little piece of land. However, the Yin family paid considerable attention to Yin Changming, especially during the initial period of school. Worried that he wouldn't be able to handle the hardships of living alone, they would video call him every night to check on him. So, as soon as the video call was connected, the second sister, who was in charge of contacting Yin Changming that day, noticed his expression and blurted out, "Changming, were you beaten up?" Without waiting for Yin Changming to explain, the second sister hurriedly called over the eldest brother. Both of them leaned forward in front of the camera, looking at Yin Changming with worry. Yin Changming quickly replied, "I wasn't beaten up." "If you weren't beaten up, why do you look like that?" The eldest brother frowned. Honestly, he thought Yin Changming's condition looked like a broken rope. At this mention, Yin Changming was overcome with grief, and he recounted his experience with grievance. The eldest brother and second sister were ready to comfort him, but Yin Changming stopped them short. "Brother, second sister, am I really that bad?" The eldest brother and second sister looked at each other. After a long 30-second silence, the second sister spoke first. "Actually, you're quite annoying." Yin Changyao. The eldest brother immediately called out the second sister's name. Yin Changyao curled her lips. It's rare for Changming to realize his problems. Let's stop hiding it from him, and take this opportunity to speak clearly. She leaned in front of the camera, and said seriously, "Actually, Changming, you have more flaws than these. You've been a picky eater since childhood, malnourished, and always get into trouble. One day you're chased by a dog, the next day you're scratched by a cat, and the very sight of pigeons showers you with bird droppings. You cry a lot and act like a spoiled child. You don't like studying. When you're asked to sit on a chair, you act like a cactus is under your butt. You're always short-lived. Today you want to paint. Tomorrow you want to ride a bike. The day after tomorrow you want to play piano. Yin Changming covered his ears, his body swaying, feeling like he was being swept by a typhoon. But you're a good, filial child, Yin Changyao said, changing the subject. You drew our family in your first painting. You said you wanted to take your sick mother for a ride on your bike. You took piano lessons, so you could perform on Dad's birthday. Yin Changming dropped his hand, stunned. But my shortcomings? Everyone has shortcomings, said his eldest brother, Yin Changhui, with a sigh and a serious tone. We think you're not inherently bad, and these shortcomings won't be difficult to correct. You don't like school anyway. After you graduate from high school, you can stay with me. I'd be with you every day. With more experience, you know right from wrong, good from bad. Yin Changming's face subconsciously fell. He didn't want to follow Yin Changhui. That guy always had a stern face. A 25-year-old looked 35. What if he got old after being with him for too long? Luckily, Yin Changhui didn't notice Yin Changming's expression. He just said with a sigh and a hint of sadness, you recognized your own problems now, which is a significant improvement. In that case, you should apologize to the girl and remember to thank the student on the forum who gave you advice. The three siblings used this topic to have a good chat. Yin Changming learned a lot about his past mistakes, how his family had covered up for him, and how his former good friends had actually been talking behind his back. Yin Changhui had planned to wait until Yin Changming was more mature before telling him, but now seemed like the right time. Yin Changming felt increasingly sad as he listened, wondering how he had been so foolish before, having been sold out and then counting money for someone else, a poor judge of character and a lack of talent. After he hung up the video call, she threw herself on the bed and cried bitterly, resolving to mend her ways. Duan Shishir understood his words, but she couldn't offer any kind words. She simply said, if you hadn't met Gu Qinghuan, who knows how far you have gone before you repented? But she quickly added, it's the same for me. The two of us would only have made things worse. She was silent for a moment, then raised her bayberry juice and toasted Gu Qinghuan. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, who knows what the consequences would have been. Gu Qinghuan accepted Duan Shishir's gratitude with equanimity. Judging by the progress of the mission, Duan Shishir and Yin Changming's actions would indeed have a significant impact on Ai Ning's fate. She had successfully changed their mindsets and moved them in a better direction. Wasn't that her achievement? Yin Changming coughed twice. Alright, enough talk. Let's eat. Gu Qinghuan had been waiting for these words. Without hesitation, she used the serving chopsticks to pick up a piece of cut pita bread for herself. She was deep in her food when she suddenly heard Yin Changming sigh. Come to think of it, you said you liked Ai Ning? Was that a lie? Duan Shishir rolled her eyes. Of course it was a lie. Who would like him? Duan Shishir had meant to express her disinterest in Ai Ning, but as soon as she finished her words, He Ming swallowed the charcoal grilled beef tenderloin in her mouth, looked up, and said seriously, I just really like Ai Ning. The private room fell silent. Ai Ning clenched his chopsticks. No, he needed to calm down. The liking He Ming was talking about was definitely not the liking he imagined. But in our senior year, studying is more important. Let's officially date after graduation, right? He Ming turned and suggested to Ai Ning. With a snap, Ai Ning's chopsticks fell. Chapter 575. The confession suddenly appeared before her eyes, and Gu Qinghuan almost choked on the pita bread in her mouth. She quickly took a sip of lychee wine and forced the food down. After catching her breath, she looked at Ai Ning in confusion and shock. Ai Ning remained motionless, still in shock. Duan Shishir hesitated and asked politely, He Ming, does he know you like Ai Ning? Huh? He Ming thought for a moment. Yeah, I think I forgot to tell him. Yin Changming wanted to laugh, but felt it was impolite. He covered his mouth and bent down to hide under the table to laugh. Ai Ning finally came to his senses. He forced himself to remain calm, picked up the chopsticks that had fallen to the ground, and placed them on the table. He then took a deep breath and said, Now I know. He Ming nodded, looking at Ai Ning expectantly. So what's your answer? Ai Ning belatedly realized that He Ming had just asked a question. Officially dating after high school graduation? Absolutely no problem. In fact, he'd been prepared for the possibility of dating even after college graduation, so this was a complete surprise. However, before figuring out exactly when He Ming fell in love with him, Ai Ning still had a question to answer. He rested his hands flat on his lap, sitting perfectly still. He was so nervous, trying to remain calm, but his breath still sounded a little unsteady as he spoke. Ai Ning said, I liked you since we were little, and I want to continue to be with you. Can I date you? He couldn't let He Ming's nonchalant tone make him forget about confessing his feelings. Although it was so sudden and unexpected, leaving Ai Ning completely unprepared, he still had to confess his feelings to He Ming, even if it was brief. He had to face his feelings openly, tell He Ming how he felt, and get her permission. For Ai Ning, even if this process now seemed old-fashioned, he still wanted to follow it. The girl he cherished had mended the emptiness in his heart since childhood and accompanied him through many lonely days, but he couldn't take this companionship for granted. The confession was both a confession to He Ming and a warning to himself. He had confessed to He Ming, and He Ming had accepted his feelings. If he turned out to be a scumbag like his biological father, she could abandon the deteriorating feeling. The choice and the initiative lay in He Ming's hands. He Ming tilted her head. Honestly, because they were so familiar with each other, even after hearing Ai Ning's confession, she wasn't particularly moved. Or perhaps, the information on the form was enough to move her. However, that didn't mean she would treat this confession lightly. Having been childhood sweethearts for over a decade, she knew Ai Ning intimately, and could easily discern his nervousness from his tone and gestures. And what weight did these seemingly dry words hold in Ai Ning's life? He Ming, already sitting next to Ai Ning, reached out and grasped the hand resting on his lap. She raised it with a smile and clasped their fingers together. Great. The day after the college entrance exam is the first day of our relationship, He Ming said. Yin Changming and Duan Shishir, who were watching, suddenly felt their food was no longer fragrant, their bellies were full. In contrast, Gu Qinghuan rubbed his temples, digesting the system's message. Ai Ning's mission progress has reached 75%, confirmed completed. Gu Qinghuan, this mission was completed incredibly quickly. Judging by the timeline, it's only the third day of school, and Ai Ning and He Ming have already communicated with each other and resolved the issues with Duan Shishir and Yin Changming. Progress is truly remarkable. System. If the host hadn't changed the atmosphere in Class 3 since enrolling at Mingda, the distance between Ai Ning and He Ming would only grow. Class 3's study group has significantly improved Ai Ning's attitude toward learning and others. In particular, the initial persuasion that had Ai Ning privately referring to Gu Qinghuan as mom made Ai Ning realize that if he continued to say hurtful things, he would only become more isolated, and no one would stand by him. After that, Ai Ning's attitude toward He Ming changed significantly. He no longer pushed He Ming away out of self-loathing, but instead followed his heart, and wanted to continue spending time with her. Of course, improving his grades was even more important. Otherwise, Ai Ning's grades would only continue to decline, and attending the same university as He Ming would be a pipe dream. The most important thing was that he had the desire and courage to realize his dream. Gu Qinghuan looked at Ai Ning, whose cheeks were flushing red, and suspected that if this continued, he would suffer from heat stroke from the overheating in the air-conditioned private room. She decided to change the subject. Do you want me to ask the waiter for a new pair of chopsticks? Ai Ning suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly tried to let go of He Ming's hand, but he was also reluctant. Of course, he had held hands with He Ming before. When they were young, they often got into trouble hand in hand, but he stopped doing so as he grew older. He had also imagined that once he and He Ming successfully confessed their love and they became a couple, he would be able to hold her hand, as a matter of course. It was a beautiful dream he had imagined, but it was also the reality he was facing. In the end, He Ming took the initiative to let go. I go find her. She was actually a little reluctant to let go. He Ming remembered how she had held hands with Ai Ning like this when they were little. The child's hand was about the same size as hers, but it gave her a sense of security and comfort. She had thought that sense of security only existed in memories, but she hadn't expected to experience it again right now. As long as she was with Ai Ning, she feared nothing. While He Ming was out, Yin Changming said quickly and sourly, Congratulations. Ai Ning felt herself light. Thank you. Yin Changming, I'm not really congratulating you. Never mind, I'm better off having lunch. Yin Changming transformed his grief and anger into appetite, and devoured his food. Duan Shishir waited until He Ming returned before saying, When did you finally figure it out? He Ming understood immediately, her eyes widening. So you known for a long time that Ai Ning liked me? Duan Shishir was speechless. It's not just me. Everyone in the class should know. He's been so obvious. You didn't know for all this time, and everyone thinks it's outrageous. He Ming said sheepishly, It's because we've been together so long that it's become second nature. I didn't even realize it. She glanced at Ai Ning and explained, When I was filling out the form, I realized that my relationship with Ai Ning is straight out of a romance novel. And what he wrote really moved me. Ai Ning couldn't help but tilt her head. She saw He Ming's eyes sparkling, her expression soft, as if in an incomparable dream. She said, I want to be with Ai Ning forever too. This was definitely not a fantasy, but a future he needed to work towards. Ai Ning thought this way. It was great. He still had a very long life ahead of him, and he could bring a future better than his dreams to the person he loved. Chapter 576. Ever since learning he had a wicked father, Ai Ning has been searching for the answer to a question. How can I become someone who won't disappoint others? He believed his mother, Ai Wan, was disappointed in him because he was that man's child, and that she had to give birth to him for health reasons. So, since childhood, she paid little attention to him, instead busying herself with her own career. Did she feel that as long as she couldn't see him, she wouldn't have to face her past mistakes? Despite this, Ai Ning meticulously collected newspapers, magazines, and news programs featuring his mother. His mother was so brilliant, and while he felt proud of her, he was also ashamed of his own incompetence. Despite this, his childhood sweetheart, He Ming, never gave up on him. So, from a very young age, Ai Ning vaguely realized that he wanted He Ming to be with him forever. As he grew older, and with a clearer understanding, he carefully named his feelings the simple and easy-to-understand word love. But is someone like him worthy of He Ming? Always bright and cheerful, always positive, never giving up easily. He Ming can rush forward on her life path without hesitation. But he can't. He's always hesitant and self-pitying, believing others see him as gloomy and negative, and constantly misinterpreting others' minds with malice. After much effort to enroll in Mingda, Ai Ning's mental health issues worsened. At a private school like Mingda, the students around her all come from well-off families, and naturally develop their own interests and hobbies. Those glittering strengths only illuminated Ai Ning's shadows. He felt increasingly insignificant, and increasingly convinced that he had no right to stand by He Ming's side. He began to avoid meeting He Ming, and even when she looked at him with puzzlement, he refused to explain. What was the point of explaining? Would explaining make him better? Ai Ning didn't want to waste He Ming's time. Even though his grades had improved somewhat under He Ming's guidance, He Ming's own had declined somewhat. He didn't want to be a burden to He Ming, he simply looked up to her. This mentality wasn't healthy, but no one knew. Even if He Ming had noticed, Ai Ning's avoidance wouldn't have made any difference. His grades plummeted, and he was at the bottom of the class, not just in class 3, but in the entire grade. Ai Wan had talked to him about it, but it was no use. She believed that her failure to properly educate Ai Ning was the reason for his current state, and out of guilt, she adopted an indulgent attitude. On the first day of his senior year, stuck in traffic due to a traffic accident, he was utterly irritated when he received another message from his friends. They were friends, but in reality, they were just a bunch of students just hanging out, figuring out how to pass the time. Ai Ning's crush on He Ming was no secret among his friends. His friends would jokingly nudge him, saying, "I never thought you'd fall for such a good student." Having his crush mocked like that, Ai Ning considered getting angry, but what right did he have? To others, he and He Ming were truly from two different worlds. However, since Ai Ning often treated He Ming to meals, his friends also showed some care. So when He Ming was being harassed by Yan Changming, a passing friend recognized him, took a photo of the scene, and sent it to Ai Ning. The moment he saw the photos clearly, Ai Ning's mind buzzed. Without thinking, he simply opened the car door, got out, and ran towards the school. Then, with a loud bang, he lost the ability to walk freely. Ai Ning's condition wasn't actually serious enough to cause complete paralysis, but the current surgical method was risky. The doctor told Ai Wan that conservative treatment was best for now, and that new surgical methods might be developed in a few years, which would allow for better recovery. Ai Ning didn't react at all. Not only had he failed to protect He Ming in her time of need, but his impulsiveness had also led him to this state. His self-loathing intensified, and he even turned away He Ming when she came to visit him. He was no longer worthy of He Ming. He might as well just rot quietly in his hospital bed. Friends also visited him, and reported on the progress between He Ming and Yan Changming. It's unclear whether they were trying to goad him. Ai Ning gradually learned a lot, such as that Yan Changming was a simpleton and foolish fellow, but that he was serious about his feelings for He Ming. He Ming, already feeling down because of Ai Ning's misfortune, became even more ruthless towards Yan Changming, which others perceived as harsh. As this happened repeatedly, the school community began to see Yan Changming as truly infatuated and pitiful, while He Ming was ungrateful. Ai Ning could accept his own decay, but not the slander against He Ming. He attacked those who criticized He Ming on the forum, cursing until all 3 of his accounts were blocked. Finally, he raised his hand high at the red exclamation mark on his phone's screen, wanting to smash it, but it fell helplessly onto the bedsheets. What else could he do for He-Ming? Nothing, not even his comments on the forum, they were meaningless. Given He-Ming's state of mind, he probably wouldn't have taken them to heart. Now, he was nothing more than a completely useless piece of shit. Ai-Ning looked at his legs. Was there really any point in living with such garbage? They said they were treating him conservatively, waiting for new surgical methods, but who could guarantee they would be developed in a few years? Even if they were, would they work for him? Wouldn't it just be a gamble? But for someone like him who had accomplished nothing, would fate favor him? Ai-Ning covered his face in pain. The ward fell into complete silence. Until the piercing ring of his phone rang. He-Ming's name appeared on the caller ID on his phone. Ai-Ning stared intently at the screen, hesitant to answer. What would he say after he picked up the call? Did He-Ming need his comfort? His eyes gradually shifted from bewilderment to panic. Or had He-Ming seen those forum posts he made and was telling him to mind his own business? Ai-Ning couldn't help but raise his hands, wanting to cover his ears. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the side and quickly and accurately pressed the answer and speakerphone buttons on the screen. Hey! It's connected. You're Ai-Ning, right? To Ai-Ning's surprise, the female voice on the other end didn't belong to He-Ming. The girl's tone was extremely anxious. Hurry up and speak when you answer the phone. He-Ming is crying. Comfort her. He-Ming crying? Ai-Ning instantly forgot all her previous thoughts and blurted out, Ming, what's wrong with you? After a while, He-Ming's choked voice came through the speaker. Ning, I can't take it anymore. Why? Why are those people saying that to me? I was just rejecting someone I hate. What did I do wrong? Ai-Ning's heart nearly twisted into a knot. You're not wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. It's those people who are crazy. He-Ming was still. She cried, I heard you got into the accident because of me. You wanted to rush to school to help me, so you got out of the car halfway and got into the accident. Why don't you want to see me? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be like this. So you hate me? How could he possibly hate He-Ming? Ai-Ning's mind went blank. He had never imagined such a misunderstanding could occur. No. I don't hate you. I absolutely don't hate you. Ai-Ning practically screamed at the top of her lungs. Where's that person from before? Are you still there? Where is Ming now? I want to come over. Chapter 577. The previous female voice rang out again, on the rooftop of the school administration building. If I hadn't been keeping an eye on He-Ming these past 2 days, telling her to call the person she missed most, she might have lost her mind and jumped. Ming, don't do anything stupid. Ai-Ning frantically tried to get out of bed, but unfortunately, his legs wouldn't move, and he fell to the ground, gasping in pain. Ning? Ning? What's wrong with you? Are you okay? He-Ming also panicked. I'm not jumping off the building. I don't want to. I'm just in a bad mood and wanted to get some fresh air. I'd be down right away. The woman who had answered the phone for Ai-Ning picked up the phone that had fallen at her feet and spoke calmly into it. Hello, this patient just tried to get out of bed and fell hard. Would you be able to come over and check on him? I'd be right there, He-Ming said, and then hurriedly hung up. Ai-Ning now had time to look at the woman. She looked about his age, but her demeanor was more mature and calm, not like a high school student. The other person lifted Ai-Ning and placed her back on the bed, then introduced herself. I'm Duan Xiaowang, a medical student. What do you want to talk to me about? Ai-Ning remained wary of others. Duan Xiaowang's attitude didn't change at all, and he simply said calmly, The girl on the phone just now is my sister, Duan Xisher. My advisor's research topic happens to be related to yours, and I learned about your situation from my sister, so I wanted to inquire about your wishes. Although she wasn't familiar with the training system for medical students, Ai-Ning felt that for someone of Duan Xiaowang's age to join a research team studying a new surgical method must be quite remarkable. Facing these geniuses, his inferiority complex surged back. However, since these two sisters had just helped him, and He-Ming, Ai-Ning, no matter how ashamed he felt, managed to pull himself together and continue the conversation. My wish? He had a vague idea, but he didn't dare confirm it, staring intently at her. Yes, in fact, our surgical method has completed preclinical research and submitted application materials to the Ethics Review Committee. We are now recruiting eligible patients, Duan Xiaowang explained patiently. I heard some of your situation from your sister, but I can't guarantee you be recruited. I'm only a research assistant in the research group and can't recommend you. It's up to you and your family to fight for it. But you should know this is an opportunity. Ai Ning was silent for a long time, then slowly nodded. Although such recruitment should be publicly announced on professional platforms, those who are unfamiliar with the matter would be unaware of it, and would miss out on the opportunity. Since it had reached the stage of recruiting patients, it at least meant that the new surgical method had passed animal testing and had some feasibility. All he had to do was take a gamble on his recovery. Ai Ning's mood gradually calmed down, and he said softly, I talked to my mother about this. Duan Shuguang nodded slightly. Seeing that she seemed ready to leave, Ai Ning couldn't help but ask, I don't know you at all. Why are you willing to help me? He couldn't trust others. Who would help someone like him? If Duan Shuguang hadn't answered the phone for him just now, he might have missed He Ming's last call. Ai Ning couldn't imagine what would happen then, or what kind of reality he would have to face. Duan Shuguang paused, thought for a moment, and replied, My sister is a bit narrow-minded. But it's not her fault. It's our parents who raised us in the wrong way, which led to this. Her voice was so soft, like a sigh, I always wanted to rescue her. I thought that if I ran fast enough and climbed high enough, I could escape from that family sooner and get my sister out. When school started in September, I went back home. It was both a formality and to check on her. Unexpectedly, my sister took the initiative to ask about me. She told me about you and asked if I knew anyone who could help. That's why I'm here. Duan Shuguang said, As for the details, you should ask my sister. I just want to be a good sister in her eyes. Ai Ning stared at her retreating figure in amazement. He had never imagined that someone as outstanding as Duan Shuguang could be unable to do something, and he was also anxious about his image in his sister's eyes. Not long after Duan Shuguang left, hurried footsteps could be heard in the hallway. He Ming pushed open the door, then stopped and stood at the ward entrance, looking at Ai Ning with red and swollen eyes. Ai Ning didn't dare meet her gaze. He looked even more miserable now than before. But He Ming ran over, sat down on the edge of the bed, and hugged him tightly. Through tears, she said, Are you okay, Ning? You lost a lot of weight. Are you in pain? Just these simple words brought tears to Ai Ning's eyes. He hugged He Ming back tightly. Thankfully, she was still there, and the future hadn't developed into something so hopeless. When both of them finally stopped crying, Ai Ning, with swollen eyes, looked at Duan Shisher, who was waiting boredly nearby. His voice was a little hoarse from crying. Hello, are you Duan Shisher? When his name was called, Duan Shisher curled his lips. It seems you already met Duan Shuguang. She introduced herself to you, right? Yes, I'm Duan Shisher. Thank you for noticing Ah Ming's abnormality. Thank you so much, Ai Ning said. Duan Shisher felt a little uncomfortable being thanked so bluntly. She muttered, I just can't stand it. Although I really dislike He Ming, those people on the forum are just too harsh. Yin Changming's conditions are indeed good, and I also want to match him with He Ming. However, He Ming just doesn't accept it. Yin Changming hasn't said anything yet, and those people are actually scolding He Ming. She paused, then emphasized, I hate this. Ai Ning felt that Duan Shisher's words sounded confusing. Why did she dislike He Ming? If she disliked He Ming, why would she match He Ming and Yin Changming? He shook his head, deciding to put these questions aside for the time being. Duan Shisher crossed his arms and said, Okay, now that your problem is resolved, I should go home. Fortunately, there's no tutoring today, otherwise I'd be caught by my family. She was about to leave when, as if remembering something, she turned to Ai Ning and said, Your experience is indeed regrettable, but you don't want to hurt someone important to you, do you? Duan Shisher's gaze lingered on He Ming for a moment, then quickly retracted, leaving her in a brisk, decisive manner. She hated the dazzling, powerful He Ming. Now it seemed the real He Ming was completely different from that image. Just like her all-powerful older sister, nervous and talkative at her sudden question. This was different, that was different. Duan Shisher felt that she needed to be more attentive in the future. Only Ai Ning and He Ming remained in the ward, and Ai Ning felt awkward. He hesitated for a moment, then lowered his head dejectedly, muttering, I look ugly now, don't I? I wanted to help you, but I ended up like this. Not at all. He Ming shook her head vigorously. You became like this because of me. It's all my fault. This time, it was Ai Ning who interrupted. It has nothing to do with you. The two stared at each other for a long time. The tacit understanding between them, even without an argument, allowed their intense emotions to subside. This time, it was Ai Ning who took the initiative and held He Ming's hand. I will work hard on my treatment, and won't let this go on. So you need to be well too. He didn't fully grasp his own situation, nor did he realize He Ming's pain. But as long as he started to correct his mistakes now, it wasn't too late. He Ming held his hand back, her tone equally solemn. Okay, we both be well. Since we made this promise, it's for life. Hello, Ai Ning. Your story will continue. Chapter 578. Upon learning that Ai Ning and He Ming had shared their feelings, and were planning to officially begin a relationship after the Gaokao, Su Xinghe's eyes were bleeding with envy. Traitor. Su Xinghe screamed at the top of his lungs. You actually found your partner on your own. Ai Ning was in a good mood, and upon hearing Su Xinghe's words, she shook her head gleefully. I'm still single now. I won't be single for a year, no 10 months. Su Xinghe's eyes widened, and he pointed at Ai Ning. He turned and glanced around, angrily accusing. Isn't he showing off? He's showing off. The students around him nodded in agreement, but they still had to make amends. Ming Xiaolin said leisurely, when you graduate from the Gaokao, you still don't know if you can confess yet, so stop competing with him. Su Xinghe clutched his chest, feeling a knife piercing his heart. He didn't want to say anything. Gu Qinghuan finished the nuts in her hand and clapped her hands. Okay, time to come back. If you don't focus on your studies, Ai Ning, you won't be able to go to the same university as He Ming. Ai Ning instantly pulled her thoughts back to the sky and nodded vigorously. That's right. Class monitor, you're right. I must study hard. Su Xinghe also regained his focus and continued to review diligently. Although he and Yin Xixing were a year apart, Yin Xixing had already planned his future and had chosen a university and major to pursue, so that he could inherit the family business. However, the quality of Su Xinghe's desired major at the university was average, so he planned to apply to another university in the same city. Liking someone doesn't mean going against one's will. In other words, Yin Xixing wouldn't want Su Xinghe to waste his gifts and talents for her. Seeing both of them calm down, Gu Qinghuan returned to her seat with peace of mind. Jiang Chuchu rested her chin on one hand, looking back and forth at Gu Qinghuan. What's wrong? There's still nut crumbs on my mouth? Gu Qinghuan wiped her mouth. Jiang Chuchu handed her a cleaning wipe and shrugged. No, I just heard your counseling solve 3 people's problems at once, and I wanted to see if you were about to experience a Buddha's aura. Qin Yu, who was sitting in the front, burst out laughing upon hearing this. He turned and stared at Gu Qinghuan for a long moment, then said seriously, I didn't see any Buddha's aura, but I know how to read your face. I'm sure you'll be rewarded with good deeds, rich and prosperous, and everything will go smoothly. Even if Gu Qinghuan couldn't achieve this rich and prosperous herself, with Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xin around, Qin Yu wouldn't worry at all. Gu Qinghuan took it for granted. I'm so talented, I'm sure I make a fortune. Jiang Chuchu clapped in agreement. That's right. With Qinghuan's abilities, getting rich is a piece of cake. This time, Qin Yu was about to roll his eyes. He felt that Jiang Chuchu was doting on Gu Qinghuan too much. Of course, he couldn't say this out loud. This wasn't in the class chat, so there was no chance to withdraw. After the banter ended, Gu Qinghuan calmly returned to his seat and considered the progress of the tasks. Currently, only Ming Xiaolin, Tao Xinxing, Shen Jianwei, Yuan Wuwei, and Ouyang Wushuang had tasks left to complete. Everyone had passed 50% progress, and it felt like they were just one step away from completing the task. Having already completed Ai Ning's task within a few days of school, Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but fantasize about how quickly the remaining 5 tasks could be completed. Of course, fantasies are just fantasies. The task requires practical action. Gu Qinghuan wasn't in a rush, there was still a year to go, and she had plenty of time. After this class ended, the next 2 were electives, so Gu Qinghuan took her textbook and headed to another classroom. After entering the classroom, Gu Qinghuan sat down in her designated seat, ready to prepare for class. But just as she opened her textbook and notes, barely reading 2 lines, she felt a vague gaze on her. She couldn't help but look up and glance around. The other students in the classroom quickly averted their gaze, pretending to chat with others, their voices deliberately raised. Gu Qinghuan looked around, her gaze fixed on the 2 people chatting loudly. As expected, the 2 were pretending to chat to avoid her detection. In reality, they hadn't thought of anything to talk about, and their conversation was completely irrelevant. After a few consecutive yes and yeah, they fell into an eerie silence, unable to find a topic. Gu Qinghuan cleared his throat. So, have you reached a conclusion on the question of which sounds better, Iberian ham or a math test? The 2 looked despairing. Is this what they were just talking about? The rest of the students. It's a good thing we weren't pretending to chat. Now that their story had been exposed, the 2 stopped trying to hide it, and simply admitted it. Yes, you're right. We were watching you. Why are you watching me? Gu Qinghuan was puzzled. It's about the guy who was mocked by everyone on the confession wall. The boy said, He submitted a follow-up, saying he's no longer obsessed with that girl and thank you for your guidance. Another boy added, although he didn't mention your name directly, he said he searched the forums. It turns out the person who counseled him could even take on the student union. No wonder he's so powerful. The two men simultaneously spread their hands. That's you. Gu Qinghuan was speechless. Sometimes being too famous isn't a good thing. With these two leading the way, the other students finally gained the courage to confront Gu Qinghuan, peppering her with question after question. Gu Qinghuan, you're so amazing. How could you offer that kind of advice? Have you studied psychology? Do you want to be a psychologist? How do I build good relationships with others? Any tips you can share? For a moment, Gu Qinghuan felt like she was being interviewed. Thankfully, the bell rang quickly, and she escaped the barrage of questions, even breaking out in a sweat. When get out of class was over, she immediately grabbed her belongings and ran to the next class. This class was about politics. The students had witnessed Gu Qinghuan dealing with Fang Wenfu before, and with Zhang Zhanshan present, although Gu Qinghuan could see a few were curious, no one approached her. Gu Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief and slumped down on the table. Finally, I can take a break. Fang Wenfu asked curiously, what's wrong with you? Gu Qinghuan briefly explained the situation, and Fang Wenfu was amused. Congratulations. You're getting the celebrity treatment early. Forget about that kind of treatment. Gu Qinghuan frowned. Don't worry, Fang Wenfu said, taking advantage of this rare opportunity to offer some advice. These people are just acting on impulse. They calm down in a few days. Just bear with it for 2 days, and it will be over. Gu Qinghuan shared the same thought. There was no need to do anything about this situation. Just wait patiently for the heat to die down. Furthermore, if these kinds of questions could encourage people to pay more attention to their own and others' mental health, Gu Qinghuan felt it was a good thing. She thought about minimizing her presence for the next few days. Unfortunately, plans can't keep up with changes. At noon, while Gu Qinghuan, Yu Xian, and Jiang Chuchu were eating in the cafeteria together, someone stood by their table. Teacher Gu. The person called out sincerely, please teach me how to be popular. Chapter 579. Gu Qinghuan held her chopsticks, blinking, bewildered as if she had swallowed a gulp of air. She looked at the curious onlookers nearby and decided to put her question aside for now. It's dinner time now. Can we talk afterward? The girl nodded hurriedly, as if suddenly realizing something. Just as she was about to run away, Gu Qinghuan stopped her. Wait, let's find a place. How about the promenade by the artificial lake? Without a place, Gu Qinghuan suspected the girl would sit near her for dinner and stare at her throughout. Then why would she eat? She already lost her appetite. The girl said okay, and turned away, her expression gleeful. Yu Xian stared at the girl until she disappeared into the crowd, then retracted her gaze. She said, she's a freshman in the first year of high school. You could tell by the white trim of their uniforms. Mingda's students were easily identifiable by their grade. I don't have much of an impression. Her family background probably isn't very prominent. Jiang Chuchu said bluntly. I think she saw a post on the forum and wanted to ask Qinghuan for advice. Yu Xian shoveled a piece of stir-fried yellow beef into her mouth. Gu Qinghuan has been getting a lot of attention lately, with Yin Changming's submission at the start of the school year proving particularly impressive. Freshmen are especially curious about Mingda. The sudden discovery of such a prominent figure among the seniors, coupled with numerous proven accomplishments, sparked a heated discussion about Gu Qinghuan. Even the sophomores and juniors, already accustomed to Gu Qinghuan, reviewed his remarkable career and were subsequently astonished. Gu Qinghuan has done a lot in the past 2 years. Is she really that strong? Under such circumstances, it's natural for some to be curious and want to learn about Gu Qinghuan's interpersonal skills. Especially in the first year of high school, the environment is unfamiliar, and even with classmates, it's not easy to get familiar with each other quickly. If one is more introverted, making friends is even harder. Are you going to teach her? Jiang Chuchu asked Gu Qinghuan. Although the students in class 3 were closest to Gu Qinghuan, none of them had thought of actively seeking her out. A person's interpersonal skills are like a mirror. How their family treats their children will shape their thinking and behavior from a young age. Sometimes, it's not learning at all, but simply following suit. In this regard, parents are their children's first teachers. As they grow older and interact with their peers, children gradually become aware of whether their own behavior is good or bad, and they begin to actively learn these skills from those around them. This is true of everyone in class 3. Everyone has a different personality and approaches to others. It's just that after being in class 3 for so long, with Gu Qinghuan leading the way, I can learn something even from watching. For us, that's more than enough. Or rather, how could we possibly learn all the interpersonal skills of our squad leader? It's better to grasp the essence and apply them on our own, Gu Qinghwan, while peeling salt shrimp, replied. Let's first understand why she wants to be popular. She's probably not an introvert, but being extroverted doesn't make her popular? Gu Qinghwan pondered. After all, what introvert would call her teacher Gu and ask for advice in public? Yu Xian pondered. Maybe it's not that she's unpopular, but that she just wants to be more popular? Jiang Chuchu agreed. Maybe her circle of friends is small, and she wants to expand it. After all, many parents choose to send their children to Mingda, and the connections there are a very important factor. This isn't really about currying favor with the rich and powerful. Gu Qinghwan herself is a prime example of someone who has earned recognition through her own strengths, a reflection of making good use of resources. Gu Qinghwan took Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu's opinions to heart, and finished lunch at her usual pace. While the girl might be anxious to rush to the corridor to wait for her, there was no need to feel pressured or disrupt her rhythm. Even if she arrived early and had to wait, there was no need to feel she was being neglected and get angry. If the girl wanted to ask her for advice, then how long she waited was her choice. And since she had promised the girl that she would go, she would honor her promise and meet her. Properties are etiquette, but choices carry their own consequences. However, when Gu Qinghwan finished her meal and reached the corridor, she was surprised to discover that the girl's choice of address was quite unique. She was sitting on a chair in the corridor, eating her takeout lunch from the cafeteria. Seeing Gu Qinghwan approach, she quickly put down her chopsticks, covered her lunch box, and jumped up from her chair. Teacher Gu. Gu Qinghwan quickly waved her hand. That's too much. Just a casual chat will do. So, Senior Gu? The girl asked tentatively. Seeing Gu Qinghwan nod, the girl immediately introduced herself. Hello, Senior Gu. I'm Jia Yimo from Class 6, Grade 1. Jia is the Jia Baoyu, and Yimo is the Yimo who supports each other. Talk while you eat. Gu Qinghwan saw that she had only eaten about half of her lunch box, so he couldn't delay her meal. Jia Yimo readily agreed, reopened her lunch box, and began to eat. Although Gu Qinghwan had said talk while you eat, Jia Yimo didn't talk with food in her mouth, she only spoke after swallowing. I saw Senior Gu's story on the forum, and was deeply impressed. I also want to be as accomplished as him, so I came to see him. Jia Yimo said bluntly. You said you want to be popular. Are you facing any problems in your interpersonal relationships? Gu Qinghwan asked. While Gu Qinghwan was talking, Jia Yimo took another bite of his food before continuing. It's really not a big deal. I just can't get along with people for long. Gu Qinghwan was a little surprised. Did anyone else give a reason? Jia Yimo looked helpless. Yes, but it sounds really confusing to me. I was just expressing my opinion. Gu Qinghwan noticed that Jia Yimo didn't directly answer the question. She pressed. What did they say? One said, we can never get along. Another said, we have different interests and hobbies. Jia Yimo listed them off. At first glance, it all seemed like they were just not compatible. But since no one is exactly alike, it's normal for two people to have friction when they get along. Since friction arises with everyone, and it's reached the point of severing ties, Gu Qinghwan began to suspect that the problem lay with Jia Yimo. Gu Qinghwan asked, how did the falling out happen with the person who said they couldn't eat together? Jia Yimo immediately replied, she had a face full of acne, but she still wanted to go to hot pot. I told her that hot pot would make her breakouts worse, and she got angry. Gu Qinghwan paused. So what about the one who talked about hobbies? Jia Yimo continued, she likes movies. When she asked me to see a re-release film, I told her it was available online, and there was no need to go to the theater, and she ignored me. Gu Qinghwan. Sometimes, I really don't know what to say. Chapter 580. Gu Qinghwan was speechless for a moment. Jia Yimo's sudden approach to her for advice was indeed a bit rude, but judging by her actions, she was actually quite polite and well-educated. Why would someone like that act so disappointing when interacting with others? She asked, after listening to your friend's arguments, haven't you changed your mind? Jia Yimo's expression was deeply troubled. It's not that I haven't changed. For example, regarding the hot pot, she said she just wanted to eat, and I said, let's have it, after all, it's her acne, not mine. The next day, her acne got worse. When she was complaining, I said, I told you, you didn't listen, and she had a huge argument with me, and we broke up. Hearing the situation was even more serious, Gu Qinghwan rarely touched her forehead. Since your friend chose to go to the hot pot, she should bear the consequences of her decision. This is truly her fault, Gu Qinghwan said. Jia Yimo nodded repeatedly, and was about to agree when Gu Qinghuan changed the subject. However, since you want to get along well with your friend, you can adopt practices that are more acceptable to her. For example, before going to hot pot, agree with your friend that she can only have light soup or tomato soup. Or, if she really wants a stronger flavor, limit the portion. In this case, if she still chooses to indulge, then she has no reason to vent her anger. Of course, there's no need to be so meticulous with ordinary people, but the prerequisite is that Jia Yimo and the other person are already friends. If you don't even offer this level of kindness, then there's no point in even making friends. Jia Yimo listened thoughtfully, then couldn't help but say, but she deserves it. Comforting her wouldn't make me feel good. Why should she waste her energy on someone else's mistakes, becoming an emotional dumpster? Yes, she deserves it, Gu Qinghuan didn't deny. But your response isn't limited to indulgence and accusation. You have to first determine whether she's just saying it or truly regretting it. If it's the former, then there's really no need to befriend such a friend. They're just trying to deflect responsibility for their own misdeeds. She might subconsciously be thinking that if you had talked her out of it, things wouldn't have turned out this way, so she's feeling comfortable blaming you. But if it's the latter, then since you want to maintain this friendship, you should work with her to find a solution, like monitoring her diet for the next few days. If you're just talking without offering a practical solution, then your words are just hindsight and cold calling, and people will naturally resent it. Jia Yimo didn't even bother chewing her food. When Gu Qinghuan finished speaking, she rushed to speak only to realize she still had food in her mouth, and quickly swallowed it. Senior Gu, now I understand, she said impatiently. Pointing out her friend's mistakes wasn't a big deal. What mattered was whether she followed through with concrete actions to prove her good intentions. Thinking of it, it's a bit like those common couples questions online, Jia Yimo said. What should a man do when a woman has menstrual cramps? Gu Qinghuan thought this was a good question. In that case, based on what I just said, can you try to answer this question? Jia Yimo, who had previously cared for a friend with menstrual cramps, immediately said, in winter, you can use a heat pad or electric hot water bottle, accompany her to the infirmary, ask for leave from the teacher, pour her hot water, and give her ibuprofen. These are indeed practical approaches, and do show consideration. Gu Qinghuan nodded. However, most of the hypothetical scenarios online have a premise. That the boy, for various reasons, can't be with the girl immediately. If that's the case, what would you do? Jia Yimo suddenly felt a headache. She kept mumbling action and tried to say, order her a cup of hot milk tea, or order takeout with ibuprofen. Getting out of bed and opening the door to get takeout while in pain can sometimes be a burden. Gu Qinghuan pressed on. Jia Yimo couldn't help but grumble, as usual. What else can I do? Can't I just put my phone down and get some rest? That's another issue, emotional needs. Gu Qinghuan said patiently. Of course she knows she has period cramps. Most women know what to do when they have them, but she still chose to confide in someone about her pain. So what she wants is actually more care and affection. In this case, a gentle tone can better soothe her emotions. Instead of asking, who told you to drink cold drinks yesterday, ask about her pain and what she's stocked up on, then encourage her to endure the pain and take her medicine first. After she's done, praise her and remind her to stay warm and get enough rest. This alone will actually help her feel more stable. Even if a girl is feeling restless, you can suggest, let's talk about something cheerful. Maybe distracting yourself will ease the pain. Gu Qinghuan concluded, whether the method you offer works or not, the important thing is to let the other person know that you tried, that you're thinking about her, and that you're there for her. This way, her needs will be met, and the relationship will grow deeper. Interpersonal communication is really that simple. Jia Yimo. No, that sounds difficult. She scratched the back of her head. I feel like all the methods you mentioned, Senior Gu, are very sincere? Jia Yimo put her hand down, a little troubled. But you can't be that sincere with someone you only just met. How can you trust them? Then when will you demonstrate your sincerity? Gu Qinghuan asked. This question stumped Jia Yimo. Reflecting for a moment, she realized, somewhat startled, that she never really opened up to her former friends. She hesitated. Well, you need to spend more time together, right? Get to know each other's preferences and stuff? Did you proactively observe or ask? Gu Qinghuan continued. Jia Yimo was speechless. What Gu Qinghuan had taught her was enough to make her realize that she wasn't treating others well. Let me say something that might be a little harsh. Gu Qinghuan looked Jia Yimo in the eye. You think your sincerity is precious and shouldn't be displayed easily, but to others, your sincerity might be worthless. Take right now, for example. If I asked you to show more sincerity before I taught you, and then told you to do this and that, and then finally said, you passed my test, I can teach you now. Could you really do it without complaint? Jia Yimo hesitated. Maybe. I minded a little. After all, even with Yan Changming's testimony, it couldn't fully reflect Gu Qinghuan's abilities, and the stories on the forum were even more difficult to verify. Before receiving actual guidance, Jia Yimo couldn't fully trust Gu Qinghuan, so naturally, he felt reluctant. Gu Qinghuan didn't mind and simply smiled. That's it. Instead of clinging on, it's better to proactively show your kindness. Jia Yimo asked, what if I'm betrayed? Wouldn't that hurt? Gu Qinghuan shook her head slightly, her smile growing even brighter. No, of course, she'd be hurt more if she lost me. I believe I'm good enough. So even if I'm betrayed, I'm only leaving someone who's not right for me. That's a good thing. I won't stop showing my sincerity to someone just because of a bad guy. This is something that will always belong to me. Chapter 581. Gu Qinghuan's philosophy truly exceeded Jia Yimo's understanding. She admired Gu Qinghuan's stability, but could she achieve it herself? Jia Yimo couldn't imagine it. She didn't yet know how to give her heart, and she feared betrayal and misunderstanding if she gave rashly. Gu Qinghuan studied Jia Yimo's expression, pondered for a few seconds, and said briskly, let's start with something easy. I suggest you start by changing your way of speaking. Changing your habit of cold words might be difficult. Why not learn to show some practical care? Jia Yimo perked up immediately. That's right, she wasn't thinking of a complete solution all at once. She wanted to take it slow, starting with the basics. She nodded. I understand. I try that first. You can take a few moments each day to review your speech patterns. If you're unsure, you can ask me. Gu Qinghuan provided her QR code. But I'm a senior now, and my studies are more important to me. I may not be able to respond to your question right away. I might respond later, or briefly. Jia Yimo said hurriedly, of course. Senior, just go at your own pace. Just getting a reply is enough for me. What Gu Qinghuan had just told her was already very practical for Jia Yimo. She had thought it through. When she got home later, she'd find a notebook to write it down. This was invaluable advice. When Gu Qinghuan left, Jia Yimo even gave her a ride. Seeing that she hadn't finished her meal yet, Gu Qinghuan urged her to stop and finish her meal and get some rest. It was a bit late to go to the student union office now, and I wouldn't be able to rest for long before I had to get up and go back to class. Gu Qinghuan simply skipped the office and went straight back to class. When they arrived at the classroom door, Murong Tianjiao and Ouyang Wushuang, sitting on a bench in the small garden, whispered to Gu Qinghuan, Class monitor, why are you here so early? I've been a life coach for a while, Gu Qinghuan said seriously. I skipped my nap and planned to stay in class for a while. If someone else had told them they were life coaches, few of the students in class 3 would have believed them. But when Gu Qinghuan said this, Murong Tianjiao and Ouyang Wushuang were completely convinced. The class monitor is working as a psychologist again. Gu Qinghuan didn't continue the conversation. Aren't you guys hot sitting outside? It was still September, and even in the shade, the temperature was high enough. The two of them simultaneously lifted their bangs, revealing the cooling patches on their foreheads, their expressions filled with pride. We're really well prepared, aren't we? Gu Qinghuan was speechless. So what are you doing? Murong Tianjiao waved his phone. Although I decided to stop cosplaying during my senior year, I can still take a look at other people's work during break time. It just so happens to be a cosplay of a work I like, so I came over to watch. Ouyang Wushuang said. They didn't just watch, they also gathered to chat, like which scene in the original work was a recreation of it. To avoid disturbing the other students' rest, after all, in their excitement, they might not control their voices, they went outside. Gu Qinghuan nodded. Then don't stare for too long. Even with the cooling patches, it's still hot outside. You don't want to go to class smelling like sweat, do you? The two imagined the scene, their faces suddenly grimace. They agreed to return to class in 10 minutes. Gu Qinghuan sat back down. She couldn't sleep right now, so she pulled out her phone, intending to check Jia Yimo's moments. Jia Yimo posted quite frequently. Gu Qinghuan checked and saw 3 posts today alone. The first was about breakfast, oatmeal porridge with milk, a boiled egg, and a vegetable salad. Very healthy. So healthy that Gu Qinghuan decided to go get spicy hot pot tonight. The second was vaguely related to Gu Qinghuan. She had reposted a forum post about Gu Qinghuan's deeds, captioned, Want to try it? As for the third, it was posted before meeting Gu Qinghuan. It was a photo of the promenade by the artificial lake, with a lunch box on the table, captioned, Waiting for the teacher. After reading these 3 posts, Gu Qinghuan came across a new one, a repost of another Gu Qinghuan post, accompanied by a thumbs up emoji. What a daily life filled with a thirst for sharing, Gu Qinghuan sighed as she continued to scroll. Jia Yimo had many interests and hobbies: novels, movies, games, crafts, gardening. Gu Qinghuan was dazzled by them all. Murong Tianju was walking down the aisle toward his seat when he noticed a familiar picture on Gu Qinghuan's phone screen from the corner of his eye and couldn't help but take a second look. Squad leader, are you looking at my picture? Murong Tianju asked shyly. Gu Qinghuan examined it carefully and saw that the watermark was indeed Murong Tianju's name. The makeup on the photo was so heavy that she didn't recognize him at first glance. I'm looking at the moments of someone I just added. Maybe they're your fans? Gu Qinghuan whispered. Murong Tianju felt even more embarrassed and quickly returned to her seat. Ouyang Wushuang, walking beside her, leaned over to take a look. Only after taking a closer look at Jia Yimo's username and profile picture did she frown. Does she look familiar? Perhaps you've seen her in Tianjia's comments section? Gu Qinghuan asked. Ouyang Wushuang rubbed her temples. While she looked familiar, she couldn't immediately place her whereabouts. But such a small matter wasn't worth worrying about. She agreed with Gu Qinghuan and nodded, returning to her seat. But the feeling of not being able to remember was truly torturous, like wanting to talk to someone about something, only to forget what you were going to say the moment you opened your mouth. It was so frustrating. Ouyang Wushuang, still thinking about Jia Yimo's username and profile picture, managed to calm herself down and finish her afternoon class. When she got home, she immediately sat down at her computer and began searching the comments section of Murong Tianju's account. Murong Tianju was receiving quite a few comments these days, and since comments from older fans were usually posted early and offered nice compliments, they were generally upvoted and highly commented on. Ouyang Wushuang remembered them clearly. However, Jia Yimo's username and profile picture weren't from those older fans. Based on this, Ouyang Wushuang still remembered them. Perhaps she had seen them during a period when comments were rare? She thought about it, and scrolled back from the time Murong Tianju was forced into the restroom by Mika. As expected, Ouyang Wushuang quickly found comments from a user with the same profile picture and a similar username as Jia Yimo. Ah, I was wondering why I had a strong impression of her. Ouyang Wushuang crossed her arms, her face grimacing. It was actually the fan who had once supported Mika. When Murong Tianju first started cosplaying, she often interacted with Mika. Back then, she wasn't very popular, and was at a disadvantage compared to Mika. Although Mika would reply to her, after so many replies, Mika's fans saw her as a nobody trying to cash in on the hype. Jia Yimo's account frequently visited Murong Tianju's comments section, pointing fingers at her. Ouyang Wushuang had even used a Smith account to argue with Jia Yimo back then, but he controlled his outburst to avoid embarrassing Murong Tianju. After Mika got beaten up for throwing Murong Tianju in the bathroom, Ouyang Wushuang hadn't seen Jia Yimo in the comments section since. She tapped her arm twice. Although she was fairly confident, without clear evidence, she couldn't be absolutely certain that Gu Qinghuan's newly added friend was the person who had been in the comments section. I check with the squad leader tomorrow, Ouyang Wushuang thought. As for what to do after verification, we see. Chapter 582. After learning about Jia Yimo's past, Gu Qinghuan took a moment to dig up her memories of Mika's past. This was primarily because she had only met Mika once, at the comic convention. Murong Tianju had handled everything else on his own, and she hadn't publicly stated anything online. Since she hadn't interacted with Mika much, she naturally didn't have a deep impression of him. Looking at the rather indignant Ouyang Wushuang, she tried to calm her down. Don't be angry. Tianju has long since moved on from his past. You shouldn't be trapped by it either. Ouyang Wushuang's expression softened slightly, and she said with some resignation, I'm just worried there's something wrong with Jia Yimo. If she can correct her mistakes, that's a good thing, but if not, it'd be difficult. Murong Tianju hadn't deliberately concealed her identity as a cosplayer. Many people at school knew about her, and related posts could be found on the forums. Although Murong Tianju's work wasn't being updated, the buzz around her was likely waning, but if they ran into each other at school, there was no guarantee Jia Yimo wouldn't recognize her. Ouyang Wushuang was concerned that after Jia Yimo discovered Murong Tianju, she might take the conflict offline. Gu Qinghuan recalled the content of Jia Yimo's WeChat moments she had seen yesterday, and shook her head. She posted that during summer vacation, and the content wasn't disparaging or insulting, but rather just general praise. Back then, Mika, although I also posted cosplay photos, no one recognized me. This shouldn't rule out the possibility that Jia Yimo recognized me first, then learned I was at Mingda, and then approach Tianjiao through me. Ouyang Wuxuang felt this string of hypotheses was unnecessary. Instead of wasting time, it would be better to go directly to Murong Tianjiao. Besides, some of Gu Qinghuan's deeds can be found online. How desperate must one be to consider using Gu Qinghuan as a stepping stone? Gu Qinghuan spread his hands and shrugged. Of course, there's another important reason. It happened a long time ago. Jia Yimo was simply an ordinary netizen being used as a pawn. Perhaps when the incident occurred, she was indeed very angry and clamored for action. But the more easily aroused such people are, the more likely they are to withdraw from their emotions after a few days and move on to the next battlefield. After this conversation, Ouyang Wuxuang's emotions completely calmed down. She sighed exaggeratedly. It seems Jia Yimo has indeed cleared herself of suspicion. Being wary isn't a bad thing. Gu Qinghuan reached out and patted her shoulder. If Tianjia knew you cared so much about her, she'd be very happy. Ouyang Wuxuang quickly shook her head. No. Squad leader, please don't tell Tianjiao. Although her identity as a cyberstalker hadn't been exposed to Murong Tianjiao, from their casual conversations, Murong Tianjiao had a vague sense of Ouyang Wuxuang's sharp tongue. Good friends occasionally exchange harsh words, but Murong Tianjiao didn't take it to heart. On the contrary, Ouyang Wuxuang herself had been deeply upset after a few slips of the tongue and was now working on her character. I won't tell you. Everyone has their little secrets. Gu Qinghuan waved her hand. Ouyang Wuxuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. She thought for a few seconds and then asked, Monitor, next time you go to teach Jia Yimo, can you take me with you? You want to meet Jia Yimo in person? Gu Qinghuan asked. Ouyang Wuxuang nodded. Gu Qinghuan said, then I have to consult Jia Yimo herself. She have to agree. If she doesn't mind having more people. Gu Qinghuan pondered for a few seconds. Then I think you could be a teaching assistant. Teaching assistant? Ouyang Wuxuang was confused. With the situation uncertain, Gu Qinghuan decided to keep it a secret. She turned around and said Jia Yimo a message. I have a suggestion. Are you interested in running a simulation with someone? Jia Yimo. What simulation? Gu Qinghuan. It's like an interview. I set up a scenario, and you interact with others, discovering your own problems in the process. As Gu Qinghuan expected, Jia Yimo was very interested. Okay. I'm interested. After saying this, she quickly asked, if I say something harsh, won't she get angry? Gu Qinghuan, of course not. Honestly, it's more likely that she make you angry. Jia Yimo's unintentional spoiler was indeed hurtful to her friend, but Ouyang Wuxuang's aggressiveness was truly outmatched by Jia Yimo in terms of combat effectiveness. Just watching Gu Qinghuan say this, Jia Yimo couldn't imagine the other person's venom. After all, she had read a lot of online comments and considered herself well informed. She immediately said confidently, it's okay. It's just a simulation, not real. After receiving Jia Yimo's agreement, Gu Qinghuan told Ouyang Wuxuang her plan. Ouyang Wuxuang was shocked. You want me to scold her? It's not scolding, Gu Qinghuan corrected her seriously. It's about giving someone a taste of your own medicine. Ouyang Wuxuang didn't think the difference was significant. Since Gu Qinghuan had helped her achieve her goal, it was only natural for her to help him. More importantly, direct communication would allow them to better understand Jia Yimo's character. A few days later, the three of them found time and went to Gu Qinghuan's office at noon for their first scenario simulation. Jia Yimo seemed more well-behaved than Ouyang Wuxuang had expected. Seeing her, she politely nodded and said, Hello, senior. Thank you for your trouble today. Ouyang Wuxuang felt a little uneasy. My name is Ouyang Wuxuang. Hello. Jia Yimo's eyes lit up. What a cool name. Come to think of it, I know someone with a double surname and a very cool name. I wonder if you, Senior Ouyang. Ahem, Gu Qinghuan interrupted Jia Yimo. Stop chatting and make the most of your time. Jia Yimo quickly straightened his tone. Okay, Senior Gu. Today is our first simulation, so let's just do something simple. Right. Gu Qinghuan clapped his hands. Let me ask you, when you're going out with friends, are you likely to be late? Jia Yimo shook his head decisively. I usually arrive about 10 minutes early. Ouyang Wuxuang grumbled. If it's morning, I might oversleep, but not in the afternoon, or evening. Jia Yimo immediately said, Senior Ouyang, this isn't a good habit. Ouyang Wuxuang felt a little guilty. I know, but that's why I don't make plans to go out with people in the morning. Is that even possible? Jia Yimo was a little shocked. Why not? Ouyang Wuxuang, in turn, sounded confident. If an option doesn't exist, it won't be chosen, so it can't be wrong. Actually, that's a good idea. Gu Qinghuan nodded. Very self-aware. She cleared her throat. Okay, so today's simulation is like this. You guys agreed to go out on Saturday. Jia Yimo, you wanted to go out in the morning, but Wishwang disagrees. Let's start a conversation based on that. Are you trying to convince Senior Ouyang? Jia Yimo asked. No, just talk until I stop, or until one of you gives up. Gu Qinghuan replied. Okay. Jia Yimo and Ouyang Wishwang both readily agreed. Chapter 583. Gu Qinghuan didn't specify the conditions very clearly, so some aspects were left to the two of them to come up with their own ideas. Jia Yimo said, let's go to the amusement park together on Saturday. Okay, when do we meet? Ouyang Wishwang directly brought up the point of contention. Jia Yimo said, the amusement park opens at 8:30 a.m., and we're going on a Saturday, so there'll be a long line. How about we meet at the subway exit at 7:30 a.m.? Ouyang Wishwang immediately shook his head like a rattle. No, 7:30 is too early. The subway ride from my house takes at least half an hour, and if you factor in the time it takes to wash up, I have to get up earlier than usual for school. I can't do that. But we're going to the amusement park. If we go too late, there won't be enough attractions. Jia Yimo frowned. Just play less, Ouyang Wishwang said nonchalantly. If I don't sleep well, I won't have the energy to play. Jia Yimo frowned. As usual, she wanted to blame Ouyang Wishwang, but then she remembered Gu Qinghuan's advice, and quickly repeated the phrase actual action to herself. She changed her tone and said, if you don't have the energy, how about I get you a cup of coffee? I'm sensitive to caffeine. If I drink it, I'd be even less able to play. Ouyang Wishwang shrugged. Jia Yimo was speechless for a moment. She gestured to pause, and turned to Gu Qinghuan. Do I have to persuade her to go to the amusement park? No, Gu Qinghuan shook her head. Just talk to her. You can even use this opportunity to pretend Wishwang is the person you want to criticize. The key is to communicate as you normally would. Gu Qinghuan observed that when Jia Yimo mentioned coffee, she was probably consciously resisting her habit, otherwise, she would have said, can't you just go to bed earlier? Jia Yimo lowered her hand, pondered for a moment, and said, I understand. I continue. She took a breath and said decisively, are you sensitive to caffeine? Then why did you want a latte last time? Ouyang Wishwang pondered for a moment. It seemed Jia Yimo was imagining her past friends. She continued smoothly, latte has a relatively low caffeine content, so a little is fine. Then I just bring you a latte, okay? Jia Yimo said. Gu Qinghuan knocked on the table twice to stop them, and Jia Yimo couldn't help but feel a little nervous. What's wrong? Didn't I propose a solution? Before Gu Qinghuan could reply, Ouyang Wishwang launched into a tirade. How can this be called a solution? You're just exploiting my words to achieve your own goals. She bluntly said, the point we were discussing just now was clearly that I didn't want to get up early to go to the amusement park, but you shifted the conversation to my inability to drink coffee. So, you're assuming that as long as I solve my lack of energy problem, your needs should be met, which means getting up early to go to the amusement park. That's clearly two different things. Ouyang Wishwang argued. You didn't even propose a real solution. Jia Yimo felt a little embarrassed by Ouyang Wishwang's words. She stammered, but I really can't think of how to convince you to get up early to go to the amusement park. This time, it was Gu Qinghuan's turn to speak. Actually, you don't need to convince her. Jia Yimo looked at Gu Qinghuan blankly, only to hear her calmly say, just say, we're not going to the amusement park, or I find you next time if there's an afternoon or evening event. The difference between the two lies in whether you want to go to the amusement park or hang out with her. Jia Yimo was clearly shocked. But shouldn't friends be together? No, Ouyang Wishwang said. Even if you share the same interests, you and your friend are different people. There's no need to force yourself to be consistent. For example, although she and Murong Tianju both like 2D, she prefers online activities, while Murong Tianju prefers offline ones. As for their specific preferences, the difference is even greater. Occasionally, they would recommend each other, but whether they could accept the advice was another matter. In this regard, Gu Qinghuan, Jiang Chu, and Yu Xian were role models for the three squads. When they got into trouble, the three of them complemented each other, and understood each other's intentions without further explanation. When they had other plans or encountered something they didn't like, they were very calm in refusing, and didn't mistake it for dislike. Ouyang Wishwang sometimes felt that the various perspectives of Class 3 were strangely healthy. Not only their views on friendship, but also Su Xinghe and Ai Ning's views on love were very healthy. Sure enough, it was the class monitor's credit, right? Jia Yimo held her head in her hands, her perspectives deeply shaken. After a long moment, she let go and said, "What if I get disliked for going back on my word like this? What's the point of your mouth?" After Ouyang Wuxiang finished his rant, remembering that he was in front of a junior, his tone softened slightly. That's not going back on one's word. Changing one's mind at the last minute after a plan is finalized counts. We should have made it clear while we were still in the discussion stage. Forcing it won't make either side happy. Jia Yimo sat in her seat, thinking silently. Ouyang Wuxiang leaned over to Gu Qinghuan and whispered to her. "Although this kid has some personality issues, at least he listens to others," Ouyang Wuxiang said. "He seems like a hopeless, refuting personality." Gu Qinghuan wanted to laugh at Ouyang Wuxiang's words, but she suppressed it and asked, "Do you still think she harbors ill intentions toward Tianjiao?" Ouyang Wuxiang shook her head. Judging from Jia Yimo's previous words, it was clear that she was planning to introduce Murong Tianjiao, whose name shared a similar style. Besides, if she disliked Murong Tianjiao, she wouldn't have mentioned him to anyone else. In other words, Jia Yimo was still secretly keeping an eye on Murong Tianjiao, and had a crush on him. Let me ask. Ouyang Wuxiang made a quick decision. Hiding things wasn't her style. She turned to look at Jia Yimo and called out, "Jia Yimo, do you know Murong Tianjiao?" Jia Yimo was still recounting past experiences. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that her friends had indulged her so many times, yet she had completely failed to notice. She was feeling frustrated when, upon hearing Ouyang Wuxiang's words, she instinctively replied yes. "Ah!" Jia Yimo suddenly looked up at Ouyang Wuxiang, her eyes wide. "Senior Ouyang is also involved in the cosplay community?" "No." Ouyang Wuxiang flatly denied it, then asked directly, "Do you like that cosplayer?" Jia Yimo nodded, then said sheepishly, "Although I like her very much, I misunderstood her in the past, and even said a lot of nasty things under her account." Her voice trailed off. "So now I only dare to secretly look at her work. I don't even dare to like or comment on it." Gu Qinghuan asked, "Did she block you?" Jia Yimo shook her head subconsciously. Her account had never changed, and she could still see Murong Tianjiao's work, so of course she hadn't been blocked. She paused, understanding what Gu Qinghuan meant. "That means she doesn't dislike you so much that she doesn't want to see you." Gu Qinghuan laughed. "Maybe she's a generous person, and doesn't intend to argue with you, or maybe she doesn't care about you at all. But what are you thinking? Do you want to express your affection to her? Do you want to apologize for past mistakes?" Jia Yimo acted so disinterested, habitually contradicting others while simultaneously craving popularity. What she really wanted was a sense of self-recognition. However, she took the wrong approach, overemphasizing herself and trying to get everyone to listen to her, which backfired. In that case, let's first let her learn to accept herself. Chapter 584. Jia Yimo sent a message to Murong Tianjiao, but she didn't dare leave a comment in the comments section, fearing fans might remember her past comments and criticize her. She revised it again and again, finally settling on the content of the private message to Murong Tianjiao. She even typed the text into the chat box, but hesitated to send it. She hesitated until midnight, then, tormented by sleepiness, sent the message in one go, tossed her phone aside, and fell into a deep sleep. But this sleep wasn't a restful one. In her dreams, she was sometimes mocked by Murong Tianjiao, then blocked by him, even having her account reported. After waking up, Jia Yimo looked at the dark circles under her eyes in the mirror, wailed, and covered her face. She knew it was just an unreal dream, and Murong Tianjiao's personality didn't match the dream. When Mika treated Murong Tianjiao so harshly, she simply stood up and refuted his words with facts, avoiding further insult. She subsequently didn't capitalize on the hype surrounding the incident, but instead diligently demonstrated her passion and progress through her work. It was precisely for this reason that, despite the bitter blow she suffered and the shame she felt, Jia Yimo was drawn to Murong Tianjiao and secretly followed her. She was able to remain true to herself, regardless of what others said. Jia Yimo found Murong Tianjiao truly dazzling. But even though she knew, as Gu Qinghuan had said, that Murong Tianjiao wouldn't mock her confession, Jia Yimo still felt nervous. She arrived at school absent-mindedly, and upon entering, she happened to see Gu Qinghuan getting off the bus. Jia Yimo suddenly froze in her tracks. She stood there, waiting for Gu Qinghuan to approach. Just as she was about to greet him, Gu Qinghuan spoke first. "Good morning, what can I do for you?" Jia Yimo's words slipped away, and she was filled with surprise. "Senior Gu, did you see me?" "Yes, because everyone was moving in, you stood there, quite conspicuous," Gu Qinghuan said. Of course, Gu Qinghuan's own observation skills were excellent, which was why he noticed so quickly. You were facing me, probably waiting for me. As you approached, I could see dark circles under your eyes. Gu Qinghuan reached out and drew a circle under her eyes. I guess you're in trouble and want to talk to me. Jia Yimo nodded vigorously, hesitating. I sent a private message of apology to that cosplayer, Murong Tianjiao, last night. I haven't received a reply yet, and I'm feeling uneasy. Gu Qinghuan counted on her fingers. It had been almost 5 days since she and Ouyang Wuxuang had offered their advice. Jia Yimo must have thought long and hard about sending the private message, having waited until now. She asked, is there something wrong with the content of the private message? Jia Yimo recalled it, and shook her head decisively. No way. She had made so many revisions, even under pressure from criticism, and asked Ouyang Wuxuang for help to review it, ensuring that the content contained only pure apologies and praise, and would not reveal any character flaws. If there were still any problems, she might as well cancel her account and quit the internet. So you done your best, right? Gu Qinghuan asked again. Jia Yimo nodded, and Gu Qinghuan said, if that's the case, this is the best you can achieve right now. There's no need to worry about it. You done well. From now on, just trust in your efforts and your heart, and wait for the results. Jia Yimo was stunned. It seemed like the first time she had ever heard such frank praise. Instead of you did well, she more often heard, although you performed well this time, you could work harder. Hearing these words always made her feel light and airy. Unlike before, when words would only weigh heavily on her shoulders, making even her breathing heavy. She hesitated. That's true. I can't do any better. This sounded a bit negative. So Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment and gave Jia Yimo an assignment. Before you see Tianjia's reply, guess what she say based on your understanding of her. Jia Yimo didn't know the purpose of this assignment, but she was obedient. Senior Gu had his reasons, and she just had to follow them. After saying goodbye to Gu Qinghuan and returning to her class, Jia Yimo put herself in Murong Tianjia's shoes, wondering how he would respond to her private message. Judging from his usual comments, Murong Tianjiu was a bit reserved and not very good at handling compliments. When replying to fans, he kept his words concise and his emotions restrained. But Murong Tianjiu loved using cute emojis, so he'd probably send them to her too. He'd probably be surprised to receive her private message, and he'd probably have to think for a long time before remembering her past mistakes. And then, he'd probably say, it's okay. Maybe she even say, thank you for your continued support. Jia Yimo covered her head. No, how could she be so narcissistic? She said such awful things before. Could she really be forgiven so easily? What kind of daydreaming was she doing? The problem was, the more Jia Yimo thought about it, the more she felt that Murong Tianjiu might actually have said that. She recalled many of Murong Tianjiu's speeches, which had woven a vivid image of him. As she pondered them, Jia Yimo's mood gradually calmed. Yes, the Murong Tianjiu she longed for wasn't a persona created to appease fans, but a real person who truly pursued his passions. Such a person, as long as she was sincere, would definitely respond well. After calming down, Jia Yimo's anxiety subsided, and she began her morning self-study seriously. Although she would occasionally think about the private message that morning and secretly check her phone during breaks to check if she had received a reply, it was simply a simple desire for an answer. During lunch break, Jia Yimo returned to class, and was about to watch a video when a notification popped up on her phone. You have a new private message. Please check it immediately. She froze, her nervousness once again filling her mind. Jia Yimo took a deep breath before opening the private message. The first few words of the private message were also displayed in the message list. Although Jia Yimo didn't dare to read it closely, she quickly opened the message bar and still caught a glimpse of the first 3 words. Thank you. The exact words she had imagined appeared before her eyes, so bluntly that Jia Yimo was momentarily unable to comprehend the meaning. But she quickly recovered and read Murong Tianjiu's reply with almost greedy eyes. Tianjiu, thank you for telling me this. Everyone makes mistakes. Your willingness to admit your mistakes and apologize is already remarkable. So don't feel guilty. It's okay. Tianjiu, I'm so happy that you like me. I keep working hard. Jia Yimo wanted to smile, the corners of her mouth curling upwards, but she couldn't help but close her eyes. She quickly buried her head in her arms, pretending to take a nap. In the small space created by her arms, her breathing and heartbeat became loud and clear. She heard tears dripping onto the table, and also heard her own faint sobs. She had guessed correctly. Murong Tianjia's response was just as she imagined, gentle and positive. If only she had done this sooner, she could have expressed her feelings and receive such a warm response. Had she missed so many opportunities like this before? Would her former friends even want an apology from her? Chapter 585. Jia Yimo hasn't contacted either Gu Qinghwan or Ouyang Wuxuang in the past few days. Gu Qinghwan didn't take it seriously, but Ouyang Wuxuang was quite worried. He even went to Murong Tianju to inquire about Jia Yimo's private message. Murong Tianju happily shared Jia Yimo's private message and said to Ouyang Wuxuang, "I didn't expect someone would apologize to me specifically. They seem so mature. It's not easy to reflect on oneself." Ouyang Wuxuang's mouth twitched, and he nodded reluctantly. It's certainly not easy. Writing this private message was certainly not easy for Jia Yimo, and Ouyang Wuxuang scolded him so much that he practically ran away. Jia Yimo easily lost sight of the point in his speech and subconsciously made excuses for himself. It's not that making excuses is wrong, but if you're about to apologize and then try to shirk responsibility, it will appear problematic to the other person. For example, if you agree to meet at 9 o'clock but are half an hour late, instead of constantly citing excuses like traffic jam, misread the time, or overslept, it's better to immediately tell the other person how late you be and how long you estimate you be late, so they can find a place to rest. After you meet, you can discuss how to adjust your schedule to minimize the impact of your lateness. As for things like treating someone to a meal, it depends on your tolerance level. This is something Gu Qinghwan has always emphasized to Jia Yimo. Let them know your sincerity, and then take concrete action. Judging from Jia Yimo's behavior, she's trying to correct her behavior, but it's a long-standing habit that's not so easy to change. It takes time. Seeing Jia Yimo's excellent performance, able to withstand even 30% of her power, Ouyang Wuxuang became more patient. When dealing with Jia Yimo, he adopted the same attitude as he would with a less than promising student, adopting a teacher's demeanor. Now that Jia Yimo had suddenly gone silent, Ouyang Wuxuang felt a little concerned, so he inquired about the situation. It was break time, and Qin Yu had gone to the small supermarket on campus to buy something. Ouyang Wuxuang sat in his seat and said to Gu Qinghwan, "Doesn't Jia Yimo think she's already mastered it?" Proud of her own progress, thinking that this was enough, and therefore she didn't need to ask them for advice anymore, the previous class was an elective, and Gu Qinghwan had just returned to the classroom, tidying up her desk. Hearing this, he shook his head. Probably not. After all, with such excellent teachers like you and me, you wouldn't think you could grasp the essence of a subject in just a few days. Ouyang Wuxuang thought this statement was full of flaws, but upon closer reflection, it seemed to be true. When it comes to interpersonal skills, Gu Qinghwan is a force to be reckoned with throughout Mingda, and when it comes to verbal skills, Ouyang Wuxuang is a force to be reckoned with in multiple circles. I'm sure no one, after witnessing their abilities, would think they could replicate their skills in a few days. Then where did she disappear to? Ouyang Wuxuang wondered. Gu Qinghwan took out her phone, placed it on the table, and opened the chat with Jia Yimo. The easiest way is right here. Ouyang Wuxuang wore a pained expression. Of course, she knew the easiest way was to ask Jia Yimo directly, but she couldn't do it. Even if she and Jia Yimo had met privately before, it was Jia Yimo who had asked her for advice first. Taking the initiative to ask about other situations was a real challenge for Ouyang Wuxuang. Despite her seemingly normal conversations with Gu Qinghwan and her harmonious interactions with everyone in Class 3, once outside, she wore a fascikini, so no one could recognize her. If Ouyang Wuxuang were asked to contact Jia Yimo, even if they previously communicated, she'd find it difficult. Gu Qinghwan saw her expression and didn't force her. He simply said, "I think she probably has her own plans. Let's not rush and wait for her to contact us." "Okay," Ouyang Wuxuang said, a little deflated. "I just think she'd be happy after seeing Tianju's reply. Even if she doesn't share her joy with us, she should at least post something like that on WeChat Moments, as she's wont to do. There's nothing happening right now. Isn't that a bit unusual?" Gu Qinghwan thought for a moment. "How about this? I sent her a message during lunch break." Before she finished her words, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated. They both instinctively looked down and saw a new message in the chat box on the screen. "Jia Yimo, Senior Gu, can we meet at noon today?" Gu Qinghwan pouted. "Well, mention the devil, and he appear." Ouyang Wuxuang rolled her eyes, feeling that she was worrying too much. Gu Qinghwan replied, "Sure. Meet in my office." "Jia Yimo, I also like to make an appointment with Senior Ouyang. If he agrees, can we add her?" Gu Qinghwan showed Ouyang Wuxuang the chat history. Figuring he had nothing to do at noon, Ouyang Wuxuang nodded readily. "Gu Qinghwan, she's right next to me." She agreed. "We go together then." Jia Yimo replied with a thank you, heart emoji. After lunch with Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian, Gu Qinghwan went to the office on her own. Although her popularity had almost died down, the large crowds in the cafeteria still attracted some attention. Ouyang Wuxuang wasn't as resilient as Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian, and didn't mind the attention. Plus, she usually had lunch with Murong Tianjiao, so she certainly wouldn't go with Gu Qinghwan. She ate quite quickly though. When Gu Qinghwan arrived at the office, Ouyang Wuxuang was already waiting at the door. Jia Yimo was also there, standing against the wall, holding a dark blue file box, her eyes fixed on Gu Qinghwan. Gu Qinghwan's gaze fell on the file box. She opened the door, ushered the two in, and asked if they wanted anything to drink. Anything is fine. Jia Yimo's mind was clearly not on the drinks. Ouyang Wuxuang wasn't going to be polite with his squad leader. Do you still have that coconut water from last time? Then let's all have coconut water. Gu Qinghwan pulled 3 bottles of coconut water from the water bar, and handed them to Ouyang Wuxuang and Jia Yimo. Then he asked directly Jia Yimo, what do you want to talk to us about? Jia Yimo was a little nervous when her name was called, but she answered promptly. She placed the file box she had been holding on the table, and opened it. With the swish of Velcro being torn apart, a thick stack of papers poured out and spread across the table. The paper was covered in densely written words, and Ouyang Wuxuang recognized them immediately. They were all handwritten. Jia Yimo was embarrassed. I apologized to that cosplayer and received a reply. She forgave me, and I'm very happy. And then, I feel like I owe my old friends an apology too. I've been writing apology letters to my friends these days, revising them many times according to what seniors Gu and Ouyang taught me, but I'm still a little unsure. I know you two are seniors, and have a lot to do, so this is a bit cheeky of me. But she stuttered, could you please help me review it? Gu Qinghwan picked up a piece of paper and took a look. The recipient was the friend Jia Yimo had mentioned, who had a conflict over the movie. Judging from the content, Jia Yimo had made considerable progress, and her sincerity was evident. Ouyang Wuxuang was also reading, much faster, flipping through 3 or 4 pages in no time. That paragraph is too long-winded. Repeatedly emphasizing it only makes you look guilty. This paragraph is too vague. If you want to apologize, just be honest, she commented bluntly. Jia Yimo shrank back, unprepared to hear. Since you know your request is shameless, you should show your gratitude properly, right? She looked up suddenly, and saw Ouyang Wuxuang with a headache on her face. 2. No, at least 3 lattes. Matcha, vanilla, hazelnut, I want them all. When Jia Yimo didn't respond, Ouyang Wuxuang frowned. Is 3 too much? Then take out the matcha. No, not at all. Jia Yimo snapped back to reality and shouted, 3 is too little. 30. Ouyang Wuxuang wanted to complain, that's too much, but when she opened her mouth, laughter came out first. So this is what it feels like to be able to help others, Ouyang Wuxuang thought, feeling really good. Chapter 586. Although Ouyang Wuxuang and Gu Qinghwan had taken on the task of revising the apology letter, Gu Qinghwan still had to criticize Jia Yimo a bit. I'm glad you trust us so much, but after all, this is personal information. We must protect it carefully, and not share it so easily with others in the future, Gu Qinghwan said. After all, there's so much that can be revealed from these apology letters. Jia Yimo nodded quickly. I thought it through. I trust Senior Gu and Senior Ouyang. Ouyang Wuxuang interrupted. What factors led you to trust us? Gu Qinghwan gasped inwardly, thinking Ouyang Wuxuang sounded like an interviewer. However, Jia Yimo wasn't nervous at all. Instead, she spoke eloquently about the strengths of Gu Qinghwan and Ouyang Wuxuang. Gu Qinghwan was relatively safe. By the 3rd minute, Ouyang Wuxuang was already regretting his decision. Why did she bring up this topic? Do you understand how terrified and embarrassed someone with social anxiety feels when they hear unabashed, sincere, and enthusiastic praise? Ouyang Wuxuang quickly adopted a teacherly demeanor. All right, no more words, I understand what you mean. Let's read the apology letter. Jia Yimo obediently shut up, took out a pen and paper, and prepared to jot down any revisions. Lunch break certainly wasn't enough time to meticulously revise all the apology letters, so Gu Qinghwan and Ouyang Wuxuang only skimmed through them. After reviewing several of them, they agreed, let's put these aside for now. We ask you for details later. After reading all the apology letters, they could basically confirm that Jia Yimo hadn't concealed or covered up anything. Gu Qinghwan and Ouyang Wuxuang felt that the other party had some issues with the disputes described in these apology letters. However, everyone's explanations are subjective and inevitably biased, so they needed to first consult Jia Yimo to clarify the true situation. If the other party's problems were truly more serious, then whether or not to send an apology letter was another matter. Of course, this was just a suggestion. The decision rested with Jia Yimo. After all, an apology didn't mean forgiveness or reconciliation. It was simply a one-sided display of apology. Jia Yimo herself was well aware that her actions might be futile, and the other party might even scoff at her belated apology. However, she wanted to do it, not only to restore the friendship, but also to acknowledge her mistakes. Only then could she move on. As for the remaining apology letters, Gu Qinghuan and Ouyang Wuxuang divided them up, each taking half home to review them carefully that evening. Completion efficiency couldn't be guaranteed. Even for Mingda, there would be plenty of homework to do in her senior year. They were both aiming for the college entrance exam, so they had to work extra hard. Jia Yimo, clutching her file box, bowed gratefully to the two men before leaving, looking back every few steps. The first class of the afternoon was an elective, so the two had to return to their classroom to pick up their books before heading to the elective room. Gu Qinghuan found two opaque button-down file bags in the office to hold their respective apology letters. Ouyang Wuxuang, stuffing the apology letters into the bags, asked thoughtfully, "Class monitor, how many friends do you think Jia Yimo's apology letter can win back?" "I don't know. We're not like them. Even if we can sense her sincerity, those people's feelings are another matter." Gu Qinghuan put away the briefcase. "We're just helping Jia Yimo. If no one forgives her, wouldn't that be a waste of effort?" Ouyang Wuxuang felt depressed at the thought. "No," Gu Qinghuan smiled. "At least we helped Jia Yimo understand how to face her mistakes and avoid making more." Ever since she accepted the mission and came to Mingda to create a new destiny for everyone, Gu Qinghuan knew her efforts would not be in vain. The mission's progress was indeed very intuitive, but that only applied to the 21 people in Class 3. Besides them, many others were also influenced by her. The earth won't stop turning because of her, but the world will become a better place because of her. Gu Qinghuan patted Ouyang Wuxuang on the back. "Okay, Teacher Ouyang, I know you're very fond of your student and want her to be rewarded, but don't worry too much." "Who is fond of her? Who's worrying too much?" Ouyang Wuxuang nearly leaped up. "I don't have any students that clumsy." She was the infamous weak sister online, capable of lashing out at others to the point of bloodshed. How could Jia Yimo be worthy of being her student? If this matter hadn't been related to Murong Tianjiao, she wouldn't have bothered. Thinking this way, Ouyang Wuxuang finished her homework that night. Although it was getting late, she hesitated for a few seconds before opening the folder and pulling out an apology letter. Just read one. Just correct one problem, then go to sleep. Ouyang Wuxuang told herself. What was supposed to be one letter turned into two, then three. If her pen hadn't run out of ink, Ouyang Wuxuang would have probably stayed up all night. She glanced at the time and closed her eyes. How could time have flown so quickly? Ouyang Wuxuang decisively tossed the sped pen refill into the trash, not even replacing it with a new one. She simply stuffed the empty pen into her pencil case, gathered up her revised apology letter, and threw herself on the bed, quickly turning off the light. She wasn't trying to rush Jia Yimo's resolution. After all, it had been so long, and an apology a day earlier or later wouldn't make much difference. She was just enjoying the show. Ouyang Wuxuang's guilt suddenly vanished. She could tell about Jia Yimo's past conflicts with his friends from the apology letter. Wasn't that just enjoying the show? Thinking of this, Ouyang Wuxuang felt much more at ease as she slept. Unfortunately, the next day when he arrived at class, Murong Tianjiao noticed immediately. "Wuxuang, did you stay up late last night?" Ouyang Wuxuang touched his nose. "How did you tell?" "I don't have any dark circles under my eyes. I just felt like you were a little lacking in energy." Murong Tianjiao couldn't elaborate. Friends sometimes notice something unusual in each other, but they can't quite put their finger on it. Seeing Murong Tianjiao's worried face, Ouyang Wuxuang quickly said, "It wasn't long. I slept well. I won't doze off in class." Murong Tianjiao fished out earplugs from his bag. "Take a nap during morning self-study. If the Discipline Inspection Commission asks about it, I explain it to you." The student's study attitude was always good, so Chen Zilan wouldn't sit in class and watch them. Only Jiang Chuchu would check in from time to time. If they didn't get enough rest and dozed off during morning self-study, Jiang Chuchu wouldn't say anything. Ouyang Wuxuang thought about it, and took the earplugs. "Then I better get some sleep. A good rest will give you the energy to attend class, so it's not a waste of time." She lay down with the earplugs in, but didn't fall asleep quickly. She tilted her head to look at Murong Tianjiao, lost in thought. In the past, Murong Tianju only became more outgoing when cosplaying as a character. Even offline, she could communicate normally with strangers. But she still acted a little timid, but now it was different. Even when she was sitting quietly reviewing, Ouyang Wuxuang could see that her back had straightened. Ever since Murong Tianju and Wang Ying had a frank talk, she no longer cared about her parents' love, but instead worked hard to love herself. Ouyang Wuxuang was happy for her good friend's change, but also felt a little disappointed. What was she disappointed about? Perhaps, she had always been there for Murong Tianjiao, protecting her and supporting her. But now, what else could she do for Murong Tianjiao? Perhaps she was so eager to help Jia Yimo because she wanted to find a place for her unresolved sense of justice. Chapter 587. Gu Qinghuan's approach to the apology letter differed from Ouyang Wuxuang's. She didn't correct it word by word, but rather skimmed it through, summarizing the key points in her own words before relaying her feelings to Jia Yimo. She directly addressed which parts touched her most deeply, and which parts made her uncomfortable. In other words, Ouyang Wuxuang wrote the apology letter from Jia Yimo's perspective, while Gu Qinghuan approached it from a friend's perspective. As for how to revise it, that was Jia Yimo's responsibility. Gu Qinghuan preferred to give Jia Yimo room to think, allowing her to discover problems through practice and improve on her own. Of course, this didn't mean Ouyang Wuxuang's approach was bad, it was simply a habit that Gu Qinghuan had always followed. But there was also a benefit. Gu Qinghuan read the apology letter quickly, almost as fast as Ouyang Wuxuang, and they both sent their comments to Jia Yimo almost immediately. Although Jia Yimo's apology letter was written with genuine sincerity, and without any hesitation, it still took several days to complete. The two seniors, with their own studies and lives, were able to help her revise her apology letter in such a short time, deeply touching Jia Yimo. So, the next day at noon, Jia Yimo ordered a latte and dessert, picked them up at the school gate, and delivered them to the entrance of Class 3. Gu Qinghuan, Yu Xian, and Jiang Chuchu were in the cafeteria for lunch and not in the classroom. Ouyang Wuxuang was there, having taken out with Murong Tianjiao. It wasn't that the food in the cafeteria wasn't delicious, but because the anime they were watching had a food and beverage collaboration, they insisted on ordering 2 set meals for 2 just to get the bonus merchandise. Right now, the two were still excited about the surroundings. Soon, they start to suffer the pain of not being able to finish their set meals. So, when Ouyang Wuxuang saw the lattes and desserts Jia Yimo had brought, her eyes widened. How am I supposed to eat this? Jia Yimo came over excitedly, not knowing where Ouyang Wuxuang's seat was, and hadn't noticed the table in the back row was piled high with set meals. Senior Ouyang, thank you, and Senior Gu for your help. I'm here to give you a thank you gift. Jia Yimo said, of these two, the matcha latte is for you, Senior Ouyang, and the light coconut latte is for Senior Gu. For desserts, we have mochi, egg tarts, and Swiss rolls. I'm not sure what flavors you like, but I bought even numbers, so it'd be easier for you to share. Jia Yimo's eyes sparkled. I hope you guys enjoy it. Ouyang Wuxuang could only stand as close as possible, blocking Jia Yimo's view and ensuring she wouldn't see the table full of set meals. Acting. She needs Tianjia's acting skills right now. Ouyang Wuxuang smiled. Thank you. I share it with the squad leader when she gets back. You're here so early, haven't you had lunch yet? Go eat quickly, don't starve. Seeing her accept the latte and dessert, Jia Yimo was delighted and bowed to Ouyang Wuxuang again. Then I go eat first. As she was about to leave, Ouyang Wuxuang quickly stopped her. Wait, just a reminder. If you're sending food to us or others next time, it's best to give us a heads up. After all, it can be difficult to accept food. Jia Yimo pondered for a moment, then understood. Oh, I see. For example, cold drinks aren't suitable during menstruation. You might have a food allergy, or you might simply dislike it. You really need to be careful about what you put in your mouth. There's still a chance we won't be able to finish it all. Ouyang Wuxuang cried inwardly. After Jia Yimo finished speaking, she suddenly became nervous. Will these things I'm giving out today cause trouble for the seniors? She meant well. Besides, it was Ouyang Wuxuang who suggested the latte, so of course she couldn't blame Jia Yimo. Ouyang Wuxuang shook her head decisively. No, I like both the latte and the dessert. And there's no need to worry about the class monitor. No one in our class has ever seen her be picky about food. Jia Yimo breathed a sigh of relief and waved goodbye. Ouyang Wuxuang, carrying the latte and dessert, trudged back to his seat. Murong Tianjiao looked at the Coke in the set meal, then at the latte with ice cubes floating on it. What should I do? If the Coke isn't drunk quickly, once the fizz runs out, it'd be almost like sugar water. The ice in the latte will melt. reducing its concentration and making the taste bland. If he really had to choose, Murong Tianjiao thought he better put the latte aside. Ouyang Wuxuang chose the third answer. She poked Tao Xinxing, who was sitting in front of her, on the back with her pen cap. Tao Xinxing, would you like a Coke? Tao Xinxing turned and bargained. I also want a chicken roll. Deal. Ouyang Wuxuang grabbed the Coke and chicken roll and stuffed them into Tao Xinxing's hands. Tao Xinxing hadn't exercised much during the summer vacation and had gained some weight, making his suit bulk up, so he'd been on a diet recently. He had originally planned to have just a vegetable salad for lunch today, but the smell coming from behind was unbearable. Ouyang Wuxuang's question immediately led him to abandon his diet. Tao Xinxing, after this meal, I go for a night run tonight. Murong Tianjiu quietly handed him a serving of popcorn chicken. Tao Xinxing hesitated for a few seconds, then took it and sadly decided to increase his night mileage. Ouyang Wuxuang texted Gu Qinghuan while eating, worried that she'd gone straight to the office for a nap after lunch. Murong Tianjiu waited until Ouyang Wuxuang finished sending the message before curiously asking, that girl just now, is that Jia Yimo you were talking about? Ouyang Wuxuang hadn't told Murong Tianjiao that Jia Yimo was the fan who apologized, but she spoke readily about mentoring her. Yes, that's her, Ouyang Wuxuang replied. She looks so sweet, Murong Tianjiao, still remembering Jia Yimo's bow, joked. How does it feel to be a teacher? Not bad. Ouyang Wuxuang coughed dryly. Her teaching style wasn't exactly gentle. Murong Tianjiu took a few bites of his burger before a thought suddenly perked him up. You said you and the class monitor taught her how to get along with friends, right? Can I sit in on the class? Ouyang Wuxuang's hand shook, causing the ketchup to spill onto the table. Ah. Murong Tianjiu wiped the ketchup off with a tissue and said seriously, although I get along well with you and everyone else in the class, I still feel a little uncomfortable around strangers. When you go to college, you be surrounded by strangers. Living in the dorms, you need to be more careful with your relationships. It's worth hearing the class monitor's advice. Murong Tianjiu had full confidence in Gu Qinghuan's abilities. It'd definitely be very helpful in the future. She had a point, but she wondered what Jia Yimo's reaction would be when she saw Murong Tianjiao. It should be okay, Ouyang Wuxuang thought, frowning. Jia Yimo had made considerable progress recently, and wouldn't be so rude. Moreover, her love and admiration for Murong Tianjiao would also encourage her and make her more confident. Thinking of this, Ouyang Wuxuang relaxed his brow. Then I discussed this with them. Okay. Murong Tianjiu smiled, his lips curled up even as he ate his burger. Actually, there's another reason. Murong Tianjiao thought, secretly glancing at Ouyang Wuxuang, then quickly looking away. Lately, Ouyang Wuxuang has been so busy teaching students that they had less time to chat in the evenings, leaving Murong Tianjiu feeling a little lonely. Isn't it normal to want to spend more time with your best friend? Chapter 588. Gu Qinghuan was a little surprised to learn that Murong Tianjiu was coming to listen to the class. Why did you suddenly think of learning this? Murong Tianjiu was too embarrassed to reveal her real reason, so she only vaguely said, I want to hear the class monitor's teachings too. Gu Qinghuan looked at Murong Tianjiu thoughtfully, noticing that she leaned slightly towards Ouyang Wuxuang, and perhaps guessed something. She didn't expose her, but simply nodded with a smile. Sure, I asked Jia Yimo what she thinks. Gu Qinghuan didn't directly tell Jia Yimo that Murong Tianjiu was coming, only that a classmate would be added. Jia Yimo had no objections at all. She thought having more people to simulate the scenario was a good thing, and was quite looking forward to it. So, during lunch break, when she saw Murong Tianjiu walking in behind Ouyang Wuxuang, Jia Yimo was completely stunned. Mer Tianjiu had shown herself applying makeup in several videos, and naturally, she also revealed her natural look. Jia Yimo recognized Murong Tianjiu the moment she saw him. She froze for a moment, her mind racing. Then, she realized why Gu Qinghuan and Ouyang Wuxuang had been so affectionate when they mentioned him. However, after a brief moment of joy, Jia Yimo was left with only nervousness. How should she react? Reveal her identity? Say she was the fan who had apologized to Murong Tianjiu? That wouldn't be a good idea, right? Since Murong Tianjiu was a senior at school, wouldn't it be easier to get along as a senior and a junior, rather than an idol and a fan? While she was lost in thought, Gu Qinghuan calmly said, This is Murong Tianjiu. She's a classmate of Wuxuang and me. You know her, so I don't need to introduce her, right? Murong Tianjiu, huh? Jia Yimo, ah. Caught off guard by her fan identity being exposed, Jia Yimo wished she could find a crack in the wall to crawl into. Instead, Murong Tianjiu recovered first, looking at Jia Yimo expectantly. Do you know me? Aye. Jia Yimo stammered, Not knowing where to look, her fingers almost twisted into a knot. I seen your cosplay. They're all so beautiful, so realistic. The two of them chatted, and Gu Qinghuan grabbed a drink from the water bar, handed one to Ouyang Wushuang, and drank with her as they looked at the drinks. Did you say that on purpose? Ouyang Wushuang asked. Gu Qinghuan nodded. Given Jia Yimo's personality, she wouldn't be able to hide it for long. Speaking out early will save her from worrying about it. Besides, this can be considered an intensive practice. Gu Qinghuan looked at Jia Yimo. Although Jia Yimo stumbled a little when speaking to Tianjiao, she was surprisingly honest, wasn't she? Ouyang Wushuang had also noticed this. Come to think of it, fans are naturally sincere to their idols, and this honesty makes it easier for them to discover their habits and problems. In that moment, Murong Tianjiao had already revealed Jia Yimo's true identity. You said that private message earlier. She was a little surprised, then smiled and said, it seems that private message is the result of your learning. Yes. Jia Yimo was still very reserved, and couldn't help but speak louder, trying to cheer herself up. I wanted to apologize to you for a long time, but I wasn't good at speaking. Thanks to Senior Gu and Senior Ouyang, I was able to do it. Murong Tianjia's eyes lit up, and she said proudly, isn't that so? I also think the class monitor and Wushuang are amazing. She lowered her voice. How's Wushuang teaching? Senior Ouyang's teaching is. Quite assertive, Jia Yimo said, reluctant to speak ill of her teacher, so she could only pick out the good things to say. He's also very patient in breaking down problems, explaining each one in great detail. Oh, Murong Tianjiao realized, you've been scolded quite a bit, haven't you? Jia Yimo nearly choked on her own saliva. How could that be? Isn't she flattering me? How did she get caught? Because Wushuang always clearly explains every problem she finds when they chat, Murong Tianjiao said. They would share whatever news they saw. Ouyang Wushuang rarely commented, but she would freely express her own opinions when chatting with her. Especially for posts prone to controversy, Ouyang Wushuang would point out every suspicious point, uncover hidden problems, and then lash out at them profusely. In reality, Murong Tianjiao really enjoyed her full-throttle outburst. It was quite satisfying to watch. However, after so many of them, Ouyang Wushuang worried she was being too long-winded or channeling too much negativity into her, so she kept her mouth shut. Jia Yimo looked at Murong Tianjiao and blurted out, Senior Murong and Senior Ouyang are really good friends. Murong Tianjiao was stunned for a moment, then nodded proudly, yes, we are very good friends. Their words were so loud that both Gu Qinghuan and Ouyang Wushuang heard them. Gu Qinghuan glanced at Ouyang Wushuang, whose face had already begun to flush. He hurried over and pulled Murong Tianjiao away. Stop talking. What happened to being introverted? How could Tianjiao say such embarrassing things? After all, this was in front of his fans, so Murong Tianjiao had to show some professionalism. She let Ouyang Wushuang drag her away, then smiled and waved at Jia Yimo. Jia Yimo rubbed the back of his head, feeling that their relationship was truly good. Gu Qinghuan took over the teaching duties. How do you feel after talking with Tianjiao? Jia Yimo thought for a moment. It seems I didn't say anything that dampened the mood? Gu Qinghuan nodded slightly, then asked, have you finished revising the apology letter? Yes, it took me 2 days to do it, and I sent it to everyone. Speaking of this, Jia Yimo felt a little uneasy. But I haven't received a single reply yet. We said before that your apology doesn't necessarily guarantee forgiveness or reconciliation. Gu Qinghuan said calmly, you can feel disappointed and frustrated, but don't harbor resentment. Jia Yimo nodded heavily. I understand. I was wrong, so it's normal for people not to forgive me. It's just... She didn't finish her words, but pursed her lips. She just wanted validation. Even though she knew her efforts might be in vain, she couldn't help but harbor a glimmer of hope. Jia Yimo could only console herself with negative thoughts. Maybe she'd be ridiculed, so it was better not to. Her hand, which was at her side, was suddenly lifted up. Gu Qinghuan's thumb slipped into her palm, pushing away the fingers that were pressing tightly against her palm, and gently stroking the indentations left by her nails. Wushuang and I have seen your hard work, and we recognize you, she said. Although Wushuang won't say it, she's quite pleased with you as her student, and so am I. Gu Qinghuan winked at Jia Yimo. I'm sure someone will get back to you. Just be patient. Jia Yimo nodded heavily. I understand. As soon as she finished speaking, the phone on the table vibrated. Someone was calling. Jia Yimo's eyes widened at the familiar name on the caller ID. She grabbed the phone and hurriedly said, I'm going to answer it. With that, she quickly ran out of the office. Murong Tianju and Ouyang Wushuang were also very surprised. Murong Tianju said, "Could the person who just called Jia Yimo be an old friend of hers?" "It looks like it." Gu Qinghuan unscrewed the cap and slowly drank from the water. "Squad leader, you just finished speaking, and she already received a reply?" Ouyang Wushuang spoke rapidly. "Squad leader, have you learned fortune-telling?" Gu Qinghuan was about to deny it, but then thought again, and whispered mysteriously, "Actually, I can tell." "Let me see," Ouyang Wushuang said immediately. Murong Tianjia held her forehead. She could tell Gu Qinghuan was teasing, but Ouyang Wushuang was probably just joining in the fun. "I can see," Gu Qinghuan said seriously. "Someone in this office is feeling lonely because their best friend has been busy with other things, and hasn't been paying much attention to them lately." Ouyang Wushuang blurted out, "No way. No way." At the same time, another familiar voice rang out. Ouyang Wushuang paused. She turned to look at Murong Tianjiao, who also looked startled as he met her gaze. Gu Qinghuan scratched her cheek. "Huh?" She was just joking. Could she have been right? Chapter 589. Gu Qinghuan's guess was only about 60% certain, and she said it to tease Murong Tianjiao. Recently, she and Ouyang Wushuang had been busy teaching Jia Yimo. Ouyang Wushuang was so dedicated and revised the apology letter so quickly. Gu Qinghuan guessed that she must have devoted a lot of time and energy to it. Consequently, she inevitably spent less time with her friends. So, when she learned that Murong Tianju wanted to join her for class, Gu Qinghuan assumed she was looking for Ouyang Wushuang. Of course, she didn't think Murong Tianju was lying when she said she wanted to learn some communication skills. It was just that learning with a good friend would surely make her happier. What she didn't expect was Ouyang Wushuang's reaction. For a moment, Gu Qinghuan almost didn't react. Ouyang Wushuang recovered first. After so many online arguments, her reaction time was remarkable. She immediately realized that it wasn't just her loneliness due to her estrangement from Murong Tianjiao. Murong Tianjiu felt the same way. Was Tianjiu lonely because of her? Was he busy with other things? No, she replied to every message from Tianjiao, and sent him news about new games or anime, and so on. Ouyang Wushuang quickly realized it wasn't a lack of replies, but rather that the percentage of Murong Tianjiao's feelings had decreased. Perhaps the frequency of her messages had decreased, or perhaps the time she spent doing homework while chatting with him at night had decreased, or perhaps she and Murong Tianjiu had been chatting more about others. Their little room used to be tiny, and the things inside belonged only to them. They shared, laughed, and built a paradise for themselves. But gradually they changed. Although they had different interests and hobbies before, the changes now were different. Murong Tianjiao left the hut, and, in the world outside, became a better and more outstanding person. Although she would return to the hut, and remain Ouyang Wushuang's good friend, Ouyang Wushuang could no longer see her with the same eyes as before. Ouyang Wushuang was happy for her friend's transformation, and knew it was a good thing. But, she felt lonely and inferior. Will Tianjiu return to their paradise next time? Can this hut still accommodate the more dazzling Tianjiao? And, while she stayed in this hut, could she still get along with Tianjiu as she had in the past? Ouyang Wushuang agonized over the answers to these questions, desperately wanting to do something to prove she was worthy of remaining by Murong Tianjia's side as a friend. So, she was wary of Jia Yimo's presence, like Murong Tianjia's bodyguard. Her guidance of Jia Yimo stemmed not only from a personal sense of justice, but also from a desire to win Murong Tianjia another fan. However, her efforts seemed to only make Murong Tianjiu feel lonely. Perhaps she should be nervous, should solemnly declare that Tianjiu was her most important friend, no one else could compare, to reassure Murong Tianjiao. The problem was, compared to all this, she seemed a little happy right now. Ouyang Wushuang suddenly raised his hands, trying to suppress the upward curve of his lips, but failed miserably. Murong Tianjiao's cheeks flushed. "I'm not really lonely. Just a little." "Wushuang, don't laugh at me." She looked almost mad with embarrassment. "I told you not to laugh." Ouyang Wushuang covered her face, and squatted down. Gu Qinghuan had finally come to her senses, and cleared her throat. "Tianjiao." Murong Tianjiu was still trying to pull Ouyang Wushuang's arm away, trying to see if she was still joking with him. Gu Qinghuan raised her voice, "Tianjiao." Murong Tianjiao looked up. "Huh?" Wushuang just said she didn't. Gu Qinghuan reminded him very friendly. Murong Tianjia's thoughts were slower to process, so Gu Qinghuan decided to get straight to the point. "Wushuang's also feeling a little lonely because you've been busy with other things lately." Ouyang Wushuang's voice, forced through the gaps between his fingers, was vague yet defiant. "I told you." This time, Murong Tianjiu caught on and hurriedly said, "I'm not busy with anything else. I stopped cosplaying lately." But Tianjiao, you become so outstanding you don't need me anymore. Yang Wuxuang's voice was still muffled. How could that be? Murong Tianjiao's eyes widened. How could I not need my best friend? The word best repeated twice sounded truly satisfying. Yang Wuxuang spread her fingers, raised her head slightly, and peered through them. Really? Don't you think I made no progress? What do you mean by no progress? Murong Tianjiao was baffled. What does this have to do with us being good friends? Yang Wuxuang thought her worries were for nothing. She said slowly, I've been busy teaching Jia Yimo lately. I'm sorry if you felt lonely. Murong Tianjiao blushed again, shouting, I told you I'm not lonely. I just came to see what you're up to. Gu Qinghuan clutched her chest, a look of deep sorrow. So I was just a bystander. Murong Tianjiao looked from Gu Qinghuan to Yang Wuxuang. The shame of being completely exposed made her decisively abstain. She followed Yang Wuxuang's example, crouching on the ground with her face covered. Jia Yimo returned from her phone call, and was about to say something when she saw 2 mushrooms on the ground. She paused, standing at the doorway, a little bewildered, wondering if she had entered with the wrong posture. Senior Gu, what's wrong with Senior Yang and Senior Murong? Jia Yimo asked hesitantly. Gu Qinghuan tilted her head. Well, to put it simply, they had a misunderstanding, and now that it's been resolved, they're feeling embarrassed. Jia Yimo seemed to understand, but Gu Qinghuan ignored the 2 mushrooms and asked, was that call you just from an old friend? Yes. Jia Yimo's spirits lifted at the mention of this. But she still felt a little embarrassed when she brought it up. The friend who called me is the one we had a conflict over the movie. She just started scolding me on the phone, saying I only just realized how annoying I was, and that I should have realized how much of a spoiler I was. At the end of the scolding, Jia Yimo said, her lips curling up slowly, the next time we meet, she's going to drag me to a midnight horror movie. She knew exactly what this meant, that the friend had decided to forgive her and reconcile. So, when she heard her friend say this on the phone, Jia Yimo's nose felt sore, and she choked up a little. Even if it was just one person, she'd been rewarded. Her efforts hadn't been in vain. More importantly, she saved her friend. The choked sob startled her friend, who hurried to comfort her. If you're scared, don't go. You can watch another movie. I'm going, Jia Yimo replied. For movie lovers, this was undoubtedly the best way to express apology and sincerity. After hearing Jia Yimo's retelling, Gu Qinghuan said dryly, oh? Honestly, she found Jia Yimo scarier when she laughed while talking about going to a midnight horror show. Chapter 590. Jia Yimo excitedly went back to think about the midnight horror movie. Gu Qinghuan sent her off, and turned to see Murong Tianjiao and Yang Wuxuang still squatting on the ground, picking up mushrooms. She then pulled one out each. Okay, you should have calmed down now, right? Gu Qinghuan released her hands, and watched them straighten up. Yang Wuxuang's cheeks were no longer red. Instead, they had marks from holding her face with her hands for so long, making her look a little funny. In contrast, Murong Tianjiao's cheeks were only slightly flushed, and his expression seemed much calmer. Seeing Yang Wuxuang's face, Murong Tianjiao burst out laughing. Look at you. Yang Wuxuang was confused, and Gu Qinghuan handed her the small mirror from the office. During her lunch break, if her hair got messy from sleeping, she would comb it in front of the mirror. Seeing the marks on her face in the mirror, Yang Wuxuang felt a little embarrassed. She could only be thankful that Jia Yimo had left first. She didn't want to embarrass herself in front of the younger generation. Luckily, there was still some time before the afternoon class started, enough time for Yang Wuxuang's face to recover. Having Gu Qinghuan expose both Murong Tianjiao and Yang Wuxuang's thoughts, they were now more open with each other. Murong Tianjiao leaned on the table, tilting his head as he looked at Yang Wuxuang, muttering, this is the first time I've seen Wuxuang so enthusiastic towards someone. She doesn't want me anymore, so of course she feel lonely. Of course I don't want you, Yang Wuxuang retorted immediately. You're my best friend. Besides, the reason I intervened in the first place was because... Here, she trailed off. Gu Qinghuan added, because Wuxuang recognized Jia Yimo as the online friend who previously spoke ill of you, and worried she might be trying to get close to you by contacting me, I came to help. Murong Tianjiao, listening to Gu Qinghuan's words, sorted out his thoughts and asked hesitantly, Wuxuang, aren't you overthinking it? Who was it that made her overthink it? Yang Wuxuang scowled, I'm just overthinking it, isn't that okay? After all, when it comes to your best friend, it's never too much to overthink. Gu Qinghuan continued his duties as a commentator. Squad leader, you all. Exposed once again, Yang Wuxuang wanted to gag Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan pretended he hadn't heard anything. It was so much fun to play straight talk, especially when it came from someone else. Compared to the frantic Ouyang Wushwang, Murong Tianjia's eyes lit up instantly. Unable to bear the stares, Ouyang Wushwang groaned for a long time before whispering, "What happened with Mika, and what happened with your mother during summer vacation? I don't want you to be dragged into this mess again. If a person must endure suffering in life, Murong Tianjiu has endured enough." Ouyang Wushwang felt sad whenever she thought of Murong Tianjia's face, crying in front of them. She simply wanted to protect her friend, nothing more. "It's not a big deal," Murong Tianjiu scratched his cheek. "As for the past, I don't care anymore." Although she wasn't completely indifferent, Murong Tianjiu chose to look forward. Before, in the future, she would surely achieve glittering happiness through her own efforts. She wanted to run towards that future with her cherished friend. But this matter will be resolved soon. Ouyang Wushwang cheered up. Someone has already reconciled with Jia Yimo, and she now knows how to get along normally. Then we won't have to worry about her. I still take care of it, like after-sales service? Gu Qinghuan said casually. "Wushwang, you really don't have to come." Ouyang Wushwang had a look of "that's right," but then frowned again, holding her head in her hands, lost in thought. "But, with Jia Yimo's current state, is it really okay?" Ouyang Wushwang was skeptical. "It's not that I don't trust the class monitor's abilities, it's just..." Murong Tianjiu laughed. "Sure enough, you can't just leave her alone like that." She knew, of course, how responsible and righteous her friend was. Although her initial intention was to protect her, having taken on the responsibility, Ouyang Wushwang wouldn't give up halfway. "It's all because that guy is so unreliable. If we let him go now, he'd definitely cause trouble later, and then he'd have to blame us," Ouyang Wushwang retorted. "Besides, now is the time to witness the fruits of their hard work. If they run away now, it would be like leaving before the movie's finale." Murong Tianjiu didn't expose her stubbornness. He simply smiled, stretched, and leaned back in his chair. "Then, Wushwang, you and the class monitor, try harder." "You're not coming?" Gu Qinghuan sensed the hidden meaning. "I can't teach Jia Yimo. Having her as a student would only add to your burden." Murong Tianjiu spoke, glancing at Ouyang Wushwang again. She had come here because she felt lonely in the first place, and now that she knew Ouyang Wushwang hadn't abandoned her, and was always thinking about her, Murong Tianjiu was already quite satisfied. This time, Gu Qinghuan didn't need to expose her. Ouyang Wushwang took the initiative. "So you're here either to learn from the class monitor, or to catch me?" Ouyang Wushwang stared at her. Murong Tianjiu looked away, refusing to respond. All right. Gu Qinghuan clapped her hands. This little rift between friends was so cute it made her feel a little nauseous. The two glanced at each other, and smiled at the same time. Since Jia Yimo had left and there were no classes today, Ouyang Wushwang and Murong Tianjiu, feeling good after sharing their secrets, went out to play hand in hand. Gu Qinghuan watched them leave, closed the office door, and threw herself into the human doghouse. System, Gu Qinghuan closed his eyes. "You just said, Wushwang's mission is complete?" "Yes, Ouyang Wushwang's mission has reached 75%, confirmed complete," the system replied. Gu Qinghuan was puzzled. Although Jia Yimo's problem has been resolved, which eliminates a potential threat, but the focus of this mission doesn't seem to be on Jia Yimo? The system replied, "Aside from the change in Murong Tianjia's fate, Ouyang Wushwang's own thoughts are more important." As for the specific details, the system wouldn't elaborate, only hinting that Ouyang Wushwang was actually a rather introverted person. Gu Qinghuan rubbed his chin. It wasn't hard to understand. Although Ouyang Wushwang could dominate online, it was different in real life. The contrast between online and offline sometimes accumulated more pressure. If, in Ouyang Wushwang's most desperate fate, she had no real friends to talk to besides Murong Tianjiu, would she have placed all her emotions on Murong Tianjiu alone? Then, considering Murong Tianjiu's experience, what choice would Ouyang Wushwang, who wanted to protect her, make? Gu Qinghuan opened her eyes, stared at the snow-white ceiling for a moment, then closed them again. She didn't need to think about that. Ouyang Wushwang now had a bright new future. Isn't this ordinary daily life quite good? Chapter 591. Ouyang Wushwang knew from a young age that she was very aggressive. She truly disliked interacting with outsiders, and preferred to stay alone in her room, reading and watching TV, rather than going out to play. When a male classmate laughed at her name, Ouyang Wushwang would simply stand in front of the blackboard, give him a derogatory nickname, and then fabricate all sorts of rumors. For example, she wet the bed, or urinated in her pants, and she meticulously write down the details all over the blackboard. Once, twice, 3 times. Until the male classmate cried and told the teacher about it. This happened in first grade, and throughout elementary school, no one dared to mess with her. Of course, in 5th grade, a male classmate wasn't convinced, shouting, "What's so great about Ouyang Wushuang? A beating would make her behave." Ouyang Wushuang remained silent, simply putting a band-aid on her arm one day, a few bandages on her leg the next, and some iodine on her face the day after. When the homeroom teacher asked her what happened, Ouyang Wushuang simply said, "No, I wasn't beaten at school, and I won't tell my family." The homeroom teacher then questioned other students and easily uncovered the boy's remarks, reporting them to the head teacher. The boy was then ordered to make a self-criticism during the flag-raising ceremony. Although he claimed, "I didn't hit her," it was true that he had said such things, and he was severely reprimanded by the teacher. These two incidents deterred others from provoking Ouyang Wushuang. She had heard whispers that she was full of underhanded tactics, and who knew what could happen to her if she provoked them. Ouyang Wushuang felt that these people were talking nonsense. She was simply doing what she could to protect herself. What was wrong with that? In junior high, Ouyang Wushuang moved to a new city. The students at her new school weren't very social, and she simply wanted to be at her ease. Contrary to her quiet demeanor in real life, Ouyang Wushuang was quite active online during her junior high years. She mingled in various social circles, taking on those she didn't agree with, and over time, her offensive power grew stronger. When she entered high school, Ouyang Wushuang met Murong Tianjiao. She hadn't expected someone with a name like hers to exist, not to mention that they shared similar interests and personalities. So, Murong Tianjiao became Ouyang Wushuang's first friend in class, and her only friend at Mingda High School. Class 3 was chaotic, and to Ouyang Wushuang, it felt like some kind of curse. Every student would always encounter various problems. But this curse didn't concern her. She just wanted to study, and live peacefully, and spend her 3 years of high school happily with Murong Tianjiao. She and Murong Tianjiao hid in the last row of the classroom, as if cut off from the world. Unlike her, Murong Tianjiao was very well behaved. Ouyang Wushuang had heard some details about Murong Tianjiao's family situation. How could such a family exist? Furious, Ouyang Wushuang habitually wanted to post all this online, so Murong Tianjiao's parents would be punished. But she ultimately chose not to, as Murong Tianjiao didn't seem particularly concerned. Murong Tianjiao said, "It's okay. Mom doesn't usually care about me anyway, so it's fine this way. As long as I have my own hobbies, and can chat with you every day like this, I'm happy. I'm truly lucky to have a friend like you, Wushuang." Ouyang Wushuang hadn't posted Murong Tianjiao's parents online. It didn't matter, she could do it anytime. It was better to cherish the present moment. She thought these peaceful days would continue. Until Mika showed up. Ouyang Wushuang had always known of Mika's existence, but she only considered him a fellow cosplayer and mentor to Murong Tianjiao. Plus, she herself wasn't interested in cosplay, and didn't have a deep understanding of it. By the time she realized something was amiss, it was too late. After the holiday, when Ouyang Wushuang saw Murong Tianjiao again at school, her eyes were empty and hollow. Only when she saw Ouyang Wushuang did Murong Tianjiao offer a forced smile. She said, "Wushuang, I can't cosplay anymore." Ouyang Wushuang wanted to comfort her, but she was simply incapable of guidance. She could only clumsily share the things Murong Tianjiao once loved. No, absolutely no. Murong Tianjiao continued to wither day by day, like a plant without soil, bound to wither. Finally, Ouyang Wushuang came up with a good idea. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Since Mika had resorted to online bullying, could she simply return the favor? She was an expert at this, absolutely no problem. And just as she had hoped, things went smoothly. She gathered Mika's real information, learned about his family situation, and fabricated a ton of gossip online. Finally, she printed out the information, along with various malicious comments, and mailed it to Mika's parents' workplace. Later, during an open class, Mika's parents barged into the classroom, dragged her out in public, and beat and scolded her. Her parents also criticized the school for failing to manage the students, and insulted her roommate, believing their daughter had been corrupted. Ouyang Wushuang was overjoyed. She sent the news to Murong Tianjiao, hoping to cheer her up. See, she had done it. She had punished Murong Tianjiao's enemies. Since Mika had caused Murong Tianjiao to lose his hobby, she should also receive the same punishment. Mika deserved it all. She deserved it, but why wasn't Murong Tianjiao happy at all? Ouyang Wushuang felt uneasy. She asked, "She's the one who caused you to become like this? Now she's getting her comeuppance. Shouldn't you be happy? But she shouldn't be treated like this for her hobby. If that's the case, what's the difference between her and me?" Murong Tianjiao said. Ouyang Wushuang clenched her lips, unable to speak of her actions. A flicker of fear filled her. If Murong Tianjiao knew she had exploited his cherished hobby, resorting to the same tactics his parents had used to destroy Mika, how would Murong Tianjiao view her? Would he still consider her a friend? Would he find her disgusting if he discovered her despicable methods? No, absolutely not. Murong Tianjiao was her only and best friend. Ouyang Wuxuan could not accept that. She concealed her actions and sent him other information daily, hoping to bring Mika's case to the table. However, the big data trick played a trick on her quickly. Murong Tianjiao encountered the follow-up to Mika's incident. During another argument between his parents and school officials, Mika suffered a mental breakdown, opened the window, and jumped out. Although the floor was low and there was a lawn below, Mika's life was not in danger, but he still required hospitalization. This incident sparked a new round of heated online discussion and condemnation of the cosplay community. Some called it making a mountain out of a molehill, others called it psychologically immature and fragile, and still others seized the opportunity to smear the entire community. Even Murong Tianjiao's case, linked to Mika, was dragged into the fray. She jumped, "Why haven't you?" From that day on, Murong Tianjiao never came to school again. The righteous trial that Ouyang Wuxuan orchestrated ultimately robbed her best friend of her strength. Chapter 592. During that time, Ouyang Wuxuan had thought of many things. She collected all sorts of interesting, touching, and positive messages and sent them to Murong Tianjiao, hoping to cheer her up. She also ran to the Murong's neighborhood and squatted downstairs, hoping to meet Murong Tianjiao. Ouyang Wuxuan even asked every person coming downstairs if they were Murong's housekeepers, hoping to get them to pass on a message to Murong Tianjiao. But it was no use. Murong Tianjiao didn't respond to her messages and remained hidden in her room, never coming out. The housekeepers ignored her, and didn't care about Murong Tianjiao's situation. To the housekeepers, their employer was Murong Shui, and Murong Tianjiao was a child Murong Shui didn't like at all. If meddling led to her being fired, that would be troublesome. It was better to stay out of it. It was then that Ouyang Wuxuan realized that the aggressiveness she had previously prided herself on only kept people away, not close to her. But she didn't give up so easily. She might not be good at socializing, but she had patience and perseverance. If 10 days weren't enough, then 100 days would be enough. If 100 days weren't enough, then a year would be enough. Ouyang Wuxuan believed that if she could get Murong Tianjiao to reply to her message once, she could slowly increase the frequency of their conversations and eventually pull him out of his emotional swamp. She wasn't afraid of spending time. She was only afraid of losing her only friend. However, while Ouyang Wuxuan was so actively searching for a way to save her friend, Murong Shui appeared openly in public with Wang Ying. Ouyang Wuxuan finally received a reply from Murong Tianjiao, but the content was too heavy. Murong Tianjiao, what should I do? Mom doesn't want me anymore. Ouyang Wuxuan's heart was twisted into a knot. She frantically told Murong Tianjiao that Murong Shui wasn't worthy of being a mother, and that he shouldn't ask for affection from her anymore. But it wouldn't work. Murong Tianjiao longed for the maternal love described in those reports. She wanted to be loved by her mother like Wang Ying. Ouyang Wuxuan could only rack her brains, offering her advice and accompanying her, clumsily trying one method after another. It was all for naught. Ouyang Wuxuan knew the situation well. Murong Shui didn't want to raise an excellent daughter, she just wanted to have one. The harder Murong Tianjiao tried, the more heartbroken Ouyang Wuxuan felt. Her hand repeatedly pressed against the keyboard, but remembering the lesson Mika had taught her, she gave up on exposing Murong Shui. This couldn't happen. Murong Tianjiao hadn't given up on Murong Shui yet. Even if it meant everyone spurned her, Murong Tianjiao wouldn't let go. Maybe she even thought that this would show Murong Shui that she was a good daughter. To the majority of netizens, Murong Tianjiao's behavior was stubborn. Only a few felt sorry for her, while the majority only used ridicule and sarcasm, exacerbating her pain. Ouyang Wuxuan couldn't make the same mistake again, but she didn't know what else she could do for Murong Tianjiao, so she could only continue living in a daze. Her grades were also significantly affected, and she had no interest in studying. Her homeroom teacher had talked to her several times, but with little effect. After finally making it through the college entrance exam, Ouyang Wuxuan applied to a local private university. She had thought that during the summer vacation, with more free time in her adulthood, she could take Murong Tianjiao to see a psychologist. But then she received the news that Murong Tianjiao had been kicked out of the house. Wang Ying did very well on her exams, while Murong Shui was basking in the spotlight. When she returned home, she was displeased to see her unsuccessful daughter. In a rage, she kicked Murong Tianjiao out of the house. Perhaps Murong Shui didn't really want to kick Murong Tianjiao out, but simply wanted to scare her. But for Murong Tianjiao, that was enough to spare. Ouyang Wuxuang took Murong Tianji home. After all, her parents were often away on business, and there was a guest room available for Murong Tianji to stay. At the Ouyang family, Murong Tianji finally enjoyed a period of peace, at least on the surface. Murong Tianju avoided the internet. Apart from eating, she spent her days lying in bed, seemingly unable to distinguish between dreams and reality. Ouyang Wuxuang found a spare tablet and gave it to her, figuring that even without an internet connection, she could still watch some downloaded anime. However, she had overlooked one thing. The spare tablet had been synced with her phone account, and in its notes and photo albums, it contained evidence of her cyberbullying of Mika. Although she later deleted the evidence from her phone, she didn't delete it from her tablet. Since she no longer used that account, the tablet's notes and photos hadn't been updated, leaving them visible upon opening. Murong Tianju finally pulled himself together and tried to share the anime screenshots with Ouyang Wuxuang. But the moment he clicked into the album, he saw the truth. Finally finding a suitable psychologist and intending to take Murong Tianju for consultation, Ouyang Wuxuang returned home to face the very scene she least wanted to face. She couldn't answer Murong Tianjiao's questions, and her silence, to him, was undoubtedly a sign of acquiescence and unrepentance. Murong Tianjiao ran out, and for Ouyang Wuxuang, she had once again lost her friend. She sat on the edge of the bed, gazing blankly out the window, as the sun slowly set and darkness enveloped her. Until a shrill ring rang out. The caller was Murong Tianjiao, the man she thought would never contact her again. However, the voice on the receiver didn't belong to Murong Tianjiao. "Hello, is this Wuxuang? Are you a close friend of the owner of this phone? She's in the hospital now. Would it be convenient for you to come pick her up?" Ouyang Wuxuang's wandering consciousness was pulled back to life. Hospital. Hospital? Why was Tianjiao in the hospital? What had happened to her? She hurriedly took a taxi to the hospital and, sitting on a chair in the hallway, saw Murong Tianjiao, his knee bandaged. Next to Murong Tianjiao stood two girls. One was giving a lecture, and from the sound of her voice, it was the person who had called Ouyang Wuxuang. The other, with gauze on her arm, bowed her head and listened obediently to the lecture. Seeing Ouyang Wuxuang, the former finally stopped his lecture. "Are you Wuxuang?" "Yes, I'm Ouyang Wuxuang. I'm her friend." Ouyang Wuxuang's voice was a little hoarse as he spoke. The girl shook her head. "I'm glad you're here. Your friend wouldn't say a word. If Yimo hadn't called the emergency contacts on her phone, there wouldn't be anyone to accompany her." "Excuse me, what happened?" Ouyang Wuxuang didn't dare look at Murong Tianjiao, and could only ask the girls. "Let me tell you." The girl who had just been scolded had now cheered up. "My name is Jia Yimo. I was out for dinner with my friends tonight. On the way, I saw your friend running around recklessly, and was almost hit by a car. Luckily, I was quick to save her. And you ended up like this?" The girl poked at Jia Yimo's bandage, her expression fierce, but she missed. Ouyang Wuxuang's mind was buzzing. She couldn't imagine that Murong Tianjiao had nearly lost his life while she was sitting at home. If it weren't for those two girls, if they hadn't come to her aid, then right now. She couldn't think straight, so she could only hold Jia Yimo's hand, wanting to thank him, but she was too frightened to speak. The girl noticed something and soothed her. "It's okay, it's okay. I see your friend is pretty scared too. You should stay with her." Ouyang Wuxuang stammered. "She probably doesn't want to see me right now." The girl and Jia Yimo exchanged glances, and Jia Yimo began, "Did you have a fight? You both set them up as emergency contacts, so you shouldn't be close." "Ugh." Before she could finish her words, the girl elbowed her in the side, shutting her up decisively. The girl patted Ouyang Wuxuang's shoulder. "It's normal for friends to argue. If someone makes a mistake, just apologize." "What if it's a serious mistake?" Ouyang Wuxuang asked softly. The girl pointed at Jia Yimo. "I broke up with this guy last year. And we're back together now, aren't we?" Jia Yimo scratched his cheek. "Let's not talk about the past. I know I was a bit too much before." Ouyang Wuxuang felt a pang of bitterness. Her conflict with Murong Tianjiao was more serious than just breaking up. "Although I don't know what went wrong between you, you should try to put yourself in their shoes and express your true feelings directly. Don't beat around the bush." Jia Yimo rattled off a long stream of words. She concluded, "If I say nothing, I only completely lose my most important friend." "You don't want to lose your most important friend, do you?" Jia Yimo and the girl walked off together. Ouyang Wuxuang could still hear the girl teasing Jia Yimo. "How did you finally come to your senses? And you're so talkative now." Once the voices faded, she stiffly turned and faced Murong Tianjiu. She slowly approached Murong Tianjiao, wanting to say something but unsure how to begin, until she felt a chill against her fingertips. Murong Tianjiu hunched his back, his head lowered. He reached out with his right hand and gently tugged at the edge of Ouyang Wishwang's shirt. I thought. Murong Tianjia's voice trembled. I was going to die. When the car hit and the headlights blinded me, I was so scared. It's okay, you're fine now, you're okay. Ouyang Wishwang instinctively tried to comfort her, but Murong Tianjia's next words left her dizzy. What would you do if I died? Murong Tianjiu burst into tears. At that moment, she didn't think about her family, nor did she lament the maternal love she had never received. She only thought about what would happen to Ouyang Wishwang, who had been abandoned by her after she learned of her accident. When the time comes, you definitely blame yourself, thinking you heard me. No, you were always there for me. You did that back then, because you were definitely trying to vent your anger on me. You must be regretting it. I'm sorry, I should have listened to your explanation. It's my fault. No. Ouyang Wishwang shook her head frantically. No, it was indeed my fault. I was immature, I used the wrong method, and I even hurt you. I'm sorry. Her tears fell, hitting the back of Murong Tianjia's hand, heavy and hot. The tears that slid down her face and into her mouth were bitter and astringent, blurring her vision. The hand that had been holding onto the hem of her clothes loosened. Ouyang Wishwang thought she would be abandoned, but to her surprise, she was wiped away. Murong Tianjiu was also crying miserably, but she ignored herself and diligently wiped Ouyang Wishwang's face. It's okay, she repeated. It's okay. We still have a chance to make things right. It would surely be difficult, and the outcome was uncertain. However, as long as they support each other, they have the courage to face anything. Hello, Ouyang Wishwang. Your story continues. Chapter 593. Ouyang Wishwang's mission ended so smoothly that Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. If only the remaining 4 people's missions could be handled just as smoothly, then she'd save herself a lot of trouble. But she was just thinking. When it comes to everyone's fate, one can't just casually save trouble. If something goes wrong, it could affect everyone's future. Not many people had reconnected with Jia Yimo, but even if there were only 1 or 2, it was a reward and a source of hope for her. She also gained more confidence. She no longer consulted Gu Qinghuan and Ouyang Wishwang before solving any problems, but instead tried to solve them on her own. Gu Qinghuan's office was empty again, so Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu could come directly without having to check if it was occupied. It feels like it's been a while. Jiang Chuchu collapsed into the human doghouse and stretched comfortably. She had her own lounge, where naps were more comfortable. But what was the point of being alone? Of course she wanted to be with her bestie. It wasn't that long, actually, Yu Xian calculated. About half a month. And we could come over when Qinghuan wasn't in class. But it always felt like I was taking up someone else's classroom. Jiang Chuchu rubbed her chin. That's why I didn't come. She lowered her hand and turned to Gu Qinghuan. Is it finally over now? Gu Qinghuan had been working on her homework late last night, and was now buried in her bed, her eyes almost closed. It's almost done. We don't have to have classes in a fixed location anymore. We can just chat on WeChat. Seeing her like this, Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian exchanged a glance and tacitly fell silent. Yu Xian moved quietly, walked to the window, and drew the curtains, dimming the room. She then returned to Gu Qinghuan and lay down for a nap. Jiang Chuchu, not feeling sleepy for the moment, simply picked up her phone and browsed the forums. It had been almost 2 months since the start of school, and Gu Qinghuan had become less popular. Lately, the forums were filled with the new first-year students, discussing Mingda's various facilities and regulations, and occasionally gossiping. Mingda's student population was small to begin with, so gossip spread quickly. Jiang Chuchu casually flipped through the forums, and saw 3 posts discussing who liked whom, who wanted to confess to whom, and who was a good match for whom. Jiang Chuchu, first year of high school is truly a time of leisure. Comparatively, when she first enrolled 2 years ago, she hadn't discussed dating. After all, Class 3 was so busy, whether it was gossiping or stirring up trouble, that they had no time for this. Jiang Chuchu finished reading the first page of the forum, and felt a little sleepy. Just as she was about to turn off her phone and go to sleep, a new post suddenly popped up. Isn't this manly tea? Can some seniors keep their distance from other people's boyfriends? Jiang Chuchu clicked on it, and her sleepiness vanished without a trace. Sadly, the content of the post was completely different from what Jiang Chuchu had imagined. The poster confidently claimed that her boyfriend had been hooked up by a senior in the club. But looking at the chat logs the poster had shared, it seemed more like a senior praising and encouraging a junior than an ambiguous relationship. Not to mention that there were other seniors in the group who treated the poster's boyfriend in the same way. Everyone in the comments section was speechless with the poster. Are you overthinking this? If this is flirting, then I declare that our classmate flirts with me every day. You have good grades, don't you? No, I'm dead last, and our classmate begs me to do better every day. Puff. It's clear the poster's boyfriend is very talented, and the seniors in the club have high hopes for him. Having an outstanding boyfriend might indeed bring some anxiety, but isn't it a bit too much to say that about the senior? This comment was strongly criticized by the poster. How is that too much? She's clearly seducing my boyfriend. Then, there was a long stream of comments, as if venting anger on someone else. Jiang Chuchu was irritated by this. With a flick of her finger, she replied anonymously with a very pointed comment. Is he really your boyfriend? Everyone, good boy, really good boy. Then they all liked Jiang Chuchu's anonymous comment, agreeing with it, and making it the first comment they saw when they opened the post. The poster was so enraged that she ignored the comment and began cursing Jiang Chuchu, while also flaunting her affection and boasting about how well she and her boyfriend got along. However, looking at the chat log she posted, Jiang Chuchu suspected she was right. The boyfriend attitude in their private chats with the poster wasn't exactly intimate, just polite. Others apparently noticed this, suspecting the poster's alleged relationship was just her imagination. The post escalated into a heated argument, and was eventually locked by the administrator after receiving a report prohibiting further comments. Jiang Chuchu spent her entire lunch break on this thread, but thankfully, she was thoroughly entertained and not at all sleepy. Gu Qinghuan yawned as he got up. Seeing Jiang Chuchu's energetic appearance, he couldn't help but admire her. Chuchu, you look so energetic. Not bad, Jiang Chuchu said, putting away her phone. I had some melon for lunch. What melon? Gu Qinghuan and Yu Xian came over curiously. Jiang Chuchu shared the post with him. Yu Xian frowned. Even if you're suspicious, you shouldn't say that without confirmation. The poster was certainly free to be suspicious, but posting with such an attitude, and directly defining the senior as Manti, was a bit excessive. Gu Qinghuan studied the chat log posted by the poster. Chuchu, your guess might be right or wrong. Right or wrong? Jiang Chuchu was curious. In the chat log, she suggested going to his house during the break, and he agreed. He even asked her if she wanted scones or chorizo for afternoon tea, Gu Qinghuan said. If you're not familiar with someone, you wouldn't normally offer that kind of option, right? Yu Xian nodded thoughtfully. That's right. If you don't know her preferences, most people would just ask her what she wants to eat. Jiang Chuchu interrupted, but if it were Qinghuan, even if we knew each other well, I wouldn't know what to prepare, since you like everything. No, you probably bring out everything you could. Gu Qinghuan scoffed. Yu Xian was amused by the two of them. Jiang Chuchu cleared her throat. So it seems he might really be her boyfriend. Then why do you say he's not? Because being her boyfriend might be a passive choice for this guy. Gu Qinghuan spread her hands. Actually, the poster's suspicions aren't entirely unfounded. It's just that she might not want to face the truth, so she's shifting the blame onto that senior. Although there aren't many chat logs in the group, the boy used emojis when replying to that senior, something other seniors don't get. Huh? Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian were surprised and reread the post. That's true, Jiang Chuchu realized. So, the truth is, the boy might actually be interested in that senior. Yu Xian added, the poster noticed this, but didn't want to admit her boyfriend liked someone else, so she blamed the senior. The chat logs everyone saw were only a few pages long, and since it was a group chat, it was hard to notice the subtle details of the expressions. Plus, the poster's comments were somewhat suggestive, so everyone paid more attention to the senior's comments than to her boyfriend. Since the poster was so familiar with her boyfriend and knew his usual habits, she was able to keenly notice the difference. I get it. Jiang Chuchu understood. She and the boy aren't strictly a couple. It could be a childhood betrothal, or perhaps a marriage agreement, with a tacit understanding that they be together in the future. So, she's not wrong to call him her boyfriend. Seeing this, Jiang Chuchu felt a little sympathetic towards the poster. The person you love since childhood and are engaged to fall in love with someone else. A total tragic love affair. Chapter 594. Sympathy aside, Jiang Chuchu still despised the poster's actions. Her boyfriend had fallen in love with someone else, and the problem clearly lay with the boy. Whether she could talk to him, Get him to accept the reality and fulfill the engagement, or just think it through and let it go. Wouldn't it be better than blaming the completely uninformed senior? If she truly lacked the courage to face reality, she certainly had the guts to post something smearing. The three of them chatted as they walked to class. The first class of the afternoon was the main course, and everyone had to return to class 3. As soon as she entered the classroom, Gu Qinghuan saw Xie Xiangxue and Lin Julu, one on each side, accompanying Yuan Wuwei, their arms around her shoulders, whispering something. Seeing Gu Qinghuan, Xie Xiangxue perked up. "Class monitor, you're back? What's wrong?" Gu Qinghuan asked immediately. Before Xie Xiangxue could say anything, Yuan Wuwei spoke first. "Nothing, not a big deal. You denied it twice in a row, so it seems like a big deal." Gu Qinghuan looked heartbroken. "Is it because I'm unreliable that you didn't tell me?" Yuan Wuwei quickly shook his head. How could his own monitor be unreliable? She hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "It's really not a big deal. It was just a misunderstanding, and it's almost resolved now. It's just the first time I ever encountered something like this. I feel a little wrong to have people say bad things about me behind my back." Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment. Surely no one in class 3 would do that. It must be someone from another class. The problem was, it was lunch break, not between classes. How did Yuan Wuwei know? If someone else had told him, given Yuan Wuwei's personality, he probably wouldn't want to worry others, and would have kept it a secret. Then how did Xie Xiangxue and Lin Julu find out? Yuan Wuwei called it a misunderstanding, and said it was almost resolved. Gu Qinghuan asked tentatively, "Could it be that post on the forum this afternoon?" Yuan Wuwei was stunned. "Class monitor, did you see that post too?" "I saw it." Jiang Chuchu instantly realized. Was it the post asking the senior student to keep her distance from her boyfriend? Seeing Yuan Wuwei nod, Jiang Chuchu's eyes widened. "Is the senior student in that post referring to you?" Yuan Wuwei nodded reluctantly. "Julu and Xiangxue saw the post and shared it with me. I discovered it was from our club's chat log, and the person they were talking about was me." "I remember, Wuwei, you were in the track and field club?" Yu Xian asked. "Yes, I was actually planning to quit this semester, but I didn't expect something like this would happen." Yuan Wuwei's smile was a little bitter. According to Yuan Wuwei, the girl who posted the post was Yao Huarong, and her boyfriend was Lu Qi, a sophomore. The two were originally members of the debate club until their second semester of high school, when Lu Qi took the initiative to join the track and field club, and Yao Huarong followed suit. The club members were initially skeptical, given Lu Qi's complete lack of experience. His application included subtle excuses, like everyone in the track and field club is happy every day. Unexpectedly, tests revealed his explosive power, making him well suited for sprinting. Combined with his diligent practice, everyone's opinion of him changed. Lu Qi is now a rising star in the track and field club, and everyone is counting on him to win a major competition. Yao Huarong, however, is different. She simply followed Lu Qi and isn't particularly athletic. She currently works as an assistant in the club. Although everyone could see Yao Huarong was attracted to Lu Qi, and Lu Qi also stated that he and Yao Huarong had known each other since childhood, and that their families were close, he hadn't explicitly stated that they were in a relationship. "Let's not talk about their relationship for now." Jiang Chuchu held her forehead. "And your feelings for Lu Qi?" Before she could finish her sentence, Yuan Wuwei shook his head. "No. Absolutely not. I just see Lu Qi as an excellent junior." Yuan Wuwei performed well in the track and field club, and with his cheerful and enthusiastic personality, he got along well with everyone. Now that Yuan Wuwei was about to leave the club, several of her juniors were reluctant to let her go and acted much closer to her than they had with Lu Qi. So, Yuan Wuwei never expected Yao Huarong to think she was trying to get close to Lu Qi. Gu Qinghuan asked, "Are you planning on talking to Yao Huarong?" Several people immediately turned their gazes on Gu Qinghuan. As expected of a squad leader, this is too direct. Yuan Wuwei had clearly not considered this matter. Upon hearing Gu Qinghuan's words, he uttered an "eh." Well, everyone in the thread said she's overthinking it. At this point, she should know the reality isn't what she thinks, right? Jiang Chuchu, having participated in the entire post, had a clear opinion. She definitely didn't know. If she knew, she wouldn't have argued with the commenter. Look at her subsequent comments. She's completely unrepentant. Yu Xian analyzed, but it's also possible that she was so excited at the time that she couldn't listen to anyone else. Perhaps after she calms down, she reflect on it? Jiang Chuchu looked at Yu Xian speechlessly. "Do you believe what you're saying?" Yu Xian looked away. "We have to think of something better, right?" This topic wouldn't be finished in a short time, but unfortunately, afternoon classes were about to begin, so everyone had to return to their seats and prepare for class. Afterwards, there were elective classes, and everyone went to their own classrooms. Gu Qinghwan and Yuan Wei agreed to discuss the matter after school. Jiang Chuchu had no official work plans tonight, and since she participated in the thread, she felt somewhat involved, so she stayed behind. Originally, Yuan Wei was supposed to go to the club after school today, but after this incident, she didn't want to go anymore and sent the club president a message asking for leave. The president responded quickly and readily agreed to Yuan Wui's request. The seniors were doing routine training during this time, mainly busy passing on their experience to the younger students, correcting their common mistakes, or packing up to leave. Yuan Wei was usually very enthusiastic and dedicated to mentoring the younger students, and he'd been quite busy recently. The president simply assumed he was tired and wanted to rest. Only Gu Qinghwan, Yuan Wei, and Jiang Chuchu were left in the classroom, and it became much quieter. But for Yuan Wei, the fewer people around, the more comfortable she felt. After all, with this kind of misunderstanding, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. She coughed lightly and said, "I thought about it this afternoon. The Discipline Inspection Commission's point makes sense. Judging from the replies to the post, Yao Huarong might still be misunderstanding me. So, I feel the need to make it clear to her that I have no feelings towards Lu Qi." In fact, Yuan Wei had initially thought that after she left the club, she would naturally reduce her contact with Lu Qi and Yao Huarong. But the more she thought about it that afternoon, the more aggrieved she felt. Why should she remain silent about something she hadn't done? Indeed, she was a senior in high school and should be focusing on her studies, not wasting her energy on such misunderstandings. But she had clearly done nothing wrong, so why was she backing down? And wouldn't backing down just be encouraging this culture of casually throwing mud at others? Thinking of this, Yuan Wei steeled herself. She's the from class 3. When it comes to causing trouble, no one in class 3 is afraid of her. Chapter 595. Gu Qinghwan and Jiang Chuchu naturally strongly supported Yuan Wui's decision. People have mouths for speaking, so what can't be said in person? Even if Yao Huarong refused to listen, Yuan Wei had a record of his explanations. If things came to a head later, she'd be in the right. "Do you want to talk to her in person, or send her a message?" Gu Qinghwan asked. Yuan Wei replied, "Let's talk to her in person." While texting allowed for better organization and a calmer reading, what if Yao Huarong blocked her before she finished? To put it bluntly, if Yao Huarong didn't want to hear it in person, and couldn't escape, Yuan Wei would be able to catch up with her in a matter of minutes. He had to listen to the whole thing before leaving. Talking to her in person is fine. Jiang Chuchu nodded in agreement. "We can record and video it." Yuan Wei coughed. For the spies in class 3, preserving evidence was a standard skill. With Gu Qinghwan and Jiang Chuchu by her side, Yuan Wei felt more confident. She slowly sorted out her thoughts without needing their input. For the past 2 years, Yuan Wei had always been the vanguard when Squad 3 was involved in the incident. Compared to Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu, who served as commanders, or Bao Qingsong, who served as the intelligence hub, Yuan Wei preferred visible results. Because of this, she had a firm grasp of what to do at each stage. Some friends from the club saw the post this afternoon and sent me messages to comfort me. Speaking of her friends, Yuan Wui's mood brightened considerably. They were planning to go find Yao Huarong, but I stopped them. It's better for me to handle this myself rather than ask my friends to intervene. Jiang Chuchu nodded. She liked this approach. While her friend's concern was touching, she ultimately had to solve her own problems. On the other hand, Yao Huarong already felt that Lu Qi favored Yuan Wei. Seeing others also siding with him and speaking up for him might exacerbate her emotions, which would be detrimental to the conversation between Yuan Wei and Yao Huarong. Gu Qinghwan thought for a moment. "Remember to remind your club friends not to spread the word. I mean, don't tell Lu Qi." Yuan Wei immediately understood what she meant. "I did ask them not to spread this post again, but I didn't mention Lu Qi. I messaged them now." Gu Qinghwan hadn't yet shared her suspicions with Yuan Wei. Assuming Lu Qi truly was interested in Yuan Wei, who knew what he would do if he learned Yao Huarong had posted something like this, falsely accusing him of something he liked. Yuan Wei lowered his head to send the message. Jiang Chuchu moved closer to Gu Qinghwan and whispered, "Do you want to tell her about that guess?" "Not yet," Gu Qinghwan replied softly, "otherwise, her attitude will be different when she's in front of Yao Huarong." Yuan Wei didn't know Lu Qi's thoughts yet, so he'd naturally be confident when facing Yao Huarong. But if she knew, she'd inevitably be surprised and embarrassed. Even if Yuan Wuwei had done nothing wrong, he still feel awkward knowing that, in Yao Huarong's eyes, he was the one who had stolen her boyfriend. Yuan Wuwei likely couldn't conceal this difference in expression with his acting, so it was best not to tell her for now. Jiang Chuchu thought about it and agreed. For now, let's ignore Lu Qi and resolve the issue between Yuan Wuwei and Yao Huarong. Although Yuan Wuwei spoke a little late, her friends were busy with classes that afternoon, so no one spread the news. After receiving Yuan Wuwei's message, they all readily agreed, believing that he was trying to make a big deal out of a small matter, so they loyally promised not to tell anyone. After confirming the situation, Yuan Wuwei let out a long sigh, raised his head, and said, "I already told my friends," but she hesitated for a few seconds. "I don't know if anyone else will tell Lu Qi." "Don't worry about it," Gu Qinghuan said readily. "Protecting yourself is the most important thing. To be frank, this matter is between Yao Huarong and Lu Qi. If Lu Qi is attracted to Yuan Wuwei today, he could be attracted to someone else tomorrow. There's no way to stop him. Regardless of what those two plan to do next, getting Yuan Wuwei out of the way was paramount." Jiang Chuchu said earnestly, "Instead of worrying about what will happen to Yao Huarong, you should focus on yourself first." Recalling another speculation from Noon, she volunteered, "We suspect Yao Huarong and Lu Qi were engaged or engaged." Yuan Wuwei wasn't surprised by this. Instead, he nodded. "Actually, everyone in the club has that suspicion too." Yao Huarong's feelings for Lu Qi were completely out in the open. Although she was the track club's assistant, she was always around Lu Qi, always keeping knee braces, ankle braces, muscle patches, cold packs, and sports bandages at hand. She also offered him sports drinks in all of Lu Qi's favorite flavors. Lu Qi never refused any of Yao Huarong's kindness, accepting them all with openness. However, when others inquired about his relationship with Yao Huarong, Lu Qi hesitated to explicitly acknowledge it. After all, at Mingda, students had witnessed marriages based on personal gain throughout their lives, so it wasn't long before some speculated that Lu Qi and Yao Huarong were in a marriage of convenience. Judging from Lu Qi's attitude, he seemed somewhat repulsed by the relationship. Fearing he would tire of the questions, everyone simply stated that he didn't like Yao Huarong, which seemed too cold for Yao Huarong. For Yao Huarong's sake, the club members refrained from further questioning. Gu Qinghuan frowned at this, and Jiang Chuchu couldn't help but roll her eyes. If he doesn't like Yao Huarong, he shouldn't have accepted her kindness. It's like having it both ways. Yuan Wuwei sighed heavily. Several people, including me, felt the same way. We mentioned it both openly and covertly, hoping Yao Huarong would cherish her more, but it's a case of willing to fight and willing to suffer, right? Gu Qinghuan interrupted. Yuan Wuwei nodded helplessly. So over time, no one said anything. It's a good thing Lu Qi didn't waste Yao Huarong's kindness. If he had thrown away the things Yao Huarong had prepared, or treated her like a servant, like in some idiotic novels, the president would have kicked him out. Even if a 3-point scumbag isn't as egregious as a 10-point scumbag, he's still a scumbag, Jiang Chuchu said quietly. This wasn't a very satisfying story, but at least I had a basic understanding of the situation. Yuan Wuwei said, "Without further delay, I'm going to message Yao Huarong right now and arrange a time and place to discuss this post in person." Although the forum administrator blocked Yao Huarong's post, they ultimately didn't delete it. If the misunderstanding could be resolved quickly with Yao Huarong, and she could delete the post or rewrite the main post to apologize, it would further prove that Yuan Wuwei was merely an innocent victim implicated. Of course, Jiang Chuchu felt that getting an apology from Yao Huarong wouldn't be that easy. Let's take it one step at a time, Gu Qinghuan thought optimistically. Let's first discuss how Wuwei should send a message to Yao Huarong. Chapter 596. When Yao Huarong first saw Lu Qi, she thought, "This little brother is so handsome." At that time, Lu Qi had just moved to the Yao family. Yao Huarong's grandfather and Lu Qi's grandfather were close friends, but in middle age, due to differences in ideals and beliefs, they chose to go their separate ways. When Yao Huarong was 7 years old, Grandpa Yao received a call from Grandpa Lu. Grandpa Lu's wife and children had died early, and his son-in-law, considering Lu Qi's pension, had been willing to take care of Lu Qi, but when Grandpa Lu began to decline, he didn't want to burden him with Lu Qi and hinder his search for a new partner, so he absconded. Grandpa Lu had no other choice but to drag his sick body around, seeking help from many sources, and finally came to Grandpa Yao, hoping that he would take care of Lu Qi until he reached adulthood. Grandpa Yao accepted his old friend's request, and brought Lu Qi to the Yao family. Yao Huarong's parents also loved the child dearly, and adopted Lu Qi, considering it a playmate for their daughter. After all, the Yao family could afford to raise another child. Having lost his only grandfather, who loved him, and abandoned by his biological father, Lu Qi, living under someone else's roof, initially became withdrawn and quiet. During that time, it was Yao Huarong who spent time with this beautiful little brother, sharing her toys with him, reading him her favorite picture books, and dragging him out to play. Only then did Lu Qi gradually become more cheerful. In elementary school, Yao Huarong contracted Hashimoto's thyroiditis due to a viral infection. Until she recovered, her weight remained high. Although the teacher explained to the students that Yao Huarong's weight gain was due to her illness, some still mocked her for being overweight and even imitated her swallowing difficulties. Yao Huarong felt wronged, but her parents were busy with work, and she didn't want to worry them, so she kept silent. On his first day at Yao Huarong's school, Lu Qi beat up the guys who had mocked her. They cried out in pain, and he also suffered a swollen eye and a bloody nose. He stood before the teacher, stiff-necked, and said they were the ones who mocked Yao Huarong first. The fight was eventually settled by Yao Huarong's parents. After learning the truth, they calmly compensated the students for their medical expenses and then dealt with their parents. The families not only obediently returned the medical expenses, but also compensated Yao Huarong for her emotional distress. For Yao Huarong, this incident is an incomparably precious memory. After spending so much time together, it was only natural that she would fall in love with Lu Qi. However, before she recovered from her illness, Yao Huarong was always self-conscious about her weight, feeling unworthy of the exceptional Lu Qi. After she recovered and her weight returned to normal, she was unsure how to bring it up because she had kept it a secret for so long. It didn't matter, she thought. Lu Qi was living at her house, and she would have plenty of opportunities to confess. It wasn't until junior high school that the beauty from the next class confessed her feelings to Lu Qi. And Lu Qi accepted. Upon hearing this news, Yao Huarong was struck by lightning. While her parents were away, she grabbed Lu Qi and demanded to know why he had agreed to someone else's confession. Lu Qi's response was simply, "Who I date is none of your business, right?" Yao Huarong, unable to respond, could only let go of his hand, stunned, and watch Lu Qi return to his room. Indeed, Lu Qi could date anyone he wanted. She hadn't confessed to him, and she wasn't his girlfriend, so what right did she have to question him? But she had thought. Lu Qi also liked her. Otherwise, why had he been so kind to her all these years? That night, Yao Huarong locked herself in her room and cried silently all night. However, Lu Qi and the class beauty from the next class didn't date for long. They broke up after a month or two. Yao Huarong was surprised, but felt she couldn't miss another opportunity, so she mustered up the courage to confess her feelings to Lu Qi. Lu Qi rejected her, saying he had no such feelings for her. As if to prove his point, the next day, Lu Qi started dating another girl. Watching the intimate moments between the two, Yao Huarong felt both sad and reluctant to give up her feelings. In the end, she just quietly continued with her secret crush, which was no different from an open relationship. In the second year of junior high, Lu Qi's biological father, Ho Tao, who had disappeared for many years, suddenly reappeared. He had made a small fortune in business with the inheritance that Grandpa Lu had siphoned off. However, during his entrepreneurial journey, trying to attract clients, he drank too much, which permanently impaired his sperm production and made him infertile. So, Ho Tao ran over eagerly, brazenly trying to get Lu Qi, his biological child, back. The Yao family initially assumed Lu Qi, abandoned for so many years, had no feelings for Ho Tao. Unexpectedly, after a few days of deliberation, Lu Qi decided to leave the Yao family and return to Ho Tao. Although Yao's parents didn't understand Lu Qi's actions, they were insistent, so they had no choice but to let him and Ho Tao go. Yao Huarong was still grieving, thinking that even living under the same roof was out of the question, when Ho Tao unexpectedly said, "You two have been together for so long, they developed feelings for each other. Why don't you pair them up?" Yao's parents were almost laughing. Ho Tao might have made a fortune, but how could he compare to the Yao family? If Lu Qi had been with the Yao family before, then, given their daughter's affection for him, Yao's parents wouldn't have minded him becoming their son-in-law, as long as Lu Qi agreed. But Ho Tao's proposal now clearly aimed to take advantage of the Yao family's influence, which was rather shameless. Yao Huarong, however, didn't think so. She just wanted to know what Lu Qi would choose. This time, Lu Qi's answer was okay. Ultimately, Yao's parents couldn't persuade their daughter, and agreed to arrange the marriage between Yao Huarong and Lu Qi. However, they were wary of Ho Tao, fearing that Yao Huarong would become obsessed with love and give the family fortune to an outsider. After the engagement, Yao Huarong was overwhelmed with happiness and told her friends about it. Her friends knew she liked Lu Qi, and although they didn't know the details, they were happy for her nonetheless. However, when Lu Qi learned that Yao Huarong had told others about the engagement, he was deeply upset and, for the first time, he got angry at Yao Huarong. He said he didn't want to make his engagement public, as they were still students and it would have a bad impact. Yao Huarong felt aggrieved, worried that Lu Qi was trying to keep their engagement a secret. But after observing him for a while and realizing he had indeed stopped seeing other girls, she believed Lu Qi's words, stopped spreading the news of their engagement, and even asked his friends to keep it a secret. And so, the two of them entered high school and enrolled at Mingda. In their new environment, naturally no one knew of their engagement. Yao Huarong continued to follow Lu Qi as usual, and was delighted to be assigned to the same class. She followed Lu Qi into the debate club, and thanks to their childhood chemistry, they performed well as a team and even received praise from their seniors. But the good times didn't last long. Yao Huarong noticed that Lu Qi would often look out the window during club activities, and he was called out several times by seniors for his distraction. Not far from the debate club window was the track and field club's training ground. Yao Huarong didn't like sweating or playing sports, so she couldn't understand those people cheering over a few seconds of progress. But Lu Qi had seen enough, so she started observing as well. And so, she noticed that Lu Qi only looked when a certain girl appeared. That girl was Yuan Wuwei. Chapter 597. Yao Huarong didn't realize at first that Lu Qi was looking at Yuan Wuwei. The track and field team wore uniforms, and because they were training, they carried very few personal belongings. Just looking at their hairstyles, the girls all had similar short haircuts, making it difficult for a stranger to quickly identify them. Yao Huarong observed them for about a week before finally confirming that Lu Qi was looking at the fastest runner. After all, Lu Qi had dated other girls before, and she couldn't be sure that Lu Qi liked her. So her first reaction was, maybe Lu Qi had fallen in love with that girl. However, most of the girls Lu Qi had dated were chubby and cute. Yuan Wuwei, however, was different. Thanks to her long-term track and field training, she had strong thighs and calves, firm abdominal muscles, a prominent waistline, and a lustrous golden bronze complexion. She looked full of energy, possessing a powerful and beautiful strength. Why would Lu Qi be attracted to this type of girl? It was completely contrary to his usual preferences. Yao Huarong couldn't tell whether she was feeling doubt or self-consolation. She hesitated over whether to ask Lu Qi for his opinion, yet she didn't want him to think she was being suspicious. This troubled her for a while. Then, she learned the dreadful news that Lu Qi had quit the debate club and was planning to join the track and field club. At that moment, Yao Huarong truly believed she had been rejected once again. Why? What was Lu Qi thinking? Was he in love with that girl? Then why was he getting engaged to her? One thought after another swirled in her mind, but rather than confronting Lu Qi out loud, Yao Huarong ultimately chose to leave the debate club and join the track and field club with him. She was prepared for Lu Qi to approach the girl, but he didn't. Instead, he began his track and field club workouts seriously. She woke up early for morning exercises, sprinting around the track again and again, exhausted and sweating. Although, as an assistant, Yao Huarong didn't need to participate in morning club activities, she still woke up despite her sleepiness. She was afraid that Lu Qi might have interacted with the girl without her knowing. It was only after joining the track and field club that Yao Huarong learned that the girl's name was Yuan Wuwei, and she was a student in Mingda's legendary Class 3. Yuan Wuwei was a very kind senior. Even though her assistant job was just to handle logistics, she would politely thank him when he offered her an energy drink. When she saw she was struggling to move equipment, he would come over to lend a hand, and even call for others to help. When she was recording data, he would even compliment her on her clear and beautiful handwriting. During competitions, she was even more dazzling, gleaming and radiant, exuding confidence and grace on the track. The more Yao Huarong interacted with Yuan Wuwei, the more she realized just how exceptional he was. It was only natural for Lu Qi to fall for her. Compared to Yuan Wuwei, she was sensitive and self-conscious, timid and dull, inept at socializing, and insanely jealous of every girl who approached him. The problem was, Lu Qi didn't actually try to get close to Yuan Wuwei. He simply followed Yuan Wuwei's gaze during breaks and training, or sent an emoji when replying to him in group chats. It was so subtle, you wouldn't even notice it without looking closely. But to Yao Huarong, who had been observing him, it was obvious. Her secret crush on Lu Qi was just as humble and deliberate. He didn't want to be known, yet he subtly performed subtle actions, as if waiting for the day he'd be discovered, his feelings exposed, his hidden desires finally released. Could Lu Qi also have a secret crush? Yao Huarong had seen him with others, and now she also seen him with a crush on someone. However, both of these expressions were completely different from how Lu Qi acted when he was with her. Yao Huarong deliberately avoided thinking about what this meant, instead musing masochistically about why Lu Qi hadn't confessed his feelings to Yuan Wuwei. Then she heard that Yuan Wuwei had a close male friend. They were classmates, taking the same electives, and even assigned to the same co-curricular program. Just like when she and Lu Qi entered Mingda. No, even more lucky than she and Lu Qi, it was practically destined. The boy's name was Fan Ziren. What a coincidence! Even their names sounded like a pair. Upon hearing this news, Yao Huarong was overjoyed. She felt that Yuan Wuwei and Fan Ziren were definitely a couple, and that Lu Qi would definitely not ruin their relationship. He could only watch from afar. So, during that period, whenever anyone in the track and field club brought up the topic of Yuan Wuwei's relationship, Yao Huarong would subtly mention Fan Ziren's existence. Lu Qi had apparently also learned of the news, and his performance within the club had been somewhat affected, with little improvement. Yao Huarong could see that Lu Qi was upset, but she figured it was for his own good. Since it was unlikely to work out, there was no point in starting it. However, her happiness was short-lived. Soon, someone testified that Yuan Wuwei and Fan Ziren were simply good friends. The two sat next to each other in Class 3, sharing similar interests. It was natural for them to choose the same elective, and it was just a coincidence that they were assigned to the same elective class. More importantly, their interactions were completely free of any flirtatiousness. Their relationship was pure and innocent. Yao Huarong's heart sank, and Lu Qi's behavior returned to normal. Although he hadn't confessed his feelings upon learning that Yuan Wuwei was single, Yao Huarong couldn't calm down. In front of Yuan Wuwei, she remained the silent assistant, but whenever she saw him talking to Lu Qi, she would become nervous and apprehensive. She wanted to tell everyone that Lu Qi was engaged to her, and that he couldn't be with anyone other than her. It would be best if all other girls stayed away from him. But thinking of Lu Qi's words, she could only force herself to endure, letting her jealousy run rampant. Now, she finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Yao Huarong had originally thought that Lu Qi would withdraw his attention after Yuan Wuwei left the track and field club. However, recently, the younger members of the club had been planning gifts for the seniors who had left, and Lu Qi had been responsible for several of them, including Yuan Wuwei's. Yao Huarong had accompanied Lu Qi in selecting those gifts. Seeing the person she loved so intently and enthusiastically preparing a gift for Yuan Wuwei, Yao Huarong's emotions completely lost control, leading her to post that message on the forum. As she clicked send, Yao Huarong felt a moment of regret, wondering if she had gone too far. But the responses on the forum only intensified her anger. Only after the post was blocked did Yao Huarong finally recover from her raging emotions and gradually calm down. There was regret, disgust, and irritation. These negative emotions were like the black, viscous residue left after burning low-quality plastic, unpleasant and disgusting. She spent the entire afternoon in a daze, distracted. Or perhaps, she was using this emptiness to escape the reality she might face. Many people had seen the post, most likely members of the track and field club. Her behavior would be exposed and despised, but wouldn't others also know from the post that Lu Qi was her boyfriend? Is this distortion a form of pathology? Yao Huarong didn't know. She simply hid quietly in a corner of the club, continuing her assistant duties, pretending not to notice the gazes. Until her phone vibrated, a friend request from Yuan Wuwei. The request read, "I'm Yuan Wuwei. Do you have time to talk in person?" Chapter 598. Having made the decision, Yuan Wuwei wouldn't drag her feet and would take the initiative. She hadn't added Yao Huarong as a friend before, or rather, Yao Huarong herself hadn't added many friends. They usually sent messages in the club's group chat, so not adding her as a friend wouldn't have much of an impact. Now it was different. She couldn't just call her out in the group chat, could she? Yuan Wuwei wouldn't easily forgive Yao Huarong for posting slanderous comments about her, but she also didn't want to publicly judge her in the group chat. She simply hoped Yao Huarong would recognize her mistake and apologize, not that everyone would criticize and humiliate her. After sending the friend request, Yuan Wuwei felt a little nervous. He clutched his phone and looked up at Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu. Will she accept? Gu Qinghuan was already feeling a little hungry, and was pulling shrimp crackers from his school bag to eat. Hearing this, she pondered for a few seconds, chewing and swallowing the shrimp cracker in her mouth. Then she said, "If she doesn't accept your friend request, you won't go talk to her?" "Of course not." Yuan Wuwei answered without hesitation, "Then I go to the club tomorrow and take her out to a quiet place to talk while she's alone." Jiang Chuchu, listening nearby, choked. Alone? No one's around. Yuan Wue was such a scoundrel. Gu Qinghuan tossed 2 more shrimp crackers into her mouth. That's right. Whether she accepts your friend request or not doesn't make much difference, so don't worry too much. Yuan Wue thought about it, and it made sense. She had already discussed with Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu how to communicate with Yao Huarong. So, even if Yao Huarong didn't want to talk to her, she would force her way in and create a space for conversation. No matter what, she wanted to do what she had to do. Waiting forever wasn't an option. Although Jiang Chuchu said she would take Gu Qinghuan home and that she wouldn't have to worry about her missing the bus, Yuan Wue didn't want to keep them waiting with her. She stood up. I memorized all the key points you just taught me. You can go back now. Once Yao Huarong accepts my friend request, I talk to her about it as I said before. If I'm unsure, I contact you. Gu Qinghuan tilted her head back and ate the last 2 shrimp crackers from the small package. After finishing, she stood up. Okay, then you can do it yourself. I'm sure you can handle it, Wue. With her squad leader's words, Yuan Wue felt more confident. She smiled at Gu Qinghuan and said, leave it to me. After Gu Qinghuan got into Jiang Chuchu's car, Jiang Chuchu closed the door and immediately said, you can tell me what you really think. Gu Qinghuan was speechless. Her best friend knew her so well. The reason she didn't say it directly was because Gu Qinghuan knew exactly how Yuan Wue would respond. So, rather than telling him her thoughts, she decided to ask him a rhetorical question to solidify his resolve. Since Jiang Chuchu had asked, Gu Qinghuan answered frankly, in my opinion, Yao Huarong will most likely approve Wue's application. She hasn't mentioned their relationship to the club. If she truly wanted to keep it secret, she wouldn't have publicized it on the forum. Mingda's student population is small, and the track and field club is a relatively large one. The chances of discovery are almost certain. This suggests that Yao Huarong subconsciously wants others to know her relationship with Lu Qi and to be recognized as her official girlfriend. So, who is hiding her girlfriend status? The only answer left is Lu Qi. While it's unclear how much repercussions that post will have, Yao Huarong is likely still feeling the urge to prove her identity, while also resentful of Yuan Wue's interference. When Yuan Wue approached her, her first reaction was probably that he had also seen the post. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? She can directly announce her relationship with Lu Qi. Jiang Chuchu nodded. She thought so too, though it was unavoidable that she felt a pang of displeasure. It's normal to be emotionally affected by someone you like, but for someone like Yao Huarong to love someone to the point of maliciously speculating about them and smearing them is truly excessive. More importantly, if Yao Huarong was at fault, did Lu Qi not? It was his concealment of their relationship and his discrepancy with Yuan Wue that made Yao Huarong feel uneasy and anxious, leading to her current situation. Of course, there was no need to discuss who was more responsible right now. It was more important to resolve Yuan Wue's issue. While the two were chatting, they arrived at the gate of Gu Qinghuan's residential complex. Okay, let's see how Wue does first. I'm quite optimistic about her, Jiang Chuchu said. With Yuan Wue's practical experience, Jiang Chuchu felt that dealing with Yao Huarong would be no problem. Gu Qinghuan smiled. That's right. Let's wait for Wue to contact us. The car door opened, and light from outside streamed in, painting the dim back seat a warm orange. Yao Huarong came to her senses and instinctively looked up, meeting Lu Qi's gaze as he opened the car door for her. Even though his back was to the light, Lu Qi's face was still softly outlined, just the way she liked it. Thinking of the friend request on her phone, Yao Huarong unconsciously tightened the corner of her clothes. She began to say Shao Qi. Before she finished her words, she noticed Lu Qi's frown and quickly shut up. I told you I don't like being called that. Lu Qi took a step back, still holding the car door, and said calmly, get out. Aunt and uncle are waiting for you to have dinner. Yao Huarong got out of the car and said hesitantly, Lu Qi, it's quite late now. How about you stay and have dinner with us tonight? Lu Qi turned and glanced at the Yao family villa. It looked so familiar. He had lived here a few years ago. But this was the Yao family after all, not his home. He couldn't always live under someone else's roof. Lu Qi averted his gaze, not responding to Yao Huarong's words. He simply said, go home quickly. That man, Ho Tao, though often out of sight, at least had arranged a car for her, registered in his name. So, this was his possession, his capital, allowing him to drive Yao Huarong to and from school every day. Even if the price of this car wasn't particularly high for Mingda, it was still better than nothing. When Lu Qi said this, Yao Huarong knew he wasn't planning on staying for dinner, so she had no choice but to walk home. After the door closed, A muffled thud of a car door slamming shut could be heard from outside. Yao Huarong stood in the hallway, intending to scurry to the window as usual, lingeringly watching Lu Qi's car drive away. But today, her feet felt rooted to the ground, unable to move. An invitation to dinner would come through about once a week, and if she was lucky, twice. Although Yao Huarong had expected Lu Qi's rejection, she pursed her lips again when she thought of the replies she received on the forum. She resolutely pulled out her phone and, as if in a fit of anger or perhaps to vent, pressed agree forcefully. Isn't it just adding a friend? Isn't he just asking about her post? Just ask? She already done it, so why wouldn't she admit it? Not only did she have to admit it, she also had to question Yuan Wuwei about what he truly thought of Lu Qi. If Lu Qi knew that Yuan Wuwei had no feelings for him, would he finally give up? Chapter 599. Even though she accepted the friend request, Yao Huarong didn't immediately receive a message from Yuan Wuwei. This left the prepared Yao Huarong somewhat at a loss. She didn't want to speak first, feeling too guilty to send anything. She nervously finished dinner, and just as she sat down at her desk, ready to open her notebook, as usual to review Lu Qi's training results, her phone suddenly vibrated. Startled, Yao Huarong's hand loosened, and the tip of her pen landed on the notebook, leaving a small black dot. She regained consciousness and took the phone. Sure enough, it was a message from Yuan Wuwei on the screen. Yuan Wuwei, hello Yao Huarong. I think you know why I added you. Such a blunt message instantly intensified Yao Huarong's nervousness. She stared at the screen, her expression seemingly unchanged, but her heart was beating like a drum. Discovered? No, she had known she would be discovered, but she hadn't expected it to happen so soon. What was even more unexpected was that Yuan Wuwei would approach her directly, with such frankness and resolve. While Yao Huarong was hesitating over how to respond, Yuan Wuwei sent another message, this time directly reposting a post from the forum. Accompanied by what Yao Huarong considered to be quite aggressive words. Is this from you? Yuan Wuwei had actually considered adopting a gentler approach, but Jiang Chuchu felt that Yuan Wuwei wasn't one for gentleness. Rather than resorting to an unfamiliar tone, it was better to stick with her own style. Of course, how to manage the conversation's rhythm would depend on Gu Qinghuan. Yuan Wuwei carefully reviewed her notes. After posting, she patiently waited a moment. Just as she was about to strike her third blow, Yao Huarong's reply finally arrived. I posted it. A reply is enough, Yuan Wuwei breathed a sigh of relief, then continued, please apologize to me and delete the false statements. According to Jiang Chuchu, she and Yao Huarong weren't close partners to begin with. If that was the case, she should have stated her demands directly. Besides, Yao Huarong was so sensitive, and a lack of clarity might irritate her and cause her to overthink things. Yuan Wuwei's firm stance softened Yao Huarong's. She had always been the weaker and inferior to Lu Qi, so even though she tried to be tough with Yuan Wuwei, she lacked the energy. I didn't do anything. Yuan Wuwei's lips curled up. The squad leader had guessed it. She quickly sent over the pre-edited images, screenshots of Yao Huarong's comments from the post. All the negative comments directed at Yuan Wuwei were circled in red. Yao Huarong felt like those images were slaps in the face, making her head buzz. Yuan Wuwei, is this what you mean by didn't do anything? However, the point of these images wasn't to expose Yao Huarong's lies, but to introduce the next point of discussion. Yuan Wuwei, you have a huge misunderstanding about the relationship between me and your boyfriend. Please apologize. The deliberate use of imperative sentences and exclamation points clearly conveyed Yuan Wuwei's rejection and resistance to this matter. Plus, referring to Lu Qi as your boyfriend would avoid irritating Yao Huarong. Yao Huarong tried to defend herself. You're clearly flirting with Lu Qi. Yuan Wuwei almost replied, who flirted with him. But then restrained himself, unable to respond. Yuan Wuwei, everyone in the track and field club can see who you like, and since he's never rejected you, it's obvious you have some kind of relationship. Yuan Wuwei, who would be interested in him in that situation? If Jiang Chuchu were here, she'd probably say, she must be secretly delighted by what you said. Yao Huarong did feel a moment of smugness and pride, and her hostility towards Yuan Wuwei instantly dissipated. Although no one could see her expression through the phone, Yao Huarong couldn't help but cough lightly. Yao Huarong, you all know. Yuan Wuwei nodded with satisfaction. Great, that makes things easier. Yuan Wuwei, that's right. After all, you're so kind to Lu Qi, and we're not blind. Yao Huarong paused, her mood turning bitter again. Yes, she never concealed her feelings, and her kindness towards Lu Qi was obvious to everyone. How could anyone not know that she liked him? But what about Lu Qi's attitude towards her? Perhaps it was because he always accepted, never reciprocated, her affection that the track and field club hadn't asked directly. While she was feeling this way, Yuan Wuwei sent another message. How about this? Talking on the phone is a waste of time. Let's meet tomorrow and talk it over in person. Yuan Wuwei, are you okay with that? Yao Huarong's attention was momentarily diverted. She thought, Yuan Wuwei wasn't asking for her opinion, it was clearly a threat, and she slowly typed okay. She still kind of disliked Yuan Wuwei, because she envied Lu Qi's affection for him. But Yuan Wuwei himself didn't seem to care about Lu Qi at all. So even if she talked to Yuan Wuwei in person, it wouldn't have much of an impact, right? Yuan Wuwei raised his arms. Great. That way, the purpose of the face-to-face conversation had been achieved. Yuan Wuwei, I ask our class monitor to accompany you. We meet in the small square tomorrow afternoon after school. How's that? Seeing the word class monitor, Yao Huarong immediately thought of the name Gu Qinghuan, and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Gu Qinghuan's name had been all over the news lately, with each rumor more outrageous than the last, even going so far as to say he could read minds. Is the legendary Class 3 monitor so easy to find? Or is the relationship between Class 3 really that harmonious? Thinking this way, Yao Huarong didn't want to lose face against Yuan Wuwei. I understand. Yuan Wuwei, okay, that's settled. I go do my homework first. After that, Yuan Wuwei didn't send any more messages. Yao Huarong breathed a sigh of relief. Although the conversation hadn't lasted long, she felt a sense of exhaustion once she relaxed. She slowly moved away from the desk and fell back onto the bed, staring blankly at her phone screen. Yuan Wuwei, on the other hand, was kind enough to finish tormenting her and then go off to do his homework. Homework? Thinking of this, Yao Huarong tilted her head and looked at the desk. She hadn't started her homework yet, and she still hadn't reviewed Lu Qi's training. If she didn't hurry up, she didn't know how late she'd be staying up tonight. Yao Huarong gritted her teeth and got up. Just as she grabbed her pen, her eyes fell on her notebook and she stopped. It was only less than 2 months into the semester, and she was already almost halfway through this notebook. Just by looking at the notebook, everyone could tell she liked Lu Qi, right? So, in other people's eyes, did Lu Qi like her? No, they definitely couldn't tell, which was why no one had asked her for confirmation. After a long silence, Yao Huarong closed the notebook and put it aside. It was strange. She had been able to tolerate Lu Qi's coldness before, but why did she feel a bit overwhelmed once she realized that others also perceived Lu Qi's indifference towards her? Yao Huarong didn't dare to dwell on it. She quickly opened her workbook and immersed herself in the boundless ocean of learning. Chapter 600. The next day, upon arriving at class, Gu Qinghuan immediately gave a thumbs up, learning that Yuan Wuwei had easily arranged the meeting. Well done. Yuan Wuwei scratched the back of his head, a bit embarrassed. That's all thanks to the good guidance from the class monitor and the Discipline Inspection Commission. She lowered her hand and continued, I made an appointment with her to meet after school this afternoon. Is that okay with you? Of course not, Gu Qinghuan said readily. Where's the appointment? I go straight there after school. The last class this afternoon was a co-curricular, so it would be more time efficient to go their separate ways rather than meeting Yuan Wuwei first, and then looking for Yao Huarong. We're at the small square. I try to get there first, Yuan Wuwei replied. After all, Gu Qinghuan had never met Yao Huarong before, so Yuan Wuwei had to point her out. Gu Qinghuan nodded, indicating that he remembered, and then all he had to do was wait until school was over. Although the student union members gradually left after entering their senior year, Gu Qinghuan remained in her office. Originally, her position as secretary was created by Xia He, and subsequent duties were assigned by Gu Qinghuan herself. If a department was overwhelmed, she would lend a hand. After He Xuerong took over as president, he optimized and adjusted the work of each department based on his personal preferences. To the student union, He Xuerong was much friendlier than Xia He, more capable, and his collaboration with Vice President Yin Xixing was perfect. Overall, they were no less capable than the combination of Xia He and Bai Han's Han. This allowed the various departments to run more smoothly, and there was less need for Gu Qinghuan's help. Of course, more than all that, the significance of Gu Qinghuan as a secretary lies in better bonding the entire student union. A positive atmosphere allows a group to achieve greater results. The only regret for the student union is that there's only one Gu Qinghuan in the world. If another secretary like her were to appear, they have to wait for a lucky break. Thus, everyone cherished Gu Qinghuan's time with the student union and was determined not to let her go. Even if Gu Qinghuan wasn't doing anything, seeing her brought peace of mind. Gu Qinghuan, she's the anchor of the student union every day. After a good nap in the office at noon, even after 2 consecutive physics classes that afternoon, Gu Qinghuan managed to persevere through it with renewed energy. After school, Gu Qinghuan left the teaching building and headed straight for the small square. The other students were all heading toward the school gate, and since the small square and the clubs were in different directions, Gu Qinghuan quickly noticed someone walking the same way. The person was walking ahead of her, only about 10 steps away. The edges of her sleeves were lined with white, indicating she was a sophomore. Watching her stop in front of the small square and stand under a tree, looking around, Gu Qinghuan was certain she was most likely Yao Huarong. The people around her had mostly left, leaving only a few. Gu Qinghuan, also standing still, stood out, and Yao Huarong's gaze followed. She didn't recognize Gu Qinghuan immediately. Even though she had long heard of him and had seen his photo, matching him to the person in person still required some identification. But since Yao Huarong had looked over, Gu Qinghuan didn't bother to hide her identity. She walked up to Yao Huarong and smiled friendly. "Hello, is this Yao Huarong?" Yao Huarong was a little nervous. She recognized this senior from the 3rd year of high school as the legendary Gu Qinghuan. Her hands dropped, pinching the seam of her pants, her head lowered slightly. "I'm Yao Huarong. Are you Senior Gu?" Gu Qinghuan nodded and was about to say something else when she heard Yuan Wue call out, "Class monitor." Yuan Wue hurried over. "The teacher kept us here for a few minutes." "Yao Huarong, you're here too." Gu Qinghuan's figure had blocked her view earlier, so Yuan Wue hadn't seen Yao Huarong. Now that she saw her, she greeted her. "Hello, shall we chat here, or should we find a place to sit?" Yao Huarong glanced around. A few people kept passing by, their glances making her feel a little uneasy. She said quickly, "Let's find a place to sit." The 3 of them arrived at a small pavilion by the scenic lake. With no one around and the spacious surroundings, Yao Huarong visibly relaxed. Gu Qinghuan finally had time to observe Yao Huarong closely. Yuan Wue's previous description had given her the impression that she would appear reserved and gloomy. Yao Huarong's appearance was surprisingly impressive. Her face was round, and her European-style eyebrows, with their peaks raised, made her expression particularly vivid. Her features were also very three-dimensional, a vibrant and unforgettable sight. She was, however, a bit reserved. After sitting down, she didn't look directly at them, but instead stared at her hands, which lay on the stone table. Her hands remained intertwined, her right thumb pressed tightly against the base of her left, and she looked nervous. Since it was Yuan Wue who had initiated the meeting, it was natural for her to speak first. "I made my demands very clear last night. I hope you can apologize to me for your misunderstanding and delete the post." Yao Huarong couldn't help but hold her breath. She felt a little regretful. The pressure of the face-to-face meeting was greater than she had imagined. Both Yuan Wue's assertive attitude and Gu Qinghuan's quiet gaze on her made Yao Huarong feel breathless. She wasn't used to being stared at. She always felt that other people's gazes held malice towards her, just like the children who mocked her as a child. Only Lu Qi would stand before her to protect her. His back gave her peace of mind, and she only needed to keep her eyes on him. "Maybe you don't really have those feelings for Lu Qi," Yao Huarong said, mustering the courage to speak. "But you know what? He likes you." The moment she revealed this secret, Yao Huarong felt a moment of relief, and then regret. If she had exposed Lu Qi's secret crush without permission, he would surely blame her if he found out, right? However, when making this decision, Yao Huarong had mentally prepared herself for the possibility of blame. Only if Yuan Wue knew about this would she ruthlessly reject Lu Qi and distance herself from him completely. By the way, she also wanted to verify whether Yuan Wue truly knew nothing about this. Yuan Wue was genuinely shocked by this remark. Her eyes widened in surprise, her voice rising. "Huh? He likes me? Are you sure?" Yao Huarong shook her head firmly. I'm mistaken." Yuan Wue's rhythm was disrupted by this sudden news, and he subconsciously cast his gaze towards Gu Qinghuan beside him. Before she could even speak, Gu Qinghuan spoke up. "Let's put this aside for now." She maintained a polite smile. "You just admitted that Wue doesn't like Lu Qi. If that's the case, your post is a rumor. You like Lu Qi, and because Lu Qi likes Wue, you posted that post out of jealousy. That's the truth in my opinion. Please resolve your conflict with Wue first, then discuss your relationship. Your love for her isn't a reason to attack her. Can you apologize to Wue now?" Chapter 601. Yuan Wue was so eager to applaud Gu Qinghuan and give him a few shouts. "Look, our squad leader is so impressive." With just a few words, he's firmly in control of the conversation. Yao Huarong's face paled, then paled. Finally, she bowed her head to Yuan Wue and whispered, "I'm sorry, I delete this post right now." She then pulled out her phone, found the post, and quickly deleted it. Gu Qinghuan searched for the post's title on her phone, but when she found it, her expression softened. Although Yao Huarong's previous attitude had been somewhat unreasonable, her straightforward apology and deletion of the post showed she wasn't completely blinded by right or wrong. One could only say that she was truly blinded by her feelings of love. Yao Huarong put her phone away and looked at Gu Qinghuan, feeling a little apprehensive. The reputation of the squad leader of Class 3 was truly well-deserved. Just these words alone weighed heavily on her heart. But Gu Qinghuan was right. Lu Qi's liking for Yuan Wue had nothing to do with her actions. She was simply venting her jealousy towards him. Realizing this, Yao Huarong felt even more ashamed. She felt bewildered, unable to understand why she had become like this. She clearly just liked Lu Qi, and wanted Lu Qi to like her back. Why was it so difficult? Yao Huarong fell silent, and Yuan Wue relaxed considerably. All she wanted was an apology and deletion of the post. Regardless of Yao Huarong's sincerity, she had recorded it. With this evidence, even if Yao Huarong regretted it later, she wouldn't be afraid of being framed again. As for the post, everyone on the forum was discerning. They didn't misjudge Yao Huarong's post, nor did they reveal her true identity. Now that the post has been deleted, it's unlikely to cause any uproar, and it can be easily dismissed. The impact on Yuan Wue can be said to be minimal. Yuan Wue said cheerfully, "I accept your apology. I consider the issue between you and me closed. I won't pursue it further." However, while accepting it, she wouldn't forgive Yao Huarong just yet. All she could say was, as a high school senior, she didn't have the time to argue with Yao Huarong. After the college entrance exam, she would be heading off to a new world of her own. A minor incident like this wasn't worth her time and energy. Yao Huarong responded hesitantly, remaining silent for a few seconds before saying, "Then can you tell Lu Qi that you don't like him, so he can stop thinking about him?" Yuan Wue felt like rolling his eyes, but managed to hold it back. "He hasn't confessed to me yet. If I were to say something like that to him, wouldn't you be perplexed?" Gu Qinghuan added, "If Lu Qi knew you were the one who revealed his secret crush to her, wouldn't he blame you, or even hate you?" Seeing Yao Huarong lapse into silence again, Gu Qinghuan and Yuan Wue exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Yuan Wue leaned close to Gu Qinghuan's ear and whispered, "Although Lao Su did some stupid things when he was infatuated before, it seems Yao Huarong's case is more serious. After all, the people you like are different. How can you compare Yin Shishan and Lu Qi?" Gu Qinghuan replied quietly, "There's no such thing as high or low in feelings, but there are indeed differences in character between people you like." In Gu Qinghuan's opinion, the impact of Lu Qi's various behaviors on Yao Huarong was not positive at all. If liking someone only leads to your gradual degeneration, becoming unrecognizable, then that person is definitely not a good match for you. Yuan Wue glanced at Yao Huarong again, his expression becoming conflicted. During their time in the track and field club, Yuan Wue had a very good impression of Yao Huarong. Although Yao Huarong was primarily there for Lu Qi, she did a truly excellent job as an assistant. She would get up early to join the club members' morning exercises, helping everyone keep time and records, and she would also count and restock the logistics every day. Everyone's ability to freely race on the track was inseparable from support staff like Yao Huarong, and Yuan Wue was deeply grateful for her past help. More importantly, Yuan Wue could see Yao Huarong's dedication to Lu Qi, and seeing her kindness so wasted was a painful experience, even as a bystander. But was he really going to help Yao Huarong just like that? She still couldn't completely let go of the resentment in her heart. To be fair, she did harbor a tinge of malice. Thinking Yao Huarong's affection for someone like Lu Qi was entirely self-inflicted, and that she deserved what she become. But she knew full well that Yao Huarong wasn't entirely to blame. Lu Qi was the culprit who had caused her to become anxious and anxious, leading her to make the wrong choice. Perhaps the best approach was to simply stay out of the way, letting the two of them torment each other while she watched from the sidelines. The problem was, she couldn't do it. If she were that kind of person, she wouldn't have participated in any of Class 3's riots. Yuan Wue scratched his hair, looking at Yao Huarong with a gloomy face. "Hey, would you like to reconsider this?" Yao Huarong looked at Yuan Wue blankly. "What do you mean by reconsider?" Yuan Wue said, "Think about whether you still like Lu Qi. You've been so nice to him, but he doesn't respond or refuse. He's asking for everything. He's a complete scumbag." Yao Huarong's eyes widened. "What?" Yuan Wue didn't intend to give her a chance to interrupt. He continued quickly, "I don't know if you two are engaged or just secretly in love. Since you called him boyfriend in your post, then at least he promised you privately that he's really your boyfriend, right? Aye. Yao Huarong stuttered. We're engaged. Engaged and still liking me. Isn't that mental infidelity? Yuan Wuwei's eyes widened. Shameless. Gu Qinghuan's mouth twitched from trying to hold back a laugh. She couldn't laugh. She had to ensure the integrity of the recording. Yao Huarong wanted to say something in Lu Qi's defense, but she couldn't think of a rebuttal. Instead, she stumbled, maybe it's because I'm not good enough. You're not good enough. Is he blind? Besides, if he thought you were no good, why would he accept all the things you usually prepare for him? Yuan Wuwei scolded without restraint. I think he's actually feeling pretty good about it. He gets tangible benefits, while also suppressing you, and keeping you completely devoted. He's even mentally cheating, and you're still making a mistake. After saying this, Yao Huarong remained silent for a long time. Yuan Wuwei belatedly realized that he might have gone a little too far. She cleared her throat and awkwardly excused herself. Well, I just don't like it. A short sniffling sound was heard, and Yuan Wuwei looked up to see Yao Huarong, sitting across from him, biting her lower lip, her eyes red and filled with tears. Even though Yao Huarong tried hard to hold back her tears, she couldn't help it. Everything in her vision was blurry, a blur of color. With a plop, her tears landed on the stone table, instantly staining the light gray a grayish black. She choked back a sob. I don't know. I really don't know. What should I do? What should I become to make him like me? Chapter 602. Seeing Yao Huarong crying so hard, Yuan Wuwei felt a pang of pity. She searched her pockets, but couldn't find any tissues. Luckily, Gu Qinghuan had brought some and handed her a pack. Yuan Wuwei quickly opened it, pulled out a tissue, walked over to Yao Huarong, and pressed it directly against her face. The tears were absorbed by the tissue, and her blurred vision cleared again. However, the soreness and astringency didn't subside, and the tears continued to flow. Yao Huarong clutched the tissue, choking as she repeated her previous question, what should I do? Yuan Wuwei felt a throbbing pain in his temples. This wasn't just lovesickness anymore, was it? Had Lu Qi cast a spell on Yao Huarong? Gu Qinghuan rubbed his ears and abruptly asked, is that Lu Qi over there? Yao Huarong closed her mouth reflexively, forcing herself to stop sobbing. She quickly wiped away her tears, then raised her head and looked around. She saw no one. Gu Qinghuan calmly asked, can you calm down now? Although she realized she'd been tricked, the distraction and interruption of her original mood did calm Yao Huarong down considerably. She sniffed and whispered, I know I look ridiculous like this. Huh? Gu Qinghuan tilted his head. No, not at all. To love someone so passionately is an unforgettable experience. Yao Huarong stared at Gu Qinghuan blankly. She expected a fierce accusation and subconsciously resisted, so when she heard this affirmative assessment, she was completely bewildered. Gu Qinghuan asked Yuan Wuwei to return to his seat and suddenly asked, do you really want Lu Qi to like you? Of course. Yao Huarong answered without hesitation. This was her long-held wish. Gu Qinghuan touched his chin. In your opinion, what are his advantages? Yao Huarong immediately said, he is very good to me. Yuan Wuwei rolled his eyes to the sky, while Gu Qinghuan looked unmoved. Where is the specific manifestation? When I was a child, I was laughed at by others. He protected me and beat those who laughed at me. Yao Huarong tried to prove it to the person she liked. Oh, Gu Qinghuan blinked. You said it was when you were a child, so now? I mean in the past year? How has he been nice to you? Yao Huarong opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but frames of pictures flashed through her mind, but nothing came out. No! Gu Qinghuan's tone was very calm, not sarcastic at all. However, to Yao Huarong's ears, it felt like a handful of coptis was thrown into her mouth, which was full of bitterness. Yao Huarong's voice cracked. He picks me up and drops me off every day. If he didn't, would your family arrange a car? Gu Qinghuan made a hypothesis. Yao Huarong hesitated. Yes. Yes. Or rather, before Lu Qi returned to Hotao, it was the Yao family who provided a car to take Yao Huarong and Lu Qi to school together. Gu Qinghuan said bluntly, then his car ride was just a trivial gesture to you, a gesture you didn't need. Yao Huarong had no reason to refute her, and could only remain silent. I have a few more questions. Can I ask more? Gu Qinghuan was polite. Yao Huarong wanted to cover her ears. Gu Qinghuan's tone was so gentle, yet why did every word feel as cold and sharp as an ice knife? She was frozen, unable to move, and could only acquiesce to Gu Qinghuan's question. Gu Qinghuan's next question made Yao Huarong relax a little. If you can't say anything good about him, can you tell me his strengths? She deliberately ignored the first half of the sentence and focused on the second, quickly saying, he's very diligent in both study and training. He has excellent grades and is very good-looking. Yuan Wue silently scratched his ears. These strengths weren't that unique. There were already people like him in Class 3. Like Xie Xiangxue and Ji Tianxiao. Gu Qinghuan listened intently. After Yao Huarong finished her lingering speech, she asked, "So what do you think are your strengths?" Yao Huarong paused and said, somewhat awkwardly, I'm so far behind Lu Qi. Gu Qinghuan was just about to gently nudge Yuan Wu's leg under the table, signaling her to step up, but before her leg even touched, Yuan Wu leaped up. Oh my god, how are you any worse than him? Yuan Wu was utterly shocked. You're not serious. I see you're really diligent in taking notes on everyone's grades. I don't know how good your grades are, but I remember Lu Qi borrowing your notes. If you weren't good in school, why would he have borrowed yours? Not to mention your face. You're so pretty. Yao Huarong blushed instantly at the compliment, not knowing where to put her hands. No, not as good as you say. I'm not good at sports. That's all an assistant can do. Although I'm used to taking notes, my grades aren't that good, and my luck is pretty bad. I didn't even manage to review the key points for the exam. My face, too, is too round. It looks fat on camera. I wish I had a more oval face. Yuan Wu slapped his forehead, angrily exclaiming, You're too hard on yourself. Can you please look at your own strengths? Yao Huarong felt her head buzzing. Yuan Wu's slap felt like it was her own forehead. Her strengths? Could these weaknesses of hers actually be strengths? Gu Qinghuan cleared his throat. Well, I heard, Yao Huarong, you used to be in the debate club. I'm curious, how are you doing there? When Lu Qi and I were partners, the senior said we were great. Yao Huarong lowered her head. But if it weren't for Lu Qi, aren't there 4 debaters in a debate? Debaters on the same team are bound to cooperate. If you don't cooperate well with the other debaters, the seniors won't praise you, right? Gu Qinghuan said patiently. So, it's not because of Lu Qi that you're so good, but you were already good. She paused for a few seconds, observing Yao Huarong's expression, making sure she had digested his words before continuing. Also, you said you were unlucky and didn't review enough. Is that true? Since you take good notes, you must have memorized all the key points for the exam. Did you really neglect it, or was it because? She spoke word by word. You spent so much time and energy helping Lu Qi review that you neglected your own? Yuan Wu almost slammed the table in anger. If that was true, Lu Qi was a complete burden to Yao Huarong. Yao Huarong clearly couldn't accept such an assessment. She stood up abruptly and shook her head vigorously. No, Lu Qi isn't like that. I just. She couldn't finish her words. She was so panicked that her only option was to run away. Gu Qinghuan watched her fleeing figure and shouted, Do you prefer oval faces? Or do you think Lu Qi would like them? Don't find flaws in your own face just to suit other people's tastes. Yao Huarong paused, but without turning back, she ran further and further away. Yuan Wu slumped down on the stone table and muttered, Squad leader, will this help? I don't know, Gu Qinghuan replied. Anyway, I'm not happy if you don't say it. Everyone had already fled, and today's situation had to end here. While she didn't know what effect this conversation would have on Yao Huarong, Yuan Wu had achieved her goal. Logically, she could leave Yao Huarong alone, but how could she not? Yuan Wu's fighting spirit was ignited. She simply couldn't bear to see such a good girl dragged down like this. She was determined to take charge of this matter. Chapter 603. Yao Huarong sat in the car on the way home, her ears still ringing with Gu Qinghuan's words. She didn't want to recall them, but the voice in her head kept repeating them over and over. Every word Gu Qinghuan said was like a chisel, hammering at her heart. She kept thinking she wasn't worthy, that she had no qualities that could compare to Lu Qi, but was that really the case? Is she truly worthless? Or does she think too highly of Lu Qi? Yao Huarong couldn't think clearly. She could only sit blankly in the back seat, her eyes fixed on the view outside the car window. Because she had to talk with Yuan Wu, Yao Huarong hadn't attended today's club activities. Unsure when the conversation would end, she told Lu Qi not to wait for her and to take her home. Yao Huarong thought again of the phrase, You don't need this kindness. She now had an idea for a rebuttal. Why wouldn't she? This kindness allowed her to see the person she loved more often, which was good for her, but could she really say that in front of Gu Qinghuan? Yao Huarong didn't have that kind of confidence. She could imagine what Gu Qinghuan would ask her in return. Did this benefit really make her happy? No. Whenever she stood in front of Lu Qi, she seemed to be constantly tormented by negative emotions, like inferiority, constantly unhappy, and feeling a deep sense of bitterness. Yao Huarong's nose felt sore. She tilted her head, leaned against the car window, and closed her eyes to stop the tears from flowing. Back home, Yao Huarong tried her best to appear calm and greeted her mother. Yao Ryue, I'm back. Yao Ryue had been sitting on the sofa, watching an interview on her tablet. When she heard Yao Huarong's voice, she paused the conversation and stood up, saying, Rong's back? Your dad's not home tonight, so I asked Annie to make something simple. Before she could finish her words, Yao Ryue caught sight of Yao Huarong's face and immediately fell silent. Being stared at by her mother, Yao Huarong felt a little guilty, and her voice trailed off. Mom? Have you been crying? Yao Ryue hurried over, cupping Yao Huarong's face, her brow furrowed. Who bullied you? As she spoke the last half of the sentence, Yao Ryue's tone became quite serious. Yao Huarong shook her head frantically. No one bullied me. Could it be that kid Lucci? Yao Ryue's brow furrowed even further. Yao Huarong was stunned and asked hesitantly, Mom, you? She paused, then continued, Do you think Lucci would bully me? He wouldn't bully you, he'd treat you badly. Hearing Yao Huarong's words, Yao Ryue felt a little relieved. It seemed her daughter wasn't being bullied. She lowered her hand and spoke earnestly. Although we watched Lucci grow up, his father has neglected him since he was young. He only came back to find him when he had no hope, and he actually followed his father. Whatever his reasons, we've been with him for so many years, can't you tell us? This child is so secretive, and you're so foolishly clinging to him, making him so vulnerable. Yao Huarong was a little stunned. Mom, why didn't you tell me this before? Yao Ryue poked her forehead with a look of disapproval. It's because you love him so much that you won't listen if I say anything bad about him to your father. If Yao Huarong hadn't brought up the subject today, Yao Ryue wouldn't have dared to speak up, fearing she'd anger her daughter and send her running back to her room. Yao Ryue pulled Yao Huarong to sit on the sofa, and she didn't even bother eating dinner. She explained everything first. She was too embarrassed to mention her post accusing Yuan Wue of this, so she could only vaguely say she met 2 senior students who were trying to persuade her to face reality. After hearing this, Yao Ryue wanted nothing more than to applaud Yuan Wue and Gu Qinghuan. She and the child's father had been racking their brains over the matter between Yao Huarong and Lucci. While, as someone with experience, Lucci's feelings for Yao Huarong were likely genuine, young people often have their flaws in relationships, and they worried Yao Huarong would suffer because of this immaturity. Yao Huarong, however, was stubborn and, having made up her mind about Lucci, refused to change. Yao Ryue had been trying to find a solution to her daughter's lovesickness, but with little success. It seems that the words of peers are more effective than those of elders. Looking at Yao Huarong's sullen expression, Yao Ryue sighed inwardly, put her arm around her daughter, and said gently, Rong, you should understand that those 2 seniors aren't deliberately trying to sow discord between you and Xiaolu. Yao Huarong nodded silently, and Yao Ryue continued, Mom hopes you can take this opportunity to think carefully about your next steps, okay? In fact, she really wanted Yao Huarong to take the initiative to approach the 2 seniors, but considering her daughter's personality, she probably wouldn't be able to bring herself to do it anytime soon, so it was better to let things take their own course. After her mother said that, Yao Huarong could only say dryly, I understand. Yao Ryue secretly decided to observe her daughter closely for the next period of time. A cheerful smile played on her face as she said, Okay, let's have dinner now. She took Yao Huarong's hand and stood up, walking to the dining table and sitting down. She found the food much more delicious. Yao Huarong hadn't rested well that night. Even in her dreams, Gu Qinghuan's questions and Yuan Wui's scolding seemed to resonate. No, sharpening seems a bit too much. No matter how tough Yuan Wue acted, Yao Huarong could sense that he cared deeply for her, recognized her strengths, and genuinely cared for her. Because she hadn't slept well, Yao Huarong was still a little confused the next morning after waking up and leaving the house. Halfway through the drive, Yao Huarong's phone rang. Yao Huarong narrowed her eyes and pressed the answer button. Hello. A familiar voice rang through the receiver, snapping her awake. Why didn't you wait for me this morning? It was Lucci. Yao Huarong's eyes widened, realizing belatedly that she hadn't waited for Lucci to pick her up this morning. She stammered, I got up early this morning and went straight out the door after breakfast. I didn't wait for you. I'm sorry. Yao Huarong's voice grew quieter as she uttered the word sorry. She seemed to be constantly apologizing to Lucci, as if she had committed some horrible mistake, feeling guilty, self-blaming, and anxious, then trying to make amends. But was this really okay? As Yuan Wue had said, was she being too hard on herself? While she was silent, Lucci sighed. Forget it, go to school by yourself. I'll be back later. Yao Huarong replied timidly, and even after hanging up, she remained somewhat distracted. It wasn't until the driver called her twice that she came to her senses. She realized they were already at the school gate and quickly got out. Before she even reached the gate, she heard a powerful shout. Yao! Hua! Rong! Yao Huarong was startled and turned to see Yuan Wuwei running towards her like a charging bull. Compared to her frail self, Yuan Wuwei was in good spirits, ready to chase rabbits with vigor. Even though she had no idea what Yuan Wuwei was up to, Yao Huarong felt the urge to run. The problem was, she couldn't outrun him. Rather, before she even turned around, Yuan Wuwei was already in front of her, his eyes fixed on her. Good morning, senior, Yao Huarong greeted dryly. What's going on? You ran away yesterday. Yuan Wuwei stared at her intently. This conversation has been forced to end. Yao Huarong wanted to run even more. She instinctively wanted to apologize, but Yuan Wuwei spoke first. I think your problem is very serious. I want to help you solve it. So, I stay with you for a while, so you can realize just how amazing you really are. Chapter 604. Although Gu Qinghuan sensed that Yuan Wuwei was unhappy when chatting with Yao Huarong yesterday, everyone in Class 3 already had a strong sense of justice, and Yuan Wuwei was a leader among them, full of initiative. So, Gu Qinghuan wasn't surprised to hear that Yuan Wuwei wanted to help Yao Huarong build a sense of self-identity. It's a good thing you're so kind, but you also need to focus on your studies. Gu Qinghuan patted Yuan Wuwei on the shoulder. If you need to borrow notes or ask about a problem, just ask. Yuan Wuwei readily agreed, of course. If I'm too busy, I definitely drag someone else into this. Fan Ziren, who sat at the next table, sighed dejectedly. He was the first one to be dragged into this. He and Yuan Wuwei had the same extracurricular classes, so whether it was notes or classroom questions, Yuan Wuwei would always ask him first. However, Fan Ziren already knew about Yao Huarong's situation, so when Yuan Wuwei asked him for help, he agreed without hesitation. Other people's relationships were none of his business, and he didn't want to meddle. The problem was that this melon was incredibly unpalatable, so unpalatable that Fan Ziren felt the person who had grown it deserved a beating. Unable to participate, he could only assist Yuan Wuwei, hoping that Yuan Wuwei would handle the matter, give the melon a happy ending, and that he could enjoy a good melon. Yuan Wuwei acted immediately. Yao Huarong was her friend, so she could message her directly if she had any questions. So that same day, she arranged for lunch with Yao Huarong. To be honest, Yuan Wuwei thought Yao Huarong wouldn't agree, or at least not so quickly. To her surprise, not long after she sent the message, she received a reply from Yao Huarong. Yao Huarong, okay, after school at noon, I wait for Senior Yuan in front of the grade 12 building. Frightened, Yuan Wuwei ran to Gu Qinghuan, class monitor. Is she being threatened and deliberately sending unusual messages to remind me to rescue her? Gu Qinghuan solemnly said, what you need to do now is watch less crime movies. Yuan Wuwei scratched his head, trying to defend himself. Don't you think her words are unusual? It's a little unusual, but I'm more inclined to think she's touched by you, and is willing to try to accept your kindness, Gu Qinghuan said. Regardless, Yao Huarong apologized yesterday and deleted the post. From this point of view, her love sickness isn't beyond redemption. And she was able to answer Gu Qinghuan's questions properly yesterday, even if she was speechless, without being stubborn. This suggests that she subconsciously longs for someone to help her. She doesn't want to be completely trapped in an unhealthy, or even wrong relationship. Despite Yuan Wuwei's reckless behavior, it was just right for someone as passive as Yao Huarong. Even if Yao Huarong was trying to convince herself not to trust others and to continue to like Lu Qi, she also felt that she couldn't refuse Yuan Wuwei, so she had no choice but to agree. Call her wavering or fence-sitter, at least it made things easier for Yuan Wuwei. After hearing Gu Qinghuan's analysis, Yuan Wuwei suddenly realized something and felt even more motivated. Great. This shows she can still be helpful. I work hard at noon. Do you need me to accompany you? Gu Qinghuan asked. Yuan Wuwei subconsciously wanted to nod, but then thought of something and quickly shook her head. No, I do it myself. Fearing Gu Qinghuan might overthink things, she explained, it's not that I think you're unreliable. On the contrary, our class monitor is the most reliable. It's just that every time everyone has a problem, they come to you, class monitor, for help, so I wondered if I could help ease your burden a little. She was a senior in high school, and so was Gu Qinghuan. Yuan Wuwei's family didn't have high expectations for her grades. As long as she maintained her current level, she'd be fine. But Gu Qinghuan was different. The students in Class 3 all knew their class monitor's family background. Even with Gu Qinghuan's talent, she could have excelled in any field in the future. At this stage, if she could improve, why not? So Yuan Wue wanted to rely on her own strength to help Yao Huarong as much as possible, not adding too much trouble to Gu Qinghuan. If I really can't solve it, I ask you for help again, Yuan Wue said. Okay. Gu Qinghuan readily agreed. But there's one thing I need to correct. Yuan Wue looked at her strangely. Gu Qinghuan laughed. Neither you nor anyone else in the class is a problem to me. You trust me, so you ask me for help. I'm glad I can help you. Yuan Wue felt a little embarrassed. He scratched his cheek, said, I try hard at noon, and quickly ran back to his seat. Jiang Chuchu poked Gu Qinghuan's shoulder with the cap of her pen and declared confidently, I'm not a problem. I'm your support. Gu Qinghuan nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. So, Mr. Backer, please explain this problem with a non-restrictive attributive clause to me. Jiang Chuchu reached out, took Gu Qinghuan's workbook, and began to analyze the question's purpose and solution. The last class of the morning was a supplementary class, and Yuan Wue's classroom was still on the 4th floor. To get to the second-year teaching building as soon as possible, Yuan Wue deliberately switched seats with the students at the back door, so he could run as soon as get out of class was over. She was lucky. The teacher didn't extend the class. As soon as get out of class was dismissed, Yuan Wue grabbed his bag and ran. Yao Huarong was still walking down the stairs when she heard a student in front of her exclaim, Wow, there's a senior from the 3rd grade running this way. He's running so fast. Yao Huarong quickly squeezed through the gap between the students in front of her. Looking up, she saw Yuan Wue, like a whirlwind, stopping steadily not far ahead of her. Upon seeing her, Yuan Wue immediately waved enthusiastically, Here. I see you. The surrounding students looked around, their gazes fixed on Yao Huarong. Yao Huarong felt her face flush, a little embarrassed by so many people's gazes. She kept her head down and trotted towards Yuan Wue. Senior Yuan, you're too conspicuous like this, Yao Huarong whispered. No one will notice. Yuan Wue firmly grasped her face, motioning for her to look around. If you don't believe me, look. Yao Huarong shrank back in shock, only to find that no one was looking at them when she half closed her eyes. Yuan Wue's sprint had indeed drawn attention, but once they realized she was only there to reunite with Yao Huarong, they stopped paying much attention. When meeting friends, it's good to be able to find them. Being conspicuous is more convenient. Seeing Yao Huarong relax, Yuan Wue withdrew his hand with satisfaction. Am I right? Yao Huarong nodded involuntarily. I'm overthinking it. Not that many people would stare at me. No, I think quite a lot of people would notice you. Yuan Wue said bluntly, if they ran into each other face to face, they would definitely notice you. Because you're so beautiful. No. Yao Huarong was a little anxious. Yuan Wue thought for a moment, and quickly corrected her. That means I would definitely notice you. In my eyes, you're just beautiful. Yao Huarong felt the heat in her cheeks rising. Was the way to make her realize how great she was just to keep praising her? Chapter 605. Yuan Wue's way of expressing his kindness was simple, constant praise. Her family had always been encouraging, and she heard it so often since she was little, making it a natural skill. As a result, Yao Huarong heard the most enthusiastic compliments she received in years. She couldn't understand how someone could compliment someone in so many ways. He praised her for ordering a healthy combination of meat and vegetables, for her good dining etiquette, for cherishing her food and eating it cleanly. These things are really insignificant. There's nothing to praise about them. Yao Huarong felt a little numb. After hearing so much praise, Yao Huarong was no longer as nervous and shy as she had been at the beginning. Rather, she felt a surge of confidence. If these are strengths, it seems she has quite a few. Yuan Wue blinked. How can they be insignificant? They are strengths. Do you think this means you're self-disciplined? And isn't self-discipline a strength? Yao Huarong reluctantly agreed. If you put it that way, self-discipline is certainly a strength, but... Yuan Wue interrupted her. Are you trying to say that even if it's a strength, it shouldn't be praised so highly? Yao Huarong nodded, and Yuan Wue immediately said, that's what you need to praise. That way you know you're amazing, and that others shouldn't belittle you. Actually, no one is belittling me. Yao Huarong finally found a chance to interrupt. But Yuan Wue just stared at her. You clearly look down on yourself. Yao Huarong was stunned, speechless. Did she look down on herself? She knew her family background was good, and she knew her parents loved her dearly, even though she had no significant hobbies or interests, and wasn't very sociable. Yao Huarong paused, then thought, wait. She seemed to have begun to find her own shortcomings. This realization plunged Yao Huarong into silence. She hadn't noticed how she unconsciously been finding fault with herself. Yao Huarong remained silent, and Yuan Wuwei had no idea what she was thinking. However, he wouldn't forget what needed to be done. The two had already finished lunch, and Yuan Wuwei dragged Yao Huarong along to the track and field club. No one showed up for the track and field club at noon, and Yao Huarong was initially curious why Yuan Wuwei had brought her along. Then he stopped in front of the locked club lounge, turned to look at her, and said, "Open the door." Yao Huarong instinctively shoved her right hand into her pocket and grasped the key. "How did you know I had the key?" "I noticed a tear in the sponge bag I used for high jump. I was planning to report it to the club president, but I was so busy that day that I forgot." The next day, it had been repaired, Yuan Wuwei said. "I asked the club president, and he said you discovered the problem while taking inventory of the equipment that night, and fixed it the next day at noon while everyone was away. Later, when I was wandering around at noon, I stopped by the club and often see you busy in the lounge, so I figured you must have the key." Yao Huarong pulled the key from her pocket and said slowly, as she opened the door, "You knew?" "Yes." Yuan Wuwei nodded happily. "Not just me, but several others know too, and everyone's very grateful to you. It's just that Yao Huarong usually treated the club members in a businesslike manner and was rather reserved, so no one had a chance to express their gratitude." Once they entered the lounge, Yuan Wuwei ran in first. Yao Huarong was startled when she saw her open someone else's locker after opening her own. "That's someone else's locker." "Don't worry," Yuan Wuwei waved his hand. "She told me long ago that if you want something for you, you can just open her locker." "Something for her?" While Yao Huarong was stunned, Yuan Wuwei had already dug out a few more things from the lockers of several other seniors. He excitedly pulled her to sit down at the table in the lounge. Ding ding. Yuan Wuwei piled the unearthed items in front of Yao Huarong and clapped his hands. "These are all for you." There was beautifully packaged hand cream, Yao Huarong's favorite brand of lipstick, a pen case tied with a red ribbon, and a leather notebook she had wanted to buy but hadn't managed to snag. Yuan Wuwei explained the origins of the gifts one by one, and Yao Huarong realized that someone had noticed that her hands and lips were severely peeling last fall and winter, and that someone had secretly observed her favorite brands of pens and journals. As seniors, we should treat all juniors equally, but people always have preferences. Yuan Wuwei said this, feeling a little guilty. She could only quietly remind Yao Huarong, "Keep these gifts safe and don't tell anyone." Yao Huarong looked at the gifts on the table and pursed her lips. "But I posted something like that on the forum." "Let's put it this way," Yuan Wuwei said. "We don't want to deny your past efforts. Besides, haven't you already apologized to me?" Yuan Wuwei silently added, but she didn't intend to forgive Yao Huarong just yet. Of course, if Yao Huarong could get rid of Lu Qi, she would forgive her on the basis of her reformation. Yao Huarong said nothing more, simply examining the gifts again and again, caressing them lovingly, and finally firmly pushing them back to Yuan Wuwei. "I can't accept them. Or rather, I'm not worthy enough to accept them right now." She lowered her head, her hands clenched into fists in her lap. The senior's kindness made her feel ashamed. She had originally joined the track and field club as an assistant simply to get along with Lu Qi, not to mention her long-held ill will towards Yuan Wuwei. How could she have the nerve to accept the senior's gifts under these circumstances? Yuan Wuwei observed her expression, thought for a moment, and said readily, "Okay, I tell everyone to give these gifts to the president before you leave. When you feel you're worthy enough to accept them, you can ask him for them again." Yao Huarong wanted to say she didn't know how long that would take, but when she looked up and saw Yuan Wuwei's serious expression, she shut up again. This time, she truly felt the senior's favoritism. It was clearly her fault, but Yuan Wuwei was still willing to help her, grateful for her past efforts. Yao Huarong felt like crying again, but this time it was out of guilt and shame. She held it back, mainly because if she cried now, Yuan Wuwei would definitely comfort her, and she didn't want to burden him with any more worries. Yuan Wuwei was busy putting the gifts back in their respective lockers, and didn't notice Yao Huarong's expression. By the time she came back, Yao Huarong's mood had calmed down. "If there's nothing else, let's go," Yuan Wuwei said. Yao Huarong nodded quickly. She followed Yuan Wuwei out of the club lounge, locked the door, and finally mustered the courage to say, "Senior, She wanted to say that she would reflect on her attitude, and that Yuan Wuwei didn't need to accompany her every day. She didn't want to interfere with his study time. But before she could finish her words, a male voice suddenly rang out from beside her. "Senior Yuan?" Lu Qi's voice was filled with surprise. He took a few steps closer, and spotted Yao Huarong beside Yuan Wuwei. He hesitated and added, "Huarong, why are you here too?" Yao Huarong felt bitter. It sounded as if she shouldn't be here. But Yuan Wue wasn't planning on acting out some youth pain story. She bluntly asked, "What do you mean? Can't I be with Yao Huarong? Isn't she our club's assistant? Why can't she just show up at the club entrance?" Chapter 606. For rhetorical questions flowed in a single breath, leaving Lu Qi speechless. He couldn't understand why his usually friendly senior had suddenly become so hostile towards him. Lu Qi's gaze drifted to Yao Huarong, who was also stunned. Then, realizing something, he frowned and asked, "Huarong, did you say something to the senior?" Yao Huarong paused, then belatedly realized what Lu Qi meant. He suspected Yao Huarong had spoken ill of him in front of Yuan Wue, which was why Yuan Wue treated him this way. This time, Yao Huarong felt not only bitter but also pale. Yuan Wue was just too lazy to think, which didn't mean she was stupid. It's more like the students in Class 3 have seen a significant increase in their emotional intelligence under Gu Qingwan's leadership. She immediately understood Lu Qi's meaning and clenched her fist. If she hadn't had some sense, she would have thrown a punch. Yuan Wue suppressed his annoyance. Yao Huarong didn't say anything. "I only came to the club because I had something to ask her. Now that things are settled, we're leaving. Goodbye." After saying this, Yuan Wue turned, took Yao Huarong's hand, and strode away, not wanting to even glance at Lu Qi. Yao Huarong followed Yuan Wue, absent-minded and stumbling. She wanted to look back at Lu Qi, to explain to him that she hadn't said anything bad about him in front of him. But her neck was so stiff, her limbs were so stiff, even her eyes and tongue seemed unable to move. So she didn't look at Lu Qi, only at Yuan Wue's back as he walked ahead of her. The hem of his school uniform swung through the air in a neat arc as the boy walked. Yao Huarong was inexplicably reminded of the butterflies fluttering along the country roads, seemingly within reach, yet always deftly eluding her fingers and flying away. She subconsciously moved her fingers, trying to catch the butterfly. The feeling of restraint in her fingers reminded her of Yuan Wue's hand. However, to Yuan Wue, Yao Huarong's subtle movement signaled a struggle. By now, the two had walked quite a distance, and Lu Qi was no longer in sight. Yuan Wue, assuming Yao Huarong was unaccustomed to being held by someone's hand, quickly let go, scratching the back of his head, trying to explain, "I think Lu Qi misunderstood you and thought you'd be sad, so I wanted to take you away." Yao Huarong closed her fingers and whispered, "Thank you, senior." "Why should I thank you? I was almost about to punch him just now." Yuan Wue gritted his teeth, clenching his right fist and pounding it hard against his left palm. If he weren't worried about the negative repercussions of a catastrophic incident, Yuan Wue would have wanted to punch Lu Qi several times. "You can't hit him," Yao Huarong said. Yuan Wue's face fell, thinking Yao Huarong's love obsession was truly deep-seated. He hadn't expected her next words to be, "That caused you trouble." Yao Huarong felt a little uncharacteristic after she finished speaking, and stared at her toes in confusion. She was right. Mingda's disciplinary department was very strict. If campus violence occurred, they would definitely criticize and punish Yuan Wue. Lu Qi is a good student, good-looking, and popular person. If Yuan Wue beats him, who knows what impact it will have on himself? Yuan Wue was a senior in the senior year, with the college entrance exam less than a year away. Yao Huarong didn't want anything to happen to her at such a critical moment. After hearing her say this, Yuan Wue thought for a long time before blurting out, "Are you worried about me?" Yao Huarong nodded, yes. She was indeed worried about Yuan Wue. After all, he had just gained the favor of the seniors, so how could she let them down? Yuan Wue couldn't help but ask, puzzled, "Don't you like Lu Qi? Why aren't you worried about him?" Yao Huarong was stunned, then realized belatedly that she hadn't considered the pain and injury Lu Qi might suffer if he got beaten. Is it because Yuan Wue won't beat Lu Qi seriously, so there's no need to worry? Or is Yuan Wue more important than Lu Qi? Yao Huarong herself found this assumption outrageous. She had liked Lu Qi for so many years. How could there be someone more important than Lu Qi? The former hypothesis is more likely. Compared with the few punches Lu Qi received, Yuan Wue was punished more severely, so she had to think about Yuan Wue. She hesitated and said, "I just think that you are a senior in high school and should not be affected by this kind of thing." But Yuan Wue didn't think so. In her opinion, this was a good sign. Regardless of Yao Huarong's reason for ignoring Lu Qi this time, she just didn't care about Lu Qi. This is a definite fact. With a good start, wouldn't the next step be a logical progression? Yuan Wue was full of confidence at this moment. Yao Huarong hated Lu Qi and was just around the corner. She showed a big smile, pulled Yao Huarong around in a circle, and said happily, "Thank you for caring about me so much." Yao Huarong started to feel embarrassed again. She tried to explain, "I didn't. I just wanted to repay you." Yuan Wue wouldn't listen. She let go of his hand and said seriously, "Okay, lunch break is almost over. You should go back to class and rest. I have to go back to prepare for afternoon classes. By the way, I be attending the club activities after school today. Will you be going too?" Yao Huarong could only reply, "I be going." Of course she would. She hadn't been training with Lu Qi for the past 2 days, and didn't know how he was doing. She couldn't put it off any longer. "That's fine. We talk then." With that, Yuan Wue hummed a little tune and walked away. She decided to share this good news with Gu Qinghuan. Watching her leave, Yao Huarong felt as if her butterfly had flown even more joyfully. She stood there for a moment before silently walking towards the first-year teaching building. In any case, she had actually had a wonderful lunch today, if Lu Qi hadn't shown up. She didn't realize what this thought meant, but she felt a little annoyed when she remembered Lu Qi interrupting her. Let's talk about it later during club time. She couldn't let Yuan Wue worry about her. Unfortunately, when the club activities started, Yuan Wue was busy helping her get various equipment and asking about her training, leaving Yao Huarong no time to talk about it. And Yuan Wue was praising her again, not just himself, but also others. He said her assistant work was excellent, and everyone could see it. The president also said she was more than just an assistant. She was fully capable of being a coach. With Yuan Wue, such an outgoing person, around, Yao Huarong couldn't remain silent at all. Seeing this, the other club members also excitedly came to talk to her. "Actually, I've been wanting to talk to you for a while. Can you give me some of the training notes you made for Lu Qi? How do you make that coconut water smoothie Lu Qi drank last time? I want some too." It was the first time Yao Huarong had been surrounded by such enthusiasm. Bewildered, she looked around, subconsciously searching for Lu Qi. However, before she found Lu Qi, she was met with Yuan Wue's smiling face. "Look," Yuan Wue winked at her. "Let me tell you, everyone really likes you. Your excellence is obvious to everyone." How could she describe her feelings at that moment? Her heart was itching, as if a butterfly had landed, sprinkling its rainbow-colored scales across her heart. Chapter 607. Yuan Wue was busy building Yao Huarong's confidence, but it didn't affect her studies much. This was mainly due to Fan Xiren's good supervision. He felt that he had taken on the responsibility of tutoring Yuan Wue, so he had to keep an eye on her. Yuan Wue only visited Yao Huarong during lunch break and after school, or texted her during recess. During normal breaks, Yuan Wue had his own things to do. Fan Xiren used this time to review Yuan Wue's notes, to see if she had missed anything, and give her extra lessons. The problem was that their grades were similar, and during the extra lessons, they stared blankly at each other. What did the teacher say about this question? I think it was. Why can't I remember? As a result, the two of them worked hard together, which actually helped them remember the course content more deeply, and achieve better learning results. When the midterm exam results came out, Yuan Wue had actually improved. Gu Qinghuan's grades were also stable this time. She assessed her current grasp of the key points in each subject, and had a clearer idea of her upcoming review plan. She could now focus more on Yuan Wue's assignments. Over the past 2 weeks, her knowledge of Yao Huarong's situation had largely come from Yuan Wue's accounts. In addition, she contacted a member of the Student Union Sports Department, who had connections in the track and field club, and could help her understand the club's situation. Thankfully, both Yuan Wue and the members' acquaintances felt that the atmosphere in the track and field club had been quite positive recently, and Yao Huarong was getting along better with the members. Yuan Wue was still basking in his own academic progress when Gu Qinghuan approached him. "How are you handling Yao Huarong's situation?" "Excellent." Yuan Wue gave a thumbs up. "She's been getting along really well with the club members lately. She's more cheerful than before. I heard she's made a few new friends in class." At this point, Yuan Wue couldn't help but grumble. "Let me tell you, Yao Huarong hardly interacted with anyone else in the class except Lu Qi. Although she joined the class group, she's even more lurking there than Ouyang Wushuang." Ouyang Wushuang, upon hearing her name, immediately retorted, "I'm not lurking, I'm just peeking." Tao Shinqing, sitting in front of her, silently rolled his eyes. "Does peeking sound better than lurking?" Gu Qinghuan coughed and brought the subject back. "So Yao Huarong is doing much better now." "That's right." Yuan Wue bristled at the mention of this. Her constant praise of Yao Huarong must have paid off. "So how is she getting along with Lu Qi lately?" Gu Qinghuan asked. Yuan Wue reluctantly recalled, "Although she's still taking training notes for Lu Qi, from what I heard, they're not as detailed as before. She's also sharing a lot of her experiences with others, so of course she doesn't have time to bother with Lu Qi." "Does Lu Qi have any objections? Like, Is he angry? Gu Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. Yuan Wue wanted to raise a fist. How dare Lu Qi have any objections? He really wanted to get punched, but seeing Gu Qinghuan's serious question, she thought for a moment. It seems he does have some objections. I haven't been training lately, just hanging around Yao Huarong, and sometimes I can feel Lu Qi looking at her. But during club activities, I didn't see Lu Qi contact Yao Huarong on his own initiative. As for whether they keep in touch regularly, I don't know. Yao Huarong hasn't mentioned Lu Qi to me much lately. It's not that she doesn't like him anymore, but she's just been so busy that she's been a little distracted from him, right? Gu Qinghuan nodded thoughtfully. Then do you know how others perceive the changes in Yao Huarong and Lu Qi? I do know, Yuan Wue said immediately. The members of the track and field club had previously thought Yao Huarong's affection was too servile. Now, seeing Yuan Wue proactively helping Yao Huarong broaden her horizons and boost her confidence, they were secretly offering him a helping hand. It wasn't that they were trying to dissuade Yao Huarong from liking Lu Qi, it was just that liking someone didn't mean she had to compromise herself. Seeing Yao Huarong's growing appreciation for herself was heartening. In contrast, everyone seemed to be taking a schadenfreude towards Lu Qi. Yao Huarong had been so kind to Lu Qi before, but he hadn't appreciated it at all. Now, Lu Qi's goodwill had dwindled significantly, and without dedicated guidance during training, his progress had been much slower. While no one would mock Lu Qi directly, they still murmured privately, feeling that Lu Qi had received considerable help from Yao Huarong since joining the club. So how could he possibly treat her like that? At least be honest about whether you like the girl or not. If you really don't like her, don't be so shameless as to accept Yao Huarong's kindness, while simultaneously demeaning her. After hearing Yuan Wue's summary, Gu Qinghuan stroked his chin, lost in thought. Yuan Wue couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Class monitor, did I do anything wrong? No, your help to Yao Huarong was very helpful, and you even rallied the members of the track and field club to create a positive atmosphere for her. Gu Qinghuan lowered her hand. At least Gu Qinghuan couldn't gain the support of the track and field club like Yuan Wue did. On the other hand, Gu Qinghuan's praise of Yao Huarong wouldn't be as direct as Yuan Wue's. Especially in Yao Huarong's subconscious, Yuan Wue was Lu Qi's crush, the object of her jealousy, and supposedly her enemy. But now this rival was actually on her side, praising her and helping her every day. This sincerity both left Yao Huarong bewildered and forced her to reflect on her own behavior. Are you going to the club today? Gu Qinghuan asked. Yuan Wue nodded. Gu Qinghuan then asked, can I go with you? Of course. Yuan Wue agreed immediately. She had been busy for half a month, and while everything had gone smoothly, it was precisely because of this that she felt uneasy, constantly worried that something might be wrong. Now that Gu Qinghuan had taken the initiative to help check things out, Yuan Wue felt reassured. After school, Yuan Wue excitedly dragged Gu Qinghuan along, heading for the track and field club. As they walked, they ran into Yao Huarong before they reached the club entrance. Yuan Wue raised his voice and called out, Huarong. Gu Qinghuan, not bad, you even called me by name. Yao Huarong, who was walking ahead, probably recognized Yuan Wue's voice and turned with a smile on her face. Senior Yuan, hello. Seeing Gu Qinghuan beside Yuan Wue, Yao Huarong felt a little awkward, but she still greeted him earnestly. Senior Gu, hello. Long time no see. I heard from Wue that you've been doing well lately, so I came with her to see you, Gu Qinghuan said openly. Yao Huarong felt a little embarrassed at the mention of this. She reached out and tucked the hair behind her ear, using this subtle gesture to conceal her feelings. It's all thanks to Senior Yuan, Yao Huarong said. I gotten along much better with everyone lately. She realized for the first time how busy social interactions could be, but rather than feeling irritated or exhausted, this busyness brought her fulfillment and joy. Every thank you, every compliment, sounded so sweet. Even the drink she made following online recipes, seemingly ordinary in her opinion, actually demonstrated her research and hands-on skills. More importantly, she received rewards. It wasn't just verbal thanks, people would greet her when they met her on the street, share things with her, and lend a hand when she needed help. These rewards made Yao Huarong realize that her efforts weren't meaningless, that they were valuable, even very valuable. So surely, being able to provide such value meant she was excellent, right? Chapter 608. Gu Qinghuan was truly relieved to see such a noticeable change in Yao Huarong in just 2 weeks. She patted Yuan Wue's arm and said, you really put in a lot of effort this time. Not really, Yuan Wue chuckled. This isn't the result of Huarong's own hard work. If her performance had been poor before, no one would have been willing to help. I alone wouldn't have been able to do it. So Huarong deserves this. She's just that great. If Yao Huarong hadn't been hearing this kind of talk so often recently, she would have blushed and hidden away again. However, she couldn't help herself and muttered, "Senior Yuan, you really praise me too much." As the three of them walked and chatted, they reached the entrance to the club lounge. Gu Qinghuan noticed that Yao Huarong had become adept at greeting and chatting with other members. Not being a member, she couldn't enter the lounge, so she simply stood at the entrance, waiting for Yao Huarong and Yuan Wuwei to change and emerge. Yuan Wuwei had delayed his withdrawal from the club and was still a member, so he would change into club uniforms for training, though the training content was significantly reduced. Gu Qinghuan was just thinking about reporting her midterm exam results to her parents when she got home tonight, when she suddenly heard the word withdraw from the club. She looked up and saw a boy wearing a Bluetooth headset walking towards them. The boy seemed to be on a phone call, not even glancing at Gu Qinghuan. He was quite handsome, with a small, slightly reddish mole at the corner of his left eye. Even with a slight frown on his face, he was still pleasing to the eye. The words about withdrawing from the club had come from him. Before entering the lounge, Gu Qinghuan heard him hum again and say, "There's nothing interesting here." Although Gu Qinghuan had never met Lu Qi in person, given the fact that he was a male, good-looking, and a member of the track and field club, Gu Qinghuan felt that the boy was very likely Lu Qi. Not 2 minutes later, Yuan Wuwei and Yao Huarong came out. Gu Qinghuan casually asked, "Doesn't that Lu Qi have a mole at the corner of his left eye?" Yuan Wuwei was shocked. "Class monitor, did you see him?" The lounge was divided into male and female sections, and it seemed that Yuan Wuwei and the others had just strayed from Lu Qi. Gu Qinghuan replied, "A boy who looked like that just happened to come in, so I guessed it was him." As for Lu Qi's mention of quitting the club, it was better not to say anything about uncertainty for now. Yuan Wuwei curled his lips. If Yao Huarong hadn't been right next to him, she would have said, "That guy only has a nice face." Yao Huarong's expression was calm. "Lu Qi is indeed very handsome, isn't he?" "Yes, you have good taste." Gu Qinghuan nodded. "Actually, you're also saying, I'm a bit of a misjudge, aren't I?" Yao Huarong added. After she finished, she smiled, though it was a bit bitter. "I've been thinking a lot lately. While liking someone doesn't necessarily mean they should reciprocate, his attitude has actually caused me considerable hurt. But after all these years, I simply can't let go of this feeling so easily. So I want to have a good talk with him, at least to get a clear answer. I was preparing for my midterm exams before, so I didn't have a chance to ask him. Now that they're over, I find a chance to ask him." As Yao Huarong finished speaking, Yuan Wuwei grabbed her hand and said with a twinkling look in his eyes, "I support you." She'd been busy for half a month, all for this day. Unfortunately, the good mood brought by this news only lasted until the official start of club training. As all the members lined up to listen to the coach's speech, he dropped a bombshell. "I have something to say today. Lu Qi will be withdrawing from the track and field club after today." The coach's speech mainly focused on the upcoming training schedule. Because of Lu Qi's sudden withdrawal, the participants in various competitions would need to be adjusted, and training for replacements would also need to be put on the schedule. While there wasn't a hard and fast rule, it was unkind of a sports club to have a student with such good grades like Lu Qi choose to withdraw suddenly. However, no matter how dissatisfied the coach was, he couldn't hold Lu Qi against him, and could only make plans for the future. Yuan Wuwei's eyes widened, and Yao Huarong was so stunned that she dropped her pen. During a break in the middle of training, Yao Huarong ran over to Lu Qi and asked, "Why are you quitting the track and field club?" Her tone was filled with disbelief. "Even before the midterm, you said you wanted to prepare well for the next exam." Before she finished her sentence, Lu Qi said irritably, "You said that too, but that was before the midterm. Have you seen my results this time?" Yao Huarong was stunned. Lu Qi's results. She hadn't paid much attention. She was too busy. This was the first time she had received so much kindness from so many people. Her life was so busy and fulfilling that she had no time for Lu Qi. She used to prepare review notes for Lu Qi before the exam, but this time, she was so busy with club matters, how could she have time to prepare a separate notebook? Speaking of which, although she worked hard to help the club members, they not only shared their notes and exercises with her, but also helped her with her assistant duties. Adding to this the impact of her improved mindset, Yao Huarong's test scores this time were even significantly better than before. Lu Qi knew from Yao Huarong's expression that she wasn't paying attention to his grades, and the anger he felt inside intensified. His tone was aggressive. "My grades dropped 1 place in the class and 8 places in the grade. I can't let club activities affect my grades. I made the decision to quit after careful consideration." Oh right, Lucci said, as if remembering something. Huarong, what are you going to do? Yao Huarong was still a little confused and asked subconsciously, what are you going to do? I'm quitting the club. What about you? Are you going to quit? Lucci asked. Yao Huarong's first reaction was, why would I quit the club? Then she realized she had done this before. Because she always been chasing Lucci, whether it was the debate club or the track and field club, she joined only because of Lucci. Now that Lucci had chosen to quit the track and field club, what about her? Would she follow suit? Yao Huarong's gaze shifted to the members around her. Those practicing hurdles recommended songs to her, those taking a break copied their notes for her, and the club president even secretly arrived early before the exam to help her with a lot of assistant work. Yao Huarong's gaze shifted back to Lucci's face, and she slowly said, I don't want to. What? Lucci didn't hear clearly, or perhaps he thought he misheard. I said, I don't want to quit the track and field club, Yao Huarong said firmly, I like it here. She didn't know which club Lucci would join next, or maybe he wouldn't join any. So what about her? Would she continue to follow Lucci around? She didn't choose to stay because she was exhausted from chasing Lucci, but because she loved the track and field club. You know, Yao Huarong looked into Lucci's eyes, I'm always stubborn when it comes to the people I like. Chapter 609. Lucci looked at Yao Huarong, surprise written all over his face. You said you like it here? The moment he said this, Lucci couldn't help but laugh. You're just an assistant in the track and field club, not a competitor in training or competition. You only do odd jobs. What's there to like? Yao Huarong pursed her lips. If it were only 2 weeks ago, she truly couldn't imagine herself enjoying this kind of club life. But things were different now. She had figured it out. If she continued to chase after Lucci like before, she wouldn't be happy no matter which club she joined. Even if Lucci joined a club she liked, she would be too preoccupied with him to enjoy her own hobbies and interests, and would fall back into the same tiredness she always had. Yao Huarong said slowly, so what are you going to do next? What's the reason for your declining grades? Is it really because training has taken up too much of your time? You clearly spent more time training before the last final exam, but your grades haven't dropped. Lucci interrupted her. Sophomore year is different from freshman year. Yao Huarong shut up. She could have argued with Lucci, but what was the point? Lucci would surely have more excuses. The word excuse made Yao Huarong pause briefly. So, she clearly knew the real reason for Lucci's declining grades, but she just didn't want to face it. Her silence seemed more normal to Lucci. He exhaled, his tone shifting to a resolute one. I decided to withdraw. If you don't want to withdraw, then we won't have to walk to and from school together anymore. After saying this, he didn't leave. Instead, he stood before Yao Huarong, awaiting her response. Lucci was patient and confident. He believed Yao Huarong knew the right choice, just as she always had. But this time, he was going to be disappointed. Yao Huarong's voice was soft, yet it carried an unprecedented level of resolve. Then you can go on your own from now on. I have a car from home to pick you up. Without glancing at Lucci's surprised expression, she turned and headed towards the track. She also had to keep track of the club members' practice. With Lucci's departure, the replacement would have to intensify their training. He would undoubtedly face pressure as a last-minute replacement, and she would have to find ways to support and encourage him. Seeing her leave, Lucci was even more surprised, so much so that he began to panic. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed Yao Huarong's hand, and said anxiously, What did you say? Even when Yao Huarong went to find Lucci, many people had been secretly observing their situation. Now that it looked like something was amiss, someone rushed over immediately. Yuan Wue took the lead, grabbing Lucci's wrist and twisting it in the opposite direction. Lucci, in pain, immediately let go of Yao Huarong's hand. Yuan Wue stood in front of Yao Huarong and said bluntly, Everyone's watching. What do you want to do? Lucci held his own wrist and frowned at Yuan Wue. Senior Yuan, I'm talking to Huarong. It has nothing to do with you, right? What do you mean it has nothing to do with you? Yuan Wue had no intention of backing away. Huarong is my friend. 2 male members ran over to Lucci, pressed his shoulders, and said, If you have anything to say, talk it over. Don't use violence. Lucci just thought they were in the way. Where did I hit someone? The male members looked at each other in bewilderment. Didn't he hit someone? Yao Huarong tried to leave, but Lucci forcibly pulled her back. That's a fight. It's not like hitting someone is the only way to count. Gu Qinghuan also came over with 2 other female members. The female members protected Yao Huarong on either side, while Gu Qinghuan stood next to Yuan Wue, keeping an eye on Lucci's movements. She wasn't eavesdropping intentionally, but Lu Qi's voice was quite loud, so Gu Qinghuan could hear his words clearly and infer what Yao Huarong had said. Seeing this, Lu Qi felt even more suffocated. He glanced past Yuan Wuwei and directly at Yao Huarong. Are you really not going with me? With so many people around her, Yao Huarong felt more at ease. She mustered up the courage to ask back, when you say go together, do you mean I should keep chasing you? You clearly never consider my feelings, so why are you saying so much this time? Or do you just want me to keep listening to you? Bah! Yuan Wuwei shouted. What are you listening to? He's just training a dog. Huarong, do whatever you want. Don't bother with him. Hearing Yao Huarong's words, Lu Qi's attitude softened, even a little bewildered. No, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to say that if we were together, I could take care of you. Yao Huarong's heart was filled with absurdity. She forced herself to say, are you taking care of me, or am I taking care of you? The real reason she hadn't wanted to face just now was now like rotten mud at the bottom of a dried-up pond, revealing itself, making it impossible for her to ignore it any longer. You did poorly on the exam this time. Isn't it because I didn't help you organize your review points and prepare your materials? Because I was so focused on the club, I neglected you. That's why you want to quit, and you want me to leave so I can continue to be around you. Tell me, is that what you think? Yao Huarong cried out, a rare moment of loss of composure. No one spoke, the silence was utter, and Yao Huarong's sobs were particularly clear. She really didn't want to voice this suspicion, but the recognition she received recently had made Lu Qi's previous disapproval even more unbearable. The more she realized her own excellence and the kindness she received, the more she couldn't help but compare herself to Lu Qi. Why? Why couldn't I praise her? Why couldn't I show her kindness? Was the Lu Qi she loved as a child, the one who protected and accompanied her, just an illusion? Why did someone she loved so sincerely end up like this? Yuan Wuwei quickly sorted out his thoughts through Yao Huarong's words, then flew into a rage. You still want to use Huarong? How can you be so shameless? Gu Qinghuan saw that she was a little agitated and patted her shoulder soothingly. Wuwei calmed down. Yuan Wuwei could still listen to the squad leader's words. She barely suppressed her anger and tried to glare at Lu Qi. Hearing Yao Huarong's cries, Lu Qi's expression grew even more panicked. He tried to explain, I don't mean that. I just hope you choose me. This time, it was Gu Qinghuan's turn to listen. She took a deep breath and put on a cold, fake smile. Haven't you been chosen by Yao Huarong enough times? She changed clubs for you, took on the role of assistant for you, a role you weren't good at, and sorted out your notes for you. Doesn't that count as choosing you? Yes, you could say these were her own choices. You didn't force her to do them, but you knew she liked you. Knowing her feelings, your actions forced her to make a choice. If she wants to prove her feelings to you, she has to comply with your choice. Otherwise, you abandon her, just like you're doing now. Gu Qinghuan spoke word by word, you're disgusting. Chapter 610. Lu Qi's face turned pale. To be fair, aside from the word disgusting, Gu Qinghuan's words weren't insulting at all. But they were too sharp, like a sharp dagger slashing through a sealed box, completely exposing its interior. Lu Qi tried to cover the opening, preventing the contents from falling out and others from seeing what they were. He stared at Gu Qinghuan intently. Who are you? You're not from our club, so what's your business? Although Gu Qinghuan looked somewhat familiar, he couldn't immediately recall where he'd seen her before, and could only speculate whether he'd seen her in a photo. My name is Gu Qinghuan, and I'm a friend of Yuan Wuwei and Yao Huarong, Gu Qinghuan said frankly. Isn't it natural to stand on the side of my friends? Lu Qi was about to say, so what if they're friends? But before he could finish his words, he suddenly realized that the girl in front of him had just said her name was Gu Qinghuan. 3 distinct white stripes marked the cuffs of his uniform, and among the seniors in the senior year, there was only one, Gu Qinghuan. He snapped back too quickly, choking and coughing. Yuan Wuwei quickly pulled Gu Qinghuan back 2 steps, fearing his spit would splash onto his class monitor. Gu Qinghuan saw Lu Qi's skeptical look and knew he knew her, or at least had heard rumors about her. I never thought she'd have to rely on her name to scare people one day. This thought flashed through Gu Qinghuan's mind, but she remained unfazed. If you think justice can't be served by unrelated strangers, then as a friend, do I have the right to say these things? Lu Qi stopped coughing and looked at Gu Qinghuan with some trepidation. His voice cracked. It's not what you think. Huarong has some misunderstandings about me. Why do you think you're not at fault? It's Yao Huarong who misunderstood you, not your own behavior that's causing the misunderstanding? Gu Qinghuan was rarely aggressive. Yuan Wuwei wanted to cheer Gu Qinghuan up with 2 maracas, The squad leader firing on all cylinders is truly stunning. Lu Qi was speechless. He wanted to say something more, but couldn't form any words. He could only watch as Gu Qinghuan turned sideways and asked Yao Huarong, "Are you feeling better?" Yao Huarong's mood had improved considerably, her sobs having subsided, but her voice still had a strong nasal quality. "Thank you, I'm much better." Gu Qinghuan continued, "Do you want to continue talking to him?" Yao Huarong's gaze shifted to Lu Qi, then quickly retracted, looking down at her toes. Gu Qinghuan said patiently, "After all, this isn't a good place for conversation. Besides, if we keep making a fuss, we might attract the coach." While Gu Qinghuan thought asking the teachers and parents for help was an option, it depended on Yao Huarong's own decision. Yao Huarong whispered, "I don't want to make a big deal out of this." Although everyone should have known by now that she loved Lu Qi, the thought of her beloved becoming such a stranger was even more embarrassing for Yao Huarong. It was as if a treasure she had cherished had, in public, turned into a piece of maggot-infested rotting meat. Yao Huarong simply didn't want to face this reality. "Wu Wei and I can drive him away," Gu Qinghuan said confidently, which put Yao Huarong at ease. "But judging by his appearance, he might continue to pester you." Yao Huarong couldn't help but glance at Lu Qi again. At that moment, the man she once loved so much was staring at her with a familiar, slightly vulnerable look. But she didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. Instead, she wondered, could this also be Lu Qi's deliberate display? She said with difficulty, "No, there's no need to chase him away. I want to talk things over. Could you and Senior Yuan accompany me?" "Of course." Yuan Wuwei immediately agreed, and Gu Qinghuan nodded. "Okay, we stay with you." Yao Huarong looked apologetically at the two female members beside her. "I'm sorry, I don't want too many people to know." The two female members understood her approach and reassured her, "It's okay, don't worry. For such a private matter, the fewer people who knew, the better." With seniors Gu Qinghuan and Yuan Wuwei around, they were more than capable of keeping the situation under control, and Lu Qi wouldn't dare act rashly. Yao Huarong looked at Lu Qi and said calmly, "Do you have time to talk to me?" Lu Qi quickly agreed. He moved to approach, but noticed Yao Huarong's frown and stopped. Yao Huarong didn't look at him again. Instead, she discussed with Gu Qinghuan and borrowed her office for the conversation. Yuan Wuwei ran to ask for leave from the club president, who waved her off. With such a big guy here, the club members couldn't concentrate on training. Besides, he had heard what Yao Huarong had just said and felt quite resentful towards Lu Qi. It's one thing for this guy to just run away on his own, but he also wanted to take the track and field club's precious assistant with him. He's dreaming. Since Yao Huarong was willing to stay, the club president would definitely support her in having a good talk with Lu Qi and make sure Lu Qi gave up on this idea. The four of them arrived at Gu Qinghuan's office. Yao Huarong and Lu Qi sat down across from each other, while Gu Qinghuan and Yuan Wuwei sat on either side, ready to stop Lu Qi if he showed any unusual behavior. Gu Qinghuan turned on the recording function on his phone, placed it on the table, and said bluntly, "I'm recording it. Is that okay?" Yuan Wuwei was stunned. "That's not a consultation, it's a demonstration." But Lu Qi didn't dare say anything. He knew the focus wasn't on Gu Qinghuan or Yuan Wuwei. He simply looked at Yao Huarong and said, "Huarong, I really don't mean that. I don't mean to restrict your freedom. His expression grew bitter. "I just always felt I wasn't worthy of you." Yuan Wuwei and Gu Qinghuan frowned simultaneously, the former almost vomiting, the latter wanting to roll her eyes. Yao Huarong simply stared at Lu Qi silently, saying nothing. Lu Qi continued, "From the first day I stepped through your door, I knew there was a huge difference between you and me. You're pure, kind, carefree, and live a happy and joyful life." He spoke so long-windedly that Gu Qinghuan rubbed his temples and summarized it briefly. Lu Qi thought Yao Huarong was wonderful. Her family was wealthy, she was kind, and she was loved by her family. In comparison, he had a difficult life, lived under someone else's roof, and couldn't even hold his head up in front of Yao Huarong. Even though he sensed Yao Huarong's affection for him, Lu Qi felt unworthy of her and chose to avoid her, thinking that would put her off. But he couldn't control his feelings for Yao Huarong. He clung to her kindness and couldn't help but test her again and again, hoping to see her sincerity and convince himself to accept her affection. Yuan Wuwei looked at Gu Qinghuan and made a gesture of covering his neck, meaning, "Can I vomit?" Gu Qinghuan rubbed his temples, deciding to delete the recording from Yao Huarong's phone immediately after sending it, lest it become corrupted. Yao Huarong didn't notice Yuan Wuwei and Gu Qinghuan's subtle movements. She simply stared at Lu Qi, her heart filled with an unprecedented sense of absurdity. Lu Qi was still recounting his pain and struggle when he heard a sneer. He looked at Yao Huarong in astonishment, whose expression had completely turned cold. Lu Qi, Yao Huarong whispered, have you said enough of these self-indulgent words? Chapter 611. If Gu Qinghuan's words earlier only made Lu Qi's face look grim, then Yao Huarong's words this time were enough to turn Lu Qi's face the color of liver. How could I be so self-indulgent? Lu Qi retorted. Yao Huarong stared at him without blinking. Isn't that right? You said you had a hard childhood, but Grandpa Lu loved you dearly before he sent you to my house. After you were sent to my house, our family provided you with living conditions that were no less than those of ordinary families. Lu Qi was about to say something, but Yao Huarong added, of course, you insist that my mom and dad treat me better and buy me more expensive things. Isn't that natural? They're my family, so of course they love me more. Yuan Wuwei was beginning to feel the pressure. She felt she should sit with Gu Qinghuan so she could complain to him. Lu Qi wasn't going to say that Yao Huarong had something he didn't. How could he have the nerve to do that? Yao Huarong took a deep breath. What exactly was hard about you? Was it because you felt you had to bow down to my family to survive, and your self-esteem was bruised? Is that hardship? She felt furious at the thought of how his parents had cared for Lu Qi since he was little, and how he considered it a humiliation of living under someone else's roof. Yao Huarong slammed her hand on the table, startling the other three present. She pointed her finger at Lu Qi's nose and cursed, "You're the ungrateful one." Lu Qi's face darkened at being pointed at. He had clearly been expressing his feelings to Yao Huarong, so how could he be misunderstood as ungrateful? Gu Qinghuan stood up, supported Yao Huarong's shoulders, and tried to calm her down. He also held her arm, forcing her to withdraw her hand. It wasn't that she was trying to defend Lu Qi, but this was just the beginning. Yao Huarong's rebuttal had only just begun. If it got to the point of pointing fingers and scolding, a fight would ensue. Yao Huarong sat back in her chair for a moment before continuing. Just treat it as your childhood and your ignorance. Let's continue. Yuan Wuwei couldn't help but laugh. Earning a glare from Lu Qi, she simply glared back defiantly. What's wrong? Isn't that true? You said you weren't worthy of me, so you chose to run away? Where did you run away? Did you not go to and from school with me? Did you not accept the notebooks I prepared for you? Or the gifts I gave you for various reasons? Lu Qi felt the gazes of Gu Qinghuan and Yuan Wuwei on him sting, his face burning. He tried to defend himself. I also sacrificed a lot. I didn't feel it. Yao Huarong interrupted him. Although her favor for Lu Qi had greatly diminished, Yao Huarong's heart still ached. She said slowly, no matter how nicely you say it, it means nothing if I don't feel the love. Lu Qi felt as if something was strangled at the throat, unable to utter a single word. Yao Huarong felt her eyes well up, suspecting she was about to cry again. She tilted her head back, trying to stop the tears, but in the end, she didn't cry. Perhaps this person wasn't worth another tear? Yao Huarong looked Lu Qi in the eye again, her tone calm. I understand now. You chose to follow your father out of my home, because you thought that once you left, you'd be on your own, on par with me. And you chased Senior Yuan to join the track and field club. Perhaps simply because you felt your change of heart would make me feel threatened. Does it satisfy you to see me jealous of you, accusing other girls, becoming hysterical and blind? Do you think I'm obsessed with you? So your love for me is meant to drive me crazy? Or is it that your feelings for me aren't really about love, but rather that you need to be higher than me, to dominate me, to completely control me, so you can feel at ease? Yao Huarong looked at Lu Qi, her eyes filled with sarcasm for the first time. Admit it, Lu Qi, you're just trying to cover up your weakness and prove your superiority by taming me. You're disgusting. This time, it was Lu Qi who slammed the table. Yao Huarong, don't go too far. Yuan Wuwei immediately stood beside Yao Huarong, gripping the back of a chair with one hand, ready to lift it and throw it at Lu Qi. Yao Huarong showed no sign of weakness, instead demanding, who's going too far? Gu Qinghuan retrieved his phone from the table, his expression calm. You can speak louder. The discipline department is right upstairs. Lu Qi was forced to control his anger. He glared at Gu Qinghuan. A glare Gu Qinghuan didn't take at all. He sternly declared, I won't be controlling you anymore, then turned and strode out of the office. Before he could slam the door, Yuan Wuwei shouted, Who's controlling who? This statement infuriated Lu Qi so much that his hand slipped as he slammed the door, and his nail scraped against the latch. His nails seemed to be cracked. All the three of them heard was Lu Qi's gasp, and the door didn't slam shut. Once they were sure Lu Qi's footsteps had faded, Yao Huarong seemed to have exhausted all her strength, and she slumped in her chair. Gu Qinghuan bent down, hugged Yao Huarong, and said gently, "You done well. Rest for a while." Yao Huarong buried her head in Gu Qinghuan's arms, her hand draped over his arm. She muttered, "I regret so much. How could I have ever liked someone like that?" "Don't regret it. To be able to love someone so firmly shows that you're a good person." Gu Qinghuan patted her on the back. "The one who was wrong was Lu Qi, who disguised poison as a delicacy. You're not at fault at all. And you're brave enough to face reality and struggle out of this relationship on your own. That's truly remarkable." It was strange. She hadn't cried during her confrontation with Lu Qi just now, so why did she feel like crying now, listening to Gu Qinghuan's words? Yao Huarong muttered, "I'm so scared. I'm afraid he'd come after me again. I'm afraid I never meet someone who truly loves me. I'm afraid I won't be able to love anyone again." "Don't worry. You have family and friends who love you, including Wu Wei and me. We help you get over him." Gu Qinghuan's tone softened. "You only live for a dozen years. When you leave school, you have a brighter future, and you surely meet more people, and someone will surely love you. Don't give up your ability to love because of a piece of trash. This is your treasure. You must cherish it. It will surely bloom again." Yuan Wu Wei also came over and said confidently, "Our class monitor is right. She could even open a fortune-telling stall. You must believe her." Yao Huarong was about to cry, but hearing Yuan Wu Wei's words, she couldn't help but laugh. Gu Qinghuan released his embrace and smiled at Yao Huarong. "That's right, that's how it should be. You look much better when you smile." Yao Huarong thought about the many things she had to do next, such as completely severing ties with Lu Qi, or complaining to her family, and retaliating against Lu Qi. But most importantly, she had to live every day from now on. Chapter 612. When Yuan Wu Wei was little, she disliked her name. She pouted and told her mother, "My name isn't nice at all." Her mother simply smiled and asked, "What do you want to be called?" Something like Meng Shui Dai Laning Lei Huan Wu." Yuan Wu Wei thought the names of the protagonists in cartoons were very nice. Her mother laughed heartily, hugged her, and patiently taught her a poem. Her name was hidden in the last line of the poem. "It's not a pity if my clothes get dirty, as long as my wishes are fulfilled." Yuan Wu Wei pointed at the words on the paper and shouted, "Wu Wei. It's Wu Wei. My name. Yes, it's Wu Wei." Her mother's gentle voice echoed in her ears. "The poem means that as long as you don't go against your will, it's fine. Mom hopes that in the future you can follow your heart and do what you want." At that time, Yuan Wu Wei didn't understand her mother's words. By the time she truly understood her feelings, it was too late to do anything. When she first enrolled at Mingda, Yuan Wu Wei found everything about the school fresh and interesting, and each of her classmates had their own strengths. For example, Xie Xiangxue, who sat in front of her, was a dancer with excellent manners and strong English grades. Ji Tianxiao, who sat to her right, was handsome and had a lively look. Yuan Wu Wei thought he should be an idol, but no, an actor that would show more of his talent. Lian Fenghe, who sat behind her, was shy and dressed neatly every day. She even smelled of flowers. Perhaps her family owned a flower shop. Tao Xinxing, who sat to her left, seemed a bit arrogant and spoke bluntly, but he was straightforward and easygoing. As for Fan Ziren, who stood to her right, he shared similar interests and hobbies, and they could chat about anything. Yuan Wu Wei wanted to get along well with everyone in Class 3. The thought of spending the next 3 years together was a joy. But why had everyone become like this? She thought she was standing on flat ground, but it was actually a raised platform. Over time, the edge of the platform began to crumble, and her friends fell with the crumbling earth. She couldn't reach her friends' hands, and could only watch as they disappeared from her one by one, until she was left with nothing to hold on to. At first, Yuan Wu Wei would try her best in her own way to protect her friends, racking her brains for ideas. But she was only a high school student, and even asking her parents for help would be of limited help. She gradually became withdrawn, lost her purpose, and could only fend for herself. After entering her second year of high school, she was assigned to a different class due to subject divisions. To be honest, Yuan Wu Wei felt more relaxed in those temporary classes. It seemed as if only the students in Class 3 were so unlucky, while other students didn't face so many setbacks and tribulations. Yuan Wu Wei thought she was just an ordinary, selfish and incompetent person. She couldn't save others like a heroine, so it was normal for her to choose to escape, right? But soon, Yuan Wu Wei heard rumors that she and Fan Ziren were a couple. At first, some people did ask if she and Fan Ziren were a couple, and they both patiently explained that choosing the same elective course was just a coincidence. After hearing this, others left with doubts, but the rumors didn't subside Instead, they intensified. When the rumors were at their worst, whenever she and Fan Ziren got too close to anyone of the opposite sex, someone would come out to defend them. Unable to cope with the pressure, Fan Ziren finally chose to throw mud at himself, feigning a quarrel with Yuan Wue and breaking up with her. The rumors about their relationship eventually became the fact of their breakup. Fearing to hurt a heartbroken Yuan Wue, others finally stopped mentioning Fan Ziren in front of her. Yuan Wue was grateful to no longer have to deal with the rumors, yet she also despised her own weakness. It was Fan Ziren who stood up, and it was also Fan Ziren who was misunderstood. She knew the truth was wrong, but she could only remain silent, hurting her friends. On the day of their breakup, after the track and field club practice, she hid in a corner and cried alone. When she heard approaching footsteps, Yuan Wue instinctively clamped her mouth shut and frantically looked up, only to see Lu Qi approaching her. He carefully held out a clean, soft handkerchief and handed it to Yuan Wue. "Senior Yuan, this is for you." Yuan Wue, of course, knew Lu Qi, a talented junior. She would often give him some guidance during training, and they got along well. She also knew that Yao Huarong, the track club assistant, had pursued Lu Qi to join the club because she liked him. Yuan Wue had just broken up with his friends due to a misunderstanding, and naturally, he didn't want to be associated with the opposite sex anymore. She wiped away her tears, and didn't take Lu Qi's handkerchief, simply saying, "No thanks, thank you for your kindness." Lu Qi had no choice but to retract the handkerchief and asked her worriedly, "Senior Yuan, are you so upset because you broke up with your boyfriend?" Of course not, but Yuan Wue couldn't tell Lu Qi the truth. Fan Ziren had gone to such great lengths to put on such a show, simply because he didn't want her to be influenced by the rumors. If he denied it now, who knew what kind of misunderstanding would arise? She said vaguely, "It has nothing to do with you." With that, she ran away, leaving Lu Qi behind. Yuan Wue thought the matter was over, but to her surprise, Lu Qi began to actively pursue her after that day. Pursuing might be a bit of an exaggeration, but at least in Yuan Wue's opinion, Lu Qi's appearances around her had increased significantly, and his good intentions were obvious. Every time Lu Qi showed his affection, Yuan Wue could sense Yao Huarong casting a strange look at her. Was it jealousy, sadness, bitterness, or something else? She didn't know, she just wanted to avoid him. She no longer wanted to get close to anyone, whether it was the students in Class 3 or the members of the track and field club. She was afraid of losing them again, so she simply chose to never get them. As long as there's no beginning, there can't be an end. The problem was, she didn't want to get into trouble, but it found itself. Shortly after the start of the second semester of her sophomore year, a post appeared on the forum slandering her relationship with Lu Qi. In it, she was portrayed as a man-T deliberately trying to hook up with someone else's boyfriend. The post didn't include chat logs from the track and field club, but mostly photos of her and Lu Qi. In addition to photos of Lu Qi actively approaching her, there were also several photos from angles that made it look like she was flirting with him. With such hard evidence, the post was immediately flooded with attacks and insults against her. By the time the forum administrators noticed the thread was getting too popular, it was too late to delete it. Many people saved the post and posted new derivative threads. The administrators spent a long time deleting it, finally notifying the disciplinary department. The disciplinary department directly contacted both classes' teachers and brought Yao Huarong and Lu Qi together for a face-to-face discussion. Looking at Yao Huarong, who sat across from him, Yuan Wue felt it was outrageous. "Yao Huarong, you know perfectly well that I never accepted Lu Qi's kindness and have always avoided him. If you really care about this, you should go to Lu Qi and explain it clearly, and tell him not to approach me." Yao Huarong simply stared at her with red eyes. "If you really don't like Lu Qi, why can't you just reject him outright? Wouldn't it be better if you just quit the club?" Yuan Wue could barely contain himself. "Why should I quit? I'm just participating in club activities normally." Yao Huarong covered her face and burst into tears. "You're almost a senior, so quitting early won't be a big deal. Why not take this opportunity to firmly reject Lu Qi?" The veins on Yuan Wue's forehead were almost popping out. "So why should I give in?" She was furious and aggrieved. But Yuan Wue wondered what she could do to truly carry out her wishes. She pressed down hard on the table and shouted, "I'm not wrong." Chapter 6:13. Well said. It wasn't your fault in the first place. Why are you admitting your mistake? Jiang Chuchu, who kicked the door open, looked a little haggard, but her eyes were resolute. She was followed by Qin Yu, who grabbed Lu Qi by the collar and dragged him into the meeting room. Discipline Department Director Sun Qinglian was already having a headache, and when Jiang Chuchu arrived with her men, he wasn't sure whether to breathe a sigh of relief. Yao Huarong's demands and Yuan Wuwei's attitude clearly didn't agree, and as a neutral figure presiding over the situation, Sun Qinglian wasn't in a position to interfere in their conflict. Now that Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu had brought Lu Qi here, Sun Qinglian simply hoped to bring a change to the conversation. Qin Yu waved his hand and tossed Lu Qi to the side of the chair. He managed to stand on his own, avoiding being knocked around, and angrily straightened his clothes. What do you want to do? Not hitting you is already being polite. Qin Yu rolled his eyes at him. This is all because of you, the culprit. Why don't you come forward? What do you mean by culprit? Lu Qi was interrupted by Jiang Chuchu before he could finish. She stood before Yuan Wuwei, arms folded across her chest, acting like a lady, and coldly said, You and Yao Huarong aren't engaged? You haven't been courting Yuan Wuwei? Or, aren't your smurfs taking advantage of the situation in those forum posts fueling the situation? What? Yuan Wuwei was stunned, and Yao Huarong was also stunned. Lu Qi blushed. Nonsense! Jiang Chuchu chuckled. Do you dare to take out your phone so we can check it? Lu Qi continued to be stubborn. What right do you have to check my phone? However, his evasive gaze revealed just how guilty he felt. In contrast to Yao Huarong's silence, Yuan Wuwei's reaction was quite intense. She had had enough, tired of her own powerlessness, tired of her own cowardice and avoidance. Even if Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu hadn't brought Lu Qi with them, Yuan Wuwei would have had a serious argument with Yao Huarong. Now that she knew Lu Qi was still pulling these little tricks behind her back, her fury was unstoppable. You're engaged to Yao Huarong. Why are you deliberately approaching me? Yuan Wuwei's anger suddenly flared up. Scumbag. Lu Qi wanted to explain something, subconsciously glancing at Yao Huarong. Before he could finish his words, Jiang Chuchu interrupted, Of course, it's to make Yao Huarong jealous. She rubbed her temple, and said slowly, How could he not know that you like him? He just wants to manipulate you, keep you hooked, make you pursue him relentlessly, hang your heart on him. Jiang Chuchu's face darkened as she spoke, as if she were recalling something unpleasant. She took a breath and stared at Yao Huarong intently. Do you know what will happen next? He completely control you. You won't be able to live your life as you wish. Instead, you live in fear every day, constantly trying to become the person he likes, or to target all the targets he's set for you. Yao Huarong, do you really want to become that kind of person? Yao Huarong froze in her seat, motionless, unable to utter a single word. Jiang Chuchu didn't bother to answer her and said directly, I suggest you go online and admit your mistake and apologize to Yuan Wuwei. You're just a love-struck person. If you can't clean up your mind, I post all the evidence on the forum and nail both of you to the pillar of shame. Yao Huarong was frightened by Jiang Chuchu's tone and hesitated for a moment. Sun Qinglian sighed inwardly and tried to smooth things over. The discipline department will follow up and confirm the situation with student Yao. We hope to minimize the impact of this incident. Jiang Chuchu frowned and looked at Yuan Wuwei. What are your thoughts? Yuan Wuwei looked at Lu Qi, then at Yao Huarong, and made up his mind. I wait 3 more days. If, after 3 days, you still can't make a decision, or choose to defend Lu Qi, then I will protect my own reputation, as long as it doesn't violate the rules. Sun Qinglian turned to Yao Huarong. Are you willing to accept this offer? Yao Huarong remained silent, finally lowering her head, and nodding slowly twice. Judging from her attitude, Sun Qinglian felt that she might still be saved. He nodded slightly to Jiang Chuchu, who then took Yuan Wuwei's hand, called Qin Yu, and hurried off. After leaving the meeting room and reaching an empty, deserted area, Jiang Chuchu finally let go of her hand. She stomped her heel on the ground in frustration. Even after all this talk, you still refuse to give up. Love sickness is hard to stop. Qin Yu said helplessly, Miss, you're just as bad, aren't you? Jiang Chuchu glared at him. You're so nosy. And I'm sober now, aren't I? Qin Yu decisively raised his hands in surrender. If he continued, a mountain of cases would await him. Yuan Wuwei belatedly realized that she should thank Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu. Thank you for coming to help me. Don't be polite. I just can't stand it. Using such fake photos to fabricate facts, and having so many idiots believe them, it's disgusting. Jiang Chuchu frowned. However, Jiang Chuchu knew that Yao Huarong was certainly at fault. But what about Lu Qi? How could he let the culprit get away with it? Not to mention, she felt a certain sympathy for Yao Huarong. She had also been fooled by Ning Siki before, believing that he was the only one in the world she could trust. In terms of lovesickness, she was no less obsessed with love than Yao Huarong. If she hadn't stumbled upon a trending search during winter break about an idol mentally abusing his assistant, and hadn't had a disagreement with Ning Siki during the discussion, she wouldn't have discovered Ning Siki's true nature. She thought the idol named Yiwei was just a useless figurehead, and that her assistant was simply unlucky to be associated with such an artist. Ning Siki, however, felt that Yiwei simply hadn't received the right opportunities, and would eventually rise to prominence through his own abilities. As for the assistant, Ning Siki said she was only doing the job for pay, and that the mental abuse was exaggerated. He also said, wouldn't it be better if she coaxed him more? Jiang Chuchu didn't react at the time, but that night she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. This sentence was like a hook, making her wonder if Ning Siki was coaxing her as well. What did he want from her? Was he also hoping to get some good opportunity through her? Once she had doubts, she could no longer trust Ning Siki. She had rarely asked her brother Jiang Yuxuan for help, and Jiang Yuxuan, pleasantly surprised, assigned her the best personnel. Jiang Chuchu easily discovered Ning Siki's purpose in approaching her, and even learned that he had been mocking her with an anonymous account. Jiang Chuchu completely awoke from her false dream, gnashing her teeth and contemplating revenge on Ning Siki. To this end, she even dragged Qin Yu, who had been devastated since her brother Qin Min's death, out of the Qin family. She wanted to take over the Jiang family business, and then prove Ning Siki a jerk with her own strength. To do this, she needed a good helper, and her childhood sweetheart, Qin Yu, was a perfect match. Qin Yu, already on the verge of a mental breakdown due to the immense pressure from his family, was completely helpless against Jiang Chuchu. Growing up, he had always been a coward in her presence. Unexpectedly, with Jiang Chuchu's guidance, Qin Yu found that the business cases that had previously agonized him were no longer so difficult. Perhaps it was because he no longer had to bear the pressure from his family? In Jiang Chuchu's eyes, he was just Qin Yu, not Qin Min's younger brother. He didn't have to worry about being compared to Qin Min. Now Qin Yu, following Jiang Chuchu around every day, was much more energetic than before. Although it was Jiang Chuchu's intention to help Yuan Wuwei, Qin Yu was also happy to do so. Not having to review mountains of reports and contracts was the best. Hearing Jiang Chuchu's words, Yuan Wuwei felt like laughing, and his previous grievance and anger dissipated a lot. She said seriously, "Thank you for standing by me. It was originally about those two guys. You're not wrong, so of course I have to stand by you." Jiang Chuchu curled her lips. "Add me as a friend. I send you the evidence I collected. If Yao Huarong doesn't apologize, you can use this evidence to slap her in the face." Yuan Wuwei looked at the new friends on WeChat, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. When she faced Yao Huarong earlier, she thought she would have to succumb to reality again. Is it really okay to give in just to achieve a stable life? She was actually a little afraid. What would she do if one day she had nowhere to retreat? However, the appearance of Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu stopped her in her tracks. Yuan Wuwei didn't know what the future would hold, but this time, she refused to run away. To stay true to her heart, she had to strive to move forward. Hello, Yuan Wuwei. Your story continues. Chapter 614. Since Yao Huarong had figured it out, Gu Qinghuan naturally didn't have to worry about what was going on. Yuan Wuwei no longer had to accompany her every day and could focus on his intense senior year studies. Of course, in keeping with Class 3's fine tradition, Yuan Wuwei was determined to savor the whole thing, occasionally reporting back to Gu Qinghuan on the latest developments. For example, Yao Huarong and Lu Qi's engagement was cancelled. Lu Qi was severely scolded by his father and forced to apologize to the Yao family, and Lu Qi approached the track and field club to try to win Yao Huarong back, only to be rejected by all the members. Gu Qinghuan was also happy to savor the whole thing, treating it as a way to relax during his free time from studying. Yuan Wuwei was also in a good mood, even treating Fan Xiren, who had recently been helping her with her notes, to afternoon tea for 2 weeks, which resulted in Fan Xiren gaining 3 pounds. In the end, Fan Xiren stopped Yuan Wuwei's hand from continuing to place orders. Every day, he pedaled his mountain bike for a few extra laps to and from school, until the pedals were practically pulsing with sparks. Gu Qinghuan also got the coffee she requested, which helped prevent a buildup of calories. The side effect was that she couldn't sleep at noon, so she simply studied in the office. Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu had also stopped sleeping at noon recently. With the end of the year approaching, both the Yu and Jiang families' companies had a lot of things going on, and they had to be involved in some way. To juggle study and work, they had to sacrifice some sleep. Gu Qinghuan wanted to run away just by looking at the folders they were flipping through. There's plenty of time to work after graduating from college. Don't start now. Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu exchanged glances and shrugged in unison. Jiang Chuchu said, "The Yongchang Group is a large and powerful company. The sooner I start working hard, the sooner I be able to take control." Yu Xian was even more blunt. If we want to completely seize control of the Yu family, this little effort won't be worth it. Gu Qinghuan, well said. Don't mention it next time. The three of them sat at the same table, each busy with their own tasks, occasionally chatting about something they thought of, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Gu Qinghuan finished her morning chemistry homework and, feeling restless, laid down on the table to rest. Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu thought she was taking a nap, so they moved more gently to avoid disturbing her. Gu Qinghuan hadn't had coffee today, but perhaps because her body hadn't adjusted yet, she wasn't sleepy at all. She simply closed her eyes and thought. With about 6 months until graduation and 3 tasks left, it seemed like plenty of time. But was that really the case? Ming Xiaolin, Shen Jianwei, and Tao Xinxing all planned to attend university in China and needed to prepare for the college entrance exam. If the mission was completed too late, who knew if it would affect the 3 people's college entrance examination scores? If possible, Gu Qinghuan still hoped to successfully complete the mission without leaving any regrets for the 3 people. Gu Qinghuan pondered whether she could make some preparations before the critical milestones of the mission. For example, strengthening the 3 people's mental preparedness to deal with unexpected situations. She was just wondering whether she should ask Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu for any suggestions when her phone on the desk suddenly vibrated. In the quiet office, the vibration of the phone was quite noticeable. Gu Qinghuan quickly got up and looked at the screen. It was Chen Zilan calling. Teacher? Gu Qinghuan was confused. Why was Chen Zilan calling her? She had no idea where Chen Zilan was. The voice on the receiver was very low. Where are you? In my office, Gu Qinghuan replied. Chen Zilan seemed relieved. Okay, in the office is fine. Don't go back to the classroom until the afternoon class. Gu Qinghuan rubbed her forehead. Could it be that someone is waiting for me in our class? It could be a former Mingda graduate who's now the president of a tech company. His company just went public, and he's back to visit his alma mater. Chen Zilan said. What's wrong with this senior? Gu Qinghuan sensed something was up. It said he used to be a troublemaker, and he had a lot of issues with the student union, especially the discipline department. Chen Zilan quickly shared the information he had just received from another teacher. I just heard from the class 2 teacher that this guy said he was sponsoring several top-performing students. But when he handed out the check, he actually asked if they were student union members, confirming they weren't. Mingda's top-performing students are actually students from poor families. Because Mingda prioritizes academic performance when recruiting, these students all have excellent grades, so they use the term top-performing students. For example, Su Lin, from the next-door class, is an top-performing student. Mingda covers her tuition, living expenses, and all the costs of participating in various competitions. Gu Qinghuan was puzzled. How old is this guy? Chen Zilan coughed. 27. It's been 9 years since he graduated from Mingda, and he's still holding a grudge against the student union? Gu Qinghuan thought this guy was outrageous. Chen Zilan agreed. Who says not? Fortunately, none of the top students joined the student union this time, so there wasn't a scene. The problem is, the students didn't understand his intentions, and thought he wanted someone to join the student union. He's currently touring the campus with a few top students, and they're asking about the current student union, so... Chen Zilan didn't finish his words, but Gu Qinghuan could guess what he was going to say. As a special member of the current student union, she had become a well-known figure on campus at the beginning of this semester thanks to Yan Changming's psychological counseling. Chen Zilan worried that if the president learned of Gu Qinghuan's deeds, he would want to do something. Although this was just Chen Zilan's speculation, when it came to protecting his students, he believed no caution was too great. Gu Qinghuan replied solemnly, I understand. I'd be careful. Chen Zilan was still a little worried. The first class this afternoon is Chinese. I already told Teacher Liu. It's okay if you're late. You can leave the office after the bell rings. Since the president was here to sponsor students, he certainly wanted to maintain a good reputation. He couldn't deny the top students access to class. So, before class, he would definitely separate from the top students. As for whether he would leave Mingda afterward or make other arrangements, Chen Zilan had no idea. However, once the top students left, no one would be able to help the president identify Gu Qinghuan. The accompanying faculty and staff were aware of his situation, and wouldn't help identify him. This way, Gu Qinghuan would be safe. After finally hanging up the phone, Gu Qinghuan spread his arms to Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu and said, I can't go back to class with you today. Although Gu Qinghuan didn't have speakerphone on, they were close and the office was quiet, so they heard Chen Zilan's words. Jiang Chuchu frowned. Forget about it. Just stay in the office. Yu Xian thought for a moment. Choo-Choo and I will leave first. When we get back, we ask someone where the guy is, and then send you a message. Don't be so nervous, Gu Qinghuan reassured them. It's just possible he knows me, but it's not certain. Besides, don't you still trust my abilities? I believe you, but I rather avoid this kind of messy trouble if I can, Jiang Choo-Choo said. Yu Xian remembered something and pulled out her phone. I asked Su Lin if she's near the guy. If she is, that would be great, I could locate her in real time. Gu Qinghuan was impressed. They didn't even know the CEO's name, and they were already planting spies around him. Chapter 6:15. Su Lin was indeed present. As the undisputed top scorer in the college entrance exam this year, and a top student, the school naturally recommended her. Su Lin herself had no objection to this. Simply taking up a bit of her lunch break and receiving a 10,000 yuan charitable scholarship was a good deal. Her mother, Lin Lingshan, was doing very well with her home-based foster care services. She had already established a stable clientele and a good reputation among them, a clientele that was steadily expanding. Compared to before, Su Lin's family's living conditions had improved significantly. At least her previous debts had been repaid, and every penny she earned was her own. Su Lin didn't intend to miss this opportunity. Since she qualified for the scholarship, there was no need to push it on others. Furthermore, with her grades, it would be difficult for others if she didn't take it. When Yu Xian's message arrived, Su Lin was with the others, accompanying the president, continuing to film promotional materials for the company's charity event. She took 2 steps to the side, out of the camera's field of view, before replying to Yu Xian's message. Su Lin, I'm here. What can I do for you? Yu Xian sent over the briefing she had prepared in advance. It was concise and easy to understand. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. No wonder the president asked everyone if they were members of the student union when he issued the check. In fact, Su Lin was puzzled when he was asked this question. This person himself was a Mingda graduate. Didn't he know what it took to be a student union member? It's not that the family background of top students is not up to standard, but in such a family environment, just maintaining academic performance requires both talent and hard work. Student union affairs are far too complex for top-performing students, taking up too much of their energy and making it impossible to have the best of both worlds. Thus, Su Lin felt that this question was ill-considered, like asking why the top scorer in liberal arts didn't get a perfect score in science. It felt absurd and brain-depleting. She continued to follow, hiding in a blind spot to send a message to Yu Xian. The president's name was Xue Hongfei. At 27, he was already the president of a listed company. His future was truly promising. He was also good-looking, dressed in a suit today. At first glance, he fit the image of the elite CEOs in those TV dramas. With the name and basic information, Jiang Choo-Choo's investigation became much easier. Assistant Jin Jubao went to look up detailed information, while Jiang Choo-Choo searched online for Xue Hongfei's basic information. Gu Qinghuan memorized Xue Hongfei's face and planned to stay as far away as possible from him after seeing him. In contrast, Jiang Choo-Choo lost interest after seeing the scale of this tech company. It was barely large, barely the size of a Jiang family subsidiary, not even in the top tier. She said languidly, "Don't take it too seriously. If you want to save yourself some trouble, just avoid it today. If they dare to bother you, I short the stock and make them feel the effects of a crash." Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but glance sideways. "You're such a domineering boss." Jiang Choo-Choo glanced at her. "How else could you be such a supporter?" Gu Qinghuan was speechless, and could only applaud Jiang Choo-Choo. While it sounded exaggerated, Jiang Choo-Choo, wanting to save herself some trouble, left the office with Yu Xian as planned. Gu Qinghuan stayed in the office, checking in with Su Lin via WeChat. Before the bell rang for the afternoon class, Su Lin sent a message. "The tour is over. The destination is downstairs in the administration building. I heard the vice president invite him to the principal's office, and I saw him leaving with the vice president." Gu Qinghuan, "Okay, thank you." Su Lin replied with a smiling emoji and stopped messaging. Gu Qinghuan considered the current situation based on the layout of Mingda's buildings. If it were the principal's office, facing south, one could indeed see students heading toward the teaching building, but it wasn't certain whether they were leaving from the student union building or the clubs. No matter how petty Xue Hongfei was, he wouldn't ask the principal directly if the students passing downstairs were student union members, right? Gu Qinghuan figured that no matter how crazy a 27-year-old CEO was, he wouldn't be so crazy. So, she left the student union and headed back to the classroom with peace of mind. She also encountered a few students finishing up their club activities along the way. She wasn't conspicuous. When she returned to class 3, Jin Yu had apparently heard the news from Jiang Chu and looked at her in surprise. Didn't you say you come after class? They finished early there, and he went to the principal's office, so he didn't run into me, Gu Qinghwan replied simply. Jiang Chu nodded. That's fine. If I really wait until after class, everyone will be wondering what's going on. When Chinese teacher Lu Yezi walked into the classroom, she was a little surprised to see Gu Qinghwan. Hadn't they said she'd be late? Seeing that Gu Qinghwan seemed fine, Lu Yezi didn't think anything of it, and continued with the class as usual. Midway through the class, footsteps and voices suddenly rang out in the hallway, as if someone was entering the classroom to greet each student. Since they hadn't entered class 3's classroom, everyone just ignored it. As those people passed by, Yao Shaili and the others at the window heard someone say, "There's no one in this class." Jiang Chu glanced over and, as expected, saw Shui Hongfei's face. He probably wanted to take a picture of the sponsored students attending class attentively. Class 3 didn't have any top-performing students, so there was no need to worry about that, so Jiang Chu looked away. Seeing that the group didn't enter the room, but instead walked down the hallway to the next class, the people at the window were just thinking, great. The annoying people are finally gone. When Shui Hongfei suddenly stopped. Standing in the hallway, staring blankly at the classroom, he suddenly asked, "Who's that girl?" Ji Tianshao glanced up quickly, feigning curiosity. Quickly, judging by Shui Hongfei's stance, the angle of his head, and the direction of his gaze, he determined who he was referring to. Shen Jianwei. The vice principal's expression froze, and the dean of academic affairs, Zhang Xuehai, was completely unyielding. He said sternly, "She's not an A-level student, and has nothing to do with your company's activities today." The students at the window. "Teacher Zhang is awesome." Shui Hongfei looked a little embarrassed, but he chuckled and said, "It's just that this student looks a bit like someone I used to know. I'm really rude, sorry." With that, he quickened his pace and left with the vice principal and the others. After making sure the students had gone to other floors, Lu Yezi paused her lecture and asked, "Would you like to chat? I give you 5 minutes." Even she, the teacher, felt that the man's attention on Shen Jianwei was not a good thing. The students in class 3 were always united, and they must be uncomfortable at this moment. Instead of everyone being distracted in the second half of the class, 5 minutes would be more appropriate to allow everyone to adjust their mindsets. The students looked at each other, then at Gu Qinghwan. Gu Qinghwan, feeling everyone's gazes, said calmly, "Teacher, please continue with your class. We handle this after class." The students immediately calmed down. Since the monitor had said so, what could possibly be the problem? Let's get on with the class. Lu Yezi, seeing everyone's attention return to the classroom, breathed a sigh of relief and continued her lecture. Lu Yezi, Chen Zilan, as a homeroom teacher, is such a worry-free person. Chapter 6:16. The last few classes in the afternoon were all electives, and the students had to crisscross the classrooms. So, after Chinese class, Gu Qinghwan said directly, "We have an impromptu class meeting tonight. If you're busy and can't attend, I post a summary in the class group afterward. Everyone, just focus on your own business. We've been through a lot, don't get too nervous." The students nodded and quickly packed their bags. The CEO looked as if he only grown older, not smarter. How could he possibly be a match for class 3, with only a month or 2 left in the first semester of senior year? Everyone had basically quit their clubs, so the students arrived fairly quickly after school. When Gu Qinghwan arrived at the classroom, Yu Xian was already there, sharing some of the information she gathered at noon. Shen Jianwei had been feeling uneasy ever since he learned Shui Hongfei was staring at him. If it were any other day, Shen Jianwei would have considered it a coincidence if someone told him he looked like someone they knew. But class 3 was in session at the time, and Shui Hongfei was filming a video with school officials. Asking such a personal question in a workplace setting was incredibly rude. Besides, they only looked alike, so was there any need to ask for his name? What was he trying to do? After hearing Yu Xian's words, Shen Jianwei's brows furrowed even more. Is this guy really the president of a listed company? Bao Qingsong was already collecting information on this tech company, primarily looking for employee complaints on various social media platforms to gauge the company's internal dynamics. Bao Qingsong tapped his right shoulder with a pen. His company seems pretty good. The benefits are good. The 4-day work week, 3-day rest plan alone is highly praised. Are there any positive reviews of him as the CEO? Aining leaned over to look at Bao Qingsong's phone screen. Yes, some people say he's young, promising, and handsome. Bao Qingsong's finger slid across the screen. Are there any negative reviews? Yao Shaili asked. Bao Qingsong uttered a sigh of relief. Now that you mention it, it seems there aren't any. Take a look at those posts. Click on the homepages of the users who expressed approval and see if they're real people? Ouyang Wushuang suggested enthusiastically. Bao Qingsong was mainly checking the overall reviews, so he only glanced at the posts. After hearing Ouyang Wushuang's words, he realized, does this even require PR? Jiang Chuchu commented, this company does seem young, so their promotional tactics are quite aggressive. The others looked at Jiang Chuchu, who was wearing her school uniform. Okay, whoever you say is young, then so be it. But there's no need to meddle in their business policies. The focus is still on Shui Hongfei's personal issues. While Bao Qingsong was busy searching, Gu Qinghuan led a class meeting. Gu Qinghuan had just obtained the personnel files for Shui Hongfei's discipline department class from the student union. Although she trusted everyone in class 3, just to be safe, she only opened the electronic photo album and projected it onto the screen. I haven't had time to look yet. Let's all look for someone who looks like Jianwei. Gu Qinghuan rubbed his temples. Do you think that person is a member of the discipline department? Yu Xian asked. I just think it's more likely, Gu Qinghuan said. My class teacher said Shui Hongfei was a troublemaker when he was in school. He had a bad relationship with the student union, especially the discipline department. Then the people who made the biggest impression on him, besides his cronies, are most likely from the discipline department. Qin Yu interjected, just like Fang Wanfu, the person who made the biggest impression on him was Zhang Zhanshan. His use of Fang Wanfu as an example instantly lent credibility, and everyone began to search through their electronic photo albums. Shi Guangwei even earnestly suggested, Xin Jianwei, why don't you sit on the podium, facing us sideways? Didn't Shui Hongfei see your profile and think you look a lot like him? That way it'd be easier to compare. Xin Jianwei, speechless, moved his chair and sat on the podium. 22 pairs of eyes searched together, and within a few minutes, they had actually found a senior who bore a striking resemblance to Xin Jianwei. Ji Tianshao and Shi Guangwei, thanks to their individual skill bonuses, recognized him almost simultaneously. Gu Qinghuan, after comparing, also felt a strong resemblance and searched the student union database for the senior's information. She didn't project her screen, but simply read it herself to make sure there wasn't anything unusual. She then searched online, but didn't find much information. At least she was sure she wasn't a public figure. Though the others were getting a little anxious waiting, they also knew the whole incident had nothing to do with the senior. She was simply remembered by Shui Hongfei, and now Shui Hongfei was using Xin Jianwei to recall the senior. The student union information was originally reserved for Gu Qinghuan alone. Even if everyone was doing this for Xin Jianwei's sake, looking at the electronic photo album was sufficient. There was no need to publicly disclose the senior's detailed information. Gu Qinghuan put down her phone. The senior isn't a public figure. I searched Shui Hongfei's name alongside hers, but didn't find anything. From preliminary confirmation, it seems this was Shui Hongfei's personal behavior. She added, later, I asked the student union for her contact information and asked about her impression of Shui Hongfei. Since Gu Qinghuan had said so, everyone handed this task over to her, and the discussion shifted back to Shui Hongfei. Yao Shaili was the first to raise her hand. According to the plot of the novel, Shui Hongfei must have been overly controlled, and so he fell in love with that senior, but refused to say it out loud. After graduation, when we each went our separate ways, I always felt a sense of loss when I thought about it. Until today, when I saw Xin Jianwei, my feelings for him have sprouted again. Su Xing had covered his face in pain. Yao Shaili, you really aren't cut out for romance. Yao Shaili was silent for a few seconds, then screamed, rushing over to hit Su Xinghe. Just wait, all the cannon fodder killed at the beginning of my novels will be named Su. Yuan Wuwei and Xie Xiangxue hurriedly stopped Yao Shaili to prevent further chaos. Xin Jianwei rubbed his arms. If that's the case, wouldn't I be the heroine of a stand-in novel? It could also be the supporting actress, Lin Julu said considerately. The White Moonlight comeback is quite popular these days. Shui Hongfei isn't necessarily the male lead, but rather the supporting actor who gets kicked out in the first half, Gu Qinghuan added. Ming Xiaolin held her forehead. How many novels have you read? With so many people chatting animatedly, the atmosphere was quite good. Anyone passing by would have thought Class 3 was having a crosstalk concert. Jiang Chuchu coughed. Okay, let's get down to business. Qinghuan, go contact that senior. I'm already investigating Shui Hongfei and his company. Bao Qingsong, continue searching online to see if there's any real gossip. This isn't a big deal. There's no need for a whole bunch of people to get involved. What's important is your own mindset. Don't let it affect you. Xin Jianwei nodded. Don't worry, I won't be affected. Although the thought of being coveted made her feel a little sick, looking at her classmates, she felt there was no need to be afraid. She had the strongest and most united classmates in the world. Shouldn't Xue Hongfei be the one to be afraid? Chapter 6:17. When Gu Qinghuan arrived home, Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian were busy in the kitchen. Hearing the door open, Gu Haiyan peeked out. Huan's back. Come help. We're having hot pot tonight. Xiao Si slid between Gu Haiyan's legs, arching his back to rub against Gu Qinghuan's trouser leg. Gu Qinghuan put down her school bag, took off her school uniform, and went to the kitchen to help carry the dishes. Tomorrow is Saturday, so we can have hot pot tonight, and there's no need to worry about smelling on your hair or clothes. Gu Qinghuan placed the lamb and beef rolls on the table. Seeing that the electric hot pot was already boiling, she turned and called out, "Dad! It's boiling. Turn it down to low." Wang Jian called out, and Gu Qinghuan reached over to turn the heat down to low. She then pulled the instant crab sticks she bought from the refrigerator, opened the package, and prepared to add them to the hot pot later. Xiao Si straightened up, clawing at her trouser legs with his front paws. "I want some." Last time, Gu Qinghuan fed Xiao Si a few crab sticks, and he quite liked them. Since then, every time he saw Gu Qinghuan eating, he'd come over for a bite. Gu Qinghuan tore off a thin strip and gave it to him, and Xiao Si contentedly took the crab stick and ate it off to the side. Her phone vibrated, and Gu Qinghuan saw that it was He Xuerong who had recommended the senior's WeChat account to her. When you add her, just note Mingda's student union. I already given her a heads up. Although the senior's phone number was listed on the profile Gu Qinghuan had seen, contacting her directly was too presumptuous. Not to mention, the profile mentioned that the senior's family was in politics. So, in reality, He Xuerong, the student union president, had first contacted the former student union president, and then contacted the senior. The process was indeed a bit cumbersome, but it was quite formal, and would leave a good impression. He Xuerong also understood the general situation, and felt it necessary to inquire. As the student union president, she naturally had to protect every student, so this wasn't really a favor from Gu Qinghuan, but rather her duty. Gu Qinghuan sent a friend request. She had expected it to take a while to be approved, but it was accepted almost instantly, shocking her. Jian Ziyuan, hello Junior. This senior, Jian Ziyuan, not only sent the message first, but also added a smiley face emoji. Gu Qinghuan, hello senior, I'm Gu Qinghuan. Jian Ziyuan, I know you, the most exquisite heart in the history of the Mingda Student Union. A question mark slowly popped up in Gu Qinghuan's head. What? Gu Qinghuan, what is this title? Jian Ziyuan, all previous student union presidents joined the same group. Your previous president, Xia He, was very famous in the group. Jian Ziyuan, in his first year, the old presidents were terrified, worried that Mingda would be turned upside down by him. Unexpectedly, his demeanor changed dramatically in his second year. Not only did he become more serious, he also frequently shared interesting stories in the group, including later mentions of He Xuerong. He also frequently mentioned you. Jian Ziyuan, my husband was the student union president of my class. He shared these stories with me, which is how I got to know you. Jian Ziyuan, that's great. I also want to experience such an interesting student union. Gu Qinghuan's mouth twitched. Was she just enjoying the melon? Of course, she wouldn't say that. Instead, she smiled back. Since Jian Ziyuan knew her and seemed friendly, Gu Qinghuan stopped beating around the bush and asked directly, Senior Jian, do you have any impression of Xue Hongfei? Jian Ziyuan, yes, he was a very good student, but he relied on his good grades to break school rules. According to Jian Ziyuan's recollection, Xue Hongfei had excellent grades, and was a potential top scorer in the college entrance examination. However, he had made some bad friends at Mingda, who constantly encouraged him to indulge in pleasure. One day he skipped classes, the next day he'd get into a fight, the day after tomorrow he'd go on a speeding car. It just so happened that Xue Hongfei's grades were indeed excellent, and his parents were away abroad at the time, so the teachers had no way to intervene. However, the student union didn't have as many concerns as the teachers, especially Jian Ziyuan, the then head of the discipline department. Xue Hongfei's past activities were all left over from her past. When Xue Hongfei climbed over the wall to skip class, Jian Ziyuan would wait outside with his dog. Upon seeing Xue Hongfei, Jian Ziyuan loosened her leash, and her lower dog rushed towards him, leaving him howling like a ghost. When Xue Hongfei fought, Jian Ziyuan, armed with a crowbar, focused on his fleshy buttocks. Xue Hongfei couldn't face her spanking, and spent a week recuperating in humiliation in bed. As for speeding, Jian Ziyuan could drift on her motorcycle, barely scraping his trouser leg, and then blast a stream of exhaust gas at Shui Hongfei. Gu Qinghuan was filled with admiration. "Senior, you're incredible." But after hearing Jian Ziyuan's words, Gu Qinghuan wondered if Yao Shaili's suspicions might be true. Many people admire those who are stronger than themselves, and this admiration can easily turn into affection. Jian Ziyuan, haha, that's nothing. It's a pity we can't do that now. Gu Qinghuan, I'd like to ask, Senior, do you think Shui Hongfei would like you? Jian Ziyuan, He did like me, and he even confessed his love to me. This senior's words always surprised her. Gu Qinghuan felt like wiping a sweat. So you rejected him back then? Jian Ziyuan, you can't really say you rejected him. He confessed before the intramural basketball game, and said he'd give me the championship trophy, but he was playing against the president's team. Gu Qinghuan, I remember you said earlier that the president of your class is now your husband. Jian Ziyuan, yes, and then my husband pushed Shui Hongfei to the ground and rubbed him. He also gave me the trophy. That sounds so pitiful. Just saying it, and getting slapped in the face, Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but shake her head. Jian Ziyuan, then the two of them started competing. After a semester, my husband was better than him in every other respect, except for his grades. Plus, he was the most beautiful woman in Mingda back then, so Shui Hongfei was left out in disgrace. Gu Qinghuan decided to look for a photo of the student union president from that year. She wanted to see what the most beautiful woman looked like. So, perhaps Shui Hongfei still has some regrets from that time? So now he's trying to make up for them through Shin Jianwei. The thought of this made Gu Qinghuan shudder. If that were the case, then Shui Hongfei showed no respect for either Jian Ziyuan or Shin Jianwei, and couldn't even face his failure from that year with ease. Gu Qinghuan, thank you very much for this information, Senior. I take it into consideration. Jian Ziyuan, don't be so polite. I'm happy to help you. Gu Qinghuan was about to end the conversation, thinking about how to organize the messages she received, when she saw another message from Jian Ziyuan. Jian Ziyuan, by the way, there's one more thing I can do for you. I wonder if it can be of use. Jian Ziyuan, if I remember correctly, Shui Hongfei had a girlfriend during college, and they got married after graduation. They also co-founded their current company. Chapter 618. Gu Qinghuan quickly relayed Jian Ziyuan's words to the class chat. Yao Shaili, sure enough, every white moonlight has her reasons. Murong Tianjiao, so handsome. Senior's high school years were also quite exciting. Lin Zhulu, although Shui Hongfei himself is hard to describe, he has good taste. Shi Guangwei, so what does Senior's husband look like? Gu Qinghuan couldn't answer this question, so she could only cryptically suggest that those interested could check the school library's photo album of past campus events. She had already seen the most beautiful woman through the student union's materials, and her impression was, Shui Hongfei was truly courageous back then, actually competing with Jian Ziyuan's husband's face for an entire semester. Seeing that everyone was getting off track, Gu Qinghuan quickly brought the topic back. Based on the information Senior provided, we have some new leads. First, Shui Hongfei did have a crush on Jian Ziyuan, and even confessed his feelings to her, but he was completely defeated. Second, Shui Hongfei now has a wife, and he co-founded his current company with his wife. Qin Yu, he wants to make up for his past regrets through Shin Jianwei? Oh Yang Wushuang, back off. Lin Zhulu, why would he seek solace in someone who merely looks like him? Is it because he knows he's nothing compared to the real person? Ming Xiaolin, good scolding. Thumbs up Shin Jianwei. Actually, there's no need to panic right now. Shui Hongfei only asked for my name. Teacher Zhang and the vice principal didn't tell him, so he'd be fine for now. Yu Xian, it depends on whether he investigates it himself. Jiang Chuchu, if he does, it means there's a serious problem. Gu Qinghuan, in short, we should wait and see, but we should also be prepared. Daqing Song, for example, had already been learning about Shui Hongfei's wife's situation, and was always ready to file a complaint. After the class group discussion ended, Gu Qinghuan thought about it, and privately messaged Shin Jianwei. Jianwei, are you feeling okay now? Shin Jianwei, I'm fine. Maybe it's because nothing's happened yet, so I don't have any other thoughts besides feeling disgusted and absurd. Her thinking this way made Gu Qinghuan feel a little relieved. Shui Hongfei was, after all, a member of society about 9 years older than them. Being coveted in this situation gave him a sense of superiority. Shin Jianwei was usually a good student, but she was a little easily affected by her mood. Gu Qinghuan didn't want Shin Jianwei, who had been quietly working hard, to be affected by Shui Hongfei's mentality. The weekend passed uneventfully. Bao Song collected a lot of information, including information on Shui Hongfei's wife, Zheng Kui. Zheng Kui and Shui Hongfei attended the same university, but with different majors. Shui Hongfei focused more on technology, while Zheng Kui was more of a management talent. So, when the two co-founded the company, Shui Hongfei primarily led the team in developing technology and products, while Zheng Kui was responsible for promoting and disseminating the research findings. The 4-day on, 3-day off work schedule Bao Qingsong had previously discovered, as well as the positive online reviews of the company, including marketing and public relations, were all written by Zheng Kui. The information regarding the company's internal operations was obtained by Jin Jubao. Jiang Chuchu was very interested in Zheng Kui and inquired about him, only to receive a pleasant surprise. Zheng Kui? Jiang Yuxuan stroked his chin. Is he the CEO of Qingkui Technology Company Limited? Jiang Chuchu looked through Zheng Kui's information and, as expected, the title listed was Chief Operating Officer. Jiang Yuxuan readily replied, well, I know her. We worked together last year to promote our new generation of products. Brother, have you met Zheng Kui? Jiang Chuchu asked. Yes, her tactics are quite impressive. Just thinking about it, Jiang Yuxuan couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Although Jiang Yuxuan couldn't manage the family business, he had been exposed to it since childhood and was familiar with various negotiation tactics. However, when facing Zheng Kui, none of his skills were useful. She had built her own independent career, using a variety of tactics, focusing on one that worked. It wasn't so much that Jiang Yuxuan offered Zheng Kui the most favorable deal out of admiration for her abilities, but rather that he was exhausted and felt it was unnecessary to continue grinding for such a small profit. He even inquired with other companies to see if Zheng Kui treated others in the same way, but found that was not the case at all. She had calculated that Jiang Yuxuan, born into the Jiang family, wouldn't tolerate persuasion. He preferred efficiency to wasting time on negotiations. Jiang Chuchu was amused. Winning the heart is the best way. You deserved your loss. Jiang Yuxuan was unconvinced. What about you? Jiang Chuchu didn't even raise her eyelids. This is the price. Accept it, sign it. If not, get out. Then she definitely won't work with you, Jiang Yuxuan muttered. Jiang Chuchu lazily said, no, she definitely will, because I'd be the best partner. Besides, if she's really like you said, she'd definitely try other methods. Like starting with Qinghuan and Xinbao. Jiang Yuxuan thought about it, and realized that Gu Qinghuan and Yu Xian were his sister's best friends. If Jiang Chuchu could win their favor, she would definitely make concessions because of their friendship. Because Jiang Yuxuan had provided her with useful information, Jiang Chuchu decided to give him a big deal next time. Jiang Chuchu then asked, do you know how her relationship with her husband, Shui Hongfei, is? Jiang Yuxuan suddenly became excited at this point. You won't believe it, but Zheng Kui, who is so powerful, treats her husband, Shui Hongfei, with such a doting affection? Jiang Chuchu, huh? She couldn't help but scratch her ears, wondering if she had misheard. Jiang Yuxuan explained, Shui Hongfei's a tech guy, so his emotional intelligence is really low. She invited me to lunch to build a good relationship with me, but while we were enjoying our meal, Shui Hongfei called to check on her. Upon learning she was having dinner with someone of the opposite sex, he immediately started a scene. I didn't hear it clearly, but it seemed like he was planning to come over to dinner to avoid Zheng Kui and me being alone, worried she might fall for me. At this point, Jiang Yuxuan felt a little annoyed. Although Ms. Zhang is very capable, could you please not let your feelings get involved with a good business? Jiang Chuchu couldn't imagine. After that scene, Shui Hongfei still got jealous and threw a tantrum? She couldn't help but ask, and how did you resolve it? Jiang Yuxuan replied, how can it be resolved? I coaxed her. Zheng Kui said she only liked Shui Hongfei, and I wasn't her type. She also said she'd bring something Shui Hongfei liked back after dinner. At this point, Jiang Yuxuan grumbled. I was sitting across from them, listening to them being so affectionate. I honestly thought I was just part of their play. Jiang Chuchu almost laughed out loud. She pinched her thigh and tried to sound sympathetic. Thank you for your hard work. Chapter 6:19. Jiang Chuchu didn't post the information Jiang Yuxuan had given her directly to the class group, but instead first posted it to the small group chat of 3 people, her, Gu Qinghuan, and Yu Xian. Yu Xian, talent, I want it. Yu Xian, why isn't it mine? Although Yu Jinqin has been increasingly useful lately, his abilities are ultimately limited. To further develop, he needs to attract more talent from other areas. Jiang Chuchu's mouth twitched. Forget it, he's the CEO of a listed company. Yu Xian sent an emoji of a stick figure crying and pounding its head on the table. Gu Qinghuan, surprising. It sounds like Zheng Kui and Shui Hongfei are quite affectionate. Jiang Chuchu, do you believe it? Gu Qinghuan, I don't. If they were truly so in love, how could Shui Hongfei still remember Jian Ziyuan so deeply, to the point of asking for her name in public when he saw Shen Jianwei, whose profile resembled hers? Gu Qinghuan reasonably suspected that Shui Hongfei wasn't completely devoid of feelings for Zheng Kui. It was simply that as his company partner, he needed to be certain that Zheng Kui remained in love with him before he would break up with him. Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian also agreed with this view. A good partnership is indeed one where the closer the connection, the better. However, they found tying someone down through affection unreliable. Yu Xian, but according to Jiang, do you think Zheng Kui's feelings for Shui Hongfei are genuine? Good question, and it immediately floored Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu. Gu Qinghuan rubbed his temple. While it's often the case that those involved are often confused while those on the sidelines see more clearly, it's important to consider the situation in context. Gu Qinghuan, I don't want to think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the more I think about it. It's a bit taxing. Gu Qinghuan, we gathered enough intelligence, so it's almost done. Next, let's see what Shui Hongfei has planned. Everyone was busy with their own things over the weekend, but they didn't neglect their studies. By Monday, the students had gotten over the various emotions Shui Hongfei had caused them, and continued their classes peacefully. Another day of classes ended. After school, Shen Jianwei got in the car and, instead of going straight home, went to the mall. Last winter wasn't very cold, so after her scarf became untied, she simply stopped wearing it, and used it as a cushion for her bichon frise's nest. This winter will be much colder, and she only remembered this when she was about to wear her scarf this morning. Although she had other scarves at home, they were gifts, and the fabric and pattern weren't Shen Jianwei's type, so she decided to buy a new one at the mall. She walked around the storefront, and finally stopped in front of a window. Influenced by her favorite diplomat, Shen Jianwei favors simple, elegant styles that project a sense of maturity and poise. The dark gray scarf displayed in the window perfectly suits Shen Jianwei's taste. The scarves on display in the window lack price tags, and Shen Jianwei is a little worried about overspending. After all, this shop doesn't look cheap. The Shen family naturally feels a sense of confidence that she can be admitted to Mingda, but this isn't reflected in Shen Jianwei's outlook on money. She was raised by her grandparents. While they were generous with their expenses for food and shelter, they were much more frugal with their clothing, believing in the philosophy of as long as it's not broken, it's wearable. As a result, Shen Jianwei has never had much interest in luxury goods, especially clothing. However, if the scarf's quality is good, the fabric is comfortable, and she likes it, Shen Jianwei feels that a higher price isn't a problem. She decided to at least try it on in the store, to get a feel for the price. Shen Jianwei looked up, and was about to walk towards the door when she heard a male voice. Hello. She didn't even connect the greeting to herself. Just a few steps outside, an arm extended from the side, blocking her way. Shen Jianwei paused, followed the arm's direction, and immediately met Shui Hongfei's face. For a moment, Shen Jianwei wanted to pull out her phone and post to the class chat. I saw something dirty. Of course, to others, Shui Hongfei's appearance didn't look like anything dirty. Perhaps because he had no filming assignments today, Shui Hongfei's outfit was casual. A beige turtleneck sweater paired with a dark gray leather jacket made him look quite youthful. As for the temperature, Shui Hongfei probably wouldn't wear this attire in an unair-conditioned area. Shen Jianwei hid her inner wariness, though outwardly, she maintained a suspicious and wary air of strangers. She simply pretended not to remember Shui Hongfei, took a step back, and raised her left arm in front of her. What's up? Before Shui Hongfei could speak, she quickly added, I don't scan codes or take surveys. Shui Hongfei's kind smile froze. Did he mistake him for some scammer trying to recruit people for promotions? But Shen Jianwei's lack of memory was actually a good thing for Shui Hongfei. When he met Shen Jianwei at Mingda before, he'd been so surprised that he couldn't help but ask Shen Jianwei's name. Although the people at Mingda were reluctant to tell him, Shui Hongfei believed that with his connections, he could easily investigate on his own. He was slapped in the face. When a local information dealer learned that the person he was investigating was a Mingda student, he offered a 5-figure deposit. Shui Hongfei was quite puzzled. When he was a student at Mingda, he hadn't thought his information was so valuable. He approached several people, and reluctantly found one who agreed to only take 8,000 yuan. However, a few hours later, the dealer returned the money, saying, You should have told me which class the person you were investigating was from. While Shui Hongfei was still puzzled, the dealer had already blocked him. Finally, Shui Hongfei was able to find out Shen Jianwei's name through friends and relatives who were students at Mingda. The student, a sophomore this year, went to the senior year building based on Shui Hongfei's description, confirmed his class, and returned excitedly, saying, "It's class 3, senior year. I saw so many influential people. Shui Hongfei, are kids chasing after their seniors these days?" As for Shen Jianwei's name, the student found it by process of elimination, comparing it to posts about class 3 on the forum. With the name, Shui Hongfei could track down the Shen family. After checking, he felt confident that nothing was wrong, so he prepared and rushed over for his chance encounter with Shen Jianwei. Although Shen Jianwei now mistook him for a scammer, Shui Hongfei was delighted to see Shen Jianwei's wary expression. Jian Ziyuan never displayed such an expression. She was always outspoken, fearless, and willing to take on any danger. He tried to sound more friendly. "I'm not a scammer looking for you to promote something. I just noticed you've been walking around for a while, and seemed really interested in buying something, so I'm a little curious." Shen Jianwei didn't want to respond, but then she realized this was a good opportunity. She wanted to know what Shui Hongfei wanted from her. She continued to stare at Shui Hongfei warily. "What do you want to say? Who are you?" Shui Hongfei said, "Actually, I'm the president of a company, and I'm looking for inspiration for our next product." He extended his hand to Shen Jianwei. "I think you're very interesting, and could bring me more inspiration. Could you please help me?" Shen Jianwei stared at him strangely for a moment, then said sincerely, "Uncle, do you need me to contact a mental hospital?" Chapter 620. Shui Hongfei never imagined that he would one day be called uncle. He couldn't help but turn his head to glance at the nearby shop window, using the reflection in the glass to confirm his appearance. With his current attire, he looked young and promising. How could he look like an uncle? And mental hospital. Did they mean he looked like a lunatic? Shui Hongfei frowned. "I invited you out of kindness, so why are you cursing?" Shen Jianwei's eyes widened in surprise. "You're a stranger, and you suddenly said such inexplicable things to me, with no evidence to prove yourself. I'm lucky I didn't call the police, and you're accusing me of cursing?" She then took a few steps back, holding the phone. Shui Hongfei noticed that she had already dialed 110, her finger hovering just above the dial button, clearly ready to press it at any moment. He didn't want to call the police, so he quickly stopped talking. "I'm telling the truth. Do you know Chinque Technology? The smart home robot that was all the rage online last year was developed by our company. I'm the president of Chinque Technology. My name is Shui Hongfei. If you don't believe me, you can check it out online." Shen Jianwei knew he wasn't lying, but to keep the show going, he still dubiously searched online, confirming only after putting his phone away. Shui Hongfei breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, the information he found from the Shen family clearly said Shen Jianwei was introverted, so why did he seem so sharp-tongued now? If Shen Jianwei knew what he was thinking, she'd definitely criticize him. Just when did he gather that intelligence? The third class is Zhua, even Lianfenghe, who was always quiet in the class group chat and spoke softly, wasn't afraid of anything. However, Shui Hongfei thought about Shen Jianwei's sharp tongue and decided it wasn't such a bad thing. If she was truly as introverted as he found out, then her face would only resemble Jian Ziyuan's, which wouldn't be very interesting. Shui Hongfei said, "Now you can trust me, right?" Shen Jianwei nodded reluctantly. "I believe your identity, but I'm still skeptical of what you're saying." Talking about this, Shui Hongfei became much more relaxed. He gestured toward the nearby cafe and said friendly, "Why don't we sit down and talk?" He had assumed Shen Jianwei would agree, even if hesitantly. A high school student, faced with such a situation, would undoubtedly follow his lead, which would make things much easier later. The problem was, everyone in Class 3 remembered Gu Qinghuan's instruction to firmly maintain control of the conversation. If Shen Jianwei followed Shui Hongfei to the cafe at this moment, she could easily imagine how vulnerable she would be. More importantly, she didn't want to sit down for coffee with this guy. Shen Jianwei bluntly said, "Whatever your invitation, I'm not interested. I just trust you're not a scammer. I have my own things to do, so I leave you alone. Goodbye." With that, Shen Jianwei swiftly walked past Shui Hongfei and continued on his way to the store as planned. Shui Hongfei was stunned for a moment, unable to react. By the time he came to his senses, Shen Jianwei had already entered the store, and the clerk had greeted him warmly. If he was not mistaken, the clerk even glared at him, not knowing whether he thought Shui Hongfei was delaying the store's business or that he looked like a criminal for holding up the students. In short, Shui Hongfei could only watch Shen Jianwei leave. Shen Jianwei had clearly made her refusal clear, so chasing after her would have been humiliating. After all, he was a CEO, And after suffering such a setback at the hands of a high school student, Shui Hongfei couldn't bring himself to continue his courtship, so he finally turned and left. After confirming Shui Hongfei's departure, the clerk, who had been standing by Shin Jianwei, obscuring her view, breathed a sigh of relief. That guy's finally gone. Shin Jianwei looked up at the clerk in surprise, who immediately said, I had a feeling that guy had bad intentions. Are you okay? So the clerk had been keeping an eye on her? A little touched, Shin Jianwei quickly said, I'm fine. He just said a few words to me, that's all. The clerk was still a little worried. Little sister, be sure to tell your family about this when you get home. She recognized Shin Jianwei's uniform and figured that since she was able to attend Mingda, her family must be well off. It would certainly be helpful to let her parents handle the matter. Shin Jianwei accepted the offer and smiled at the clerk. Thank you, sister. The clerk smiled back and quickly returned to work. I just noticed you seem to be looking at the scarf in the window. Let me give it to you to try on. Although Shui Hongfei had slightly dampened her mood, the clerk's attentiveness and service successfully dispelled Shin Jianwei's annoyance. Furthermore, the scarf's price was within Shin Jianwei's reach, so she happily bought it and went home. On the way home, Shin Jianwei pulled out her phone, briefly summarized her experience at the mall, and posted it in the class group chat. Oh Yang Wushuang, this guy actually showed up. Tao Xinqing, guilty, sentenced to death, immediate execution. Yao Shaili, how did he get here? He's been following me since school? Shouldn't we really call the police? Everyone was buzzing with discussion, but they all shared the same sentiment. Shui Hongfei's already jumping up and down like this. Let's get rid of him. Gu Qinghuan, how's the investigation going on regarding Zheng Kui? Bao Qingsong quickly shared the information he gathered. I followed Zheng Kui's work account with a secondary account. According to her schedule, she's been attending overseas exhibitions this week. Yuan Wuwei, he deliberately took advantage of his wife's absence. Ming Xiaolin, this also shows he's really guilty, doesn't it? It's because he has ulterior motives that he can't appear openly in front of Shin Jianwei. Gu Qinghuan, first of all, judging from Shui Hongfei's behavior today, he's very likely following Jianwei. I suggest you tell your family about this when you get home, and it's best to travel with them during this time. In this case, Shin Jianwei's parents should also investigate Shui Hongfei's situation. Shin Jianwei, that's probably impossible to guarantee. My mom and dad also have jobs. Gu Qinghuan, you go first. Even if your parents can't accompany you in person, there will always be other arrangements. Although Shin Jianwei is also concerned about her parents, the decision on how to handle this should be left to them. If she keeps it a secret, and something really happens, it will only make her parents regret it even more. After Gu Qinghuan's words, Shin Jianwei quickly understood and replied, I understand. I tell you. Gu Qinghuan added, if your family can't handle it in time, I have another suggestion. For now, everyone will take turns picking you up from school. Jiang Chuchu, count me in. Lin Zhulu, me. I can do it. Ji Tianxiao, I can teach you some tricks for cross-dressing. Watching the enthusiastic responses in the group chat, Shin Jianwei clutched her phone. So, with so many people supporting and protecting her, she wasn't afraid of a mere Shui Hongfei. Chapter 621. Shin Jianwei's trip was quickly arranged, and Gu Qinghuan continued. Gu Qinghuan, secondly, it's a bit difficult for us to deal with Shui Hongfei directly. We need to think of other ways. So far, the most outrageous thing Shui Hongfei has done is to stop Shin Jianwei at the mall, hoping she can provide some inspiration. As ridiculous as it is, it's really difficult to judge Shui Hongfei's intentions based on this. As long as he insists that he really does think so, there's nothing we can do about him. We can't possibly make a big move against Qingkui Company. Qingkui Company is fine to begin with. This is just Shui Hongfei's personal behavior. On the other hand, there's a very realistic situation. We're all high school seniors. The college entrance exam is only 6 months away, and any major action would greatly disrupt our study time. Uxian, you mean, start with Zheng Kui? Gu Qinghuan readily admitted, yes, but in that case, we have to contact Zheng Kui first to see how she reacts. Will Zheng Kui believe them and teach Shui Hongfei a lesson for betraying her, or will she side with Shui Hongfei, or will she initially trust them, but later be persuaded by Shui Hongfei's sweet talk, believing they are trying to sow discord between her and her husband? Dealing with these three possibilities alone is daunting enough, and we must act with caution. Jiang Chuchu, no matter what she does, we must approach her. Leave it to me. As Jiang Yushuan's younger sister, it wouldn't be difficult for her to meet with Zheng Kui. And if she revealed her identity as the heir to the Jiang family, Zheng Kui would surely trust her more. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment, and decided that Jiang Chuchu was indeed suitable for Zheng Kui's contact. She readily said, "Okay, I leave it to you. I contact my senior to learn more about the situation." After the discussion, Gu Qinghuan put down her phone, raised her arms, and stretched vigorously. The situation wasn't complicated. While a little unexpected, it was within her expectations, and handled with relative composure. She leaned back in her chair, looked up at the ceiling, and thought quietly. Xue Hongfei's words to Shen Jianwei were undoubtedly lies. There was no doubt about that. The problem was, they weren't necessarily completely false. Outright, 100% lies are difficult to fabricate, because the purpose of lying is to convince others. If there's not even a shred of credibility, then such a lie loses its meaning. Gu Qinghuan felt that Xue Hongfei's lies must have hidden his true intentions. If she could analyze this, she might be able to convince Zheng Kui to trust them. She sat up straight, deciding to finish tonight's homework first, and then reflect on it. Immersed in a sea of knowledge, time flies by so quickly. By the time Gu Qinghuan finally moved away from her desk, over 2 hours had already passed. She stood up, stretching her shoulders and neck while taking out her phone and removing it from silent mode. She hadn't received many messages on WeChat, but she opened Shen Jianwei's chat box first. Shen Jianwei, as she had promised, told her parents about Xue Hongfei after returning home. As expected, her parents were furious. While the Shen family's businesses had nothing to do with the tech company, finding someone to warn Xue Hongfei was difficult. Protecting her daughter was no problem at all. Shen Jianwei, Dad is contacting my former comrades and planning to hire a bodyguard who will also serve as my driver. Shen Jianwei, while he agrees with your suggestion, squad leader, that having classmates pick me up and drop me off would be a good idea and would distract Xue Hongfei, he doesn't want to alert the enemy. Seeing the words alert the enemy, Gu Qinghuan understood. Shen Jianwei's father was planning to gather evidence of Xue Hongfei stalking Shen Jianwei, so he could take him down. Gu Qinghuan, I understand. I look forward to your father's action. Shen Jianwei sent a smiley emoji back. Mom's been busy lately, but Dad said he can put his work aside. He picked me up and dropped me off at school every day until the bodyguard arrives. Shen Jianwei, even after the bodyguard arrives, he and Mom will try to make time to go to school with me and provide me with protection. To be honest, after entering junior high, Shen Jianwei rarely went to school with his parents. She wasn't a child who couldn't live without her parents, so she didn't really care about it. But now that she had this opportunity, she was quite happy. Being able to directly feel her parents' love for her made her feel particularly happy. There was no need to worry about Shen Jianwei's situation. Gu Qinghuan then opened Bao Qingsong's chat box again. She had initially thought Bao Qingsong's message was about Zheng Kui, but he unexpectedly sent a screenshot of a post. The post was about the smart home robot manufactured by Qingkui Technology, and it was filled with so much technical jargon that Gu Qinghuan was confused. However, it was clear that the poster was very dissatisfied with the robot, believing that its actual performance was far below the hype. Bao Qingsong, this is a screenshot I found under a post while searching for Qingkui Technology. The original post has been deleted, leaving only the screenshot. Gu Qinghuan also noticed it. The watermarks in the lower right corner of the screenshot were completely blurred, and I had no idea how many times it had been passed around. Bao Qingsong, not long after I saved this screenshot, this reply was also deleted. I don't know if it's useful, so I'm sending it to you first. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment, then readily forwarded the screenshot to her, Uxin, and Jiang Chuchu's small group chat. It doesn't matter if she lacks business acumen. Her best friends have it. Uxin was the first to reply. Qingkui Technology's marketing is too watered down, and they're trying to cover it up with PR tactics? Jiang Chuchu, or is it another company maliciously smearing them, deleting the post themselves, and pretending that Qingkui Technology is covering it up, in order to cast doubt on Qingkui Technology? Gu Qinghuan was astonished. As Jiang Chuchu had said, this business practice was truly shady. Jiang Chuchu, it's easy to prove. Just buy a robot and try it out. You find out. Gu Qinghuan, just look at the price on the official website. Jiang Chuchu, that's why I said it's easy. Gu Qinghuan fell silent. She really wanted to be that arrogant, but this did give Jiang Chuchu an idea. Instead of discussing Zheng Kui's husband's infidelity, discussing Qingkui Technology's products would make Zheng Kui more serious. If the robot isn't working because Qingkui Technology is over-marketing, then Jiang Chuchu doesn't believe Zheng Kui was completely unaware. This would also cast doubt on Zheng Kui's character. If it's another company's smear campaign, Jiang Chuchu can use this opportunity to build a relationship with Zheng Kui and help her deal with the other company. It's just a scam. It's easy for Yongchang Group to investigate a cyber attack. Uxian, then let me see the robot after you buy it. Jiang Chuchu, okay, I call you to come and see it when it arrives. Jiang Chuchu, Qinghuan, are you coming? Gu Qinghuan recalled the promotional material on Qinghui Technology's website and asked expectantly, can it really cook? Uxian, it's probably similar to today's cooking machines. You need to prepare the ingredients yourself. Gu Qinghuan instantly lost interest. Forget it, I just contact my senior. Chapter 622. A long-distance commercial airliner was soaring steadily at an altitude of 10,000 meters. In the business class cabin, a young man with neatly cropped hair held a tablet, intently reading a document. Compared to the blank document page, the WeChat message that suddenly popped up from the top of the screen was far more conspicuous. Yu Mengxian, what time are you arriving? Zheng Kui, about 12:30. Which restaurant did you book? Yu Mengxian, the one you said last time made excellent fried eel shreds. While there are delicious foods abroad, Zheng Kui has been so busy with exhibition work these days that she's never had time to sit down and eat properly. Even on the few occasions she's had the opportunity to dine with customers, she's so engrossed in discussing business that she barely remembers the taste of the food she's eating. Zheng Kui's smile widened. Then I'm counting on you for this meal today. Yu Mengxian, okay. Anyway, do you really not need to call your husband? Zheng Kui's smile faded at the sight of this. She slid her finger across the screen and casually replied, no need to call him. Let's just eat. After all, they were close friends, and Yu Mengxian immediately noticed something was off about Zheng Kui's tone, but she didn't press the issue. Okay, I meet you at the airport. We have time to chat while we eat. Zheng Kui is still on the plane, already feeling uncomfortable from the long haul, so it's best not to bother her. After exiting the chat, Zheng Kui's gaze returned to the screen. The document she'd been reading just a moment ago now seemed like a grasshopper, jumping around, unable to settle or form a sentence. Zheng Kui simply locked the screen, tilted her head back, and breathed a sigh of relief. Never mind, I'd be home soon anyway, so I might as well give my eyes a rest. The word rest seemed a distant concept to Zheng Kui. Ever since she and Shui Hongfei started their business together after graduating from college, she'd been incredibly busy. Shui Hongfei's family used to be well off, but when Shui Hongfei was a freshman, his father's illegitimate child was revealed, and he and his mother divorced. Their marriage was a political one, and as a result, they didn't have much affection for their son. Although his illegitimate son was young, he considered him far superior to the troublemaker Shui Hongfei. Unnoticed, both sides gradually cut off Shui Hongfei's financial support. Shui Hongfei realized he had no choice but to rely on himself. He shamelessly asked his parents for their last bit of money to start his own business and research technology. It was during that time that Zheng Kui met him. It was Shui Hongfei who approached Zheng Kui. He was impressed by her management skills and felt his startup team needed such talent, so he enthusiastically invited her to join. To be fair, Shui Hongfei was indeed very talented, but he hadn't utilized them properly before. Zheng Kui was also attracted by his project proposal and achievements, which was why she agreed to join. During that time, Shui Hongfei worked in the studio, never leaving the house, while she was busy soliciting investment and looking for partnerships, riding her bicycle outdoors in the hot summer, running until her throat was burning. By the end of the summer, she was at least 2 shades darker than Shui Hongfei, and her classmates on the team jokingly called her and Shui Hongfei the black and white duo. It wasn't that Shui Hongfei had it easier than her. The air conditioner in his studio wasn't very effective and consumed a lot of energy. To save electricity, Shui Hongfei never turned it on. He shamelessly asked the cold drink shop manager to put tap water into mineral water buckets every night, freeze them in the cold storage, and bring them back to the studio the next morning. The buckets weren't placed next to him, but next to the machines to prevent overheating. Shui Hongfei himself was drenched in sweat, and the room reeked of sweat. When Zheng Kui returned, she wanted to throw him in the river for a float. Those times were truly difficult, but Zheng Kui will always remember the way Shui Hongfei's eyes sparkled when he talked about the future. The fact that she and Shui Hongfei would be together was a natural progression. They had experienced the same hardships, knew each other's character and abilities intimately, and shared the same ideals, striving for the same future. When Shui Hongfei confessed his love to Zheng Kui, she thought she had found a lifelong partner she could trust. Founding the company, promoting the product, expanding the market, building a good reputation. How much sweat and sleepless nights had she shed along the way? Even now, After the company's successful IPO, Zheng Kui never rested. Perhaps she needed a longer break, and to carefully consider her and Shui Hongfei's future. Zheng Kui pursed her lips. For now, she was only thankful that she and Shui Hongfei didn't have children, otherwise, the day they separated would have been even more difficult. She stopped thinking and sat up straight, preparing to put her tablet away. Just then, the tablet's screen suddenly lit up. Zheng Kui saw a new WeChat message, a friend request from a stranger. The application's notes clearly stated, "I am Jiang Yuxuan's younger sister Jiang Chuchu." Zheng Kui certainly remembered Jiang Yuxuan, the eldest son of the Jiang family, who, despite his prominent family background, had chosen to start his own business. Zheng Kui had initially assumed he was just impulsive, but upon actually meeting him, she discovered that Jiang Yuxuan truly loved his chosen industry and was working hard for it. His demeanor reminded Zheng Kui of herself and Shui Hongfei when they first started their business, so Zheng Kui chose to partner with Jiang Yuxuan with the intention of helping her former self. Of course, Zheng Kui would not compromise her share of the profits, and she also had to consider Qingkui technology. The results showed that the collaboration with Jiang Yuxuan was very smooth and yielded excellent results. To Zheng Kui's surprise, during the negotiations with Jiang Yuxuan, her relationship with Shui Hongfei actually improved. Perhaps it was Jiang Yuxuan's appearance and family background that instilled a sense of crisis in Shui Hongfei. During that period, he called and texted Zheng Kui significantly more frequently. Zheng Kui was initially happy, believing their relationship was rekindling, but after calming down, she felt uncomfortable. She and Jiang Yuxuan were just ordinary business partners, and honestly, Zheng Kui still felt a bit inferior around him. Even after so many years, and even though her and Shui Hongfei's relationship had lost its initial passion and intensity, Zheng Kui would never betray her partner after marriage. Shui Hongfei's messages and phone calls undoubtedly cast doubt on Zheng Kui. She had never committed any act of infidelity in her marriage, a fact Shui Hongfei knew perfectly well. So why was she so nervous? Zheng Kui could only come to one conclusion. Shui Hongfei was judging others by his own standards. After that, Zheng Kui, while coaxing Shui Hongfei, conducted a lot of research on her own. She learned that Shui Hongfei had a crush on a girl in high school, but that girl, along with her husband, had ignored him. The excellence of those two men was unmatched, even by Zheng Kui today. Zheng Kui also dug up Shui Hongfei's past. She hadn't expected her husband to have such a rebellious side, and the truth behind Shui Hongfei's decision to start a business was also exposed. While the reason for oneself wasn't wrong and could coexist with ideals, Zheng Kui's memories of Shui Hongfei's former brilliance seemed to be overshadowed. She had to admit that the Shui Hongfei she knew seemed only a part of him. Or had she never truly seen Shui Hongfei? Chapter 623. Jiang Chuchu stared at her phone. It had been ages since she sent her friend request, but why hadn't it been approved? Even if Zheng Kui was on the plane, she'd definitely be flying business class, right? Wouldn't it be natural for her to get in-flight Wi-Fi? Or did Zheng Kui simply not want to add her as a friend? She hadn't said anything yet she already mentioned Jiang Yuxuan's name. Did he mean to offend her? Xian had no idea what Jiang Chuchu was thinking. She was still interacting with the home robot. Qingkui Technology's home robot didn't specifically advertise its powerful features, such as the quality of its materials, or the advanced technology. Its main function was to meet the user's individual needs, and adjustments were very simple and easy to understand. Many devices, while powerful, are actually more complex, making them more difficult to customize. A user might be attracted to feature A but not need feature B. In this case, the user might be discouraged and feel they wasted their money. The first advantage of Qingkui Technology's home robot is its modular design, allowing even the robot's hardware to be customized based on specific needs. If you need new features during use, you can easily add new modules under the robot's guidance. These modules are available on a subscription basis, allowing you to cancel or resubscribe if you no longer need them. While ongoing consumption has its pros and cons, considering these modules will be updated as Qingkui Technology's technology evolves. The longer you use them, the more valuable they become. When the time comes to upgrade the hardware, Qingkui Technology promises to offer existing customers a discount or trade-in for a new one. As for the second advantage, it's a very user-friendly design. The operation is simple and easy to understand, and the robot's voice, on-screen display, and indicator lights greatly reduce the difficulty of use. It can even be configured with different AI personalities, allowing users to interact more closely with the robot. Xian has already adjusted the robot's personality to the popular housekeeper personality, and the interaction is quite fun. However, these features, which Jiang Chuchu and UXIN consider excellent, were heavily criticized in the screenshots Baoqing Song had previously found. Jiang Chuchu has confirmed that this is a malicious smear campaign. Technology can't advance overnight, especially since Tsinghua technology has only just launched, so it's normal for its products to be imperfect. She has checked the official website's update log and feedback platform, and Tsinghua technology is very efficient. Approximately 2/3 of the issues mentioned in the screenshot have been resolved. Despite this, the screenshot is still circulating without any content adjustments, which is enough to indicate that someone is targeting Tsinghua technology. UXIN also found a recording of the product launch hosted by Zheng Kui, and after watching it, she felt Zheng Kui is quite conscientious. She didn't shy away from discussing the product's shortcomings. Instead, she humorously acknowledged the technical shortcomings and outlined current measures to mitigate them. She also played up the situation, hoping users wouldn't miss out on other excellent features. UXIN was impressed. She's a real marketing savvy. Jiang Chuchu put down her phone and pinched the bridge of her nose. I'm even more curious. If she has such talent, why would she allow such rumors to spread? You can wait until she's accepted as your friend and then ask her directly, UXIN said. Jiang Chuchu rolled her eyes. Who knows when she get through? If there's no news in another half hour, I call Jiang Yuxuan and have him call Zheng Kui directly. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Chuchu's phone screen lit up. She instinctively picked up her phone and saw that Zheng Kui had accepted her friend request. Hello, Miss Jiang, what can I do for you? UXIN leaned over, read the message, and asked, what are you going to say? Of course, I say it straight. Jiang Chuchu spoke confidently. There was no need to hide anything. After that, Jiang Chuchu began typing rapidly. Jiang Chuchu, I have something to tell you about Shui Hongfei. When you're free, let's talk in person. In fact, Jiang Chuchu hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to address Shui Hongfei with a respectful title. According to her upbringing, one should at least address elders with Ms. or Mr. The question was Shui Hongfei worthy of her honorific? Finally, Jiang Chuchu happily decided to just call him by his first name. Zheng Kui, upon receiving the message, was bewildered. Yu Mengxian, sitting across from her, was munching on a piece of pork ribs with preserved plums. Seeing Zheng Kui's expression, she quickly spat out the bone. What's wrong? What did the eldest daughter of the Jiang family say? Zheng Kui didn't immediately approve Jiang Chuchu's friend request, naturally because she needed to verify it. Friend requests on WeChat show how someone added you, and Jiang Chuchu had indeed added her through a shared business card. Zheng Kui confirmed with Jiang Yuxuan before her suspicions were reassured. However, Jiang Yuxuan had no idea why Jiang Chuchu had asked Zheng Kui about her. He only told her that Jiang Chuchu had asked about her last time and had introduced her to his sister. Indeed, the reason Zheng Kui had been delaying until now was actually because Jiang Yuxuan had talked too much and taken too long. Zheng Kui came back to her senses and frowned slightly. She said, she wanted to tell me something about Hongfei and asked me to meet her. Yu Mengxian almost asked, did she see Shui Hongfei cheating? She cleared her throat and said, are you going? She also wanted to know about her friend's recent relationship status, but Zheng Kui hadn't mentioned Shui Hongfei since she met him at the airport, so she had to give up. Zheng Kui said nothing, but slowly picked up some food and put it in her mouth. After a few bites, she let out a long sigh. I go. Jiang Yuxuan had said that Jiang Chuchu was the future heir to the Jiang family, and that being associated with her was definitely a blessing for her. On the other hand, Zheng Kui believed that given Jiang Chuchu's personality, even if she refused, she would probably find a way to convey what she wanted to say. Yu Mengxian immediately said, can you take me with you? If anything happens, I can help you. Zheng Kui said, I asked. It's safer for us to go together. Zheng Kui didn't think Jiang Chuchu would hurt her, but she was worried that she wouldn't be able to handle any bad news. Although she already knew that Shui Hongfei's true self wasn't what she imagined, he was still someone she loved deeply and lived with for so many years, and her emotions would still be affected by him. Jiang Chuchu's reply came quickly. Sure, I bring my friends too. Her words immediately put Zheng Kui at ease. Jiang Chuchu's friends were probably high school students like her, right? Things that could be shared with other high school students probably weren't that serious. Unfortunately, not that serious for Class 3 meant something completely different to the average person. Chapter 624. Jiang Chuchu and Zheng Kui agreed to meet at noon on the day after Mingda's final exams. Jiang Chuchu had actually wanted to resolve this matter before the finals, but unfortunately, the weather wasn't kind. This winter had been quite rainy, with weekends raining constantly, so the matter was delayed until the exams were over. However, this wasn't entirely without merit. During this time apart, Jiang Chuchu and Zheng Kui discussed the development of Qingkui technology and her assessment of Zheng Kui's public relations and marketing. Zheng Kui was very serious in her conversation with Jiang Chuchu. After all, Jiang Yuxuan had said that Jiang Chuchu was the heir to the Jiang family, so she must have been under Jiang Yui's guidance. With such a teacher, Jiang Chuchu's skills were undoubtedly not bad. However, she soon realized that she had underestimated Jiang Chuchu. After each conversation, Zheng Kui's understanding of Jiang Chuchu was refreshed, and she couldn't help but sigh. The current generation is truly remarkable. The feelings of loss and regret brought on by Shui Hongfei were also much alleviated by the appearance of Jiang Chuchu. Compared to Shui Hongfei, Jiang Chuchu was more important, wasn't she? Communicating with a brilliant talent was far more enjoyable than wasting time on Shui Hongfei. The same was true for Jiang Chuchu. Although she had learned a lot from her father and brother, had seen many case studies, and had practical planning experience, but communicating with Zheng Kui, who had risen completely from the bottom, was equally meaningful to her. She gained a broader perspective, and the experience of someone who had been there before. Even if it was only theoretical now, it would eventually be put into practice. And so, she hated Shui Hongfei even more. How could that guy have such a wonderful wife? Not to mention that Shui Hongfei, even with such an excellent partner like Zheng Kui, couldn't let go of his obsession from high school, even setting his sights on Shen Jianwei. Jiang Chuchu grew increasingly unhappy as they talked. She was thinking that once she told Zheng Kui the truth, she would definitely give her advice and give Shui Hongfei a good beating. At noon on the last day of finals, after leaving the exam room, Jiang Chuchu led everyone who was going to see Zheng Kui to the agreed meeting place. Gu Qinghuan was the happiest. Let's go to Yunjinlu for dinner. You were half dead when you left the exam room, but now you're feeling energetic. Jiang Chuchu shook her head. That's because this exam was incredibly difficult. Gu Qinghuan covered her face in agony. It absolutely doesn't want me to have a good new year. Yu Xian reviewed the content of the test and nodded in agreement. It was indeed very difficult this time. I'm unsure about a few questions. What did a few questions and unsure mean? Gu Qinghuan felt even more distressed. The academic master really knew how to poke her so hard. But her anguish didn't last long. The exam was over, so why dwell on it? She tried her best, and could accept the result calmly. That was enough. Shen Jianwei didn't say much during the ride. She already knew about the meeting with Zheng Kui, and the long wait had even worn off her nervousness. So, even knowing she'd meet Zheng Kui after the exam didn't affect her test-taking attitude. But now, sitting in the car, getting closer and closer to Yunjin building, Shen Jianwei felt a renewed sense of unease. She whispered, "Captain, do you think Ms. Zheng won't believe me?" During this time, perhaps because Shen Jianwei's family was keeping a close watch, or perhaps because Shen Jianwei's father had done something, she hadn't run into Shui Hongfei again. If the mission hadn't reached 75% progress, Gu Qinghuan would have suspected the matter was already resolved. Shen Jianwei probably felt she didn't have sufficient evidence to support her claims. After all, they could only provide two facts: Shui Hongfei publicly asking for Shen Jianwei's name, and Shui Hongfei stopping Shen Jianwei in the mall and saying he wanted to work with her. Simply saying that didn't prove his intentions. Contrary to Shen Jianwei's concerns, Gu Qinghuan answered readily, "It's okay if you don't believe it." Huh? Shen Jianwei hadn't expected Gu Qinghuan to respond like that. Gu Qinghuan patiently said, "We're fully capable of dealing with Shui Hongfei. As long as he knows we're not formidable, he's stopped harassing you. We're going to Zheng Kui now simply to let her know there's a reason for our actions. Zheng Kui and Shui Hongfei are married, and Qingkui Technology is their company, so their interests are highly intertwined. If Zheng Kui didn't know the truth, perhaps Shui Hongfei could simply lie to get Zheng Kui on his side, creating a huge misunderstanding between them. However, once they told Zheng Kui their reasons, whether she believed them or not, she would have to realize that all this was caused by Shui Hongfei, and Shen Jianwei deeply disliked his behavior. Zheng Kui could continue to trust Shui Hongfei, or even side with him out of mutual interest, but no matter what, she had to resolve this issue. If Shen Jianwei didn't receive the apology she deserved, or if Shui Hongfei continued to harass her, they would inevitably pursue this matter to the end. Shen Jianwei understood. We're simply making our demands. It doesn't matter how she interprets them, because it's her business how she responds. Gu Qinghuan nodded. That's right. Our demands aren't for Zheng Kui and Shui Hongfei to divorce, but for Shui Hongfei to stop coming to you. As for what they might do to achieve this goal, that was Zheng Kui's concern. Shen Jianwei thought about it, and felt that Gu Qinghuan's words made sense. Jiang Chuchu interrupted, actually you can rest assured. I've been chatting with Zheng Kui lately. She's much smarter than Shui Hongfei, and she's not unreasonable. Shen Jianwei felt more at ease after Jiang Chuchu's words. That's good. While they were chatting, the Jiang family car pulled up to the entrance of Yunjin building, and a receptionist immediately opened the door. Several people got out of the car, and went to the pre-booked private room. Jiang Chuchu walked in front, and when she opened the door, she saw two young men with very different styles. Everyone had seen Zheng Kui's press conference video recently, so they immediately recognized the intellectual and calm figure as Zheng Kui. As for the other woman, whose hair had been dyed purple, she was Zheng Kui's good friend Yu Mengxian. Yu Mengxian exclaimed, "You're all so cute." From what Zheng Kui had said, Yu Mengxian had assumed Jiang Chuchu was some elite young lady, and that the friends she brought with her might be difficult to get along with. Unexpectedly, the girls who came in looked so friendly and lovely, and Yu Mengxian immediately relaxed. Shen Jianwei, feeling a little embarrassed by the sudden compliment, leaned closer to Gu Qinghuan. Yu Xian nodded slightly, thanking her for the compliment. Gu Qinghuan replied generously, "Thank you, sister. Your hair color is beautiful too." Jiang Chuchu also nodded, then turned to Zheng Kui and said, "Hello, Miss Zheng, I'm Jiang Chuchu." She then introduced Gu Qinghuan, Shen Jianwei, and Yu Xian. Zheng Kui also explained Yu Mengxian's identity, and shook Jiang Chuchu's hand. We finally meet. Some things should be put to rest today. Chapter 625. The main force behind this meeting was Shen Jianwei and Zheng Kui, with Jiang Chuchu being the organizer. Of course, Jiang Chuchu, Gu Qinghuan, and Yu Xian also served as Shen Jianwei's advisors, offering assistance if any issues arose during the conversation. The most important thing for the two parties to meet was, of course, lunch. Gu Qinghuan, holding a menu, each of which was given a copy, was the most enthusiastically perusing it. Yu Mengxian was also flipping through the menu, happily saying, "This is my first time at Yunjinlu. What's good to eat?" Gu Qinghuan immediately launched into a torrent of Yunjinlu delicacies, recommending one dish after another. Jiang Chuchu felt like rubbing her forehead in her hand, while Zheng Kui said, somewhat embarrassedly, "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. I should have said that." Jiang Chuchu shook her head. The two glanced at each other, and laughed in unison. They were quite similar in their protectiveness of their best friends. The atmosphere in the private room was harmonious, making the food even more delicious. The subsequent conversation flowed much more smoothly. Shen Jianwei had prepared a pre-scripted speech, but his nervousness led to a few stumbles during the actual delivery. Overall, however, his delivery was clear. Yu Mengxian's eyes widened. She had assumed Shui Hongfei was harassing Jiang Chuchu's relatives, but she hadn't expected Jiang Chuchu's classmates to be the real culprits. That scumbag Shui Hongfei must be crazy. These are high school students. They haven't even graduated yet, haven't even entered society yet. Zheng Kui's shock was no less than Yu Mengxian's, her face filled with disbelief. She pressed her temples, and said with some difficulty, "This is too." She couldn't even finish her words. Given her moral standards, such a thing was unthinkable. Gu Qinghuan spoke at the right moment. "According to my research, Shui Hongfei had a crush on a senior student at Mingda. We believe he might be looking for that senior's influence in Jianwei." Zheng Kui calmed down a bit. "I researched his high school experiences. I know about the senior student you mentioned, but I didn't expect him to actually use Shen as a body double." Shen Jianwei rubbed her arms. Even if it weren't true, the word body double gave her goosebumps. "I discussed this in detail with that senior student," Gu Qinghuan said, referring to the conclusion she reached after a private conversation with Jian Ziyuan. Shui Hongfei might not be completely using Jianwei as a body double. Aside from their appearance, Shen Jianwei and Jian Ziyuan had no similarities in personality or experience, and even then, their facial resemblance wasn't very strong. If Shui Hongfei truly wanted to make up for his past regrets and find an obedient Jian Ziyuan, with his current financial resources, he would have already cheated on his wife and found someone who resembled Jian Ziyuan. Even if finding someone was difficult, today's advanced plastic surgery technology could make it possible. As long as he was willing to spend the money, someone could be created to look like Jian Ziyuan according to his requirements. Why did he only now set his sights on Shen Jianwei? Because Jianwei is a student at Mingda? Yu Xian said thoughtfully. "That's right," Gu Qinghuan nodded. "My senior said that back then, Shui Hongfei, that troublemaker, didn't have a good reputation at Mingda. If Shen Jianwei's appearance reminded Shui Hongfei of Jian Ziyuan, then her status as a Mingda student reminded Shui Hongfei of the targeting he faced there. The combination of these two identities fueled Shui Hongfei's malice the moment he laid eyes on Shin Jianwei. He wanted to exact revenge on his past self, and the seemingly introverted and easily bullied Shin Jianwei seemed more suited to his needs. Yu Mengxian clutched her forehead and cried, "Stop, stop, stop! I'm getting confused. According to your analysis, what exactly is he trying to do?" Jiang Chuchu shrugged. Simply put, Shui Hongfei doesn't actually love Jian Ziyuan, nor does he want to make up for his past regrets with Jianwei. He simply wants revenge. How despicable! Yu Mengxian blurted out. Yu Xian nodded in agreement. It's indeed excessive, which is why we're here. Although these are just our analysis and speculation, and not necessarily completely accurate, Shui Hongfei's behavior has indeed caused trouble for Jianwei. With your help, Miss Zheng, we can better resolve this problem. Zheng Kui took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and then said, "Actually, based on my understanding of him, your speculation may be entirely correct." Shui Hongfei was inherently naive and petty. After Qingkui technology became popular, he even wanted to invite those investors who had been skeptical of him to a celebration party. Even after Zheng Kui finally stopped him, Shui Hongfei continued to spew sarcastic remarks in his WeChat moments. At the time, Shui Hongfei was a successful businessman, and naturally no one would rush to spoil his fun. Therefore, the comment section was filled with support for Shui Hongfei, which only made him even more proud. If Zheng Kui hadn't posted a separate WeChat moments post to make amends, hinting that Shui Hongfei was too excited and had gotten carried away, who knows what others would have said. In the past, Zheng Kui, under the influence of her couple image, comforted herself by saying that Shui Hongfei was just someone who only knew technology and didn't understand the ways of the world. She could handle this aspect of the situation, and as long as she explained things clearly, Shui Hongfei wouldn't refuse to listen. The problem was that she couldn't comfort herself like that anymore. Shui Hongfei had set his sights on a young woman like Shin Jianwei, crossing Zheng Kui's line. Jiang Chuchu looked at Zheng Kui. "So what are you going to do? First, you can rest assured. I make it impossible for him to harass Shin again." Zheng Kui bent a finger and tapped the table lightly. Yu Xian couldn't help but glance sideways. The word unable to was a clever choice. Secondly, I was considering divorcing him. I had planned to get proof of his infidelity before taking action, but I didn't expect the situation to turn out this way. Zheng Kui looked at Shin Jianwei apologetically. Although this wasn't her fault, if Jiang Chuchu hadn't contacted her, Zheng Kui would likely have taken direct action. She reasoned that no matter who Shui Hongfei was cheating with, as long as the fact was known, she could sway public opinion in her favor. So she didn't care who Shui Hongfei cheated with, she only cared about the outcome. The experience she gained from years of public relations work had allowed Zheng Kui to make choices that were in her favor without any psychological burden. The problem was, Shin Jianwei's situation was incredibly unique, so unique that Zheng Kui was now beginning to fear. What would happen to Shin Jianwei if she really took direct action? She would most likely be labeled a mistress before the truth was revealed. A student, a high school senior at that, caught in such a storm of public opinion was no easy task. As for Shui Hongfei, there was no way he would testify on Shin Jianwei's behalf. He always protected himself. Zheng Kui tightened her grip. She seemed to have unknowingly become overly addicted to the sense of control that came with power. Thankfully, it wasn't too late. She still had time to correct her mindset. Zheng Kui looked at Shin Jianwei and said solemnly, "I will handle this matter and give you an explanation." Shin Jianwei was very satisfied with this answer. She smiled at Zheng Kui and said, "Thank you. I wish you a successful divorce." Chapter 626. Shui Hongfei suspected he needed to go to a temple to pray. He'd been having too many bad things lately. He'd been quite happy to meet a girl who looked like Jian Ziyuan by chance at Mingda. Back when he was at Mingda, the attitude of both teachers and classmates had always irritated him. The student union was even more disgusting. What's so great about having a little power? Isn't high school life about indulgence? He had decent grades, so what was wrong with having some fun? Jian Ziyuan from the discipline department was even more outrageous, practically like a ghost. But such an arrogant girl only made him want to conquer her. His friends kept asking why Jian Ziyuan, with so many students breaking the rules, was focusing on him instead of just him. The reason was simple. She must have a crush on him, but was too embarrassed to say it, so she was using this method to attract his attention. Shui Hongfei felt quite pleased to hear that. He felt the same way, considering his good looks and family background. Not to mention that he easily ranked at the top of his class without much effort. Such a mind would have infuriated those good students. How could Jian Ziyuan not like him? Because she was a girl, Shui Hongfei, to save her face, didn't let her confess her feelings. Instead, he considerately gave her a chance to accept his confession through a basketball game. However, the developments that year were unexpected. Jian Ziyuan didn't accept his confession, and instead ended up with the student council president. He immediately became a laughingstock. Others asked how he could compare to the student council president, and how could Jian Ziyuan possibly like a toad like him. Shui Hongfei was completely humiliated and took a month off from school. When he returned to school, no one was still mocking him, and he finally escaped his utter shame. But this incident remained a permanent thorn in Shui Hongfei's heart. Throughout college and even for a long time after graduation, he had a difficult time. Starting a business was harder than he had imagined. Fortunately, he had enlisted Zheng Kui's help. Otherwise, on his own, he would probably only be able to earn a small fortune selling his technology. Although Zheng Kui wasn't particularly beautiful and had a rather slippery personality, Shui Hongfei couldn't help but tolerate her because she ran the company so well. More importantly, Zheng Kui had no romantic history and was completely devoted to him, making her easy to control. After finally completing the company's IPO, Shui Hongfei felt he had become a promising young entrepreneur. It was time to return to Mingda and give the teacher who had once looked down on him a good slap in the face. Unfortunately, his former homeroom teacher had retired, which left Shui Hongfei unhappy. Luckily, he met Shen Jianwei, a woman who looked a bit like Jian Ziyuan, but was much more introverted. The thought of being able to manipulate someone who resembled Jian Ziyuan in his palms made Shui Hongfei's every pore open with pleasure. Looking at the nervous dean of academic affairs, he wondered if he was actually a good student. This intrigued Shui Hongfei even more, and he wanted to make these good students feel the same shame he had suffered in the past. The problem was, ever since he confronted Shen Jianwei in the mall, Shui Hongfei hadn't had a single day of good luck. First, Jingkui Technology received numerous complaints about their robots. These were all bugs with very stringent triggering conditions and significant impact once triggered. Such bugs were troublesome enough simply to reproduce, let alone to appear in such large numbers. Even though Zheng Kui had been in charge of the company's public relations, Shui Hongfei knew the magnitude of the public opinion crisis the company would face if this incident wasn't handled properly. He and his team had to work overtime for nearly half a month, providing daily updates on progress, before they could suppress the issue. After finally resolving it, Shui Hongfei collapsed in the lounge and slept for almost a day before recovering. His eyes were dark, and he nearly relapsed into the stomach issues he'd been recovering from years ago. After 4 days of restoring himself, he was about to go see Shen Jianwei again when he was hit by another car while driving. The driver was a delivery man, and the collision wasn't serious. Shui Hongfei had originally planned to get back in the car and wait for the driver to handle the situation, but a passing influencer recognized him and immediately shifted their camera to focus on him. "Hey family, look. That traffic accident over there seems to be the person involved, the president of Jingkui Company." "Which Jingkui are you asking about?" "The one that just went public. Their robot was trending before, saying it's suitable for home-based elderly care." Yes, that video where the dad said robots are more alive than children." Shui Hongfei's face nearly darkened. With such detailed information, if he didn't do something, there would be news reports about Jingkui Company's president crashing into someone and leaving them alone. He had no choice but to get out of the car, patiently forcing a smile to show concern for the delivery driver. When the traffic police arrived, he actively participated in the accident handling and even took the delivery driver to the hospital for examination. Shui Hongfei continued to follow up on the matter until he was certain the delivery driver was fine. Only then did he feel relieved. When he finally had time to check on Shen Jianwei, he discovered that her final exams were already over. Furthermore, Shen Jianwei and her family had gone abroad for a warmer winter break, and it looked like they wouldn't be back until school started. Shui Hongfei couldn't possibly follow them abroad, and besides, he wouldn't be able to track down the Shen family there. He was upset and went out drinking with some friends, but he couldn't hold his liquor well, and after a few drinks, he started getting tipsy, so his friend sent him back home. As he arrived at his door, before his friend could press his hand to unlock the fingerprint lock, the door opened on its own. The group of people, laughing and drunk, suddenly fell silent upon seeing Zheng Kui at the door, each one more obedient than the other. Although drunk, Shui Hongfei disliked the momentary silence. He shouted, "What's wrong? Why are you mute? We were just talking fine." The friends exchanged glances, not daring to speak. They simply nodded and bowed to Zheng Kui, quickly helped Shui Hongfei inside, laid him on the sofa, and quickly disappeared. Qingque Technology's technology certainly owes a lot to Shui Hongfei, but his skills aren't irreplaceable. Rather, as long as Qingque Technology determines its future direction and continuously recruits relevant technical talent, it can continue to thrive. In that case, Zheng Kui would appear far more useful than Shui Hongfei, at least in the eyes of the shareholders. Plus, Zheng Kui was a meticulous person, often tolerant of Shui Hongfei. This group wouldn't dare act rashly in her presence. Zheng Kui closed the door and walked over to Shui Hongfei, who was slumped half-drunk on the sofa. He called out, "Water? Give me water." With a splash, icy water splashed onto Shui Hongfei's face. He sat up with a yelp, wiped the water off his face, and angrily shouted, "What are you doing?" Zheng Kui withdrew the cup she had pointed at Shui Hongfei and slammed it down on the table with a thud. She remained silent, and Shui Hongfei felt a little guilty. He knew Zheng Kui disliked the taste of alcohol. When they had previously discussed pregnancy, Zheng Kui had asked him to quit. But how could you not drink when dining with friends? Shui Hongfei wasn't happy about it, and Zheng Kui didn't say much, simply giving up on trying to conceive. His voice dropped again, and he mumbled, "I only drank a little. You know I can't drink much." Zheng Kui didn't say much, simply picking up a document from the table and handing it to Shui Hongfei. Shui Hongfei thought it was some important document, but when he saw the title, he was completely stunned. The words divorce agreement pierced Shui Hongfei's eyes, causing him to squint. What little intoxication remained in him completely dissipated. Divorce? Zheng Kui, are you crazy? I just had a few drinks, and you want to divorce me? Zheng Kui said coldly, you really think you kept it a secret? I find it disgusting to even begin to tell me the thoughts you harbor about a high school student. Chapter 627. Hearing Zheng Kui's words, Shui Hongfei's heart nearly leaped into his throat. This time, he truly came to his senses. He forced a smile and stammered, "What are you talking about?" "High school student." "What high school student?" Zheng Kui didn't want to hear his pretense of ignorance and said bluntly, "I don't want to hear your explanation. We've been together for so many years, you know what kind of person I am. Signing the divorce agreement now will save you some pain." Shui Hongfei's smile froze. He mechanically lowered his head, reading the terms of the agreement. To be honest, the terms of the agreement weren't terribly exaggerated. They didn't demand Shui Hongfei leave the house empty-handed. After all, Shui Hongfei's current behavior hadn't reached the point of being a criminal. According to the divorce agreement, the couple's marital assets would likely be divided in a ratio of 40% for Shui Hongfei and 60% for Zheng Kui. The fact that they had no children saved them from having to argue over child custody. But Shui Hongfei knew that Zheng Kui's methods were definitely more than just this. He didn't look at the divorce agreement again, but instead looked up at Zheng Kui again, his voice dry. "Anything else?" Zheng Kui readily handed him several more documents, including a notice for an extraordinary board meeting and the topics she had prepared for discussion. As for the agenda, it was, of course, a detailed account of the various problems that had arisen since Shui Hongfei took over as president. To prevent Shui Hongfei from further damaging Qingque Technology in the future, Zheng Kui requested his removal from the position. The question of who would succeed him would be discussed at the meeting. Of course, Shui Hongfei knew that Zheng Kui's presentation of these documents meant she had already made all the necessary arrangements, and the board's recommendation would naturally be her, Zheng Kui. His fingers tightened around the edge of the paper, nearly tearing it. "When did you know this?" Zheng Kui didn't intend to go into too much detail. She had to protect the information about Jiang Chu and the others. If Shui Hongfei knew that a few high school students had guessed her thoughts so thoroughly, who knew what he would do in his rage? On the other hand, she also intended to use this as a way to intimidate Shui Hongfei. The more unpredictable she appeared, the more wary he would be, and he would be hesitant to act rashly. Zheng Kui simply stared at Shui Hongfei quietly, until he looked away guiltily. Then she said, "I've been thinking about divorce for a long time, but I never thought you'd do something like this. Qingque is my life's work. I can't let you destroy it out of selfish desire." Before Shui Hongfei could argue, Zheng Kui pressed him again, "Don't even think about saying you haven't done anything. Do you really have to wait until you do something before punishing me? Qingque makes a home robot with cameras and cloud servers. If your actions become public, Qingque will immediately be embroiled in all kinds of suspicions. Has my family's privacy been violated? Has user data been leaked? How are you going to prove that? A publicly listed company doesn't adhere to the principle of he who asserts must provide proof. Once consumers develop a sense of distrust, the company can't expect to sell another product." Shui Hongfei's face paled, his lips trembling, and he was speechless. Zheng Kui said calmly, Even if you're ignorant of the ways of the world and don't care about how much dividends you get from your shares in the future, shouldn't you at least consider your own personal safety? Your CEO persona is a carefully crafted one, and you have a certain fan base online. When you were about to use this tactic, I told you that fandom is a double-edged sword. It can elevate you to a pedestal, but it can also bring you to hell. Once your image is shattered, there's no telling what kind of crazy actions those fans will take, along with those who never liked your hype from the beginning. Shui Hongfei's head drooped completely, and after a long pause, he said in a hoarse voice, I understand. I sign. Let me reconsider it. The reconsider he was referring to was his post-retirement salary. He probably wanted to get more. Zheng Kui didn't care about his plans for a last-ditch effort. He could only say that it was a good thing Shui Hongfei wasn't a complete fool, and knew when to advance and retreat. He had endured considerable hardship during his entrepreneurial years, and without a family to support him, he naturally needed to be more discerning and protect his own interests for the sake of the future. After all, it was impossible for him to find another partner and companion as outstanding as Zheng Kui. Without even glancing at Shui Hongfei lying on the sofa, Zheng Kui returned to the master bedroom to rest, locking the door behind her. After all, there was a guest bedroom at home, and since they already filed for divorce, there was no need for her to endure the pain of sharing a room with someone reeking of alcohol. From her position as the company's COO and wife, this was all she could do. At first glance, it seemed Shui Hongfei wasn't getting the punishment he deserved. But this was just the beginning. Zheng Kui comfortably lay in bed, wrapped herself in the quilt, and fell asleep. With his position as CEO of Qingkui Technology gone, what remained of Shui Hongfei? Shares? After the divorce, Shui Hongfei's shareholding was smaller than hers, and he wasn't particularly adept at handling such matters. He better find a reliable lawyer to consult, otherwise, Zheng Kui suspected someone might swindle Shui Hongfei's shares. It would be better for her to handle it. Technology? The company already had a mature R&D team. While Shui Hongfei held a certain prestige as the founder, it wasn't impossible to sideline him with a little effort. If a technical position were sidelined, the consequences would be quite interesting. Zheng Kui thought about it, and realized she had a way to handle it, so she slept more peacefully. As for Shui Hongfei's personal issues, that wasn't her concern. Shen Jianwei's parents alone were enough to give him a headache. It couldn't be helped. Shui Hongfei wasn't good at dealing with people. How could he have guessed what was going on with her recent misfortune? Thinking of it, Zheng Kui felt she had truly protected Shui Hongfei too well. The bedside lamp was turned off, plunging the room into darkness, the only sound being the gentle whir of the air conditioner. A tear slipped from the corner of Zheng Kui's eye, falling onto the pillowcase, soaking into the fabric before disappearing. They had gone through so much hardship together, so why had Shui Hongfei become such a stranger now? Does the person she once loved truly exist? What had she gained from all her efforts? But this was just a sudden wave of sadness in the middle of the night, and Zheng Kui wouldn't let it linger. The hardships she endured weren't for Shui Hongfei, but for her dreams and future, for a better version of herself. Now, she had achieved everything she had once only dreamed of. She would continue to lead Qingkui Technology forward, gaining the trust and support of more people, and achieving even greater things than before. Zheng Kui wiped the tears from her face. It was time for bed. There were still several tough battles to fight, and she wouldn't lose any of them. Chapter 628. The announcement of Shui Hongfei, the current president of Qingkui Technology, being dismissed from his position didn't cause much of a stir online. Although fans drawn to Shui Hongfei's persona were somewhat disgruntled, Shui Hongfei himself quickly opened a private account. He stated in his account that he was leaving Qingkui Technology because his current mission had been completed and he wanted to find peace and seek new breakthroughs. Therefore, he was stepping down as president and returning to his in-depth research in technology. UXIN commented on this. It's better said than done. Gu Qinghuan was too busy to speak as she ate the caramel-crusted French toast Jiang Chuchu had treated her. Jiang Chuchu had been attending a banquet with Jiang Yue last night and had been busy late. She was still a little sleepy and was taking a nap in the restaurant's rocking chair. Hearing UXIN's words, she opened her eyes slightly and said lazily, "Anyway, this definitely wasn't his intention. Being president is so glamorous, and he still has to act so pretentious in front of us. He has to say this. He can't let it affect the company's image." UXIN put down her phone and ate her chocolate basque. "But I didn't expect Miss Zheng to be so quick. It's only been a week, and Qingkui Technology has already issued an announcement." Gu Qinghuan finally finished her French toast, sipped her matcha latte with satisfaction, and said, "Anyway, he still has a lot of hardship to endure." The Shin family had already caused trouble for Shui Hongfei before, but at least they gave Qingque Technology some face back then, and didn't make a big deal out of it. Of course, the Shin family was also worried that a big deal might lead to the leakage of Shin Jianwei's information. Now that Shui Hongfei is no longer the CEO, cleaning up the mess is much easier. Of course, besides the Shin family, Zheng Kui would have also found a way to deal with Shui Hongfei. After all, he still holds shares in Qingque Technology, and Zheng Kui doesn't want his hard work to be taken away by others. These matters have nothing to do with Shin Jianwei. She just needs to focus on preparing for the college entrance exam. Today, Gu Qinghuan went out shopping for new clothes. She planned to dress smartly for New Year's Day to pay New Year's greetings to her grandmother Gu Min. When Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian heard about this and realized they had some free time, they joined Gu Qinghuan at the mall. Gu Qinghuan wasn't particular about clothing. She just wanted to dress neatly and elegantly, as she usually wore her school uniform anyway. So the main purpose of shopping for clothes was quickly accomplished. Afterward, it was naturally time to enjoy the food. After finishing her meal, Gu Qinghuan also settled into the rocking chair, pulled out her phone, and checked her social media, where she happened to see a new photo posted by Shin Jianwei. The blue sky, white clouds, waves, and beach were a breathtaking sight. Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but curl his lips. This mission was accomplished so easily, we didn't even have to put in much effort. System. After all, Shin Jianwei's most hopeless fate, to use a novel analogy, isn't so much a supporting role as it is cannon fodder without a name. Gu Qinghuan was puzzled. What do you mean? System. If you, the host, hadn't contacted Jian Ziyuan, discovered Shui Hongfei's true intentions, and informed Zheng Kui wouldn't have investigated thoroughly in the most hopeless of circumstances. Gu Qinghuan considered this possibility. Zheng Kui seemed already very disappointed with Shui Hongfei, and actively plotting a power grab. Given this premise, when she discovered signs of Shui Hongfei's infidelity, she would have surely considered this a good starting point. Who would have imagined that Shui Hongfei's target was a high school student? Shin Jianwei wasn't even a top student sponsored by Qingque Technology. She was simply someone Shui Hongfei had accidentally seen. His so-called infidelity was merely one-sided harassment. The question was, if this became public, how many would believe that Shui Hongfei had acted on his own initiative? The online malice would flood Shin Jianwei, and even with the protection of her family, she wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Gu Qinghuan felt a little depressed, but quickly shook her head to calm herself. It's okay. Now, she's avoided the most hopeless future. The system detected its host's distress, and quickly took reassuring measures. Yes, thanks to the host's efforts, Zheng Kui has learned the truth, and will naturally not target Shin Jianwei. System. Also, Shin Jianwei's mission is now complete. Host, you only have 2 remaining members of the 21-person mission. Although the system tried hard to sound encouraging, the actual effect was still quite dull. Gu Qinghuan was amused. She could tell the system was trying to comfort her, but what it said was true. Only 2 people remained in Team 3's mission, and victory was imminent. The last 2 people were Tao Xinqing and Ming Xiaolan. Gu Qinghuan had some idea of Tao Xinqing's mission. Earlier, Tao Xinqing had been nicknamed Tao Bu Xinqing by everyone. After all, he could be quite reckless at times. However, after so much experience in Class 3, Tao Xinqing had long since lived up to his reputation. At most, he might appear a bit rash when speaking in the class group, but his actual behavior had become much more cautious. Gu Qinghuan felt that his most despairing fate might have been when, due to impulsiveness, he did something he would regret for the rest of his life. Tao Xinqing could definitely avoid such a situation on his own. She just needed to observe carefully and offer appropriate warnings. However, Ming Xiaolan might need more attention. Some students in the class have inherent hidden dangers, ready to explode if faced with something. Yu Xian, for example, was one of them. Since enrolling, she had changed the most in Class 3. Ming Xiaolan, on the other hand, had changed very little. After all, she was already a very talented person. Her grades were good, consistently ranking in the top 5 before the class reassignment, and her elective scores were also strong after the reassignment. Ming Xiaolan also performed well as the Student Affairs Committee member. The management and use of class funds were transparent and open. At the end of each semester, she would post a detailed breakdown in the group chat. She was also popular in the class, friendly and easy to get along with. Gu Qinghuan stroked his chin. It seemed that Ming Xiaolan's mission was similar to Shin Jianwei's. In other words, Ming Xiaolan might have been implicated by others, leading to her most desperate fate. With approximately 5 months left until the college entrance exam, Gu Qinghuan had to keep a close eye on the tasks of the last 2 people. Yu Xian looked at Gu Qinghuan and whispered in Jiang Chuchu's ear, has Qinghuan not touched her phone in ages? Jiang Chuchu nodded yes, and she wasn't even looking at it. Yu Xian worriedly said, then she's smiling, frowning, shaking her head and sighing. That's not how she's supposed to be in a trance. Jiang Chuchu pondered for a moment, maybe she's thinking about something? Like, that dessert was delicious, should she have another, but she gets sick of it if she eats too much? Yu Xian, although I don't think that's the case, it's a reasonable guess. Chapter 629. In the dim room, only a faint white light shone through the gaps in the quilt. Xin Jianwei wrapped herself tightly in the quilt and nestled in it, her expression numb. Even so, she couldn't stop scrolling through her news feed. She didn't understand how things had turned out this way. She wasn't an A student, nor was she sponsored by the man named Xue Hongfei. They only met by chance at the mall. At the time, she was nervous and frightened. She didn't hear what Xue Hongfei said and quickly ran away, not even buying the scarf she had intended. But why was she now appearing online as Xue Hongfei's cheating partner? Even more terrifying was the fact that the online news included many photos she had no recollection of. For example, the photos showed her passing Xue Hongfei's car, where Xue Hongfei was sitting in one of the cars picking up students at the school gate. So, the rumor spread that Xue Hongfei was driving her to school every day. Xin Jianwei couldn't remember how she felt when she first saw those messages. She only remembered running to the bathroom and vomiting into the toilet until tears welled up in her eyes. It was disgusting. A strange man had been coveting her and even stalking her daily life without her knowing. It was utterly horrifying. Even though her parents had immediately taken a leave of absence from her studies and demanded that Mingda University issue a public statement strongly condemning Xue Hongfei's actions and providing evidence that Xin Jianwei's suspension was due to a severe psychological trauma, the online outcry was still harsh. Some people said she was daring to act but not to take responsibility, that she was thinking of shortcuts at such a young age, and that she didn't lose out by hooking up with a CEO like that. Some, Xue Hongfei's fans, perhaps brainwashed by idol dramas, thought Xue Hongfei and her were a good match, while others, out of jealousy, cried, why her? Xin Jianwei's account had been hacked open, and her private messages were filled with insults. She shouldn't have read those messages, nor should she have paid attention to the situation, but she couldn't help it. She wanted to see someone speak up for her. She clearly came from a well-off family, and she had her own dreams and goals. Soon, she would be admitted to university, and begin her long-awaited college life. Why was she being slandered like this? What had she done wrong? She had done nothing. Seeing another malicious comment, Xin Jianwei could no longer bear it. She threw her phone away, wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, and burst into tears. She knew she was introverted and sensitive, and she had cried easily as a child. But she believed that with more attempts and repeated practice, she could become as commanding and imposing as those foreign ministry spokespersons on TV. At that point, no matter what kind of blow she faced, she would be able to simply laugh it off. The problem was, now wasn't that point. Suddenly being subjected to such severe verbal abuse without any preparation would be a difficult situation for even Xin Jianwei, not to mention even someone with a strong sense of social experience. Even with the comfort and protection of her family, the sporadic words directed at her were enough to tear Xin Jianwei apart. Xin Jianwei didn't know when she fell asleep, but she knew when she woke up. Her eyes were swollen, painful, and so dry she couldn't open them. She forced herself to get out of bed, trying to wash her face in the bathroom, but she stepped on her phone, which she had dropped earlier, and fell to the floor with a dull thud. Although the fall wasn't severe, the noise seemed to carry downstairs, and Xin Jianwei's father quickly came up and knocked on her door. He spoke nervously, Jianwei, what was that noise just now? Are you okay? Xin Jianwei, having just woken up, felt less distressed, and could devote some of her attention to her family. She felt a pang of guilt. Her parents had been so worried about her lately. Their work alone was exhausting, and they had to take turns staying home to ensure at least one of them was there for her. Not wanting to burden her parents any further, she tried to sound normal, her voice hoarse from crying. I'm fine, I just fell down accidentally. Her father breathed a sigh of relief and continued through the door. Was it hard? Not hard, I'll be up soon, Xin Jianwei said, supporting herself on the edge of the bed and rising. Hearing her footsteps, her father finally felt relieved. He hesitated, then said, since you're awake, would you like to meet your classmates? Classmates? Xin Jianwei was stunned. Because of her personality, she didn't socialize much with her classmates and didn't have any particularly close friends. But she didn't think much of it. Perhaps, since they were classmates, the class had chosen a representative to visit her, Shen Jianwei nodded and went into the bathroom. Her face, reflected in the mirror, looked utterly haggard. Shen Jianwei didn't dare to look at her any longer. He hurriedly lowered his head to wash and brush his teeth, tidying himself up until he was presentable. However, when she reached the living room downstairs and heard the clamor of voices, she realized there was more than one student. Here they are. Ji Tianxiao, whose ears were sharp, heard Shen Jianwei's footsteps coming down the stairs and immediately looked over and called out. Several people's eyes immediately darted toward Shen Jianwei, startling her and causing her to instinctively step back. Yao Shaili quickly comforted her. Shen Jianwei, don't be nervous. We're here to help you. Su Xinghe nodded vigorously. Yes, we all seen the comments online. They're too much. Shen Jianwei hesitantly asked, what do you want to do? Yao Shaili came over, took Shen Jianwei's hand, and sat them down on the sofa. She pulled a folder from her bag and handed it to her. Shen Jianwei took it, and through the transparent cover, she could see the words printed on the paper. The first piece of paper had the title. She's not. Su Xinghe came up with the title. Yao Shaili tried to explain. This is my first time writing a microfilm script, and he was my mentor. Shi Guangwei quickly added, I only shot stills before, so this is my first time making a microfilm. Ji Tianxiao scratched his head. I acted in many scenes in the club, but that's not the point. He lowered his hand and said to Shen Jianwei, we all know about your situation. It's so infuriating, but online, our voices are so small. So we thought, taking advantage of the speed of short videos, we could make a microfilm about this matter and give you a voice. It's not that we're asking you to act, we won't expose you to the camera. It's just that this involves your reputation, so we need your consent. Since it's winter break, everyone can work furiously and film it as quickly as possible. Besides, short videos can be promoted directly by purchasing traffic. The money can be raised by everyone pooling their resources. Shen Jianwei felt a pang of pain in her throat, and she muttered, why are you helping me? Several people looked at each other, and finally Yao Shaili spoke up. Our sense of justice, our friendship as classmates, our anger and disgust at online bullying, our sympathy and compassion for you. Any reason is fine, we just want to help you. It was as if everyone present had experienced a similar situation, desperate to lend a hand. Yao Shaili said firmly, let us help you. Don't lose to this malicious carnival. Shen Jianwei lowered her head and glanced at the headline again. In her moment of collapse, someone had prepared a weapon of resistance for her. Even if it was to respond to that sentiment, she couldn't remain depressed. Please. Shen Jianwei clutched the script and bowed solemnly to the group. Yao Shaili quickly helped her up. Don't be so polite. Take another look at the script. Do you have any comments? The living room became lively. The classmates' discussion drowned out all the negative voices in Shen Jianwei's mind. Just a few hours ago, she was in so much pain, but now her heart was filled with courage. Hello, Shen Jianwei. Your story will continue. Chapter 630. Although it rained occasionally during this winter break, it hardly snowed. At most, there was a scattered sleet one day, which was quite disappointing. With no snow to play with, Gu Qinghuan could only stay home, eating tangerines while watching TV with Gu Haiyan, occasionally picking up Xiaoxi and shaving the cat's fur. She was quite a few people in Class 3 with free time. Perhaps because it was the last winter break, Class 3 didn't have much homework assigned. Over the years, we've been following Gu Qinghuan's method, constantly improving it. We now easily created a winter break homework plan, completing it on time and to a high standard, while also ensuring a good rest. Qingyu, so free. What are you guys doing? Song Yi, practice boxing at home. Yao Shaili, revising the manuscript for the 7th time. AI Ning, playing games with Ah Ming. Su Xinghe, old AI just wait. Gu Qinghuan, eating tangerines. She even took a photo of the peeled orange. Jiang Chu, why are you eating tangerines again? You Xian, I remember you were eating tangerines yesterday. Lin Julu, I can testify that the monitor was eating them the day before yesterday. Xie Xiangxue, squad leader, don't you get irritated? Gu Qinghuan, although I've been eating them, I only eat 5 a day at most, and I always brush my teeth and rinse my mouth thoroughly afterward to prevent the high sugar content that can lead to bacterial growth in the mouth. Back in elementary school, Gu Qinghuan did develop severe mouth ulcers from eating too many tangerines. For Gu Qinghuan, this was worse than hell. There were so many delicious foods, but she couldn't eat them. Even the most delicious food was inedible because her mouth was so sore. From then on, to enjoy her food longer, Gu Qinghuan strictly adhered to the principle of moderation and brushed her teeth thoroughly. Problems like mouth ulcers and cavities were completely out of her reach. GT Shao, why don't you just take a commercial for toothpaste, electric toothbrushes, or water flossers? Tao Xinxing, stop talking. I just took some ibuprofen, and it hasn't kicked in yet. Su Xinghe, what's wrong with you? Tao Xinxing, my tooth hurts. Yuan Wuwei, what did you eat? Tao Xinxing silently showed a photo of a half-empty basket of tangerines. Song Yi, old Tao, you didn't eat half the basket by yourself, did you? Tao Xinxing, I saw the squad leader eating so much lately, so I ate a little while watching a movie, and this is what happened. Sure Guangwei, I think, instead of a toothache, you should probably pay more attention to your hands, Lao Tao. Tao Xinxing, what's wrong with my hands? Tao Xinxing, ah. Why are my hands yellow? John Johnson, this may seem a bit rude, but Lao Tao, would you mind posting a selfie? Tao Xinxing, no. My face is yellow too. The class chat instantly went wild with laughter, and all sorts of laughing emojis filled the screen. Gu Qinghuan, don't eat anything with carotene these days. Drink plenty of water, exercise more, and increase your metabolism. You'll be back to normal in about 2 weeks. Baoqing Song, I calculated, and school starts in 2 weeks. Fan Ziren, how about Lao Tao drink less water? That way, I can see how yellow you get when school starts. Tao Xinxing, dream on. I'm going swimming this afternoon. Oh Yang Wushuang, even if they added bleach to the swimming pool, it wouldn't bleach your skin. Tao Xinxing, I'm trying to boost my metabolism. Lian Fenghe, old Tao, your exclamation points are making me dizzy. Anyway, Tao Xinxing went to search the closet for his swimming trunks. It wasn't easy for him to save his yellow face and hands. However, the bastards were quite wicked and decided to team up and head to several gyms in the city with swimming pools, hoping one of them would be able to snag Tao Xinxing. Of course, everyone was just looking for an opportunity to get together and have some fun. They'd been stuck at home all day, feeling like they were about to grow mushrooms. Gu Qinghuan felt a chill run down her spine at the thought of jumping into a pool in the dead of winter, but when Tao Xinxing was involved, she felt a little torn, wondering if she should go. Luckily, someone else shared her thoughts, and just wanted to enjoy the melons without getting in the water. Yuan Wuwei, I don't want to swim. Can I just stop by and take a shower? John Johnson, no problem. A gym can be a bathhouse, too. Gu Qinghuan quickly rushed to the bedroom. That's a good idea, she said. She go take a shower, too. With the luck she gained from the mission reward, she was confident she'd definitely run into Tao Xinxing, so she closed her eyes and joined one of the teams. It didn't rain today, and while the sun wasn't shining, it wasn't windy either, making going out a little less painful. Gu Qinghuan, carrying her bag, reunited with the other 2 members of the team. Zhulu, Song Yi, good afternoon. Lin Zhulu and Gu Qinghuan hugged each other. Hello, squad leader. Song Yi was also delighted to see Gu Qinghuan. I think with my sister here, we'd definitely run into Tao Xinxing. Most gyms in this city welcome new members to try it out, which makes it easier for us to get in on the fun. As soon as the 3 of them walked in, a receptionist greeted them warmly. Hello, welcome to Xingyun Gym. Is this your first time? The receptionist wondered if they could attract new customers, considering the tall guy looked experienced, but the 2 girls didn't. Gu Qinghuan spoke directly, we'd like to learn more about the gym. Also, are there any trial classes for new customers? We'd love to give it a try. The receptionist expertly opened the login system on the computer and said, yes, I register you and then arrange for a staff member to take you on a tour of the facility. Could you please provide your name and phone number? Gu Qinghuan gave his name. Gu Qinghuan, Gu for care, Qing for clarity, Huan for welcome. The receptionist entered his name, pressed enter, and habitually began, please also provide your phone number. He paused before finishing his sentence. Usually, after pressing enter, the system would jump directly to entering a phone number, as this was a new customer. But this time, the receptionist had never seen the interface before. His eyes flickered between the computer screen and Gu Qinghuan's face. After confirming everything, his attitude instantly became more respectful. Hello, Miss Gu. My system shows you're a platinum member. You can come to work out with us anytime. Would you like a personal trainer? Gu Qinghuan looked puzzled. When had she become a member? How could she not know? Before she could ask, her phone rang. Bai Hanshan's voice sounded like someone who had just woken up after staying up until 3 in the morning. Where are you? A gym called Xingyun. Gu Qinghuan had guessed something. That's the Xia family's property, Bai Hanshan said succinctly. All of the Xia family's membership-based businesses have registered you as a top-level member. You can do whatever you want. Gu Qinghuan held his forehead. Isn't that too much? Bai Han explained. This time, it wasn't Xia He who did it, it was Grandpa. Gu Qinghuan thought about it, and realized that if it was Xia He's arrangement, she would have given her a heads up. Finding out now was a bit unexpected. But she still wondered, why would Grandpa Xia give me a membership? Bai Han was silent. Last year during the first month of the year, Xia He celebrated Xia Suerong's birthday as agreed. Xia Suerong, overjoyed, felt that the credit should go to Gu Qinghuan, so he generously granted Gu Qinghuan this privilege without even telling Xia He. He had originally thought that if Gu Qinghuan registered at any of the Xia family's membership-based stores, she would discover this gift. For this reason, Xia Suerong specifically instructed Bai Han to tell Xia He after Gu Qinghuan learned about it. Xia Suerong's intention was simple, to show off to Xia He, this is how you act as a backer, learn from this. The problem was, no one expected Gu Qinghuan to only discover it a year later.